Viewpoints, Lights On, How Understanding Consciousness Helps Us Understand the Universe by Annaka Harris, narrated for you by the author.
All right, so I think I understand. So if I strip all that away, like a conventional view of the world and the illusion of feeling like a self, and then there's just this like flow of experiences, just raw felt experience, like in your analogy to the pot of boiling water, where the water would be consciousness and the content or the felt experiences are the bubbles. Whatever that experience is, you're saying it's just a view or like a perspective of fundamental reality?
Yes, I think that's right. But at bottom, it's all water. It's all consciousness. And if consciousness is fundamental, then the structure of consciousness is described by physics and mathematics. Okay, wait. We're getting way ahead of ourselves. What I just said sounds completely crazy out of context, even to me.
Yeah.
We need to go back and start at the beginning.
I think that's a really good idea.
I'm Annaka Harris, and this is Lights On, an audio documentary about the science and philosophy of consciousness. I focus on why consciousness continues to be so difficult for scientists to study, and just what makes it such a perplexing phenomenon.
Your perception of time changes with attention.
If visual cannot be the way I think it feels, then I want to be quite sure just how it does feel.
Intrinsically,
then you might ask whether, if space and time breaks down at that fine scale, whether
you have
there could be
achieved
a
the holy
residue
grail
of those effects at our
That's exactly
scale.
what they tried to do with me, right? They tried to turn me into human homing pigeon.
So that's my view on consciousness, but now I'm dying to know. Tell me the different view.
Join me in my conversations with scientists and thought leaders in an attempt to think creatively about this enduring mystery and to help carve a path toward a better understanding, if such a thing is possible. The opening exchange was from a conversation I had with my producer, Jay Shapiro, in one of our last meetings for the production of this documentary. In 2019, I published a book called Conscious, A Brief Guide to the Fundamental Mystery of the Mind, which addresses questions such as what is consciousness, what gives rise to it, where does it exist in nature, and could it be generated by artificial intelligence? And through the process of writing that book, I uncovered another, perhaps even more important scientific question. Is consciousness fundamental? That is, could it be an irreducible property of the universe, existing alongside those that physics has already begun to understand, such as gravity, electricity, and the strong and weak nuclear forces? After the publication of my book, I wondered which physicists, neuroscientists, and philosophers might be exploring this question in their work, and I began recording interviews in search of an answer. These conversations took on a life of their own, eventually crystallizing into this audio documentary, which tracks my quest. Eventually, I became convinced that a view of the universe in which consciousness is fundamental is a real possibility, which completely took me by surprise. And this audio documentary is the story of how I got there. I'll start at the beginning with the things I was thinking about and wondering about when I first began writing my book, and then we'll go on to explore the stream of questions that arose over the following years for me in the midst of my continued obsession with understanding consciousness and its place in the universe. The goal of this introductory chapter is to get listeners up to speed on the lay of the land. It will largely be a review of the material in my book, Conscious. But if you're anything like me, and I imagine you are, since finding your way to this documentary already places you in a small subset of people, I actually really enjoyed creating this introduction, even after spending decades thinking about these things. And so my hope is that even people who are familiar with consciousness studies will enjoy going back to the basics and maybe even find a slightly new perspective. We'll begin where I began, just contemplating the mysterious nature of consciousness. I started writing about consciousness many years before the notes and thoughts started to take form as a book. And it was because I just couldn't stop thinking about and wondering about the mysterious nature of consciousness. It always captured my attention when I was working with neuroscientists, but also when I was driving my kids to school and during my jogs. It was something that I just couldn't stop thinking about. And so that's where we'll start. Lights On, Chapter 1, an introduction. The mystery. We are all composed of particles indistinguishable from those swirling around in the sun. And the atoms that compose your body were in fact the ingredients of many stars in our universe's past. These particles traveled for billions of years and have landed here in this particular configuration that is you, and are now experiencing the sound of my voice, along with the ideas carried in those sounds through language. Imagine following the life of these atoms from their first appearance in space-time to the very moment they became arranged in such a way as to start experiencing something. This is the mystery we face at the heart of consciousness. Why do certain configurations of matter cause that matter to light up from the inside with felt experience? Let's just take a step back here and get clear about the definition of consciousness and how I'm using the term in this context. The word consciousness is used in a variety of ways. People often use it to refer to higher order functions like self-awareness or thought. But I'm interested in something much more basic, consciousness in the most fundamental sense, which I think is actually better described by the word experience, just the pure fact of felt experience. Other words people use are awareness or sentience, and I actually think sentience is the most accurate term. It's not used that often in our culture, and I think many people equate it with the word life, so it doesn't land for people as well as the word experience does. But when you read the definition of sentience, it's actually the most accurate term for the mystery of consciousness that I'm pointing to. The Merriam-Webster definition of sentience makes the distinction that I think is really important. It says, feeling or sensation as distinguished from perception and thought. And the Oxford English Dictionary uses in its definition, susceptibility to sensation. I think these definitions more precisely point to the fundamental aspect of consciousness and what I and others are talking about when we talk about the mysterious nature of consciousness. But I'm using all of these words, consciousness, experience, and sentience, interchangeably in this context. I always like to refer to the philosopher Thomas Nagel's description from his famous essay, What Is It Like to Be a Bat?, which goes, an organism is conscious if there is something that it is like to be that organism. And when people have a hard time grasping what he meant by that, I like to take them through a little exercise. I'll ask them, is there something that it's like to be you right now? Are you having an experience of being you? And of course the answer is yes. And then I'll ask, do you think there's something it's like to be your shoe? And I think I can safely say that we all have the intuition that the answer there is no. So even if this language isn't as accurate as we'd like it to be, and whether we're even right or wrong about the consciousness of shoes, we've admitted that we can make a distinction between two states of matter, one that is having an experience and another where that's not the case. So we can definitely distinguish between the two. We know what we're talking about when we point to that difference, whether the lights are on, whether there's an experience present or not. And so the mystery, as I see it, is why any collection of matter in the universe, even brain processing, would feel like anything at all. Why, when a certain light wavelength enters the retina and is processed by the brain, an experience of blue materializes. We don't think that a camera or a computer has an experience of seeing blue, even though they also process light waves and can distinguish between blue and other wavelengths of light. And the same goes for plants, of course. Plants distinguish between different wavelengths of light, and the further processing of these distinctions affects their subsequent behavior. But we assume that plants and cameras and computers can do all of this without having a felt experience. And so the mystery is, again, why do some organisms have a felt experience of that processing? I often use a worm as an example because we don't know if worms are conscious. They have brains and central nervous systems, but it's not at all clear whether the lights are on for a worm, whether it feels like something to be a worm. But if it does, it's obviously very minimal and nothing like our human experience. In the philosophy of mind, each type of felt experience, such as seeing the color yellow or hearing the sound of a bell, feeling cold ice on your fingertips, these felt experiences are referred to as qualia, or quale for singular. And it's not that hard to imagine a worm having very subtle forms of qualia. Maybe pressure changes as it moves through the dirt, or feeling an impulse to move in one direction toward food, or in another direction away from danger. And if any such experiences are present in worms, that is clearly a different reality than a world in which there are no felt experiences for a worm. And it's a difference that really makes a difference. Whether something is conscious, whether it's having an experience, is sentient, is a quality that's either there or not, whether or not we can ever know for sure. And so this difference is what I'm referring to as consciousness. Consciousness is so central to who we are. In some sense, it's everything we are. So it's easy for us to just fit into our view of the natural world without thinking too much about it. But when we take a closer look at all that science has told us about the universe, we're quickly faced with this mystery. The mystery of why it is that all of this apparently non-conscious matter somehow comes together to form a system that lights up from the inside. I think this is really one of the most incredible facts of the universe. And this is often referred to as the hard problem of consciousness, as opposed to the so-called easy problems. And the easy problems are, of course, not easy at all, but they refer to correlating brain activity with the specific experiences we have. So understanding what's happening at the level of the brain when we experience pain, for example, and all the different sensations and emotions that we experience. But the hard problem points to why any processing would have an experience associated with it at all. And this problem has been expressed by many people throughout history, but the philosopher David Chalmers, whose work has really influenced my thinking a lot over the years, used this term, the hard problem, in 1995 in an essay titled Facing Up to the Hard Problem of Consciousness. And this term really stuck. So now we have this great shorthand, which is very helpful for pointing to what is really at the heart of the mystery of consciousness that I've been talking about. There's a wonderful quote I included in my book from the philosopher Rebecca Goldstein when she's talking about the mystery of consciousness, which really captures this idea. She writes, "Sure, consciousness is a matter of matter. What else could it be, since that's what we are? But still, the fact that some hunks of matter have an inner life is unlike any other properties of matter we have yet encountered, much less accounted for. The laws of matter and motion can produce this, all this. Suddenly matter wakes up and takes in the world."
Okay, I just want to take a breath here before we really get off to the races with this documentary, since I think even these first baby steps into the mystery can be a bit dizzying.
Yeah, I'm never sure of the right pace for stepping into these things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I should announce that there are several points that we revisit over and over again throughout the documentary, and I'll take the blame if the risk of repetition is ever unwelcome, but I've learned how crucial it is to retrace one's steps in these conversations, and even slightly adjusting one's vocabulary or conception about an intricate aspect of consciousness could shift an argument in an important way and require reintroduction.
Yes, that's great. Thanks for taking that on. It's one of the reasons I'm grateful to have you here.
No problem.
So much of this endeavor requires challenging some of our most innate intuitions about our experience and what we call reality. I've always been interested in pushing the boundaries of our intuitions, and this is, of course, what science is largely about. Science forces us to challenge the way we typically view the world, to take a new perspective, to look out at the universe with fresh eyes. And every time we make a scientific breakthrough, every time we deepen our understanding significantly, especially as it relates to the fundamentals of reality, our intuitions get shaken up or shifted or molded into an entirely new feel for the structure of reality. And we can see that this process of shifting intuitions is involved in understanding everything from the germ theory of disease to learning that the Earth is a sphere. We forget that the discovery that microscopic organisms that we can't see or touch or smell or perceive in any way really have the capacity to kill us. was deeply counterintuitive to people for a long time. Similarly, learning that the Earth is a sphere rather than flat, as our intuitions led us to believe, took a long time for people to accept, even after celestial observations proved otherwise. And anything that happens at a significant timescale like evolution, we simply don't have an inner compass for that could reveal to us the fact that we share any of our DNA with fish, or with bananas for that matter, which we now know is the case. And of course, there's the deeply counterintuitive world of physics, from the general theory of relativity to everything we're being forced to grapple with right now in quantum physics.
How would you define an intuition in the first place? Is it the same kind of thing as a gut instinct?
Yeah, okay. Well, an intuition is simply the strong feeling that something is true, but it may or may not represent accurate information about the world. Some intuitions are incredibly accurate. Studies have shown that what we refer to as our gut instincts are often more reliable in some circumstances than deliberate logical reasoning. Mm-hmm. And I don't mean this in any sort of magical sense. We know that we process information in our environment unconsciously. So everything from smells to sights to sounds that all together can give us a strong feeling about the situation we're in. Gavin de Becker's book, The Gift of Fear, really impacted my life for this reason. Just learning how and why some intuitions arise, and that it's often important to listen to them. People who've experienced violent attacks often report that they had a strong feeling that they were in a dangerous situation, but they talked themselves out of it because they couldn't consciously point to anything in their environment that was giving them that feeling, and they didn't want to be rude to the person they had encountered. But there can be good reasons behind these feelings. So we can get a feeling that we're not safe by subconsciously noticing the signs that someone we're around is adrenalized, which is a clue that they're about to act violently. Things like dilated pupils or their skin being flushed. We also might subconsciously register that a door was left ajar or an item in the room has shifted slightly. And while we may not be noticing all of these details consciously, they all come together to give us this overwhelming feeling that something isn't right, or that we feel scared, or that we shouldn't trust the person we're with. But our guts can also deceive us, especially when it comes to understanding the universe on a larger scale, or at a more fundamental level than is typically required to navigate our everyday lives. And intuitions also aren't static. Many are definitely shaped and changed by our experiences, and also by gaining new knowledge about the world, as I was mentioning. Our intuitions have been sculpted time and time again due to scientific advances. To go back to the example of the germ theory of disease, which was quite counterintuitive when the discovery was made. And you can see this in children who clearly don't detect any danger at all when they get close to someone who's sick. But once we learn and absorb this set of facts about microscopic organisms, we actually develop a strong impulse to move away from someone who's coughing or sneezing or blowing their nose. And it's not just that we know to stay away intellectually, it goes deeper than that. We really feel it. It becomes part of our intuition.
So evolution has grooved some of these gut feelings, instincts, clearly with the goal of survival and gene reproduction as the prime directive there. But our knowledge can grow in such a way as to add to or even override or warp some of those intuitive instincts.
Right. But there always seems to be this period of time after we gain new knowledge when we're still wrestling with our intuitions before we can make real progress. And I think we're at a point like that with consciousness right now. So I think that if we want to move forward in consciousness studies and truly understand consciousness better, this is going to require that we drop some false intuitions and become really open to challenging some strongly held assumptions. When I was young, I would sometimes lie outside on the ground on my back with my arms and legs outstretched and just take in as much of the sky and horizon as possible in my view. And this was in an attempt to break free of my typical intuitions of up and down, of being down here on the ground, with the sky and the sun and the moon and stars above me. I would focus my attention on the fact that I was attached to planet Earth through the force of gravity and was whirling through space on a trip around the sun, to really get a sense of the reality that I was in, that I wasn't completely in touch with. So I'd lie there and relax all of my muscles and just surrender to the force holding me to the surface of our planet. And lying there, I could sometimes shift my intuition and really feel that I was in fact looking out at the sky, looking out at the rest of the universe rather than looking up. And the delight I experienced came from shattering a false intuition and glimpsing a deeper truth, even if it was just for a moment. This is one of the things that makes science so exciting and fun and deeply meaningful. I always like to begin this exploration with two questions that I think undermine our most reflexive assumptions about consciousness. It's interesting to contemplate our answers to these very simple questions and the fact that we have such reflexive answers that feel so obviously true. And then to realize that the reasons we have for our answers start to fall apart pretty quickly when we inspect them more closely. So the first question is, what evidence can we find of consciousness from the outside? So in behavior, is there any behavior we think is absolute evidence that consciousness is present in an organism or in a system? The answer seems to obviously be yes, and we feel that we have very solid examples to offer here. If I see my friend running towards me at the airport, for instance, with her arms outstretched and a huge smile on her face, I feel very confident that she is conscious. I think that all of the behavior I'm witnessing in her is direct evidence of a conscious experience of excitement and happiness and love. And we have this idea that we can name behaviors like this that wouldn't or couldn't exist without consciousness. But it's easier than you might think to challenge this idea. And the second question is similar to the first, and it's related, but it's coming at it from a slightly different angle. And the second question is this: is consciousness doing something? Does it have a functional purpose? Is it driving our behavior? And we feel strongly here, too, that the answer is a resounding yes. Of course, if I weren't conscious, I couldn't do most of the things I just did today, right? Consciousness seems to help drive my thought processes, especially regarding decisions. Even something simple like, do I want granola or eggs for breakfast? It seems like I couldn't know the answer to this without consulting my conscious feelings, my conscious desires. Consciousness really seems to be behind and driving most of our thoughts and actions, if not all of them. So these two questions are similar, but they get at our intuitions about consciousness from these different angles, and it helps to address them separately. So let's go back and pose question number 1. Is there any behavior we can witness from the outside that we can consider to be conclusive evidence that an organism is conscious? There are a couple of points we can make here up front. And one thing that's interesting is that even if we decide that there are certain behaviors that are evidence of consciousness, these behaviors clearly aren't necessary. And there are two perfect real-world examples of this. One is locked-in syndrome, and the other is anesthesia awareness. Locked-in syndrome is a condition in which someone has become completely paralyzed due to brain damage because of a stroke or other injury, but they've maintained a full experience of consciousness. They have as much conscious awareness as I have right now. This is an example of people who are not exhibiting any behavior at all. They really appear to be in a coma or in a vegetative state, but there is a full conscious experience on the other side that we just don't have access to. There's the famous case of the writer Jean-Dominique Bauby, who was a writer for French Elle, and he was paralyzed after a stroke. And it turned out that he maintained a very small point of mobility. He could still move his left eyelid. And miraculously, his caretakers and family noticed that he was moving his left eyelid and seemed to be trying to communicate. It turned out they were right, and eventually he and his caretakers developed a system by which he could spell out words through a pattern of blinking. He was eventually able to write a beautiful book about his experience of being locked in through this method of blinking. It took something like 200,000 blinks to write his memoir called The Diving Bell and the Butterfly. And of course, we know that there are other people who have this condition who are not able to signal any communication at all. And if Bobby's caretakers had not been able to figure this out, or if he had not been able to move his left eyelid, there would have been no ability for him to communicate this full life experience he was having. Anesthesia awareness is a similar condition. It happens a small percentage of the time, which is somewhat comforting. This is a phenomenon where during a surgical procedure under anesthesia, for some reason the paralyzing drugs take effect, but the drugs that are meant to make the patient unconscious either don't work or they sometimes wear off in the middle of a procedure. And because the person is completely paralyzed, they too are in a locked-in state. It's this horrific situation where they're undergoing surgery and they can't communicate anything about the fact that they're conscious, yet they're experiencing the full procedure, including all of the pain involved. These patients understandably often end up with extreme cases of PTSD, and there's a high rate of suicidal thoughts and some cases of suicide of people who go through this experience. But for the purposes of pondering the nature of consciousness, this terribly unsettling phenomenon shows that there can be as full as an experience as you or I are having right now, but with no ability to communicate or exhibit any of the outward behaviors that would usually drive our intuitions regarding the presence of consciousness. It's interesting to contemplate this while we look out at the world and at other systems that are somewhat complex, or even simple systems, and wonder, is it possible that there is sentience in these systems? That there's some level of felt experience, however minimal, that just isn't being communicated to us in a convincing way? Another example from the sciences that I think really shakes up our intuitions here is in plant behavior. Some of the behaviors found in plants and trees are somewhat complex and much more similar and analogous to behaviors that we see in human beings than we first realize. And in fact, the science is incredibly interesting because a lot of these behaviors actually stem from the same genes that we share with plants. And so I like to talk about plants, not actually because I think they're conscious, although it does make you start to wonder the more you delve into these complex plant behaviors. But the reason I actually bring it up is because we assume plants are not conscious. And it's easy for us to assume they're not, because their behavior, if we can even call it that, seems very different from ours. We can start with the assumption that there is no consciousness involved in the behavior of a plant. But then we have to grapple with the fact that these complex behaviors, ones that look a lot like human behavior in certain contexts, can exist without consciousness. The biologist Daniel Shamovitz discovered in his research that the same set of genes that are responsible for a plant's ability to detect light is also part of human DNA. So in people, these same genes regulate responses to light and are involved in more complex but related processes of detecting variation in light waves, so things like the timing of cell division and circadian rhythms. And the ecologist Suzanne Simard conducts fascinating research on underground inter-tree communication in what are called mycorrhizal networks. These are elaborate underground networks of fungi that connect individual trees and transfer water, carbon, nitrogen, and other nutrients and minerals between each other. And Simard's research uncovered the fact that the two species, the Douglas fir and paper birch, were actually interdependent and were sending carbon to each other underground and sending more carbon one way during the season when the paper birch needed more carbon for growth, and vice versa. And in addition, the trees were actually able to recognize which other trees in the forest had come from their own seedlings. Simard refers to these trees as mother trees. It turns out that these mother trees send more carbon to their own kin than to the other trees they're connected to in the forest, as well as making more room underground for the roots of their kin. Chapter 4 of this documentary is dedicated to plants, and I talk to Daniel Shamovitz and the science writer Zoe Schlanger, and we go even deeper into this fascinating research. And then lastly on this first question, I think the classic zombie thought experiment is very useful here. The zombie thought experiment was made popular again by the philosopher David Chalmers. This is a concept he didn't create. It's a thought experiment that's been around for a long time, but it was really made popular by him in the 90s. The zombie thought experiment entails imagining a human being or a set of human beings who act exactly like the rest of us, but are not, in fact, conscious. They're not having an experience from the inside. And now that we've had such impressive advances in artificial intelligence, I think it's actually easier for people now to run this thought experiment just by imagining robots. Artificial intelligence built to look and behave and sound just like human beings. We can imagine encountering a creature that's exactly like a human being in every way, but it turns out that on the inside, there's no felt experience being had. The zombie thought experiment is really the same as imagining sophisticated AI that isn't conscious. That it's like your desktop computer in the sense that it doesn't feel or experience anything from the inside, yet it's behaving in ways that usually only conscious creatures behave. I often suggest to people that they try a simple exercise. In your daily life, for a moment or two, either in a store or at home, even with people in your family, just try to imagine for a moment that the person you're interacting with is actually a robot, or a zombie, if you will. Someone who is not actually having a conscious experience on the inside. And if you practice this for a little bit, you can get glimpses, just for a second, of convincing yourself that that's the case. And what I've noticed is that this is very similar to the experience I have looking at complex plant behavior or the behavior of a starfish, which has no brain or central nervous system. It reminds me of how these things appear to me, which is kind of like something that's alive, but that I assume is not having a felt experience. And I think this is a really interesting perspective to arrive at, because it can cause us to wonder if we're perhaps running the zombie thought experiment all the time with all of these processes that we witness in the world that we assume are not conscious. It's just the beginning of shaking up our intuitions and breaking open our creativity a little bit so that we can think differently about consciousness in case our intuitions are in fact misleading us.
Okay. So we're just over the halfway point here in the chapter, and that was question number 1. Can consciousness be witnessed from the outside? And it was a bit of your argumentation that the initial intuition that it can be seems to break apart and dissolve into a no, or at least a maybe upon deeper inspection. I think that intuition is the easier of the two to break. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. The idea that consciousness can ultimately only be known from the inside takes some effort to realize, but I think most people easily follow me there. Mm-hmm. The second question does seem to be more difficult.
Yeah, and remind me again of the second question.
So the second question is about the causality of consciousness. Is consciousness driving our behavior in certain circumstances the way that we feel it is, the way we feel it must be? Mm-hmm. This is a pretty strong and stubborn intuition for us to shake.
And so when we look closely at it, it also doesn't hold up to scrutiny.
Right.
I mean, it really does feel like the felt experience I'm having must play some important causal role in the universe, or at least in basic actions like simply picking up a coffee cup or ordering from a menu. But you suggest that we don't really have a good reason to believe that at all.
It's worth noting that we don't think something like a self-driving car needs to love people in order to avoid hurting them. We assume that the appropriate programming, instructing them not to harm people, more or less, will suffice. And the same goes for plants, as I've mentioned. We assume plants don't need conscious experiences to perform the various behaviors we witness. Climbing ivy wrapping itself around branches, or a Venus flytrap snatching flies, or mother trees giving preferential treatment to their young. But for some reason, we do. And I think observations like this give us reason to at least distrust our intuitions about if and how consciousness is causal. But more importantly, modern neuroscience has given us many reasons to doubt our intuitive answer to this question, because much of the functionality we ascribe to consciousness actually takes place in what are considered by modern neuroscience to be unconscious brain processes. So there's some self-contradiction to be found here. The feeling of fear is usually one of the first examples that intuitively feel like good evidence to us that consciousness is causal, that the conscious feeling is causing the behavior. And I was recently debating a well-known philosopher at an Institute of Art and Ideas event, and he fell victim to this mistake as well. And I bring this up not because I want to embarrass him, but because it's such a natural, intuitive answer to give that even someone who spends a lot of time thinking about this stuff can make this mistake. He was arguing for the evolutionary usefulness of consciousness, which of course ties it to behavior. And the example he gave was the fear response we might have encountering a bear, that feeling the fear somehow provided an advantage to our ancestors. And this is a commonly held belief and assumption. But we now know that this is an example for the other side of the argument, because this type of fear response is considered to be subconscious. It's an automatic physiological response. But our intuition so strongly tells us that it's the feeling itself that's driving the behavior, it's easy to be misled. And this is closely related to binding processes in the brain, which take in many of the different signals we perceive from the outside world and deliver them in a unified experience. In my book, I give the examples of playing tennis and playing piano. So when we're playing the piano, we see the key drop down in the same moment that we feel our finger push the key down, and in the same moment that we hear the sound of the key being played. But those signals, the light waves, the sound waves, the felt sensation at the fingertips, these signals reach the brain at different times and take different amounts of time to be processed by the brain. So in my book, I say that consciousness is often the last to know. And I love this quote from the neuroscientist David Eagleman, who writes a lot about binding processes. He says, "Your brain collects up all of the information from the senses before it decides upon a story of what happens. The strange consequence of all of this is that you live in the past." And we'll hear my conversation with David in a later chapter. In the same way that taking an appliance apart and putting it back together again gives you a better understanding of how the thing works, brain disorders, which in effect dismantle some of the typical brain processes or illusions that it's creating for us, can be very helpful to study so that we can understand the brain processes and how they work to begin with. So agnosia, for example, refers to an inability to process sensory information, and there are many different types. There's something called disjunctive agnosia, which is essentially a condition in which binding processes aren't functioning properly. When a person suffers from disjunctive agnosia, they no longer experience sights and sounds to be synced. Obviously, this is a very disconcerting experience for the person who is suffering from it. So studying disjunctive agnosia actually gives us a better sense of binding processes and how they're operating in a healthy brain. There's also something called form agnosia, in which a person can only perceive parts and details of objects, but can't recognize the full objects for what they are. There's even something called finger agnosia, where a person can't distinguish one finger from another on their own hand. So as soon as these processes start to fall apart, we really get a better sense of what the brain is doing to deliver us an integrated experience in the first place. All of these processes can be interrupted. There's another condition that's extremely informative about consciousness in general, and really all areas of consciousness, but it's particularly relevant for giving us insights into the feeling of willed action in the condition of what are referred to as split brain patients. These patients have undergone a callosotomy, the surgical physical splitting of the two hemispheres of the brain for epilepsy patients who have not been adequately helped by other interventions such as medication. And as a last effort to help people suffering from frequent and debilitating seizures, they perform this surgery so that the seizures can't spread to the whole brain. And surprisingly, after the surgery, patients seem almost entirely unaffected. And in fact, it took some time before people started noticing the interesting circumstance of split brain patients. This research was done mostly by the neuroscientists Michael Gazzaniga and Roger Sperry in the 1960s at Caltech. And the scientists who were studying the split brain patients found a way to be able to communicate independently with each hemisphere.
What we can do is play tricks by putting information into his disconnected, mute, non-talking right hemisphere and watch it produce behaviors. And out of that,
this audio is from a filmed experiment with a split brain patient named Joe.
There's all kinds of complex processes going on.
So the right and left hemispheres of the brain receive inputs from the opposite side of the body. For instance, the left visual field is projected onto the right hemisphere of the brain and vice versa. Similarly, the right hand is controlled by the left hemisphere and vice versa. In a normal brain, these signals are then shared with the opposite hemisphere. But in split brain patients, because the corpus callosum has been severed, information is no longer shared between the two hemispheres. So the information is confined to only one hemisphere.
Joe, I'm going to show you some things. I just want you to tell me what you see. And here we go. You ready? Look right at the dot.
The researcher is explaining how input, in this case simple words, are fed to only one hemisphere of his brain. A word is flashed on a screen on only one side of a dot which Joe is instructed to focus on. The word tree was just flashed to one side of the dot, which is fed to the left hemisphere, which controls Joe's verbal functions.
What did you see? Tree. Right. Okay, you ready? Look right at the dot.
The word pan was just flashed to the side of the dot, which feeds information to the right hemisphere, the nonverbal side of the brain.
See it. Close your eyes and let your left hand do a little work here.
When Joe said that he didn't see anything, the researcher then placed a marker in Joe's hand, the hand which is controlled by the nonverbal side of the brain. He instructs Joe to close his eyes. Joe draws the shape of a pan. He then opens his eyes.
Okay, what do you got there?
Pan.
Okay, very good.
Now there's a lot that's fascinating about this and a lot to explore and get into. Most notably, it seems that the conscious experience of one person can in fact be divided into two separate islands of consciousness, essentially creating two minds, much in the same way we would expect conjoined twins to have two sets of experiences, even though they share a body. And we'll keep returning to this fascinating discovery, but there's another process that these scientists discovered in the left hemisphere of the brain that Gazzaniga dubbed the interpreter, which speaks directly to our intuitions about conscious will. So I want to dive a little deeper into this phenomenon first. During the course of the split brain research, the scientists would sometimes tell a patient to perform a task, but only to one hemisphere or the other. So they might request a task from the right hemisphere by presenting it only to the left visual field. So for instance, the request might read, "Please get up from your chair and walk to the back of the room." And the patient would stand up and begin walking. They've agreed to be part of an experiment, and they're happy to comply with the experimenters. But when the researcher asks the participant why he or she got up, only the left hemisphere, which is the speaking hemisphere, could respond. And this is where it gets very interesting. Rather than say, "I don't know," because the left hemisphere actually didn't receive that message and doesn't know why their body got up and started walking, rather than feeling perplexed, the left hemisphere does something very interesting. It instantaneously seems to have an explanation for why he or she got up and started walking. So the participant might say, "I was thirsty, so I'm going to get some water." And it doesn't seem to be that the person is making this up or feels confused at all. And this has led many scientists to wonder if there's a similar process playing out in a normal brain as well. If that function of the interpreter, as Gazzaniga calls it, is at play in a brain in which the hemispheres are connected. And if we're constantly coming up with or concocting reasons for our willed actions. And I should first explain that willed actions clearly feel the way they do for a reason, and feel distinct from reflexive or unwilled actions, or an action that might be forced upon you from the outside. All of our perceptions are giving us an experience which delivers helpful information to us. It's useful for the brain to be aware of why and how certain decisions are being made, whether something is coming in from the outside and is being forced upon us, in order to know what to do with this information and how to respond to it. And so it makes sense that the feeling of willed action has a specific character to it. But it's also, of course, possible that this is giving us a false picture of the underlying reality, in terms of our conscious experience itself being the thing that's driving the feeling or driving the behavior. And in fact, we do now understand that many processes go into making a decision prior to our conscious awareness. So just as our awareness lags behind the physical world when binding processes are in play, it seems to lag behind most of our decisions as well. Whether it's a simple decision about which route to take to work, or a more complex decision about whether to follow the impulse to reach out to an estranged friend, it seems all but certain that the brain comes to these decisions before we actually have the conscious feeling of having made the decision. The first studies of this sort were conducted by Benjamin Libet on simple motor movements where subjects were deciding whether or not to move a finger, say. And it turned out that using EEG, scientists could detect what's referred to as a readiness potential before the person felt that they had made the decision to move. The participant watches a clock that has a rotating marker like a second hand that's going around so they can easily mark the moment where they consciously make a decision. And the readiness potential signals detected by EEG could be detected before the moment that the person had the experience of making the decision. These signals were detected about 500 milliseconds before. And more sophisticated versions of this experiment have actually been conducted since then, producing the same results in far more complicated decisions. There was a fascinating study written up about in 2013 in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, in which they put participants in a functional MRI machine, and the subjects were shown two numbers on a screen and then asked to choose whether they wanted to add or subtract the two numbers. And they would note the moment that they made the decision. And based on the reading of the fMRI data, the scientists could actually tell up to 4 seconds before the person had made the decision, not only when they were going to make the decision, but which arithmetic function, to add or subtract, they had decided to perform. And even though these studies are fascinating and so counterintuitive, the truth is they're not necessary to prove the point. Not only do we already know that all of our experiences at a base level are in fact brain processes, of course, billions of neurons dancing to this constant electrical firing, but our own experience when we look at it very closely is actually all we really need to see the illusion of conscious will. You can run this experiment in a number of ways, but here's a simple one you can try yourself right now. Simply sit still, and in the next 10 seconds, decide to either move your hand or move your foot. Just make this simple decision a few times, and each time observe your moment-to-moment experience as closely as you can. Where does the decision come from? Do you decide what to decide? Or does a decision simply arise in your conscious experience? The truth is that when you pay close attention, you realize that the experience of having made the decision, that conscious experience you have, it truly just arises. And after many years of meditation training, which is similar to this experiment we just ran, practicing the act of staying present with your moment-to-moment experience, with great concentration for minutes and hours or days at a stretch, depending on the circumstance, it does become quite clear that we can't decide what to think or feel any more than we can decide what to see or hear. And in reality, my brain, in conjunction with the outside world, generates thoughts and feelings. My conscious experience is simply of witnessing it all unfolding. This is now obviously pointing us down the path of a conversation about free will, which can be somewhat controversial, and you'll hear references to this classic debate in many of the chapters in this documentary. But in an effort to avoid getting too lost in the semantics of free will debates, in my work, I like to make the distinction between conscious will and free will. Free will being the ability of our brains as complex systems that constantly receive input from the outside, to retain past knowledge through memory and learning and all of the complex processes that go into making what we can call decisions, based on all of the inputs combined with all of the internal processing. All of our behavior is clearly a process in nature that can't be denied, and I'm happy to call that willed action or decisions. I think that's clearly what they are, and that's clearly what the brain was designed to do. But we seem to have this sense that we have a will that is free and separate from brain processing altogether. A kind of free will that can swoop in regardless of brain activity and make its own decisions. And it often seems as though that part of us is synonymous with our consciousness, almost as though consciousness itself is the will. And it's that conscious will that I'm claiming is an illusion. It's all processes. And of course, all of these processes are still subject to the laws of cause and effect. The brain is obviously not a system in a vacuum. It's in constant dialogue with its environment, from the water that we need to continually consume to the ideas shared through language. If someone ran into this recording studio right now and yelled a simple phrase like, "There's an emergency and we have to get out of here," even without any more details, my body and brain would suddenly be in a very different state. So physical circumstances, including drugs, the food we consume, diseases, and all the rest, affect the brain, and ideas affect the brain as well. And it's the reason why therapy or learning to meditate can be so helpful in changing behavior. But at bottom, these are all physical processes, and whatever physical state your brain is in dictates how you feel and even the thoughts you think. And you can see this in people's reaction to the idea that we don't have free will when they respond with something like, "Well, if I don't have free will, then I'll just do nothing. Why do anything at all?" But the idea that we can do nothing is actually absurd. Just sitting still is extraordinarily difficult, not to mention ceasing to think, which I think very few humans are able to accomplish. If you've never tried to stop thinking before, I suggest you try it. It's surprisingly difficult. As long as we're alive, the thoughts, the sensations, the sounds, the sights, and all the rest will continue to move and to move us. We're not separate from our brains any more than our brains are separate from the outside world. And we're not just embedded in nature, we are nature. And the final thing I think is important to keep in mind about the illusion of conscious will is that there are different levels of usefulness for being aware of illusions. Take the flat earth illusion. We don't need to take into account the fact that the earth is a sphere in our everyday lives when we're walking down the sidewalk or driving our cars. We don't have to keep reminding ourselves of this fact, and attempting to do so would really just be an annoying waste of time. But of course, if you want to launch a satellite, you better understand the correct geometry of our solar system. And the same is true for the illusion of conscious will. In most circumstances, the usefulness of knowing that conscious will is an illusion, or of paying attention to it, is pretty limited, and trying to keep it in view would amount to nothing more than a distraction. However, understanding the illusion is extremely useful for neuroscience and consciousness studies, and I think it has interesting implications in psychology and the study of human well-being as well. I really do believe there's a way to view everything we're discussing about the illusion of conscious will in a very positive light, even taking the form of a transformative insight that can result in feeling more connected to the rest of humanity and to nature, and can result in more compassion for oneself and for others. So if you're starting to feel creeped out by this discussion, hang in there, because I'm also going to get into why I think this understanding of the illusion of conscious will can be quite liberating and beautiful in later chapters. So to wrap up our discussion of question number 2 regarding whether consciousness is performing a function or driving any of our behavior, I hope at this point the reasons are becoming clearer for why it turns out to be quite difficult to pinpoint any specific way in which our conscious experience plays a role in behavior. That's not to say that it doesn't, but it seems to be almost impossible to point to anything conclusive, anything that we would absolutely say couldn't be executed by a sophisticated robot of the future that is lacking a conscious experience. And I think it's pretty clear that at the very least, our deep sense that consciousness is behind much of our behavior, or may be necessary for certain types of behavior, is worth questioning.
Okay. And now before the final push in our introductory runway here, which is going to be more about what constitutes the experience of being a self and to what degree that experience is an illusion, I just want to step back and take stock of your personal connection to these big questions, if you don't mind, because I'm not so sure how many people out there spend time thinking about these types of things at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I just can't not think about them. And it's probably always been true of me since I was a child, I think. This actually reminds me of a conversation I had with a friend of mine, another documentary filmmaker, actually, when I was in the middle of recording all of these conversations for this documentary, and I was wondering how many people would even be interested in listening to them. But having a sense that there must be many more people out there who can't help but think about these subjects and these questions throughout their lives. And so she was giving me some feedback, and we were talking about the audience for the documentary. And she said, "Oh yeah, I was one of those kids, the trippy kids." And I love that shorthand. And then she went on to say something like, when all the adults were teaching us all that stuff about how to brush our teeth and get dressed and go to school, all the day-to-day stuff, we were the ones thinking, okay, but is anyone ever going to acknowledge or explain this insane situation we're in? That we're here and alive and experiencing all of this? That I'm over here and you're over there, and what does that mean? What is time? What is space? And where are we? Where did this universe come from? What is this place?
Well, count me in as a trippy kid.
Yeah, I'm sure you were one of them. I also had pretty terrible migraines when I was a young child, starting at 8 years old. And I think that experience really affected the way I looked at the world, too. There's something about dealing with extreme pain as a child that gets you thinking about different things. I thought about big questions a lot. Sometimes the headaches were completely debilitating, and I would have to lie in bed in one position with my head in my elbow and just not move for hours. It was so intense that any subtle movements would just bring on more pain. And so there was this sense of really needing to stay very still. And I remember the first time I just got so frustrated that I became curious about the pain somehow. I was just sitting there thinking, what is this thing that's so hard to handle? Where is it exactly? And I had this intuition to just get closer to it. And I noticed that doing that brought just the slightest relief. I would look for the pain, and I would notice it was hard to find or pinpoint. And I was really getting close to my moment-to-moment experience, as close as I could. So I was essentially meditating. I was meditating on pain in those moments. And that's also when I started becoming interested in consciousness, too, which makes sense. I probably didn't even know the word consciousness, but I recognized the mysteriousness of just being aware, or of just being. So yeah, I'm not sure what leads each person to these questions, really, and it's probably different in every case. But it's almost like they're so apparent and so obvious that we forget to ask them. And I think in some cases it just feels too destabilizing, which it certainly has for me at times. But some people really learn how to fall in love with the feeling of infinite freefall, of not knowing, but seeking and remaining curious, of wonder, really.
And those are the trippy kids. Well, that story also prepares the listener for the substantial amount of investigation into meditation that this documentary will also explore. So why don't we get to the end of this introduction with your explanation of the illusion of the self?
The self is a complex and tricky concept and appears under many guises. So I'd first like to explain what I'm not referring to when I talk about the illusion of self. The thing that is not an illusion is the fact of the phenomenon of human minds, or the healthy development and maintaining of what can be referred to as a self, along with our autobiographical stories. Insofar as each of us is a phenomenon in nature that we can label in the same way we can label a cat or a tree or an ocean wave. And the truth is that the activity of the brain and its related experiences is much more analogous to an ocean wave than to a static object. So when we look out at the ocean, we can see the waves, we can call them waves, while understanding that there's no real static thing that is a wave. The concept is useful shorthand for a dynamic phenomenon that occurs in nature, and the same is true of the human brain. So the self I'm referring to that I am calling an illusion is the experience we all walk around with of being a single concrete object that has a precise center or location somewhere in the head, the core of which seems stable across time. It feels as if it's a static entity, which can paradoxically claim ownership of the things that constitutes it in reality. So my body, my brain, my thoughts. It seems to somehow stand outside of all those things and is the thing that's doing the experiencing, that's doing the thinking. But we know that our conscious experiences are being generated by dynamic neuronal activity in each moment. It's analogous to an ocean wave, and that the self is actually an endlessly fluctuating process rather than a static thing. And so I believe this is yet another way in which a false intuition is driving a false assumption. One thing that becomes clear when you pay more attention to the experiences of conscious will and of being a self is that they're really two sides of the same coin. The experience of conscious will comes in the form of feeling like a self. It's the self that has the will. The feeling of will is actually one aspect of the larger, more all-encompassing illusion of self. So included in the feeling of being a self that is separate from the rest of the world is the feeling that this self has a freedom of will of its own, that it's somehow not completely reliant on the state of the physical system, which is, of course, the brain. And some wonderfully counterintuitive examples of brain processes affecting behavior can be found in the study of parasites and how they affect the brains of their hosts, showing us that what we think of as ourselves, in scare quotes, the qualities, desires, and behaviors that together make us who we are, and the way in which we feel we are these stable selves in the world is not at all an accurate picture. One great example is the horsehair worm, which infects crickets. Crickets normally will keep a safe distance from large bodies of water where they can drown. But when a cricket is infected by a horsehair worm, which needs to mate in the water, the cricket will plunge into the nearest lake or stream when it's time for mating season for the parasite. The parasite actually releases neurochemicals that mimic those of the cricket. And the addition of these specific neurochemicals to the cricket's brain change its desires. Suddenly, the cricket feels as though it must jump into a large body of water, and this, of course, is only to benefit the parasite. Another one of my favorite examples is the parasitic wasp that injects orb spiders with a chemical that causes the spider to build a web that's actually better suited to the wasp larva's needs than to its own. So it's a completely different design from the web it usually spins. And this new design keeps the larva safe from predators and has netting that is perfect for the larva's cocoon. Many of these parasite examples come from insects that have been infected, but there's also the famous parasite Toxoplasma gondii, which needs to be in the intestines of a cat to reproduce. So it invades the brains of mammals, usually rats, of course, because they are accessible to cats, and therefore the parasite can hitch a ride back into the intestines of a cat. And it changes the behavior of rats in really interesting and important ways. Rats are normally terrified of cats and will avoid them, But the rats that are infected with Toxoplasma gondii will actually lose their fear of cats and become drawn to them. They even enjoy the smell of the cat's urine, and you'll see these infected rats walking right up to cats. And this is the effect of the parasite, which gets into the rat's brain and makes these changes in order to increase the chances of entering back into the digestive system of cats, where it needs to be to reproduce. But Toxoplasma can also infect the brains of other mammals, including humans. And people who are infected with this parasite also exhibit really interesting changes in their behavior. And we'll get more into the specifics of that in a later chapter in my conversation with the neuroscientist Patrick House. So with all of these forces at work behind the scenes, from neurological processes to bacterial infections and parasites, it's hard to see how our behavior, our preferences, and even our complex decisions could be under the control of our conscious will, or what feels like a solid self in any real sense. It seems almost as if consciousness, that is the felt experience of all these processes, is along for the ride, watching or experiencing the show, rather than creating or controlling it. And to hit the point I mentioned earlier that I'll keep coming back to, for me, the fact that my experience is due to processing and electrical firing in my brain is really a magical, beautiful realization. I actually enjoy being pointed to this deeper reality in which we're swimming amongst an orchestra of fields and forces as a part of the universe rather than separate from it, and experiencing or feeling the universe unfold. This insight can be quite transformative and helpful to people. In fact, much of our psychological suffering has its roots in our experience of being a self, which is separate from the world and responsible for all of our personality traits and what we inevitably label as failures and mistakes, or characteristics or behaviors we're ashamed of or regret. And we now understand more about how this experience of self is created by a system in the brain referred to as the default mode network, and that when a circuit in the brain that connects the parohippocampus and the retrosplenial cortex in the default mode network quiets down during meditation or under the influence of psychedelics, people can feel a dropping away of this illusion of self in extremely positive terms. People talk about feeling interconnected with their environment, no longer feeling alone, feeling at ease and a deep inner peace, even no longer fearing death. And so while this documentary mainly focuses on deep philosophical questions and attempts to discover useful overlap with the neuroscience and physics, my intention is to keep these enriching and inspiring aspects of the terrain in view. So, let's see where all of this has left us. The assumption that consciousness is the result of complex phenomena is built upon these ingrained assumptions that we now realize are no more than that. Assumptions based on our experience, some of which we know to be straightforward illusions. We don't really have any concrete reason to think that consciousness arises out of complex processing, or that there's anything complex even required for consciousness, except for the fact that our brains are complex and we are conscious. Of course, it might be the case, but this ground is obviously not as stable as we thought it was. Despite the many advances in neuroscience over recent decades, the mysterious nature of consciousness has persisted, and this has caused more scientists and philosophers to wonder whether we've been thinking about the problem backward. In other words, is it possible that rather than consciousness arising when non-conscious matter is configured in a particular way, is it possible that it's an intrinsic property of matter, that it's always been here, that it's a part of everything in some sense? We have this problem that we have labeled the very distinction between conscious and unconscious brain processes solely on the basis of what can be reported on and what can't. For instance, I assume that the processes taking place in my liver right now are not conscious because I, in scare quotes, am not conscious of them, when this doesn't necessarily rule out the possibility that liver processing entails some level of felt experience, entails consciousness. The fact that a pregnant woman doesn't experience any of the things her unborn baby is experiencing is obviously not a good reason to believe the baby is not conscious. But so far in the sciences, we've been very limited by reportability. We have a deeply ingrained intuition that systems that act like us are conscious and those that don't are not. And this is entirely reasonable because the only source of reporting or behavior that we can interpret and therefore have access to comes to us from organisms most similar to us. As a result, the sciences have always led with an assumption that consciousness arises out of complex processing, namely in brains. But is this actually the most rational starting place? The truth is that we simply don't know if consciousness only arises in brains, or if it's a sign of complexity at all for that matter. And we're heavily relying on an assumption when we make that case. So ultimately, we have to choose between two blind assumptions as a starting point when we look out at all the collections of matter in the universe, all the organisms, and ask ourselves, okay, which of these collections of matter, which of these organisms contain conscious experiences? In the broadest sense, the answer has to be some or all. The only thing we have direct evidence to support is that the answer isn't none, because we know that at least our own conscious experiences exist in the universe. And so the sciences have thus far led with the assumption that the answer is some. And as I've mentioned, so have I for most of my career, for understandable reasons. And I'm glad that we did. I think this was really the most fruitful path forward, given the limits to the science that we currently have. But I would argue that the grounds for this starting assumption have become weaker as we learn more about the brain and have a better understanding of some of the false intuitions we walk around with. By the time my book came out, my own sense of the correct resolution to the hard problem of consciousness, whether or not we can ever achieve a true understanding, was split squarely between a brain-based explanation and a fundamental one. I wasn't necessarily convinced that consciousness is a fundamental property of the universe, but I was definitely convinced that it is a valid category of possible solutions that can't be easily dismissed. Panpsychism is typically the umbrella term for any view of the universe in which consciousness is considered fundamental. And while it's often useful shorthand for this category of thought, panpsychism is an antiquated term that was coined in the 16th century around the time when scientists were just beginning to wrap their minds around the possibility that the Earth might orbit the Sun. And it carries the further complication of being an ism, which implies a fully formed set of beliefs. So the term suggests that we have an answer, that we have a full theory available to believe in. So I've grown wary of using the term itself. But the important point to me is that even if panpsychism had never existed, if no one had ever come up with this idea before, it would still be a totally legitimate question at this point to ask, as a scientific question, as a question pertaining to physics. And the question is simply this: is it possible that consciousness fits into the fundamental picture of things? And especially right now, as physics seems to be hitting walls with the different interpretations of quantum mechanics and not really moving forward in the way that we had hoped we would by now, it seems to be an even more legitimate question. At this point, most physicists believe that space is an emergent property of something more fundamental, and some physicists believe that time will go the way of space, so that what we experience to be reality as human beings through our perceptions is very different from the true underlying reality. We'll get into the exciting details of the physics in later chapters, but what I've become very interested in pursuing, and what the remainder of this documentary will address, is this question: is consciousness fundamental? Could treating consciousness as a fundamental property of the universe help us make progress on any of the current theories of quantum gravity? Or alternately, do any of the established understandings in fundamental physics rule out the possibility that consciousness is fundamental? Is this even a type of knowledge we could ever obtain? Will we ever be able to come up with scientific experiments that can provide evidence to support one conclusion over another? And so this is where my journey, where my search for a theory of consciousness begins. And that wraps up our introduction. So welcome to Lights On. Lights On Chapter 2. Is Consciousness Fundamental?
All right, let me see if I can just set the stage a bit. So, okay, after spending years writing and thinking about this problem of consciousness, you begin to, maybe for the first time, take the question seriously that consciousness might be fundamental.
Yeah, when I wrapped up my book, I was pretty split down the middle. And at that point, I thought there was about a 50-50 chance that consciousness was fundamental versus being a phenomenon that emerges out of complex processing. But the more I thought about it, the more the idea that consciousness is part of the fundamental story just made more sense to me. It was always a hard conclusion to square with my intuitions, but I just couldn't get around the fact that intellectually, logically, it just made more sense. So at this point, I'd say I'm about 60-40 or maybe 65-35 in favor of the proposition that consciousness is fundamental. But yeah, at the time of these interviews, I was just beginning to think that it might be more likely to be fundamental than not.
And can we just pause that thought and consider why the proposition of fundamental consciousness, at first blush at least, sounds so big, maybe even like a radical proposition?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like most people, and certainly most scientists, I had always assumed that the physical world of non-conscious atoms and forces and particles was fundamental, and that consciousness somehow emerged out of that at some very high level of information processing in living systems. It didn't even seem like an assumption to me, but more like an obvious fact, that trying to tackle the problem of consciousness is analogous to how we might go about trying to tackle the problem of how hurricanes form. When thinking about a hurricane, the task before us is explaining and understanding all the forces and physical components that comprise the hurricane. Once you understand the physics, you can understand how a hurricane emerges.
Right.
And as is so often the case, in the process of scientific discovery, the previous supernatural explanations of hurricane gods, or whatever the explanations might be, depending on the phenomenon, those old explanations dissolve, and the phenomenon no longer seems so mysterious.
Okay, so you don't like the isms generally, but just to put sort of an umbrella term on that style of thinking, you'd call the conception of trying to explain consciousness using that same type of explanation of a hurricane physicalism?
Yeah, so physicalism and materialism point to a way of thinking or an assumption that the full explanation of consciousness just lies in our understanding of how it emerges from the mechanics of the physical world. In the same way that we let go of the idea of vitalism, that somehow matter needed to be injected with some magical component in order to breathe life into it, that life couldn't have simply emerged from the physics of everyday objects and materials. But I think if the listener follows me on this journey, they'll see that my curiosity on questions of fundamental consciousness is still a completely physicalist approach. I'm not in any way denying that an external world exists. I'm essentially just wondering what matter is actually made of, in the same way that all fundamental physics is asking this question. So even though it's a radical shift in the way the sciences have thought about things for centuries, and it still sounds crazy even to me, all I'm suggesting is that it very well may be that felt experience is what's at the bottom rather than at the top of all of it. But I wasn't quite all the way there when these conversations started.
Right. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I get the feeling like we basically have to start somewhere in these kinds of existential questions. We have to make some kind of assumptions, as you mentioned, that something exists.
Right. We'll probably always be stuck with that. something exists that gives rise to all of it, that gives rise to the universe or what it's all made of. And that something has a kind of infinitely receding horizon of our ability to fully know or understand it.
Right. And that feature, the infinitely receding horizon part of the thing, that's what we mean when we say fundamental, right?
Yeah, whatever is fundamental is what gives rise to the physical world as we know it. And in a way, the fundamental just is. It defies or eludes a deeper explanation of its appearance. If something is truly fundamental, then everything else owes its reality to its existence. It's a place where further explanation just stops.
Right. I can see how this way of thinking really brought you, straight into physics.
Yeah, physics is the science of the fundamental. So that was to be expected. And any theory of fundamental consciousness would have to fit into our current understanding of the physics, which is why I was so interested in talking to physicists about the different interpretations of quantum mechanics. And we do seem to be at a dead end when we try to do the opposite, to explain how consciousness could arise based on the configuration or behavior of non-conscious matter.
And that's the hard problem of consciousness.
Right. Physics is silent on why there should be a felt experience associated with anything at all. And I think all the efforts to understand how consciousness might be generated by physical material will also always be silent on this question.
So it won't turn out to be like hurricanes.
I really don't think so. Though I did talk to some people for this documentary who think that it will. And honestly, I'm still unsure, of course, but I'm definitely leaning more and more in the consciousness as fundamental direction.
Right. All right. Well, we'll definitely get to those, let's be patient with the correlative science kind of conversations a bit later. But let's first go back to the moment after your book is published, which generally invites the reader into the mystery of consciousness. And it left you with this big question about whether consciousness is actually fundamental, or at least questions about what taking that idea seriously would imply. You feel like you're kind of on the edge of something big. You want to discuss this idea further and see where it takes you. You're wondering who to call first and where to start. And you call who?
I called Philip Goff.
So what do you want to do? How do you want to do the...
I honestly just have a list of things that as I was reading your book, just wanted to talk to the book.
Absolutely.
So this is my version of that. Everything that got me thinking, where I wanted to kind of have a deeper discussion. If it's okay with you, I'll just go down this list. But it really is freeform, so feel free if you have a question in the middle, or if there's something else you want to talk about. There are no rules.
Let's go.
Philip Goff was a friendly place for me to start. When I first began to consider that consciousness might go deeper than we previously assumed, maybe even down to the level of atoms or electrons, the first theory I encountered in philosophy was panpsychism, and Philip is a philosopher of mind and a strong advocate of panpsychism. I had just finished reading his recent book entitled Galileo's Error. I loved the book, and I recommend it as highly as any you'll hear referenced in this documentary. But I ultimately think that panpsychism is the wrong framework and a problematic term to use for a variety of reasons, which you'll hear us discuss in this conversation. I also had a nagging issue with panpsychism since I first encountered it doing research for my book. It seemed to me that philosophers were making a conceptual error in what is considered to be the biggest obstacle to panpsychism. It's referred to as the combination problem. As a quick review, recall the mystery the philosophical zombie thought experiment so clearly reveals. If we're all configurations of seemingly non-conscious physical stuff held together by natural forces working in concert to form a brain, liver, bones, and all the rest, where and when in the construction process of a human being does consciousness appear? Panpsychism suggests that consciousness had to be there all along in some way, in the atoms, electrons, quarks, the tiny building blocks which make up the physical universe. Panpsychism describes consciousness as another property of matter, along with things like the mass, velocity, or charge. It suggests that there must be something like an experiential property, or a property of felt experience associated with matter as well, even at the microscopic level of individual atoms. And the combination problem arises when philosophers wonder how all of these very minimal experiences combine to somehow result in much more complex experiences of consciousness, like those of a human mind. Philip uses the language of micro-consciousness and macro-consciousness to describe the combination problem. It's something like individual notes and tones combining to form this. But as I've mentioned, I think the combination problem itself is ill-conceived, as it's grounded in the illusion of self. But I definitely had a lot of questions on this topic, and Philip knew his way around the details of panpsychism. So the first question this is just a simple one, which is whether you feel your view of panpsychism is still within materialism or not.
Well, I think that's a terminological question, right? How we define materialism or physicalism, and these are defined in all sorts of different ways. I mean, Galen Strawson defines materialism in an incredibly broad way, such that panpsychism is a kind of materialism.
Right. Well, and that is the way I see it too. And I guess that's why it came up as something I wanted to discuss with you. When I, follow my thoughts and the logic as best as I can to come up with a panpsychic view, I don't come to any conclusions that lead me to believe that consciousness would be something outside of the physical, that there's always matter present, or the physical world is present in some relationship with consciousness, in that they're completely enmeshed. They're not separate things.
Yeah.
It's almost like we've just missed this important fact that matter just contains an intrinsic experience wherever it is. But I wonder if you see it differently.
No, I think I completely agree with what you've just said there. Again, I think the only difference is terminological. So I think this is just a pragmatic question. We can define words how we want, as Humpty Dumpty said. It's just a practical question of what's the most useful. And I guess I kind of feel in disagreement with Galen that and perhaps you, that it's more useful to define materialism as something like the view that physical science can completely capture the fundamental nature of reality. Because I think that captures a sort of picture people have that, physics is on its way to giving us this complete story of space, time and matter. And, we can explain consciousness in neuroscientific terms. So I think it depends really whether you define matter as just this stuff. That's how Galen defines it. Just, it's this stuff, whatever its nature.
Yeah.
Or whether you define it in terms of the language of physics.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. And that helps me understand why you use some of the language that you do. And it makes me realize I think we agree more than I thought we did.
Yeah, no, it's good to talk about these things I guess we're talking about PR in a way, but it's important, isn't it, to try and, and it was, I like you said in your comment on my first chapter that I should have got much earlier how this is expanding science. And actually I didn't have that section at all in the first, and my editor, he got the impression I was just saying, science can't explain it. And then, he helped me make that clearer, that this is not saying science can't explain consciousness. It's our current scientific paradigm, and it's not even getting rid of science as we have it now. It's moving to something more expansive, and very few people are willing to deny the reality of consciousness. But I still think as a scientific community, in general, people haven't taken it on board as a datum in its own right, over and above what we know through observation experiments. Most people think the job of science to account for observation experiments. And once you've done that, job done. But, there's something else we know is real. So if you've got a theory that can account for all of the data of observation experiments, but can't account for feelings, your theory is wrong. So I think, that's the thing I'm most passionate to push.
Okay, so the combination problem, we may into the weeds here, and if we get too tangled, we can just abort and move on to something else. But you definitely see this as a problem for panpsychism.
Yeah.
My specific question is, if it's something we're considering is fundamental, and reductionism doesn't really apply to it, if reductionism leads us to the fundamentals, and here's the fundamental, how is it that we're then applying reductionism back to it again?
I guess I think there are two different senses of reduction at play here. So what one thought is the reduction of consciousness to non-consciousness. And yet that's not something the panpsychist is trying to do, clearly.
Right.
But the other thing is the reduction potentially of macro level consciousness to micro level consciousness. So, well, I'd like to know what you think about that. I mean, the way I think about it, I know you don't like talking about subjects, you'd rather talk about consciousness, but I guess surely in some sense there is consciousness associated, let's just talk about my brain, consciousness associated with macro level physical objects. And if you're a panpsychist, consciousness associated with micro level physical objects within my brain. So there's consciousness associated with the brain or large parts of it, and there's consciousness associated with, let's just say for sake of simplicity, particles in the brain. And then I think we need to have an answer to the question, well, what is the relationship between those the micro and macro level consciousness? And I consider in the book two options, which I think of as reductive and non-reductive. The reductive person says, all there is really at the fundamental level is micro consciousness, and macro level consciousness is wholly accounted for in terms of micro level consciousness, in something like the way a party is wholly accounted for in terms of the people having a good time. A party is not extra to the people dancing and drinking and so on. So for someone like Luke Roloff's, his consciousness of the consciousness of his brain is nothing extra to the consciousness of the particles making it up. Whereas for the non-reductionist, the consciousness at the macro level is something genuinely extra. So you could have everything reducible to the micro level consciousness, everything reducible to macro level consciousness, or they're both.
So all of that seems totally wrong to me.
So
because the way that I see it and the way that panpsychism makes sense to me, at a certain level, all of it is difficult. But the best way to describe it is that consciousness is some sort of field that interacts with all the other fields. And I truly believe, from my experiences, mostly on long meditation retreats, but also some taking psychedelic drugs, that our experience of being the self really confuses us when we try to think about consciousness and how it could be fundamental. The version that makes sense to me is, again, that consciousness is some sort of field that's interacting with these other fields, and that the sense we have of being this very isolated self that's having this experience is giving a false impression in that content, whatever content is possible in consciousness, everything that human beings have, and then there probably many more in other mammals and whatever kinds of creatures and whatever exists in the universe, there is obviously experience present across all of that in a way that is not necessarily broken up into individual islands in the sense that we experience them as human beings. And I think we're probably even wrong about our own experience. And I think memory is super interesting. That's the thing I'm actually focusing more on now, because I think when you take memory out of the equation, one, the sense of self also begins to fall apart. But it also could be that there is a lot more content even to this familiar experience that I'm having right now that comes in and out in a way that it just doesn't become part of my stream of memory. Even if we just think about something as simple as sound waves, you and I are in a room and a bell rings, the content of our consciousness for both of us, something new arises in it. based on other matter that's interacting with the matter of our brains. And I think there's a way in which it makes sense that consciousness itself cannot be broken up into bits. And that the separate, I usually use the word islands, but there's probably a better word, but the separate, what we perceive as islands of consciousness. So in my dog and you and me, and even if atoms are conscious, then we imagine each individual atom has its own isolated experience. That those are not, the consciousness itself is not isolated in the way that we are imagining it is.
So, I mean, it sounds like, I'm just thinking now, it sounds like potentially a really interesting academic paper on this if you think there's a way of avoiding, a way of just avoiding this issue altogether. Okay, so, but just let me try and get clearer on what you're suggesting. So, it doesn't seem to me that the problem is dependent on just believing in subjects. So say there are no subjects, say there's, we just want to talk about consciousness, but still it seems to me, is there not consciousness at the macro level and consciousness at the micro level, or
no? I don't think so. I think there's consciousness, that all matter entails consciousness in every point in space and time.
Well, what if we talk about the content then? Is that there's the macro level content and there's micro level content. So there's the content associated with the particles in my brain, and then there's the content associated with me.
Mm-hmm.
Can't we ask, what is the relationship between the content at the associated micro level entities and the content associated?
I think it's the same question as asking the relationship between the matter at those levels. I think we don't think of the way gravity affects the moon as the way gravity affects every tiny piece of rock that the moon is made of, and then apply that combining of the gravity of all of those little inlets. I mean, let's say the moon is made of pebbles, right? It's like all these little individual pebbles of rocks. We don't need to talk about gravity in that way, and it's not really the right way to look at it. Does that make sense? And I feel like that's what we're trying to do with consciousness. And it's because we're so limited in thinking that consciousness entails itself. And so this is where my experience to me is running up against how inaccurate seeing the combination problem feels to me, because this way that we experience the world is giving us false information about about consciousness.
Yeah, you should write an article on dissolving the sense of self. Gets rid of the combination problem or something. I think that'd be interesting.
Okay. And that's also why I called Philip first. He may have been a sympathetic voice to my musings about consciousness, but he wasn't going to let me get away with being unclear or undisciplined in my philosophizing. I appreciated him pushing me to formalize my thoughts in writing, and I challenged myself to come up with an analogy for consciousness if it were fundamental. Something that would maintain the quality of a fundamental property rather than being emergent, but something that couldn't be broken down into its constituent parts. So I tried on the idea of thinking about consciousness as a field. This seemed to work, so I started outlining a draft.
Okay, so consciousness as a field, like a gravitational field? That was the analogy where you began your draft?
Yes. At first, it made sense to me to keep consciousness at the level of atoms and still within space-time. And I was looking for a force or a field as an analogy that might help me clarify some things, and also put the combination problem to rest. So I was thinking about gravity and how its effects can be weaker or stronger, and potentially in more or less dense concentrations. And that type of thinking made sense to me at the time as an analogy for consciousness. But a gravitational field isn't what I ended up using in the paper. I'm not a physicist, and I felt a bit stuck at that point because I wasn't sure if the way I was thinking about things could work.
You're not a physicist, but you do know some physicists.
I do. And the first one who came to mind was a wonderful astrophysicist named Adam Frank.
Right.
I also knew that he's someone who would be open to theories in which consciousness is fundamental. So he was a natural place to start.
So before we get to that conversation with Adam Frank, where you actually end up swapping out the central analogy of that paper, just a quick note to the listeners here. There's plenty of references mentioned throughout the entire documentary and names which you and your conversation partners will toss around. For example, Philip mentioned Luke Roloffs and Galen Strawson. We're compiling notes and reference links to the relevant work for anyone who wants to dive deeper. And those can all be found at lightsondocumentary.com. If the reference is crucial or needs to be explained, we'll try to do that here as best we can. But we do encourage you to check out the notes and follow some of the threads. They're all worth your time and really fascinating.
Yeah.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask for my first of hopefully not too many reminders for the impetus of this paper and why you are so sure that the combination problem that someone like Philip Goff is explaining is really not something that we have to worry about.
Yeah, I really see it as a false problem based on the illusion of self, which I knew Adam would also be sympathetic to.
Okay, so for people who, haven't experienced it, this idea of consciousness without self is still really difficult to convey. It's like one of those you just had to be there kind of jokes.
Yeah. But distinguishing the illusion of self from the basic fact of consciousness is really crucial to track my thinking in this space. And I think that even people who don't have the experience can still get what I'm talking about when I reference the illusion of self in the way that I talk about it in the first chapter as being analogous to a wave. That at the very least, it's not a static thing that persists over time. That every experience we have as human beings is based on dynamic and ever-changing brain processing.
That's definitely going to be a theme in this documentary, your argument that the self-illusion causes all kinds of mistakes when thinking about consciousness. Okay, so all right, so back to your effort with this paper. So you have this gravity field analogy for consciousness bouncing around in your mind. You're unsure if it's even the best concept for you to borrow from science for your metaphor, and Adam Frank takes your call.
Thank you so much for doing this and all the scheduling and rescheduling.
Listen, I'm happy to talk about this because these days, this is very much on my mind.
Adam Frank is an astrophysicist and a very talented science communicator and author. He also happens to be an experienced meditator. But before we listen to my call with Adam Frank, we're going to just do a quick review of some fundamental science. You may remember the theory of gravity that Isaac Newton brought to us when that proverbial apple dropped on his head one day. Newton described gravity as a kind of pervasive force with laws that govern the attraction of objects in the world. In Newton's description of things, objects are pulled toward each other by a force dictated by their masses. The more massive an object, the more of an attractive force the object will exert. But then Albert Einstein came along and gave us a slightly different picture of the universe. Einstein described gravity as a warping of four-dimensional space-time, where space-time is the fabric of the universe, and heavier objects bend it in all directions, so that objects in motion end up falling along the dips and curves that other objects create in space-time. The usual way to picture this in 3 dimensions is to imagine a bowling ball on a mattress that warps and bends the mattress. If you were to then roll marbles across the mattress, they would follow the path created by the warped mattress and begin to swirl and dip downward toward the bowling ball. If you threw a marble at just the right speed and direction, and if this mattress somehow was floating in a frictionless vacuum, you could get marbles to circle the bowling ball for ages. That's what we call an orbit. But the important point about gravity here is that what we perceive to be a force is in reality a warping of space-time itself. In later chapters, you'll actually hear from some philosophers and scientists who think that this is also an incomplete picture. that space-time itself arises from an even more fundamental reality. And we're also going to get into how I and others think this view of space-time being emergent actually validates some inevitable conclusions we draw when we take consciousness to be fundamental. But I'm getting way ahead of myself. At this point in my exploration, I was really just still trying to find the right metaphor for this paper I was working on. So I'm going to be submitting this article soon. So do you mind kind of letting me know where I've misspoken and been confused about the nature of fields? I'm just turning to it myself.
Right, and the first part was the discussion of gravity.
Especially parts and wholes, and I'm a little worried that there's some things that I'm saying can't be set of fields that can be set of fields.
So let's see. But the place that you wanted me to look was the thing about gravity, the combination problem.
Yeah,
right?
It's on page 12, the first point where I talk about gravity.
Yeah. Just as gravity is a field that affects matter in space-time itself, consciousness may be a field that affects matter present in each area of space. We don't think of gravity as bits and pieces that build on each other. So I was not really sure that's the way. I mean, in some sense, gravity does superpose, right? If I have two gravitational fields and I put them together, or if I have, and again, of course, gravity is not even a field. Gravity is the structure of space-time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, in some sense, gravity must be a quantum field, but nobody knows how to do that because gravity is the metric, right? Gravity is gravity is probably
not the field I should be using.
That's probably true. Gravity, you might say, electromagnetism would be better.
Yeah.
But even there, it's superimposed. So if I have two charges, each one is going to have an electric field. When I put them together, they just add to each other.
Yeah. Right.
So that, I'm not sure if that's the metaphor.
No, it's not. That's the opposite of what I'm saying.
Right.
I guess, and the reason why I went to gravity is because, the very minor understanding I have of what we know and what we don't know. I mean, is there some sense in which gravity it's a pervasive field because in some sense it's affecting all time and space? Whereas like an electromagnetic field is specific to, there's not one field that's pervasive. There are.
But again, all right. So the weird thing about gravity is space. The gravity is the shape of space-time.
Right.
And space-time is pervasive because, space-time is the fabric. In the language of physics, the space-time is the fabric of reality. And so then gravity is the distortion in that fabric due to the presence of mass energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's why it's like calling gravity space-time is not correct because space-time just is space-time. It's the curvature of space-time that is gravity, and space-time is curved by matter, energy itself. So it gets really, it's like,
Yeah, but then you can also talk about individual gravitational fields caused by matter.
Yeah, but then you don't. But I mean that the field is the Newtonian picture.
Okay.
Right. So you don't. Then you'd be mixing your pictures.
Right. Okay.
What Einstein showed us was that what we thought of as fields, gravitational fields in Newton, was actually the local curvature, or the curvature of the space-time manifold. So what you could say, rather than talk about gravity, I guess you could say, just as in general relativity, space-time is the background, is the stage, right? So space-time is the stage on which all of the events in the universe occur.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at.
Space-time is the stage, and then and then the things that happen in physics is what happens on that stage.
Yeah, that's exactly the analogy I'm using for consciousness, if consciousness is pervasive and fundamental.
But I think if you talk about space-time, if you talked about, don't talk about gravity, but talk about space-time, as being the background that Einstein proposed as the fabric of reality. It is perfectly fine to talk about space-time as being the fabric of reality, and it is all pervasive. There is no place in the universe where there is not space-time. The space-time is continuous. You don't have more space-time over here and less space-time over there in some sense.
Right. No, but then that fits the analogy because the the view that I'm trying to describe is one in which content changes, but consciousness itself is not.
Yeah. That would work. Because it's right there in your metaphor, content would be mass energy, which distorts space-time, but you don't get any more or less space-time from one place to another.
Yes. No, thank you so much. That is the analogy. Okay, I had what I needed. Space-time was the metaphor I had been looking for. But I just want to play a little bit more of my back and forth with Adam here, because he introduces a way to conceive of consciousness as empty that I really liked, and that nicely foreshadows some of the explorations into the plant kingdom we're going to get into in later chapters.
I've been spending a lot of time with Varela's idea of autopoiesis, which is, it's hard to get your mind around it because, experience is hard. The problem with experience is that it's a loop.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't want to have some mystical, airy-fairy thing going on. You still want to be able to describe how experience emerges out of a world, while at the same time creating the world it's in. The best way I've heard it described is operational closure. That the organism, in its inception, the organism has to create and maintain the operations that allow it to be. And in the process, there is a separation of world and self. And another way of thinking that is there's the creation of the world. Like, it's just, I like Nietzsche's idea that, without us, it's all just a flux, an undifferentiated flux. And the idea that, there's atoms and planets and this all happens once. That's only possible once the observer has manifested itself. The world suddenly separates out into laws, discernible laws of physics after this autopoietic process occurs. And it's even a cell, it happens on the level of a single cell. The cell has to create a boundary for itself. And that boundary, it's an informational kind of architecture where that boundary sort of determines what's inside, what's self and what's world.
Sort of, but even that is perspective, because the cell is in no way separate from the thing it's embedded in. I mean, it's almost like even that is kind of based on a more of a human perspective of the cell.
But the cell, I don't think so. So I think that the autopoietic view is that the cell is separate. The cell has to be separate.
In terms of consciousness?
Well, a conscious
experience,
experience, right? Because experience suddenly manifests itself when the cell manifests. There's no experience before that. It's the cell. The cell's process of self-creation is when experience becomes possible, because that's when meaning becomes possible.
Yeah, I totally disagree. I totally disagree. I think.
So do you think that? Well, go ahead.
I think that our human perspective, which includes this illusion of self, if experience is pervasive in the physical world, I think this is a very unique and confused perspective to have, which I would doubt would exist at the level of a cell.
Well, but again, though, it's when we say just as you point out, right? I mean, one of the problems with people, when people hear panpsychism and they get their sort of knee-jerk reaction, as you point out, it's always because they're like, oh, what? So rock is, thinking, what am I going to do? Like, no, and again, this is why people who have no experience in contemplative practice just don't get it. It's like, there's a different levels of awareness. If panpsychism is true, then what the rock is participating in is some kind of bare awareness, which is, I think, with contemplative, if you have deep experiences in contemplative practice, after you go on it for a while, you actually begin to see like, oh yeah, there is way below my thoughts. There's this kind of bare awareness.
But I guess then in terms of the experience of that point in matter in a cell, the idea that there's an experience that is walled off in some way.
Well, we say walled off. I want to be careful when saying walled off. It's not so much that it's walled off, because one of the critical things that came out of the Madhyamaka and the Yogacara schools in Buddhism, to me, one of the great philosophical realizations of that line in Buddhism was the idea of emptiness. That at the root level of consciousness is empty. And the way I like to me, what I like best is boundaryless. So there's dual and there's dual and non-dual. Our normal mode, which would be for both us, for human beings and for the cell is dual. There's me and there's the outside world, right?
I don't think it would be that for the cell, though. It seems
but the cell does have experience, chemotaxis, where the cell moves up a sugar gradient, right? That sugar gradient is meaningful to the cell. The cell, the cell's not just an automaton. The cell
no, but I wouldn't expect the experience to be of this and that, or me and other, or I wouldn't expect there to be an experience that is of what the cell is that doesn't include or exclude anything else.
Well, I think the cell, I think all life, this is what makes life interesting. All life does separate, all life has a perspective, and then why I like the example of chemotaxis is that the perspective is now there's up the sugar gradient and there's down the sugar gradient. And without the cell being there, there is no sugar. There's no sugar gradient at all. Because there's no meaning. You have to already have separated the world into self and other for there to be the possibility of there's more sugar here than there. Because it
wouldn't seem that the experience of the cell is keeping track of any of that.
Well, okay. So I think the argument would be that in some sense, when you say keeping track, it has to be aware of it because it moves up the sugar gradient. It recognizes that there is an up the gradient and down the gradient and moves up the gradient. So it takes this flux of the world, which, has no differentiate, which is, from the non-dual perspective, is just all of one taste, as they say. There's no, there's no differentiation. And it creates differentiation by making up the gradient become meaningful to it. And that is the most elementary experience.
But that's true of inanimate matter as well. We wouldn't have to just be talking about life. You can then just talk about chemistry. You can talk about.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess this is the, so I would not agree with that. Or I'm not sure. Let me put it this way. I'm not sure. I do not have I have not yet gotten to the point of being dogmatic about my opinions on this. I'm so
I know. That's funny. That's why whenever I say no, that's not what I believe. I believe this. The funny thing is I don't believe I don't know what to believe. Adam Frank, along with his co-authors Evan Thompson and Marcello Glazier, wrote a book called The Blind Spot, which was published in March of 2024. It's a call for a scientific worldview, which includes conscious experience as an inescapable part of our search for objective truth. So I had my metaphor and submitted my paper to the Journal of Consciousness Studies. I entitled it, A Solution to the Combination Problem and the Future of Panpsychism. My solution, of course, was to claim that the problem didn't really exist in the first place. And I ended up writing a version of the same paper for a popular audience that was published in Nautilus magazine under the title, Consciousness Isn't Self-Centered. And I'll read a short section from that article. When discussing the combination problem, philosophers and scientists tend to speak in terms of a subject of consciousness, which is just another way of pointing to the experience of self in its most basic form. Therefore, rather than speak in these terms, it may be more accurate to instead talk about the content and quality of conscious experience at any given location in space-time, determined by the matter present there. The combination problem may in fact be a reason to favor a version of panpsychism in which consciousness is fundamental in the form of a continuous pervasive field, analogous to spacetime. Just as spacetime and gravity have an interactive relationship, consciousness can be thought of as a fundamental field that interacts with and is integral to matter. We typically don't think of spacetime as bits and pieces that build on each other. It's simply everywhere. And I don't think we should be tempted to think of consciousness, if it is indeed a pervasive field, as divisible into building blocks either. Rather, it makes more sense to talk about a field that contains a range of content, the content depending on the other forces or fields it's interacting with. In the same way that gravity is a two-way street, matter warps space-time, and the shape of space-time determines how matter moves. A consciousness field would imbue matter with another property, giving rise to the range of content experienced. Under this view, content is divisible, but consciousness isn't. Therefore, consciousness is also not interacting with itself as it would be in the act of combining. Considering consciousness to be fundamental allows for matter to have a specific internal character everywhere in all of its various forms. If consciousness is fundamental, then the questions that prompt the combination problem are potentially the same as all the other questions we might ask about spacetime in which we don't anticipate this problem. All matter would entail consciousness, and complex systems, such as human brains, would give rise to certain types of content in those locations in spacetime. If each individual atom has its own experience, consciousness itself is not necessarily isolated. The matter might be isolated, and therefore the content associated with the consciousness at that location is isolated. But consciousness itself would not be said to be isolated. Again, we can think of consciousness as analogous to spacetime. How it's affected by matter depends on the matter in question, its mass in the case of spacetime. Similarly, a consciousness field might be shaped by matter in terms of experiential quality or content. And this line of thinking yields interesting questions. How does the content that appears in an area of consciousness depend on the configuration of matter present in that location in spacetime?
Are there experiences of overlapping or merging content? Okay. So that article was published in February 2020. Do you still agree with your former self?
Well, the characteristics of consciousness being indivisible or irreducible, in the sense that it can't be layered upon itself or added or combined, all of that still holds. And again, I'm using the word consciousness here in that very basic and empty sense that Adam made reference to. Just the susceptibility to sensation, not necessarily taking shape or containing content. But you can hear that Adam and I differ when we get to the nuances of exactly what conditions are needed for consciousness to arise. So Adam was describing a very low level of complexity of something like the cell forming and distinguishing a boundary between it and its environment in order to create meaning. And therefore, for him, that's where consciousness or felt experience would arise, out of the meaning, out of the differentiating between self and outside self, the cell and its environment. But I just don't see how you avoid the hard problem in that case. And so it doesn't actually resolve anything for me. I think that if consciousness is fundamental, it has to go all the way down.
Yeah. And that idea from Adam Frank, when he introduced this notion of the appearance of meaning being tied to the arrival of consciousness or experience is really fascinating. Maybe suggesting that meaning might go all the way down as well. Or perhaps he was just linking this up to an experience of self in a way that you would not get on board with.
Yeah. I realize now, looking back on that exchange, that I didn't quite understand exactly what Adam was saying. I do actually agree with the distinction he was making about life and the boundary of a cell at the physical level. I was getting stuck on how he was describing that physical level being experienced in a specific way. And I still think that what he was saying about the experience of self is probably reserved for more complex mammals, maybe even only at the level of human beings. But even if consciousness is fundamental, I don't think that an experience of self would exist at the level of a cell. But the distinction he makes about the cell being the first place in nature that a system differentiates between itself and its environment with a border is obviously true and fascinating. And Adam wrote a great article on the subject, which I highly recommend. It's entitled How Meaning Emerges from Matter.
Okay, so without giving too much away of where your thinking has taken you in the subsequent years, back to that article you wrote that analogized space-time to consciousness or vice versa. What aspects of it do you now see differently?
Yeah. I think at that point I was really still trying to fit consciousness into a description of matter above the level of quantum mechanics. I still had some trepidation about suggesting that consciousness might in fact go deeper than the physical world as we know it. But my view still definitely does cohere with physicalism. I'm not being disingenuous or political about that. I still see my view as a physicalist, materialist view. That ultimately, if consciousness is fundamental, what I'm interested in is fundamental physics, what the physical world is at bottom and what gives rise to it, what quantum mechanics is telling us about the physical world, and how, if consciousness is fundamental, it would fit into that picture. And this is actually probably a good place for me to make another point clear that can sometimes be confusing when I bounce back and forth between the neuroscience and kind of a more macro level of things, and the belief that consciousness is fundamental, and so talking about the underlying reality.
Right. Go for it.
So when I'm giving examples about the brain and how it generates the types of conscious experiences that it clearly does, I'm speaking at another level of analysis or conversation. And there's no more conflict with that than there is for a string theorist to talk about aerodynamics, while understanding that there are deeper levels of explanation, where Newtonian physics and the rest break down. They're simply two different levels of description. At a macro level, the brain obviously gives rise to a range of conscious experiences, but what the brain actually is at the level of the fundamental, at the level of the particles, and then deeper, what actually makes up the particles, is an entirely different level of description. So I know it can be confusing, but it's really unavoidable to bounce back and forth between these levels of description on this topic.
Right.
So ultimately, I think physicalism might just be about consciousness itself. But yes, my analogy to space-time or a ubiquitous universal field, it just wasn't deep enough at that point. My space-time analogy would actually suggest more than an analogy. It would suggest that consciousness arises or emerges with space-time. So rather than Adam Frank's view of it arising at the level of a cell, the view I was writing about kind of just placed the hard problem at the emergence of space-time.
Right.
And we now know that space-time as a concept might not even survive scientific scrutiny, which actually makes a lot of sense to me, because if consciousness is fundamental, it intuitively seems to me that it's definitely outside of space at the very least, and perhaps outside time as well. And so it's at least conceivable to me that consciousness could be part of a fundamental structure that gives rise to space-time itself.
Well, okay, so we'll definitely be getting to thinkers who are making that case in later chapters. But to preview how you would alter that analogy if you were rewriting the article now at this moment, you think the stuff of the universe just is consciousness. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And the physical world is merely an appearance which arises from it, or an emergent phenomenon, or an illusion?
Yeah, so this is the thing, and why I really wanted to be so careful with this step. The phrasing that you just gave really falls under what is typically referred to as idealism. And many people's interpretation of idealism, at least, is that the physical world doesn't even really exist, that it's all mental, and the apparent physical world is something like an illusion, which doesn't have an independent reality outside of an observer creating or imagining it. And that's not at all the view I'm endorsing or imagining. And while I joke that I'm not even sure what I believe in, I'm not in any way suggesting that the physical world is merely an illusion. I do think that something is really out there. I just think that our experience of it is quite different than its independent reality, which is, of course, something that physics has already revealed to us a long time ago. So it's not such a new concept.
Mm-hmm.
So my view doesn't neatly fit into idealism. And idealism as a category is really littered with a ton of ideas that I don't stand behind and that I don't want to have any association with.
Yeah, that's the airy-fairy thing that Frank mentioned. I love that term, by the way, airy-fairy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Idealism and panpsychism, even for that matter, can really invite in a lot of those types of ideas.
Mm-hmm.
You'll hear people use them to make arguments about how it proves one or another type of psychic phenomenon, or that it proves the truth about past lives. Many people even make spurious connections between the strangeness of quantum mechanics to the strangeness of consciousness in philosophically unsound ways.
Yeah, or notions that rocks can enjoy relaxing on a sunny day or something like that.
Right. So my view, and I should say, all views within panpsychism in no way imply that your pencil feels pain when you drop it, or that it has thoughts. And this is really the kind of confusion that I'm trying to tiptoe around very carefully.
Okay, I think we should bring this chapter to a close here because we're tiptoeing towards theoretical physics now, and I think we all probably need a really fresh ear for that one.
Yes, that's a good idea.
All right, so a reminder of where we are in your story. The article had come out, and you were happy with it, drawing an analogy for consciousness to something like space-time, or should I say pointing to something that might be at the same level of reality as that of space-time? Is that a better way of phrasing it?
Yeah, I think so. I was thinking it might make sense to help pin consciousness at the level of reality that we perceive, that it would share the same emergent status as space-time.
Right.
At least that's where my thinking was at the time of these upcoming conversations.
Can I ask what you think about scientists and physicists and this question of consciousness? Like, how would you characterize the current state of the general attitude towards these questions from those fields?
Well, it's really all over the place. Most neuroscientists and physicists still just set the consciousness question aside or consider it to be a non-scientific or pseudoscientific question or endeavor. But more and more scientists and scientifically minded people in the last 5 to 10 years are becoming interested in this question about whether consciousness plays a more fundamental role in the universe than we've previously assumed. And when I do hear physicists showing interest in questions about consciousness, my heart jumps. And that's exactly what happened when I tuned in to listen to 2 physicists talking about consciousness whom I happen to know, Jana Levin and Brian Greene.
You're marching us from this completely austere, inanimate world of these theoretical principles towards a consciousness where life becomes a vehicle of consciousness that can reflect and begin to ask these questions, reflect on meaning. And so it's really at this next step when you bring in life as a vehicle for consciousness and you begin to think about, well, is consciousness exactly the same way? Is it absolutely reducible to the orchestration of physical particles and their relationship that consciousness emerges and there's nothing magic there? And this is, of course, still a very aggressive ongoing debate, although there are very few people who say it's anything other than.
Yeah, I mean, there's some, of course, that do say that you need more, but you're absolutely right. I mean, the progression is you have living beings that ultimately emerge from these processes. Some of those living beings acquire some degree of conscious self-awareness, conscious self-reflection. And the very same conundrum that furrowed the brows of scientists in the 1800s comes to the fore here again, because you can just articulate the same question but swap out some words. How can mindless, thoughtless particles come together in a configuration that somehow yields the inner sensation of thought, feeling, emotion? How can they possibly generate that if they themselves don't have any intrinsic version of those conscious qualities from the get-go?
I knew that I had to talk to both of them, and so I did. And you'll hear those conversations in the next chapter of Lights On, Chapter 3, The Dance. Lights On, Chapter 3, The Dance.
All right, just a warning up front to the listeners in this one. We jump pretty much right into the deep end of the pool in this chapter. All right, so we left off the last chapter with you publishing an article in the academic journal. That's the Journal of Consciousness Studies and Nautilus magazine as well. And you're happy with them, but starting to think that maybe the analogy of space-time didn't quite go far enough.
I don't know if I was quite there yet, at least at the time of the next conversation. But what I did know was that I was really now in the realm of physics. I was interested in trying to figure out a place for consciousness in our current understanding of physics.
Or vice versa, perhaps.
Right. I knew there were all sorts of unknowns in the area of quantum mechanics and many different theories and interpretations of the experimental results. And I wanted to know if any of these theories negate the hypothesis that consciousness is fundamental, or if they leave room for it, or if even placing consciousness in a fundamental role actually helps move any of these current theories forward. There's this relationship between philosophy and science that's really interesting. It's like a dance. Philosophy can pose questions that science then sets out to answer. And sometimes those questions can be really clarifying to the science itself. The questions can steer the science or sharpen the inquiries. And the reverse process obviously also happens all the time, where science makes discoveries and informs or overturns or disputes the philosophy. And that might be the part of the dance we're at with quantum mechanics at the moment. But sometimes this relationship comes with a lot of tension. And I really think the tension is unhelpful and unnecessary. The philosopher and author Rebecca Neuberger-Goldstein wrote about this tension really beautifully in a Free Inquiry Journal article in 2018. It was titled, "The Philosophers and the Scientists Should Be Friends." And that kind of says it all. It's a great article, though, that I highly recommend. And there's a link to it in the notes.
So you had a feeling that science needed you.
Well, yeah, I guess, but I'm not sure I would put it that way. It certainly needs philosophers right now. Most scientists aren't trained philosophers and aren't necessarily skilled in the type of thinking that philosophy requires. It's a very different skill than mathematical thinking and other types of scientific thinking. They have a lot of important things in common, which I think is seeking truth and being willing to upend one's intuitions in order to see a truth that might feel uncomfortable or counterintuitive. And I think they're both excellent tools for that. And of course, philosophy, as I said, is in turn always shaped and informed by discoveries in physics. And in order to think clearly about the idea that consciousness is fundamental, I needed to better understand the physics and these different interpretations of quantum mechanics.
And so you called?
I called Sean Carroll. This many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics kind of gives us an outcome that I think we should talk about and is very interesting. And I have a lot of questions about it. But my first question is just, does it give us information about the deeper reality? Is it giving us more to go on in terms of understanding the fundamental reality that's giving rise to space and time and these many worlds?
Yeah, I would say it absolutely does. Of course, all of this is provisional. All of this is stuff we don't completely understand. We're being good scientists. We're making hypotheses and then trying to test them. As far as the deepest levels of reality is concerned, there's two aspects to that question. One is, are you a naturalist, right? Do you think that it's just the natural world, or do you think that the deeper levels of reality require something beyond the natural world? So many worlds is a naturalist account, but first you have to decide that you're a naturalist.
Yeah.
And then
I can say that I am, just for our
good,
conversation.
Very good for the record. But then, fine, you have to say, okay, even as a naturalist, is this particular version of the fundamental laws of physics plausibly as fundamental as it gets? And I would say absolutely yes. I would say that that's the aspiration of the theory, is to say that the world, all of reality, is modeled as a wave function, as a quantum state evolving in a certain mathematical space according to an equation, which we know the general form of, although not the specific form. And everything else is emergent from that. Space, people, dogs, cats, planets, stars, all of that is somehow found within this evolving quantum wave function according to many worlds.
Sean Carroll is a physicist, author, and one of the best science communicators out there. And he's also an absolutely tireless debater. He's willing to get into the conversational arena with just about anyone on topics that might encroach on physics. and he doesn't shy away from conversations with philosophers who present theories of consciousness that clash with his perspective. It's really one of the things that I appreciate most about him, and it's the primary reason that I wanted to speak to him, along with the fact that Sean strongly favors the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, and this was one of the interpretations that I understood the least about. To help track this conversation, I'll give a very brief overview of the relevant physics. So with the caveat that I'm not a physicist and only have the most basic grasp of these topics, I'll attempt to explain the problem quantum mechanics poses and the solution the many worlds interpretation offers. The apparent paradox that arises out of the quantum realm is illustrated clearly in the results of the double-slit experiment and what's referred to as the measurement problem. The double-slit experiment famously demonstrates that light acts both as a particle and a wave. But in addition, that light reliably behaves like a particle when individual photons are measured. It's quite difficult to describe the setup of this experiment without a visual aid, so I recommend checking out all of the resources I've provided in the notes if you're not already familiar with this experiment. But I'll do my best to describe it. In the double-slit experiment, a beam of light is directed at a plate in which there are two parallel slits with a screen on the opposite side that absorbs and records the light that passes through the slits. If light is made up of individual particles, you would expect to see two lines recorded on the screen on the other side of the slits, in the same way that you'd expect two lines to form if you sprayed paint with a spray bottle at a board with two open slits and paper on the other side. But if light is wave-like by nature, you'd expect to see an interference pattern appear on the screen on the other side of the slits, in the same way you'd see an interference pattern if you pushed a gush of water through two small slits in a dam or a wall. And what they found when they ran the experiment was that light, in fact, acts like a wave in this circumstance. It passes through both slits and results in an interference pattern on the screen. But one of the strangest things about this experiment is that the interference pattern shows up even if the light is emitted one photon at a time. This means that somehow a wave-induced interference pattern is still created even though there's no actual interference we can detect between individual photons according to classical physics. It's as though each photon, wave-like, has passed through both slits simultaneously. And this is where the measurement problem comes in. If a measuring device is placed at the slits to determine which of the slits each individual photon passes through, the photons then act like particles, definitively passing through either one or the other of the slits and forming two parallel bands on the screen, as particles would be expected to, and not the interference pattern. This is the canonical demonstration of wave-particle duality in quantum mechanics. This experiment reveals that particles act differently depending on whether or not they're being measured or observed in some way. Without a measurement, light acts like a wave, and when it is measured, it takes on the characteristics of individual particles. But what exactly constitutes a measurement is still disputed among physicists. Some have made the claim that in order for light to behave like a particle, not only does a measurement have to be made, but that measurement has to be consciously observed. It's hard for me to see how anyone can definitively state that consciousness is implicated in the strangeness of the double-slit experiment. So here I follow the overwhelming consensus among scientists that photons exist in many possible states at once until interacting with something at the macro scale, but we simply don't understand what exactly that something entails. But whatever is going on that we don't fully understand, we know that something significant takes place when an interaction occurs between individual particles and the world on a macro scale. And you'll hear I'll be referring to an event of this kind as a quantum event, or as a collapse of the wave function. And this is because a wave function is the equation that maps out the probability of a particle being in any particular location before it's measured or observed. at which time it lands in a definite location upon observation, as we saw in the double slit experiment, and the wave function collapses. So these terms, quantum event and collapse of the wave function, are interchangeable, and I'll be using them throughout. And it's this mysterious behavior that gives rise to thought experiments such as the famous Schrödinger's cat, developed by the Nobel Prize-winning physicist Edwin Schrödinger, in which there is a cat in a box whose life depends on a quantum event. It goes like this. A cat is in a box in which a poison will be released when a quantum event occurs. In one scenario, a poison will be released that kills the cat. In another, it won't, and the cat will survive. But the superposition won't be resolved until observed. And so it is said that until observed, the cat is in a superposition of being both alive and dead. And you'll hear in my conversations with physicists over and over again that there seems to be an irreconcilable paradox here when we try to account for conscious experiences in the universe if we accept this outcome. But I'm getting ahead of myself again. The results of the double slit experiment is all you really need at this point to follow me on my journey here. So Sean Carroll's answer to the questions that arise out of quantum mechanics is the many worlds hypothesis, which was first proposed by Hugh Everett in 1957. The thesis posits that when a measurement is made and we observe a particle in a particular state, the universe actually branches into different worlds in which both possible outcomes are realized, but in different worlds. The world with Schrödinger's cat would split into two identical worlds at the moment of the quantum event, but in one, the poison is released and the cat perishes, and in the other, the cat survives. Both outcomes actually play out in the larger universe. The Everettian or many worlds interpretation concludes that there is not just a wave function for every particle, but for the entire universe, which plays out in such a way that every time a quantum event occurs, the world it occurs in splits into identical worlds. These worlds then evolve according to their own trajectories, and they continue to split each time there's a quantum event in each of these worlds. And so the entire universe, with a capital U, that includes everything and all of the worlds, is made up of an infinite or close to infinite number of these worlds or branches that keep splitting down new branches with every quantum event. These aren't the parallel universes which get fictionalized by Hollywood. The Everettian worlds of the many worlds interpretation do not interact, by definition. And so I think you can begin to see how all of this overlaps with questions about consciousness, if consciousness is fundamental. So I had a lot to talk to Sean about. There's one quote in your book that I had a hard time digesting. I might just start with that. I'd love to hear you explain this a little more. You say, Bell's result does not imply that we have to include spooky action at a distance in Everettian quantum mechanics, as it does for boring old single-world theories. The correlations don't come about because of any kind of influence being transmitted faster than light, but because of branching of the wave function into different worlds in which correlated things happen. Specifically, what do you mean by correlated things happening?
That's right. And this goes back to what we were saying before about how do you describe branching emanating from a single event? Do you think that it happens simultaneously throughout the whole universe, which would be sort of the many worlds version of spooky action at a distance? And the answer is yes, you're allowed to talk about it that way. But there's another way you're allowed to talk about it if you really, really, really don't want anything going faster than the speed of light. You can imagine that the branching happens within your future, but it spreads out slower than or at the speed of light.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's true, then basically what happens is the branching happens and at some point it reaches the person far away, and then there will be two different versions of that person suddenly created, a certain number of years later if they're light years away, and the version on one branch has some properties and the version on the other branch has other properties.
Interesting. Depending on perspective, you're saying, depending on how you look at it or how you measure it, there are different outcomes in terms of how many branches you might see.
That's right.
And so I guess, okay, so from your perspective, however many conscious experiences are being had within those branches, it doesn't matter. I guess
there's no such thing as the number of conscious experiences.
Yeah. Well, so number is wrong, but the amount. So to me, and this is partly just my perspective and my work on consciousness, in many ways, it is the only thing that matters and the only thing that we know exists, right? The classic example of being a brain in a vat, or, we're in some simulation of the universe. These could be true, and we wouldn't have any way of knowing just based on our conscious experience. I am having an experience right now, and I agree with you that it's not something that you can be reductionist about really in any sense, because you can't really get to what a moment of consciousness is, or you can't break it apart into pieces, even at the level of time. But in some sense, it is the one true thing, at least for me, from my perspective right now. There's consciousness happening right here at this point in space and time. And for it to not be there would be a different state of things. And so I'm a little bit just getting stuck on the philosophical interest here in how it could not matter whether there is more experience being had or less.
There's two different problems, questions, issues intersecting here. One is how we divide up the many worlds of quantum mechanics into individual worlds and individual people. And my point is that there's some fundamental choices that get made there that's not completely fixed by the physics. There are questions of convenience in our approach to describing what is happening in the physical world that have ambiguities. There's certain circumstances under which you can say, oh, there's one person there or there's two people there. The other issue is the issue of conscious experiences. How do we divide those up, right?
Yeah.
And so the lesson of quantum mechanics is, if it doesn't matter how many worlds you have, what matters is the fraction of worlds that have a certain feature versus another feature, then we can make exactly that set of claims about consciousness as well. There's nothing in this naturalistic perspective that singles out consciousness as any different than any other physical thing that is happening in the universe.
In the universe where there is this conscious experience I'm having, which in some sense can't be broken down in any way. The experience itself is what it is and may or may not map onto anything real about the physics. But the experience is very much there. If you said from a different perspective, this experience is not here, you seem to be running into a paradox. I can grasp it from a physics perspective, from a mathematical perspective, but the moment we include conscious experiences, there's no sense in which it kind of is there or it's not. And this may just be, how limited we are in our ability to understand what's actually going on. If there's no way in which this experience can be had at this location in space-time and at the same time not being had, it doesn't seem like something that a different perspective from the universe can have a say in whether or not exists.
Well, I think maybe we disagree here, because I think that consciousness is fully supervenient on the physical stuff going on. I do not think it is in any sense unified or irreducible or anything like that. It's very approximate. It's very higher level. It's something that, of course, is going to dissolve under turning the description into one that is microscopic and physical. Like the classic example is everyone agrees that there's a chair right here. And if I remove an atom, it's still a chair. And if I keep removing atoms, it will eventually stop being a chair. But there's no point at which everyone says, oh, yes, it just flipped from being a chair to not being a chair. Consciousness is exactly the same way. I think that it's something that applies very obviously in some circumstances and is not as good a fit in others.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that up to a point in that, and I think we just don't know the answer to this, but just from a philosophical standpoint, we don't know whether there is a more black and white on-off situation, because if we're purely talking about experience, wherever that comes online for a brain, the concept of a chair, you can't say we take this atom away and there's no chair and then you put it in and there's the chair. But for conscious experience, there is either experience or there isn't. And the first appearance of experience can be very, very minimal, and you can have a gradation. We don't even know how far that spans. But in terms of the moment at which a collection of atoms are doing something that causes experience to start taking place, at the very low end of the spectrum, it has to go from nothing to something. And I could be totally wrong about that, but it seems hard to get around that state of the world in which you have a physical thing there's no consciousness, and whatever change occurs, you slowly move the dial in one direction. At a certain click, the lights come on.
Yeah, so I don't see things that way at all. I think that whether or not we look at things in terms of different kinds of animals, like me and my cat and an earthworm and an amoeba, there's certainly gradations of consciousness there. And even me in my everyday life, when I'm falling asleep, can be less or more conscious. There are phase transitions, just like, water freezes, but you can say with confidence that this ice cube is frozen and this puddle of water is not, but it's a gradual process along the way. I think consciousness is the same way.
I mean, at some point, your brain, I imagine you believe this is true, will not be conscious, either through anesthesia or death or whatever causes.
Yep. Hopefully I'll go to sleep
tonight. There'll be zero experience happening. Yeah. So the moment you get to the place where experience begins, there is a point at which you go from nothing to something.
Well, again, I think it's gradual. There's a spectrum.
Right, but if there's a spectrum and at some point you fall off the spectrum and there's zero consciousness, there's a point at which you get on the spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, just like there's zero wetness in a single atom, but as you build up more and more atoms to make water and then to make a bunch of water molecules, it becomes wet. But it's a subjective thing because this is a higher order emergent phenomenon that makes perfect sense in a limit where there are many, many particles doing a certain kind of thing. But if you try to probe exactly where it appears, that's just not an appropriate question to ask.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure I totally agree. It's certainly not a question we are anywhere near being able to ask or answer at this point.
Okay, I warned the listener that we were going to be plunging right into the deep end, and I'm trying to tread water over here and wrap my mind around all this stuff.
I know, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Welcome to my world.
Right. Well, I should also point out that you had long conversations with each of the people that we're featuring in this entire documentary, and those are, of course, more expansive and in depth than the parts that I'm tapping for the purposes of this particular narrative. So just a note to the listener that they should check out the further reading and listening list that we provide in the notes if they're willing to go even deeper.
Yeah, Sean Carroll's new book, Something Deeply Hidden, is the book that I had just read as prep for that conversation. It's a fantastic book, and I learned so much reading it, and actually came to really become a proponent in some ways of many worlds. But ultimately, the conclusions that are drawn about the way the universe works and the way that it seems to me that conscious experiences can in some instances become negated, I found that to be really problematic.
Yeah, there was something that Sean said at the very beginning of that clip that I wanted to go back to because I feel like we're going to be hitting the wall constantly in this documentary. It was your question about whether the wave function was revealing or referring to any deeper truth about reality. And he answered first by establishing himself and declaring himself as a naturalist. And given that assumption of naturalism as a framework, he said that it's as fundamental as it gets.
Yeah. And I also announced my membership in the Naturalism Club.
Yeah. Right. Can you drill into those just a bit more for me?
Naturalism is simply a commitment to the idea that the fundamental reality is governed by natural laws and that supernatural or metaphysical explanations are unnecessary for understanding the universe. And I absolutely do fall into that category. I think that ultimately discovering what those laws are and how they work covers most of the pursuit of science. And to Sean's credit, he's trying to follow the physics and the math as strictly as he can and stick to their straightforward implications.
Which, as odd as it seems, is the many worlds interpretation. So something must be off in the interpretation in your view.
Yes, but the problem I see there exists in other interpretations of quantum mechanics as well. The famous Schrodinger's cat thought experiment draws a similar conclusion about things that happen in the universe, which, once you bring consciousness in, are very hard to make sense of. This is actually something I talked to Lee Smolin about later in the documentary as well. And one of the reasons he's continuing to work on a new interpretation of quantum mechanics, a new theory, is because of this problem that arises with negating conscious experiences. So, in the famous Schrodinger's cat thought experiment, we're left to conclude that there's a potential circumstance in which poison being delivered to a cat is dependent on a quantum event. And so there's a superposition in which the cat has been poisoned and has died, and the cat is also alive, that both things need to be true until the box is open. The problem with that is that unlike a physical system, which could potentially be described in many different ways, could look different from different perspectives, the felt experience, if you change it, by definition, is no longer the felt experience. It has to be identical to it because there is no other perspective of the experience itself. And so if a cat has a felt experience, it's hard to see around the fact that that experience is either one that exists in the universe or doesn't. And one of the things I actually really like about Many Worlds is it resolves that issue. So under the Many Worlds interpretation, there's no limbo state. The cat is alive in one world and dead in the other. And so it preserves whatever conscious experiences the cat was having when it was alive. And there's no in-between state of a conscious experience that does and doesn't exist at the same time. But specifically, this issue of negating conscious experiences arises in the Many Worlds interpretation as a natural outcome of the theory when general relativity comes into play at a macro scale. So according to Sean's explanation, no perspective of the entire universe, with a capital U, is more valid than another, and each one, in terms of how many branches exist in the universe, is a complete description of the universe. And so depending on one's location, the universe can have a different number of branches from different perspectives. And I'm not sure if other people would agree with Sean, but he seemed to insist that the number of branches aren't really consequential, and that in the same way that 2 + 2 = 4 is essentially the same as 3 + 1 = 4. It's all the same numbers. It all amounts to the same thing. You can look at the same thing different ways. When it comes to conscious experiences, that's not possible because the felt experience itself is the thing. And it doesn't matter if it looks different from a different perspective. The thing itself is the experience, the feeling. And so if you change it, it is no longer that feeling. And so the complication you run into with Many Worlds is if something happens on one branch that doesn't exist from another perspective, yet that other perspective includes the entire universe with a capital U, there's a paradox of sorts there. There's a way in which a complete description of the universe has to negate conscious experiences on a branch. And this actually falls apart in a very specific way in an example that I gave to Sean. And the example is this. If I exist on one of the many, possibly infinite worlds in our universe, and a quantum event happens, my world will split into two, and there will be two versions of me, and then those two worlds will evolve on their own and eventually diverge. So far, so good. However, if two quantum events happen simultaneously from my perspective, the world that I'm currently in will split into four. And that follows cleanly from the many worlds interpretation. This all still works fine in terms of conscious experiences. The problem arises if you place yourself far enough away in my world so that relativity kicks in. From that other perspective, those two quantum events that happen simultaneously from my perspective will happen in succession, one after the other, from a far enough point in this world. And in that case, the world I'm in at the moment of my world splitting into four from my perspective, from another perspective, only splits into two. And so if something happens on branch or world 3 or 4, those specific branches don't exist. And if another perspective gives a complete picture of the universe with a capital U, there are conscious experiences potentially that could happen on branch 3 and 4 that don't get included in the full picture of the universe. And that seems like a glaring problem to me. And it's possible that there's something here that I'm missing, which I actually hope, because I more and more feel that many worlds, for the most part, handles this issue with negating conscious experiences very well by providing worlds for every conscious experience to play out. And I still wonder if there's a different way of interpreting the many worlds theory in which the conscious experiences that happen on those branches 3 and 4 that I was mentioning somehow happen somewhere else in the universe. That maybe the perspective change only actually changes the view of that conscious experience from the outside, but those conscious experiences somehow get preserved in another way. In fact, Sean did describe a different way to conceive of the branches splitting for physicists who take issue with the ability of anything to travel faster than the speed of light, which would be required for worlds to somehow split all at the same moment. He mentioned that if you preserve relativity and the speed limit of light, then worlds don't split in two all at the same moment in time, but branch in a kind of wave, like a zipper splitting the world in two over time. I actually think that this description of splitting likely preserves all the conscious experiences that I was concerned many worlds seems to negate. And if I'm correct about this, then at some point, if we determine it makes sense to consider consciousness to be fundamental, we would have an argument for maintaining relativity and a limit to anything going faster than the speed of light in the many worlds interpretation. But I think the inability for my conversation with Sean to progress further than it did was really based on his belief that consciousness is an emergent phenomenon based on the behavior of atoms in the brain. And so at a fundamental level for Sean, consciousness just doesn't play a role.
And emergence answers nothing for you when it comes to consciousness.
Yes, that's right.
Is that right?
I think that Sean's interpretation of naturalism is what guides him to his view. He locates consciousness at higher levels of information processing, namely in brains, as an emergent phenomenon that arises out of the mathematical fundamental laws that govern the universe. But I really stand firmly behind the belief that the hard problem arises anytime you describe consciousness as emerging out of non-conscious processes. And the examples Sean gives of wetness and chairs coming into being, or any other example of emergence, are descriptions entirely from the outside. They're a description of the physical qualities we can observe. These examples simply don't apply to consciousness because felt experience, once again, can't be described from the outside by definition.
Well, okay, so We ended the previous chapter with a clip from Brian Greene in conversation with Jana Levin at an event at Pioneer Works in Brooklyn. And let's get into the conversation that you had with them.
Yeah, after talking to Sean, I really wanted to talk to more physicists who were open to talking about consciousness. Not necessarily open to consciousness being fundamental, but just interested in it and willing to have a back and forth with me about my ideas, and to make sure that nothing I was saying actually went against any well-established understandings in physics. I was interested in talking to physicists who were focused on different theories of quantum gravity, like string theory. Brian Greene is a well-known physicist and popular communicator of science, and I've been a huge fan of his work since reading his book about string theory called The Fabric of the Cosmos back in 2004. And as I mentioned in the previous chapter, I was thrilled to hear him expressing interest in consciousness at that event with Jana Levin.
And in the clip that we played, Brian starts to hint at his position on the consciousness question by laying out the analogy to the mystery of life, which baffled scientists for centuries. And so how would you characterize that form of argumentation or analogy in general?
So this dance between philosophy and science can get really tenuous. There's a temptation for people to tie multiple unknowns together, such as the mystery of consciousness and the mystery of the quantum realm. And this temptation is doubly strong when we're talking about acts of observation and measurement in quantum mechanics, which can easily linguistically morph into the assumption of the presence of a conscious observer. And I've already mentioned how I personally don't think that necessarily follows. A measurement or an observation could just entail a quantum entanglement with a macro system, completely separate from any conscious observation, especially if consciousness isn't fundamental. So we have to tiptoe very carefully in these investigations. This part of the dance is very delicate. Some philosophers like Philip Goff think the discipline of science simply isn't equipped to address questions about consciousness, because it's designed to investigate the universe in terms of external behavioral characteristics by definition. But I see science in much broader terms, as a discipline that has the capacity to evolve and change as our investigations demand, and to move in experimental directions we never would have dreamed possible decades before. That ultimately science is about seeking truth through a disciplined process. So my stance is that we should try to encourage the sciences to expand, to incorporate consciousness, rather than to just sidestep it or continue to ignore it. And we'll get more into how the sciences might attempt to do this in later chapters. But I think the life analogy that Brian Greene uses is misguided. It's an analogy that's often deployed by scientists, not just Brian, to point to a historical example of something we considered to be deeply mysterious that is now easily explained. There was a time when most people assumed there must be a metaphysical substance, which was termed élan vital, required to breathe life into otherwise inanimate stuff in the universe, and this was a belief referred to as vitalism. But we, of course, now know that life is explained by the emergent phenomenon of physical processes that we understand, and that you don't need any ingredients beyond the ones that we're very familiar with in the universe to create life.
Well, you had Brian lay out this admittedly imperfect analogy so clearly at the top of your exchange. If you don't mind, let's listen to that part first before we then rip open and into a bit more of the interpretations of quantum mechanics and the physics stuff.
Okay, great.
I view it somewhat as an analogy, but also as a suggestion of how our thinking will develop over time based upon a previous experience. It's an imperfect analogy for sure, but the idea is 150 years ago, 200 years ago, when people thought about life, they thought, how could it possibly be that collections of particles that themselves don't have any life associated with them, how can they come together and yield a living system? Right. And the answer that many gave at the time was, well, they can't. You have to put something else. You have to inject a life force. You have to inject the spark of life in order that the inanimate can transition to the animate.
Right. And you could see how they had such a hard time seeing any similarity between a rock and a human being. I mean, they seem like they are made of different things. Yeah.
And their processes, their behaviors, their qualities just so radically different that you think that there has to be some special magical ingredient that flies in from the outside that turns it all on. And now, 150, 200 years later, you really don't hear talk of vitalism. You don't hear talk about some life force that needs to be injected, because we have become more accustomed to the fact that when you put particles together and you arrange them in the right way and they have sufficiently choreographed behaviors, they can yield processes that are startling, that are unexpected, that in fact are necessary for life. And therefore, we've become more accustomed to the fact that life is just particles arranged in the right manner. And so the analogy, the suggested course of development is that if you go now to the question of consciousness, the question sounds very similar. How can mindless, thoughtless, emotionless, feelingless particles come together and yield mind, thought, emotion, and feeling? And some would say, well, they can't. You have to inject something from the outside. You have to have some additional conscious force, consciousness field, or something that allows the inner world to turn on. And my suspicion is that 50, 100, whatever, 1,000 years from now, who knows what the timescales will be, we'll get to the same place that we got to with life, because we'll slowly come to the recognition that however mysterious consciousness may feel from the inside, from the outside, ultimately it's just particles undertaking appropriate motions and carrying out appropriate processes. Now, look, the reason why I say it's imperfect is imperfect because life is something that we analyze and view and come to a decision upon from a third-party exterior analysis of a living system.
Right.
But consciousness is fundamentally, at least so far, something that we can only access from the inside. It's the inner world of sensation and feeling and experience. And because it has that inner world quality to it, we have to recognize that it may be different from the life question. I suspect that it's not, but it's not a slam dunk argument. It's really more a suggestion of a course of development.
Yes. Interesting. You've thought about this so much more than than most scientists.
Well, it's a big mystery. To me.
Yeah. And a lot of scientists don't really see what's mysterious about it. And so that was partly why I was so excited about your book and excited about your conversation with Jana. And
I mean, that was always with me. Those kind of questions were always with me. But to tell you the truth, it did take me a while to fully appreciate the mystery of consciousness. It's not, I do think it takes really immersing yourself in the experience and the inward searching to try to, because I think many physicists, and this is probably the reaction that you've encountered more often than not, it says, consciousness, it's simply the inner sensation of information processing in the brain, period, end of story.
Yep, that is usually how they respond. Yes.
Yeah, and there was
which I understand, because that's the way I used to feel about it too.
Me too. That's what I was going to say. That's sort of how I was too. And then I began to think more and more about it and became ever more mysterious. And then as I thought more and more about it beyond that point, I got to a sense of, it is certainly mysterious today. And that takes us back to your first question. It's mysterious today, but I don't think that there's anything fundamentally new required for it. And that's years of thinking to get to that point. And again, as you know, many people don't agree with that perspective.
Right. Yes. Because I'm at this point now where the book is done and it's been wonderful and I'm still obsessed with the topic. And I have essentially been playing devil's advocate with myself, and the devil seems to be winning the argument.
Right.
And I'm curious if I can convince other people to go down this path, and if so, it gives it more validity, and if not, I'd like to be brought back to earth.
So are there any conclusions in the book that you would now come out with a different perspective on, or?
No, I've only gone deeper
in that direction.
Yes. Yeah. In the book, I say I'm 50-50. I've gotten to the point where I'm 50-50 on whether brain processes in some way cause consciousness to arise, or whether it's a more fundamental feature of matter.
Right.
And I would say, it's hard to say, but I feel more like I am at 60-40 now.
In favor of the physicalist perspective? Yeah, right.
Well, not. I mean, they're both physicalist perspective, but that it's a more fundamental feature.
Oh, okay.
Of matter. I've gone in that direction.
Okay.
Yeah. No, the devil's winning.
We're diverging. We're diverging then. Yeah. Right. I see.
I completely agree with Brian that we shouldn't need to inject anything new. But I actually think the best option we have is assuming that consciousness is a part of everything, is fundamental. And I've even found that the life analogy, when followed closely for consciousness, actually leads us to conclude by necessity that consciousness is fundamental. I wrote a short piece about this that I'll read from here. The conclusion we draw about life, once we understand the reductionist story, is that there's nothing fundamentally new going on. All the ingredients were always there. Life is just molecules behaving like molecules under certain conditions, beginning with the ability to self-replicate. No injection of a magical tonic is required to breathe life into those atoms. Likewise, consciousness doesn't require something fundamentally new. As with so many scientific discoveries, we learn that we're not special in some of the ways we've assumed. But because consciousness is not a description of something we can measure and observe from the outside, in any kind of behavior, the conclusion doesn't follow as we would expect. So life is shorthand for a physical description of how a collection of atoms behave, as witnessed from the outside. For the analogy to hold, consciousness must not entail something new, so we're led to conclude that it was always there, that the dimension of felt experience is part of the ingredients of the universe. In the analogy, we don't need anything beyond the known ingredients of the universe to get living systems. So if something extra isn't required beyond the behavior of atoms to cause those atoms to entail an experience of being those atoms, perhaps intrinsic experience is a property of all matter. So that part of the exchange should be a warm-up for the next section, which really starts to get into theoretical physics, and in particular, in Brian Greene's case, the peculiarities of string theory. String theory has garnered a lot of media attention and hype, but it's often misunderstood. The theory imagines something like incredibly tiny strings, much smaller than anything like a quark or a particle in the standard model. And these strings vibrate at different frequencies in other dimensions. And it's these vibrations that leave a sort of fingerprint in our three-dimensional world, which shows up as different types of particles. It's like a guitar or violin string producing different notes when vibrating at different frequencies. There are a ton of technical details that I'm glossing over here, of course. But the point is that for this kind of model to work, you need many more dimensions than the three we typically experience. And these extra dimensions are really difficult, if not impossible, to imagine. But they're talked about as being sort of scrunched or curled up in such small geometries that we don't observe them. Although I will say that I've never really understood why the extra dimensions have to be small. It seems to me that if these are dimensions that we simply don't perceive, they wouldn't necessarily need to be smaller for us to miss them. Especially if space is emergent, then the scale of size might not be a factor at all. These dimensions would simply be a part of the universe we don't have access to or interaction with, similar to dark matter. But I'm pretty sure that most of this just goes beyond the limits of my understanding of the physics here. Let's return to my exchange with Brian Greene. In a very remedial understanding of string theory, what I love about it and what is so satisfying about it is that it seems to give us a conceptual way of understanding how all of the things that seem impossible and magical to us could have an explanation, where if you could only view the situation from this outside point, you'd be able to see how all these things are connected and make sense. And one of the ways I always try to help myself get my mind around it is in this typical flatland analogy.
Sure.
When I try to imagine what more dimensions of space could look like, or could, how they could explain something. And one thing that's interesting to me when I spend a lot of time thinking about this is, it seems to me that we don't even have intuitions really for 2 dimensions or 1 dimension of space. We can intuit it more. We can talk about it, and we can talk about kind of the slices of 3-dimensional space. But it seems to me that it's impossible for us to truly imagine a 2-dimensional surface with no depth. Like we're always imagining a piece of paper or something. And it's interesting to me that we're really so stuck in 3 dimensions of space in terms of our intuitions.
But that makes sense, right? I mean, from an evolutionary perspective,
yes,
utility and truly having these intuitions, and presumably,
no, absolutely,
right?
Yeah. But it's just so weird to me that our brains get stuck, that we can't really picture 2 dimensions.
It's certainly easier to picture 2 than 4.
Yes. That's right. No, that makes sense to us. When you try to picture, 10 dimensions of space, we're just completely lost. But you run into a similar problem when you try to imagine 1 or 2. And mathematically, is there some sense in which there are things that are 2-dimensional that are kind of confined to their 2-dimensional space?
Oh, yeah. Mathematically, absolutely. We have a complete theory of certain kinds of truly 2-dimensional surfaces, and a mathematical articulation of their curvature and their shape, and how they may embed in a higher dimensional world, like a 3-dimensional world. So mathematically, absolutely. But you're right. Physically, in the 3-dimensional world, you can envision flat 2-dimensional surfaces, but they don't truly exist.
They don't truly exist, and they're always embedded in the 3-dimensional space.
Absolutely.
They're always inside that space, which is helpful, because it makes makes us feel like there could be all these other dimensions of space that the 3rd dimension is embedded in, and we just don't have access to them.
And the beauty of it is, you could even have these extra dimensions without being embedded in any higher dimensional space. So you can have a 4-dimensional world that's intrinsically 4 spatial dimension that doesn't itself live in, say, a 5-dimensional world or a 6-dimensional world. Even the way we always think that a basketball as a 2-dimensional surface, we always envision it embedded in a 3-dimensional world of everyday experience. But the basketball can, in principle, exist intrinsically onto itself without reference to any embedding environment. And that could be the case for the universe. We could be in a curved, higher dimensional shaped universe, which itself is not embedded in anything larger.
That's hard for me to understand.
Yeah. I mean, that is a place where the mathematics really does help. Because once you start to develop the equations that talk about a surface intrinsically without reference to an environment within which it's sitting, then you get more of an intuition for how these things can exist on their own.
Yeah. Okay. That's a place I haven't really gone very much, just trying to find ways to visualize. I think I always have assumed that if there are 10 dimensions of space, by definition, they're all embedded in each other. It's like a Russian doll.
It's sort of true. It's not so much that one fits inside another. It really is just like in the world around you. When you think about left, right, back, forth, and up, down, they all point in different directions.
Right, but I wouldn't imagine that I would imagine that if you were confined to a 2-dimensional space, there's still always 3 dimensions. We know there are 3 dimensions because here they are. It's hard to imagine saying there's some place in the universe where there is something 2-dimensional, and it seems like once you've discovered a higher dimension of space, it's there.
Yeah.
And if you don't have access to it, it's still there.
So physically, I would agree with you. And I think that's maybe it's a language thing. So physically, I would say you're absolutely right. Anything that truly exists, that's instantiated in real stuff in the real world, certainly lives in a 3-dimensional spatial at least.
Right.
But mathematically, when we write down our equations, we can describe 2-dimensional worlds without making any reference to them sitting within a 3-dimensional or higher dimensional environment.
So interesting.
Okay, well, extra dimensions and stuff like that. It's pretty wild. And can we just take a moment to just strip away any more of the temptation to get maybe too woo-woo or airy-fairy?
Oh, yeah,
that
definitely.
Kind of stuff?
This really opens up a lot of those temptations to just lump all of the mysteries together, for sure. I mentioned the Flatland thought experiment in that exchange with Brian. And for those who want a really wonderful visual lesson, I don't think anyone can do it better than Carl Sagan did in the original Cosmos series. We'll link to that in the notes. But the idea is to imagine a two-dimensional world, one in which only length and width exist. So it's completely flat. So a piece of paper comes to mind here as an analogy, but as I mentioned with Brian, when we imagine a piece of paper, it still has a tiny height to it. So we try to get that out of the picture as well. But then you can imagine flatlanders who live in this two-dimensional plane, and you can imagine this plane floating here in our three-dimensional world. And let's say you pass your hand through it. We can ask what that would look like to the flatlanders. And they would see something entirely surprising and shocking from our perspective. They can't see your hand coming in from the third dimension. So all they see is suddenly these shapes appearing out of nowhere in their world as your hand passes through. Each perfectly flat cross slice of your hand would kind of pop into and out of existence for them in succession. So from their perspective, this phenomenon has been observed, and their scientists would go about trying to explain it with all kinds of theories. And if they happened to theorize that there was some kind of third dimension of space that they couldn't perceive or observe directly, they'd be right.
Yeah, and what we're trying to do here is imagine the other direction, going up to the fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on, those dimensions.
Right, and with each dimension you add, it just gets harder and harder to imagine.
Yeah.
But the idea is the same, that these events that we witness in our world are the imprints or results of activity that are taking place in these other dimensions, which are sort of all around us, but which we don't perceive. And so for string theorists, that's the vibrating of the strings.
Right. Is the idea of fundamental consciousness ruled out or bolstered at all by this kind of theory?
It doesn't bolster it from what I can tell, but I don't think it rules it out either. I really like this waltz analogy because, as I mentioned to Brian, I'd be thrilled to be talked out of my idea, to have a theory in which consciousness is fundamental completely ruled out, which I think is a possibility. But on the other side of the dance, if we land on a theory of physics which completely fails to explain consciousness or take it into account, then I think that has to be ruled out as well, or at least reconsidered.
And that brings us to conversation number 3, the final conversation of this chapter, and it's with Jan 11. So tell me about Jan 11.
Jan 11 is an astrophysicist and a phenomenal science communicator. She's made significant contributions to our understanding of black holes, amongst other things. I absolutely loved her book, How the Universe Got Its Spots, which I had read right before our conversation. She writes so beautifully, it almost reads like fiction. And she also hosts a fantastic series of public conversations, like the one we played a clip from with Brian Greene, called Scientific Controversies. And in my conversation with her, she and I got into one of the 2 main questions that I always stress in all of my writing and conversations about consciousness. And that's the question about the causal role of consciousness and whether it plays one, and if so, is it the role that our intuitions lead us to believe, or is it something different? And Jana really leaned on evolutionary biology, which in her view provides the advantage pressure for consciousness to appear when a certain level of complexity makes it possible.
And I'm guessing that the evolutionary explanations for the appearance of consciousness really fall short for you.
Oh, yeah. Especially if our intuitions about conscious experiences being causal in the way that we feel they are actually incorrect and based on a sort of illusion.
Okay, let's hear it.
So one thing that you said in your event with Brian, which I really appreciated because not all scientists can start here, but is basically that our conscious experience in some sense is really the only thing we can be sure of. And I feel like we kind of have to start with that as an agreed upon starting place, at least in the sense that if we have some kind of description of the universe in physics, that the outcome of which is that this experience I'm having right now, as I said this, I touched my chest, that feeling of my fingers touching my chest. If that experience doesn't exist, something's wrong, right? Because we know whatever is true about the world and about the physical reality, the kind of the definition of the evidence for the experience is the experience itself. And so I don't know, I maybe am putting words in your mouth. So is that something you could agree with, or would you say it differently?
I mean, maybe I'm not completely understanding, but sure, to some extent, all I can be really sure of is that I'm having an experience in consciousness, that I'm hearing your voice is in my consciousness. But I also know that consciousness can, our perceptions and our qualia and our experiences can be broken from external reality. And I do believe in an external reality.
Yes, absolutely.
And I would think agree with that. There's silly arguments people have like, well, that's just faith, like religion, but it's not actually. And I think if you're a very strong philosopher, you could make a very lucid argument that behaving rationally means you expect the sun to rise tomorrow and that the physics of how long the sun will rise. And that's not religion. So, I'm in that camp that I do believe it's rational to believe in an external reality.
Oh, absolutely.
I think I'm much less radical than you in that I don't believe that everything in reality has a consciousness.
I don't actually necessarily believe that either. My thoughts and my research and my obsession has taken me there. But part of the reason why I feel like I'm not finished is because I have a hard time believing it. It's almost like it's what the research is telling me is more likely the case. I wouldn't even say is the case. I think it's not clear at all. There's so much we don't understand, but it's more likely than I'd ever considered and harder to rule out than I realized. And so I'm just interested in the quest and the questions.
If I peel back and I think about evolution, I think about the universe as a physicist from completely inanimate origins in a primordial soup to, the evolution of microbes on the earth. And when did we get from a hydrogen nucleus to a consciousness? That evolutionary tale is so fascinating to me. Like the idea that maybe first there was just something as simple as attention. And it was not full-blown consciousness. It was just at some point the system became complex enough that it had to pay attention to light and food and make a choice. And of course, we could have the whole free will conversation. I don't need free will to say choice. I mean choice, even in biological sense.
Yeah, no, I think we're on the same page there. Yeah.
And and that kind of attention is not consciousness. I think we get hung up a little bit on firm, defined lines of when that happens. So this complex system gets a little more complex, and then it has to start paying attention to its own mechanisms for paying attention because it's so complex. So just to give you my super quick blurb on my attitude on this is that I think our poor computational power, because of the limitations of evolutionary biology, that we only have finite brains with a finite computational power, that if I'm looking around this room that I'm sitting in right now and there's a drum kit and a piano and there's some tools, I have to be able to very quickly map that with an approximation. I actually am totally incapable of crunching all the data that I'm receiving right now. And we know that we're incapable of that. So I make an approximate map of my external world, which is like drums, piano. So it's actually like one of those fascinating things where we do something revolutionary and extraordinary in response to our actual fundamental limits. Inability to process so much data is what forced us to invent consciousness in some sense, and biologically. And so I do wonder if we make a mind, an artificial mind, out of whatever wet matter or hardware that's capable of really vast computations that far, far, far exceed ours. Maybe it won't have the necessity to evolve a consciousness. Just won't need it. It's just won't be as convenient to, anyway. That's
no. And I know exactly where you're at because this, you're basically where, I mean, that's how I would always have described things. In some sense, that's how I think things still can be described. There are a couple of issues in there. One, we should get clear about how we're using the word consciousness. You know what? Let's just define consciousness first. So consciousness is used in a lot of different ways, and it's often conflated with complex thinking, complex behavior, self-awareness, all these other things that I'm not actually talking about, and that is not part of the mystery to me. Mm-hmm. And so to me, the mystery lies in why there would be an experience associated with any collection of neurons, any collection of matter. So if you imagine that a worm has some internal experience, that there's qualia associated with a worm, which there may or may not be, and I think there's likely not. But I think it's not that hard for us to stretch our imaginations and think like, okay, we actually, if a neuroscientist told you they have figured out their conscious, it's not that hard to imagine that a worm is conscious with something very, very minimal, right? It's as you said, it's, going toward food, going away from danger. Maybe it has some very, very minimal experience of the pressure of the ground against its skin. Mm-hmm. I mean, there'd be no thinking, there'd be no complex thought, there's no language, there's not, the processing isn't even that complex. And the fact that there's an experience associated with those atoms behaving in that way, to me is the mystery, partly because you could basically engineer a worm and not expect it to be conscious, right? So, and the truth is, even on the more complex side, there's a lot that we do, the way you talked about looking around the room and looking at the instruments and taking it all in. We can, of course, there's no computer that's as complex as the human brain, but there's a lot of what you described that could be done without any internal experience at all. You still have to make the jump from why having an internal experience, why being aware in that way has any benefit at all to the system. And part of what I think we're confused about, and this is part of where my argument went and what got me to the place I'm at now, is, first of all, I realized a lot of what my book is just breaking through all these illusions. I realized that we have a lot of illusions about our conscious experience that really lead us to make assumptions that we so feel are true, that when you break them down, you realize, all these things we assume may not actually be the case. They might be the case. We just don't know. But the fact that we don't ever ask whether it's actually the case. And one of them is that consciousness is somehow related to this very complex processing, that it helps us make decisions, that it helps us find food, that it helps us go towards things that give us pleasure and away from things that cause suffering. And that somehow it's actually this very useful piece of being a human being. Mm-hmm. And what's interesting is that's not as obvious as we tend to think. And there are lots of experiments in neuroscience that can kind of really shake up your intuitions about this. So one thing is just that when I'm talking about consciousness, I'm not talking about necessarily very much complexity at all. It really is.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't have to do with complexity, but I do think it has to do with mapping. And whether or not, I think there are many.
But can't you imagine a computer could do the same type of mapping and could process the same?
I think it's possible, but so here's an example that, first of all, we're trying to teach computers to do that kind of mapping to be less precise. A computer is too exact. Mm-hmm. So, right, we know about this kind of fuzzy logic, and this ability to map is really, really hard to teach a computer. But that's sort of, I agree, only one element of it. And then you mentioned many other elements. Is it necessary or evolutionarily useful to evolve, either emotional currents or real qualia, or, is that an evolutionary advantage? Is still a different question from what is it?
Yes. But I think it's not, I think it's also not clear. And again, this was very new thinking for me. Everything you said before, I am 100% in agreement with, and that was how I saw things my whole life until very recently. But so I come from this, and part of the reason why I want to keep having these conversations is because I feel like I've gone into this new place in my thinking, and I there's some sense in which I don't trust it. Like I feel like this must be wrong. So I want to have conversations with people who were where I was, 5 years ago, and help me figure out, like, if I can convince you.
What is the turn in your thinking?
Well, there are a few, but the real turn is that it's not at all obvious that consciousness is doing the things we assume it's doing. And in addition to that, it's not obvious that there'd be any reason for it to evolve. And beyond that, that even if there were a reason for it to evolve, that it even makes sense to talk about it evolving. So actually, it was really interesting. Brian was making the opposite argument at your event.
Mm-hmm. He's very much a physicalist.
Yes. Well, and so am I, which is why this is so interesting to me, because and why I kind of see it as almost more of a question for physics, because it has to be physical, right?
Yeah.
We are a part of I don't think something magical is happening. I don't think there's some otherworldly metaphysical thing going on at all. And
right. And as soon as anything otherworldly or metaphysical begins to have a causal relationship with the physical world, it becomes physical. Like there's no definition of it that allows it to exist outside of the physical.
Absolutely.
And interact with it. Like,
yes. Well, and that, I mean, even so, before I even went down this path, the reason why I started working with more and more neuroscientists, and that was the field I gravitated towards, was for this reason. I wanted to understand how consciousness comes out of this neuronal processing, and I'm 100% a physicalist in that way. And I still think we may actually get to that answer at some point. I think this rabbit hole I've gone down could turn out to be somewhat of a waste of time.
Not a waste of time, I'm certain. But sometimes I do feel like the documentary is going to be 10 chapters where we just struggle to define consciousness the entire time.
Sometimes that's half the challenge.
Yeah. We're going to dip back into that conversation just one more time for an exchange that I just can't leave on the cutting room floor. But before we do, I'd love for you to try here in this space to expound on the concept of emergence, and therefore a spectrum that many people feel consciousness must be on.
Yeah, it's a very common argument, and I think it stems from a failure to understand how consciousness doesn't easily fit into the category of emergence.
Right.
So, in my view, a felt experience is either there or it isn't. There's clearly a spectrum as it relates to the variety of content or qualia that can be experienced. If there's a felt experience of being a worm, that experience obviously contains much less than the experiences arising in a human brain. But if you believe that anything in the universe is not conscious, there is a moment where felt experience comes online. So getting onto the spectrum and then falling off of it at the endpoints on either side is completely binary. When you go from matter that is non-conscious to the first moment that a felt experience comes online, you've jumped onto the spectrum at that point. And it's the idea of consciousness being an emergent phenomenon that lends itself to this idea of it being on a spectrum, which I think is problematic as well. If we want to explain consciousness as an emergent phenomenon, we have to think carefully about what this means. The claim is that when a collection of atoms get configured in just the right way, when the final piece of the puzzle is put into place and the atoms are now doing this particular physical thing, suddenly the lights come on. There's an experience from the inside. Suddenly those atoms are not just behaving in a new way we can measure from the outside. There's also a felt experience of being those atoms. This is saying that the new emergent property of consciousness is not a physical one. It's a property in addition to all of the physical properties that can be observed from the outside. And this amounts to a form of dualism I can't subscribe to. I think that everything actually can be explained together through materialism and physicalism, that it is all part of the same thing. So if we use the term emergence to explain consciousness, we're forced to accept that an altogether new, non-physical property has been created in the universe. And as a physicalist, I just have to reject that conclusion. But when I do, the only other conclusion to draw is that the dimension of felt experience is always present everywhere in all matter. And although this is highly counterintuitive, I have to admit that this seems like a much more rational, less anthropomorphic view.
The dance with science and philosophy is so fascinating there.
Yeah.
And the scientists who think that the final question posed is just not a scientific one, has your dance partner just up and left the dance floor at that point?
Yeah, I think some people might feel that way. But as I mentioned, I think we really have to encourage science to expand to include consciousness, possibly at the fundamental level.
Right. So maybe science just needs to learn a few more dance moves.
Yeah, right.
Sorry. And with that, I think I've officially killed the dance analogy.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. But before you tee us up for chapter number 4, I just have to share that other piece from the conversation that I mentioned that I just can't let go unheard, because Janet delivered what I thought was such a beautiful sales pitch for this entire enterprise. Because you both struggled in that conversation to find common definitional ground, but sometimes that really is the point of these things and that struggle. Let me just play it.
Well, your earlier question about changing your mind, you're asking me about thinking about an infinite universe or a finite universe and suddenly realizing that some idea that you had taken for granted was being challenged in a way that changed your mind is a wonderful experience. And
it's so
the
wonderful.
only way to genuinely change your mind is to hash it out. And that's why I love these conversations. When we host scientific controversies at Pioneerworks, the whole point is to get to the stage in the conversation where each person is not arguing that they know the answer.
Yes.
They're just trying to have their ideas challenged, right? And they're trying by that challenge either to push their ideas further along.
Yes.
And clarify it. Like, you pushed me to think about this other way of thinking. And that is really an amazing step that you get only by being prodded by a different point of view.
Yes.
And then there's
absolutely.
nothing even better than honing in on your own ideas is to actually change yours.
Yes.
Just perfect. So thank you, Jan 11. Okay, let's set up chapter 4, because in order for you to further this whole conversation with science and philosophy, you think breaking some of our deepest and most taken for granted intuitions is really necessary. And that's something that the next chapter is going to be doing a lot of.
That's right. In the next chapter, you'll hear my exploration of the plant kingdom and all of its remarkable and surprising capacities, which are sure to shake up our intuitions when it comes to consciousness.
A lot of anesthetics work by inhibiting ion flow across the membrane in neurons. When the way we process the signal is that the sensation causes an electrical signal to pass from one side of the cell to the other side of the cell. And if you can block that electrical signal, then the electrical signal won't go from cell to cell and won't reach your brain. And so you won't know, you won't be aware, you won't be conscious of the experience. The same thing with the Venus flytrap. If you give those exact same chemicals to a Venus flytrap, it now no longer can send the electric signal that lets it know that the fly has touched one of its hairs. And so then it doesn't close because you've stopped the flow of information. And in this particular case between animals and plants, the information is electrical information that's transferred across a cell membrane. And at the basic molecular mechanism, it's the exact same signal.
I love looking at things in detail enough that the lines between these categories really start to blur so that it becomes very clear that we truly are all made of the same ingredients.
Exactly.
Join me next time for Lights On, Chapter 4, Plants and Parasites. Lights On, Chapter 4, Plants and Parasites. I love to hike in this spot near where I live that has these breathtaking views of the ocean at different points in the path. All along the way, shrubs subtly vibrate and trees sway on either side of the path. At multiple plateaus, you're gifted the reward of an incredible view. The ocean extends to the horizon and floats above the treetops. I've always found being near the ocean to be therapeutic, and I remember mentioning it to my mother once about how often I look at the ocean when I'm going through a hard time, but that I've never been able to understand exactly why I find it to be so helpful. And after a pause, she said to me, "I think it's because it reminds you of where you are." And I realized instantaneously that that was exactly it. Wherever you are in the world, looking at the ocean delivers the big picture to you in one glance. Suddenly I realized that I'm here at the edge of a landmass, staring out at the vast ocean in front of us and the even more vast sky above, somewhere in the middle of the universe orbiting a star. I pass other puffing and sweating hikers going up and down the path. There's a self-enforced etiquette that seems to govern this whole place, and I really enjoy the shared understanding that we all play our part to maintain of this ritual for each other by not talking or playing loud music, moving out of the way when someone faster is coming along. There's a kind of sacred silence where nature is the soundtrack and the steady beat of running shoes on dirt is the percussion. I've really relied on this place to help me think. This is where I first got the idea for my children's book, I Wonder, and composed a meditation about the experience of seeing for the New York Times one 4th of July. And I definitely needed it at this point in my obsessive quest to find clarity and direction on the questions about consciousness that were coming up for me, especially after the previous conversations with physicists. So there I was, pushing myself on the steepest trail and passing almost everyone on the way up. I was entering that mode athletes know so well, where your body seems to take over the hard work and your mind can observe the experience. It's a type of meditation, really, that allows for a balance of creativity and openness and a clarity of thought. As I climbed and turned corners, I noticed the passing faces. It struck me again, as it does all of us from time to time, the simple and profound acknowledgement that everyone around me is having a full, rich, deep conscious experience, unique, private, and all-encompassing for each mind. With every passing person, there exists an inner world that feels as undeniable, textured, and layered as I know mine to be. And it's strange that this obvious fact seems to take effort to recognize and requires a reminder. And then I started to think about just how much conscious activity is surrounding us. There are so many perspectives of the universe, and an image came to mind, something like illuminated dots across a dim globe, like an image of Earth from the space station, and then something more like a dark meadow becoming dense with fireflies, lighting their way in the darkness. All of these beads of light representing conscious experiences flickering in and out of existence. People take their dogs for walks here as well. And they're, of course, also hearing and sensing, detecting a whole different range of auditory qualia, much wider and higher than ours. What must it be like? I think about the 250 million olfactory receptors in their noses compared to our measly 5 or 6 million. And that they can gather information about emotions like stress or fear or excitement by smelling the urine of a dog who was here hours or maybe days earlier. And I wonder what that's like. I imagine that meadow of fireflies and lights of experience growing even more dense. I think about the unseen mice, squirrels, rabbits, ants, and spiders, getting a visceral sense that the world is just teeming with felt experience. I suddenly realized I was still jogging as I reached the highest point of the hike. How did I get here? I wonder what part of me was conscious of the run itself and every chosen path at each fork that I know so well. Was there some part of me that didn't experience the stream of thought, the mental image of the fireflies and contemplating dogs' olfactory receptors, but was aware of other aspects of my experience? From the top of the hill, I caught my breath and looked at the sun glinting off the leaves. And I started thinking about the fact that these leaves have their own kinds of cells for sensing, photoreceptors, and root hair cells that respond to environmental stimuli and transport chemicals. I remembered a talk I was lucky enough to attend in person, delivered by the ecologist Suzanne Simard, who conducts research on inter-tree communication and mycorrhizal networks in the forests of British Columbia. Mycorrhizal networks are elaborate underground networks of fungi that connect individual plants and trees and transfer water, carbon, nitrogen, and other nutrients and minerals. And in this talk, Suzanne explains that the mycorrhizal web is so dense that there can be hundreds of miles of mycelium under a single footstep in this forest. And in her research, her team uncovered the fact that the Douglas fir and paper birch were engaged in a reciprocal relationship. The Douglas fir would send more carbon underground to the birch during the months when they most needed it, and vice versa. They also discovered that the trees were able to recognize which other trees in the forest had come from their own seedlings, and she refers to these trees as mother trees.
You see, like all networks, mycorrhizal networks have nodes and links. We made this map by examining the short sequences of DNA of every tree and every fungal individual in a patch of Douglas fir forest. In this picture, the circles represent the Douglas fir, or the nodes, and the lines represent the interlinking fungal highways, or the links. The biggest, darkest nodes are the busiest nodes. We call those hub trees, or more fondly, mother trees, because it turns out that those hub trees nurture their young, the ones growing in the understory. And if you can see those yellow dots, those are the young seedlings that have established within the network of the old mother trees. In a single forest, a mother tree can be connected to hundreds of other trees. And using our isotope tracers, we have found that mother trees will send their excess carbon through the mycorrhizal network to the understory seedlings. And we've associated this with increased seedling survival by 4 times. Now, we know we all favor our own children. And I wondered, could Douglas fir recognize its own kin? Like Mama Grizzly and her cub? So we set about an experiment, and we grew mother trees with kin and stranger seedlings. And it turns out they do recognize their kin. Mother trees colonize their kin with bigger mycorrhizal networks. They send them more carbon below ground. They even reduce their own root competition to make elbow room for their kids. When mother trees are injured or dying, they also send messages, wisdom, onto the next generation of seedlings. So we've used isotope tracing to trace carbon moving from an injured mother tree down her trunk into the mycorrhizal network and into her neighboring seedlings. Not only carbon, but also defense signals. And these 2 compounds have increased the resistance of those seedlings to future stresses. So trees talk. Thank you.
If felt experience really is fundamental, then my image of the lights dotted all over the surface of the globe was drastically inadequate. Below my feet and the feet of all the runners on this hill, and the paws of the dogs and mice on the hill, even above us in the canopies of the trees and perhaps beyond, is a truly vast ocean of arising felt experiences. Of course, the experience of the information processing of a mycelium network would feel nothing like the experience I'm having, But when I can fully drain some of the assumptions I've made about the complexity of consciousness and its causal role, I'm able to really entertain this new counterintuitive possibility. And it suddenly, at least in this moment, doesn't feel like such a leap to place conscious experiences in the tree the bird has made her nest in. As I reached home, I started making a list of all the experts I wanted to call to discuss plant behavior with.
So, pretty good workout then, huh?
Yeah, thanks. After all these years, it's still one of my favorite places to go. But I couldn't stop thinking about consciousness on my run. It really has this way of following me everywhere now. More and more, actually. It's like I can't stop looking at everything through this lens of consciousness as fundamental. I seem to keep trying it on in different contexts to see if I can get used to it, or if it can start to seem less crazy.
Oh, I know. I have the bug now, too.
Sorry. We should put a warning at the top of this documentary that the subject just might drive you mad.
Yeah, seriously. Okay, so this chapter starts with your exploration of the plant kingdom, and it's full of fascinating and frankly pretty fun information. Let's just lay out what you want to achieve with this one and what, in an ideal world, the listener takes away from chapter 4.
Yeah, I really love this area of research because it helps to challenge some of our assumptions and reveals another angle of the illusions we tend to fall victim to. So this particular exploration of plants will address the assumption that consciousness is playing a causal role in our behavior in the way that we feel it is, that felt experience is needed in order to act or respond to certain situations, and that we would never be able to behave in any of the ways that we do without feeling the experiences of pain and fear and love and hunger and all the rest. So we've seen in other explorations that when you feel pain by accidentally placing your hand on a flaming stove, for example, you feel pain, and it seems like you move your hand because of the way it feels. That's the intuition. But even if you've read my book and have been following these conversations, and you know that the order of events described there isn't quite right, you know that it actually goes something like you put your hand on the stove and your body reacts and retracts the hand, and then the felt experience of the heat and pain arises in your consciousness. Even when you understand that consciousness is the last to know in a situation like this, it's still hard for us to shift our intuitions. But when we look at plant behavior, it gets at these intuitions from a completely different angle, which I think can actually be much more helpful for shaking up our intuitions. More so than just understanding the neuroscience. We have this intuition that plants aren't conscious. I share this intuition. And that this is one of the key differences between plant and animal life. But when we look more closely at some plant behaviors that strangely fall into the same behavioral categories we might call pain or fear or even love, it really gets us to ask ourselves why we think consciousness is necessary for the behavior in animals but not in plants. So it serves this dual purpose, actually, of getting us to see that in another context, we can easily imagine certain behaviors taking place without consciousness. But then it also actually gets us to wonder if maybe we're wrong about plants and have the wrong intuitions about consciousness there. You know, is it possible that there's a certain level of felt experience happening in the processing of information in plants?
Amazing. All right, let's just set the stage for this part of your story. So at this point, you're a few months removed from the consciousness as a space-time-like field article that was published, and you dove into the deep end of the theoretical physics to see if your space-time analogy was any good. And that world is pretty darn complicated and mentally taxing, and you're doing things like going on jogs and hikes and trying to clear your mind and maybe take a little break, but there's just no way. You can't stop thinking about it, and the plants are whispering to you.
Yeah, something like that. And this actually reminds me, I should mention again up front in this chapter that being open to the question about whether plant behavior is accompanied by some minimal level of felt experience in no way suggests that I, or any serious philosopher or scientist, thinks that plants could experience anything like that of a human mind.
Mm-hmm.
The processes taking place in a brain bear almost no resemblance to those taking place in a plant. Plants are clearly not hoping it will rain when they feel thirsty, or thinking anything at all for that matter.
Or whispering to you.
Right, or whispering to me. But as you'll hear in this first conversation I had with Daniel Shamovitz, plants do a lot of surprisingly complex things that most people don't know about. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this.
Sure.
I have many questions for you. I've now spent so much time with your work, I feel like we've met before. Daniel Shamovitz is the president of Ben-Gurion University. He's a plant geneticist and author of several academic papers on molecular biology. And I had recently read his wonderful book called What a Plant Knows when we had this conversation. Okay, so the reason I became interested in plant behavior in my work is actually for the opposite reason than many people would think. So I wasn't actually wondering whether plants are conscious. That wasn't actually something I was looking into. I became interested in plant behavior because in my work in consciousness studies, the book that I wrote began out of this exploration into looking at ways that we're thinking about consciousness incorrectly. So my interest was in kind of going back to the fundamentals and the basics and really asking some of the most basic questions. One of which was, is there evidence we can point to from the outside of a system that can tell us conclusively that it's conscious? So, even in a human being, we think this question is very easy to answer. You can look at A, B, or C behavior. And of course, when my daughter falls down and skins her knee and is crying, there's this conscious experience happening there.
Why is that conscious experience and not an instinctual experience?
Exactly. So this is the one thing I'm questioning. So,
I think the whole problem is how, what is going to be your definition of consciousness?
Yes. Well, and we can get into that too. But so the way I'm using the word consciousness is in the most basic sense. A lot of people use the word consciousness to refer to more complex thinking, self-awareness, complex thought. And I'm talking about the very simple fact of experience, whether there is experience present, whether a collection of atoms in the universe, whether the lights have come on and there's an internal intrinsic experience to whatever that system is. And so I became very interested in plant behavior because we all assume that plants are not conscious. And after all of this work, I'm now much more open-minded about it. And that's something I think I'd love to talk to you about after we talk a little bit more about the details of your work. But the reason I became interested is because I thought, okay, we all have this intuition that plants are not conscious. But when you start to try to point to behaviors in human beings that we think are evidence of consciousness, you find these, as you know, these very similar types of behaviors, even down to the level of the mechanism, and it starts to chip away at your intuitions in a variety of ways, actually. And so
it's really disturbing for a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Or destabilizing.
Right. Yes. Yes. And so my work in general, it has both the effect, and I think your work as well, probably now that I think about it, has the effect of being disturbing and destabilizing, but also fascinating and awe-inspiring, and kind of gives you the same sense when you're learning about black holes or.
Well, I think it's actually different than that, because when you're talking about black holes, it's really awe-inspiring. When you talk about something so large, it's like you can't even comprehend it. But if you can accept the fact that a plant might be conscious or has experience and can have memories.
Yes.
It starts making you question then what defines you as you.
Exactly. And I'm actually curious. You mentioned memory. To me, memory is the most surprising and the most kind of intuition shattering of all of the areas you explore. But I'm curious, what was the most surprising, as you were kind of discovering through your work and through your research, how similar the behavior and the mechanisms are between plants and people? Was there one that really kind of blew you away more than others? And
no, not really, because, for us as plant biologists, it's a process and an evolution of results. And, we're all standing on the shoulders of giants.
Mm-hmm.
For me, the process was actually, am I willing to say that these facts that I know, that these processes I know, can I use the same words that we would use to describe human biology? Is it right to say that a plant remembers?
Right.
Or is that anthropomorphism? Is it right to say that a plant sees? And for me, the process was becoming comfortable using this terminology and not defining myself as a pseudoscientist.
Right. Yes. And when you use the word see, you are implying consciousness, not necessarily. I mean, you can talk about a computer camera seeing, and none of us are assuming that you think the computer is conscious, but.
Oh, really?
I think.
Well, I mean, wait a second. What is AI?
Well, okay, so
what is artificial intelligence?
We should actually probably backtrack.
But of course, that depends on your definition of consciousness.
Yes. Okay.
If you're going to be talking about self-awareness, you're going to need some type of neuronal. If you're going to be like Tubelin and say that there's different levels of consciousness, you don't need nerves.
Okay, I hit the pause button there because I just want to note where we are again. We're at the struggle to define consciousness and the hugely important task of making sure you and any conversation partner or listener, for that matter, are all referring to the same phenomenon. And you and Daniel Shamovitz did this for about the next 30 minutes or so, and it's pretty similar to some of the previous conversations we've included. You go through the spectrum and the effort to speak about raw consciousness and susceptibility to sensation without getting confused and tied up into things like meaning or conceptualization or even memory, which we just started to hear.
Yes. Daniel Shamovitz and I discovered that we were using some similar words for slightly different meanings at this point. But as I'm sure the listener knows by now, this is just often the case in these conversations. I wasn't really planning to jump into the consciousness questions with him so early, but the conversation just naturally headed there almost immediately, and it seemed like the right thing to explore it a bit before we got to all the specific science of plant behavior.
Right. And as we were both pointing out, it may just be the linguistic challenge of, not knowing exactly what to call it when a plant displays behavior, which would only be possible if it retains some information from the past. Or, as Shamovitz was saying, it may just be a process of becoming comfortable with saying things like a plant remembers.
Yes.
And knowing what you really mean.
Yeah, and this new terrain of conversations about wondering if consciousness goes deeper in nature than we've assumed, we really have to consistently and carefully check to make sure we're using terms in the same way. I think we're just in the beginning stages of developing accurate language, let alone reaching a consensus across disciplines.
Yeah. And in this case, I think you and Shamovitz were actually able to get pretty close. You'll hear that in the form of agreement as you usher the conversation towards the abilities and mechanisms of plants.
I was amazed to discover that plants have more photoreceptors than we do. It wasn't so surprising to me that they could sense light, but I was kind of astonished by this, and I just wonder if you could explain just a little bit about that process.
It's beautiful, actually, but plants are completely dependent upon light for survival. They don't eat. They make their sugar. They make their ATP and NADPH, make the building blocks for making sugars using light energy, rather than what we do is we eat sugar and use that energy to make ATP and NADP. And so plants have this wonderful ability to take light energy, turn it into chemical energy, and then build sugars. But then you have the other limitation of a plant, that it's sessile, rooted. So a plant has to be exquisitely sensitive. Now, I use that word sensitive, exquisitely aware of the light environment. It needs to know where the light is so it can grow towards it, or else it won't be able to do photosynthesis. It needs to know if it's being shaded by another plant or another organism, so it needs to be able to sense differences in wavelengths. It needs to know the length of the daytime to know what the season is. Is it a time to flower or not a time to flower? Like for us, too much light isn't good. It can get, I'll call it plant sunburns. And so it needs to know what the intensity of the light is. Photosynthesis doesn't work in all intensities. And so in order to deal with these changes in light spectrum, to deal with changes in intensity, to deal with changes in timing, a plant has evolved this vast array of photoreceptors, which enables it to differentiate between wavelengths, to differentiate between intensities. And that's why it's so complex, as opposed to us, where we really only need to see 3 colors and maybe intensity in order to see pictures. But we don't really need this vast, because our own development isn't dependent on it.
Mm-hmm. And where are the photoreceptors located? Are they just?
Well, they're in each and every cell.
Okay.
And each photoreceptor actually is in a different part of the cell. Some of them are in the cell membrane. Some of them are in the nucleus. Some of them are in the cytoplasm. And they can actually move from one to the other depending on whether they're active and inactive. There's a whole symphony of movement going around and interaction between the photoreceptors that enable the plant to respond so exquisitely. I mean, you could look at a tree and see how a branch is bending in a certain direction in order to get to the light. And then, sometimes it'll be long and spindly, and sometimes the leaves will be really big. Okay, the leaves will expand when there's a lot of light. Now let's do as much photosynthesis as possible. Or if there's too much light, then it'll be really dark green because now it's actually making other pigments which are protecting it.
Yeah.
Or if there's not a lot of light, it'll be a light green. It's great.
Yeah. Well, and one thing that was very interesting to me is before I researched this topic, and I kind of had a sense that plants would grow in certain directions, would grow toward light, would grow, vines would grow toward things they can wrap themselves around. But the idea that plants can move by other mechanisms that are not simply growth in a certain direction is incredibly interesting to me. And I still don't totally understand kind of the step-by-step mechanics of that. I know you talk about motor cells.
Well, but most of plant movement is growth.
Right.
But there are specific movements which are not growth.
Yes.
I mean, like with rapid movements, like in the mimosa plant, the plant that when you touch it, it closes up, or the Venus flytrap. And the best way of understanding that is sort of like a hydraulic pump, like how you can get a car to go up on a jack.
Mm-hmm.
And that's movement without a muscle, right?
Right. And is that simply filling the cells with water?
Yeah, they pump a lot of water into the cell, increase the pressure, which pushes the other cells away. And that's how you get the movement.
Interesting. So plants that, when you see time-lapse photography of a plant that kind of orients itself toward the light and it does this kind of dance just throughout a 24-hour day that doesn't seem to be about growth. It's more.
Oh, that is growth.
Oh, it is.
That's elongation. Oh, that definitely is growth.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
It's growth of what's called the cell walls. What actually happens is that the cells on the side of the plant or the stem, which is in the shade, elongate faster than the cells that are on the side that has exposed to the light.
And how are they elongating? Like, what does that mean?
Well, if you could picture like 3 balloons,
mm-hmm.
and then like around a tube, and then 3 balloons on the other side. So if they've started that each balloon is, let's say, 5 inches long, those ones that you would use to make animals. Okay. Then the one on the shaded side, what happens is the plant will then pump water into those cells, which would be the same thing as pumping air, blowing them up. And so rather than being 5 inches, they'll be 10 inches, each of them. So if you have something that's 3 times 5, 15 inches on one side, 3 times 10, that's 30 inches on the other side, but they're still connected to this pipe. The only way they're going to be able to be connected is the pipe will have to bend.
Right.
It'll be bending towards the light.
Interesting.
And then what will happen if you move the light to the other side, then those same balloons, those cells which were short, will now elongate more than the ones that are on that side, and it will push it back the other way. And that's how you get this dance.
And they elongate because they have kind of an elasticity to them where they can actually be stretched? Okay.
Yeah, they do. The plant cell, so there's no bones in the plant.
Right.
Plants are held together by a bunch of cells, which have the cell wall around them, which gives it a certain amount of rigidity, but there's also flexibility. And so if you would increase the pressure inside, it can elongate. And at the same time, if you release the pressure, then they shrink. This is only in young plants, not in trees.
Okay. So is all plant movement of that sort, it's always created or instigated by a filling up of water or
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. And there's something about memory, I think, because in our experience of memory, it seems to be so divorced from any physical process. But at the cellular level, memory is really just electricity and channels opening and closing and expanding and contracting, and
or changes in DNA structure. Yeah, it's all biology in the end.
Of course. I mean, we know that this is there's nothing metaphysical going on. These are all physical processes, but there's something so interesting to compare when you explain how plants truly do remember. They have a form of memory, and how it's really just a simpler form of what creates our own memories.
And that's when people say me, I'll be giving the talk and someone say, oh, no, that's not the memory. They're just responding to a past event. And then I could give them this look. I say, yeah. And you call responding to a past event
right.
Memory. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I love looking at things in detail enough that the lines between these categories really start to blur, so that it becomes very clear that we truly are all made of the same ingredients, and atoms and systems get put in place that kind of create these different behaviors and different experiences, but that at bottom, there's not something magical about human beings where we were, transported here.
Well, there is something magical about human beings.
Yes, of course.
There is, and we can't take that away.
No.
Because while we can comprehend how incredible a plant is, they don't really give a shit about us.
Yes, that's, of course.
But we can't make a flower, and they can make a flower.
Right.
And that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So another thing that I wanted to talk to you about was touch and pain. I know there are different biological phenomena in human beings, and I wonder, in plants, are they categorized in the same way? Do they have different receptors that are categorized in the same way? Is there a difference between touch and?
I have to say, I'm still evolving here myself.
Uh-huh.
We do know that in human biology, there's a complete difference between touch and pain, and that not even physical damage is synonymous with pain. When there's no pain receptors in the brain, so that you could do neurosurgery without, you're obviously cutting over the brain and you have no idea. So if you can accept that there's a difference between touch and pain, and we know that at least in humans, what the difference between deep touch and light touch and pain is from a molecular point of view, from a cellular biology, from which receptors, which proteins. So far in plants, we really haven't found a vast array of touch receptors. There's only one type of touch receptor that we know about in plants. And the other thing I can say is that at least my friends in psychology have told me that pain is subjective. There's different thresholds. It also comes with memory. It comes with how well, there's very little subjectivity in plants.
So when we see that plants respond to pain relievers that have an effect on our pain receptors, is it just acting on their touch receptors? It's
exactly. But I think we just have to change the name.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a pain reliever. It's a ion channel inhibitor.
Right. Could you explain that a little bit? How a plant and a human brain might respond to?
Yeah, sure. So a lot of anesthetics work by inhibiting ion flow across the membrane. So like in neurons, when the way we process the signal, the sensation causes an electrical signal to pass from one side of the cell to the other side of the cell.
Mm-hmm.
It's called a depolarization. And if you can block that electrical signal, then the electrical signal won't go from cell to cell and won't reach your brain. And so you won't know, you won't be aware, you won't be conscious of the experience. The doctor could be cutting into your body at some point, but no signal reaches the brain. So you don't experience it. The same thing with the Venus flytrap. If you give those exact same chemicals to a Venus flytrap, it now no longer can send the electric signal that lets it know that the fly has touched one of its hairs. And so then it doesn't close because you've stopped the flow of information. And in this particular case, between animals and plants, the information is electrical information that's transferred across a cell membrane. And at the basic molecular mechanism, it's the exact same signal.
It is. It's so interesting. Yeah.
The same chemical that will block it in a human will block it in a plant, which shows that, we all evolved from the same single cell organisms. And that ability to process information was present at the ancestors of plants and animals. Yeah, no, and that also maybe explains why plants make such a vast array of chemicals that we may take recreationally. It's not that plants make these chemicals in order to affect our brains.
Right.
Plants make these chemicals to regulate their own biology, their own signal processing. And when we abuse these chemicals for ourselves, it also affects our own signal processing. And we experience this in different sensations, let's call them.
No, we're part of the same family.
Exactly.
Yeah, that reminds me of pheromones. I was thinking about the ripening of fruit, which I didn't really think about the mechanics of until I was reading about it in your book, how fruit can release chemicals the nearby fruit will sense. Or I guess, would you say smell?
I would say smell. And then people say, no, they're not smelling it. They're just experiencing it. I said, yeah.
Well, right.
Then they'll say, okay, they're not aware of it. But it comes to the same thing, like, on the 4th of July when you're making a tofu burger and you get that wonderful smell and you start salivating. You don't choose to salivate.
Yeah.
You just do it.
Well, and I think a lot of the things that convince us that we're having an experience that plants are not are really, when you really investigate them, when you really pick our reasons apart and get past some of the false intuitions we have, there really is no good reason for assuming that. Mm-hmm. We are conscious and we have complex thoughts and are self-aware and all of these other things. And so we kind of just assume by analogy that another organism must be similar to us to experience consciousness. But I do think that's a false assumption.
Right.
Is there any behavior in plants that you would put in the category of decision making?
Oh, that's a great question. I don't know if you read the first version of my book or the second edition of the book.
Oh.
But in the first edition, I categorically said that plants don't hear. I'll admit I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
There's now pretty good evidence that plants can respond to sound waves. And that was evidence that was not present in the 2013 edition. And I think scientists have to be ready. What's the difference between a scientist and a pseudoscientist is a scientist is always looking to be disproved. And a pseudoscientist won't let facts get in the way of what they know to be right.
Another absolute quotable gem delivered there by Danny Shemovitz.
Yeah, he's really great. I loved his book on this subject, and I can also recommend a few other books about plant behavior. So for anyone listening who's hungry for more, be sure to check out our list of recommendations in the notes. The science writer Zoe Schlanger actually talks about more recent research regarding plants' ability to detect sound in her book, The Light Eaters, which I found fascinating. I interviewed her at one of her book tour events when The Light Eaters came out in 2024. And during the Q&A session of that event, Zoe fielded a common question regarding whether plants have the ability to hear us talking to them or playing music to them. And while the answer to this is sadly that they can't, she offered this answer about what they do seem to be able to hear.
I hear this from everybody, and I have never tried talking to my plants. And I don't think that there's any science that could back it up at this moment. We do know plants are incredibly acoustically sensitive, and they do respond to sounds that are ecologically relevant to them. There's plants like really basic tomatoes and things will respond to the sound of their predator caterpillar chewing. Or there's been studies on roots that find that they will move in the direction of the recording of running water. So sound is vibration for plants, which is a mechanical stimulus, and that elicits responses. But I mean, they're so much older than us. And so human speech is not necessarily something we think of them evolving with. But I do think there should be more studies because everyone talks about this.
Let's actually listen to a little more of that event, because one of my favorite examples of plant behavior Zoe spoke about that night are the remarkable abilities of a plant called the daughter vine. So there's a parasitic vine seedling that seems to be able to perceive the plants around it and notice their size and shape, the distance they are from this seedling, so that it knows which one to grow towards.
Yeah. It's an agricultural pest in like 55 countries. It decimates crop fields, but it's this incredible parasitic vine, and it looks like a little worm, and it's orange, and it doesn't need to be green because it doesn't need to photosynthesize. It gets everything it needs from the bodies of other plants. And when this worm-like thing emerges from the ground, you can see in videos like online of this being sped up, it circles the air, quite literally sniffing, sampling the air for chemical emanations from other plants nearby to assess which direction to grow in to best parasitize something. So researchers have planted it between tomatoes and wheat, and it will sniff the air for a few perambulations and then move very decidedly in the direction of the tomatoes. And that's because the tomatoes are a better structure than a grass, the wheat grass, for it to climb on. And it knows that from afar, based on the gradient of the light passing through it. But this decisioning doesn't stop there. The daughter vine releases itself from the ground once it attaches to a plant. And then it will assess the nutritional quality of the plant and redirect if they find it's undernutritious. So when they grew it between plants grown with extra nutrient supplements and plants grown in a nutrient-scarce environment, and the daughter vine will wrap around the nutrient-scarce one and then reject it quite quickly and move towards the other one. And then it counts. I mean, this one plant can do everything we can think about when you think about such a being that has so much alacrity and vibrancy. It will count the number of coils it needs according to how much energy it thinks it needs to parasitize it. And then it grows fangs and hooks the fangs into the stem. It's a very vampiric plant. And then for the rest of its life, it will be sucking sugars out of this plant and won't kill it. It stops short of killing it because it needs it alive, hobbling along to keep feeding it. And that's why it's an agricultural pest. These plants that have daughter vines all over them can't bother making much fruit. They're having all their resources sucked out. And on a field, this looks like a mat of orange silly string just spread out. And they form these networks that some research is finding they can use to communicate among themselves, like mycelium. Wild plant.
Amazing. There's one piece that you kind of glossed over that I still don't think I totally understand, which is how the light filters through the leaves and it's able to, I mean, this was where it kind of borders on, is there some type of vision going on? Yes. But this part I didn't understand. So it's like filtering out the red light, or you explain.
So plants have more photoreceptors on their bodies than we do in our eyes. And this has led some researchers to suggest we may be overlooking some type of plant vision, this is a very contentious claim because there's no brain, there's no place to organize these inputs into an image. And yet we already know plants can perceive different colors. They know red from blue. They can tell if they're being shaded by a cloud or by another living being. And if a plant, often they know whether that plant is genetically related to them or not through the quality of the light that is hitting them. And so in the case of the daughter, the way they figured this out was researchers set up LED arrays in exactly the shape of either a wheat or a tomato and found that they were filtering for the shape. And a grass grows straight up and doesn't branch, and a tomato branches. And so it was moving towards something that it knew could support its body.
Now I'm remembering this from your book. So they were lights in the shape of these plants. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Amazing. Okay. The next one on my list was Bokila. So Bokila is able to camouflage. This was also new to me, similarly to the ways octopus or other sea creatures that we know of can camouflage. I had no idea that plants had this ability. And if you could explain.
We didn't know either. This plant was only discovered to do this in 2014.
Okay.
And the best trip I got to go on reporting this book was to the southern cold rainforest of Chile. And this vine grows absolutely everywhere there. And no one paid any attention to it because it's like everywhere. It's like a weed. It's also very boring. It has 3 leaves round little leaves. It kind of looks like a bean plant. And this researcher in 2014 noticed that he was just looking at one of these Bokila vines and it sort of disappeared into a bush, but he kept looking for it and he saw that it hadn't disappeared. It had actually morphed its leaf shape, size of its leaves, color, glossiness, texture, vein pattern to match the leaves of the bush. And then he kept looking around and found that this plant will spontaneously do this to whatever it's growing beside. It doesn't even need to be touching the plant to do this. And so I got to go and see this for myself. I mean, these leaves will morph. They'll grow like 16 times their normal size if the other leaf calls for it. There was even a case where a plant has a spike at the end of its leaf tip that is curled under. So if you're looking at this plant, you would have no idea it has a spike. You have to sort of drag your finger under it to notice. And the Bokila will develop the spike as well when it's mimicking it, which is, according to this scientist, the equivalent of a human growing a rhinoceros tusk. It's something that just doesn't happen. It's considered a standard bearer of a species to have a spike or not. And so I'm so glad we spoke a little bit about plant vision because this is exactly sparking that debate. There's a group of botanists who feel the only way this Bokila could do this is because it can see. The researcher who's actually found this thinks that's ridiculous. And his explanation is that actually they're being taken over by microorganisms, which is even more sci-fi, that the kind of biotic, the microbiome, the microbial cloud around a plant is what determines its shape. And the Bokila is just happened to be more receptive to other plants' microbial clouds, which completely dismantles the idea of a biological individual at that point. You're just working with a different conception for how shape gets determined. And that's a fight that we may see resolved in our lifetime or we may not, but they're actively fighting right now.
Yeah. Interesting.
This is just all such a lovely topic to spend time with.
Absolutely. Pondering the plant kingdom and knowing the extraordinary behaviors that plants exhibit, I think it really enhances our experiences in general in our daily lives. Being able to witness the endless processes and living systems all around us with fresh eyes and inspiring awe.
Yeah. Well, let's go to the third conversation in this chapter, which is frankly a much less pleasant and lovely kind of topic, which you'll likely not be thinking about on contemplative hikes in the woods. We're going to be talking about parasites.
So I came at it as an undergrad. I was sitting in a room with people. We were talking about the things that mattered, like what is time and what is consciousness and what happens if you have a brain. And what I noticed over and over was this almost deference to neuroscientists when it came to some of the details about how the brain works when we were doing philosophy of mind conversations. And I was young enough to be kind of to succumb to this. And so I ended up just kind of realizing, okay, well, yes, we could talk about brains in a vats, but down the road in a lab, people are taking brains out of previously living animals, bathing them in fluids of salt and enough nutrient to keep them alive for a couple hours or days, and people are studying this. And when we were having conversations about free will and what is identity, what does it mean to be the same person over time, what does it mean to choose your own preferences, can you choose your own preferences, all these things, I thought, I had just read some, I think, Discover magazine article about toxoplasma by Carl Zimmer. And that started it all. I was like, well, why don't we just study this instead of talking about it? Like, this is a thing. This is in the sphere of empirical studies. We can look at this. We can do this. And so I kind of did it exclusively and entirely to try to study free will from some kind of oblique angle.
That was the voice of Patrick House. He's a neuroscientist and author, and he spent a lot of time researching the parasite Toxoplasma gondii. This is a parasite that can infect all mammals, but it can only reproduce in the intestines of a cat. So in every case, it needs to make its way back to a feline to complete its life cycle. So Toxoplasma most commonly infects rats because they often live in such close proximity to cats. And it affects the behavior of the rats, causing them to lose their fear of cats and actually feel drawn to them. This is accomplished by a neurological mechanism that scientists still don't completely understand, but we know that toxoplasma creates hundreds of cysts in the brain of its host, causing dopamine levels to rise. And dopamine is a neurotransmitter that plays a role in mediating powerful emotions such as desire and fear, which helps to explain much of the behavior we see in mammals infected with the parasite. You heard Patrick reference identity and free will in that opening clip, where he was recounting how he first got interested in this subject. And those are the intuitions I really want to get at here. Because if a tiny parasitic protozoan can tunnel its way into your brain and stealthily alter your feelings and behavior, where does that leave room for the reality of stable identity and of self? Since it's all brain processing to begin with, it becomes hard to see where you can draw a line between things like parasites and the chemicals they release, and all of the different neurotransmitters and hormones and countless brain processes that normally govern our feelings, thoughts, and behaviors in every moment.
People had looked at toxoplasma for about 100 years. It's been quite relevant to livestock and cattle. It's been, and it was an epidemiological problem for a very long time. It was one of the leading causes of HIV-related mortality in the late 80s. The guy at the end of Train Spotting dies of toxoplasmosis. It's neurologically, it has been known around and studied for decades and decades. But it wasn't until the kind of mid-90s or early 90s that someone, a kind of behavioral ecologist, neuroscientist out of Oxford, asked, well, what is it doing in these rodents? What is it doing in a mouse brain? What is it doing in a rat brain? Why is it there? And at some point, people had kind of pieced together that its definitive host is the cat. So maybe I see it as almost like a mash of cultural themes and scientific themes where people had just started to kind of uncover some of these parasite host manipulation frameworks. And in media, people have been writing about, filmmakers have been directing movies where characters are imbued with something that makes them behave differently. All of these are just in the general category of unobservable change in human behavior. And the plot, the theme, the interest is in unpacking what and why. And so it's a remarkable coincidence that the most studied animal model happens to also be the host of this thing, the indirect host. Right. So the mouse, if it was some strange exotic bird that was the intermediate species, that would have been much, much harder to study. But what a world of coincidence where
we already have these in the lab.
Study. You could. And so to me, that was actually part of the beauty of the scientific project was most neuroscience, when you're dealing with animal models or laboratory stuff, it's always some sort of proxy between the thing you're studying and what you really care about, which is human cognition and human consciousness. That's mostly what most people care about. And in most of those cases, no matter what you do, no matter how well you solve a unanswered question in a mouse brain, you're still making an inferential leap to leap up to the human brain. And what I loved about studying toxoplasma was that the human is the model. The phenomenon of interest is happening in the mouse brain. And when we get it, we are the ancillary hosts. We are the animal model. And so I loved actually studying the thing in and of itself without having to with making the fewest logical leaps that I had to.
Yeah. We're juxtaposing what we are kind of categorizing as the normal brain of a rat or of a human, and then the influence of this external thing on the behavior, which I think is in itself fascinating. But for me, my interest in it really came from trying to understand how much of that sort of process is already occurring in all behavior. How much is everything from the structure of the brain to any collaborations it finds itself in with parasites or diseases or injury or just normal development. Can we kind of view our behavior in the same way, and so that it shakes up our intuitions about what we normally view as inherent to ourselves, and we have this intuition that we have something that is like a soul or a self. And my interest in parasites in general, but in all of the things that I cover in my book, and my interest in neuroscience really is kind of understanding to what extent we are just experiencing processing, and to what extent free will is truly an illusion. And I'm curious how much that type of curiosity was driving you, and if it influenced your thinking on free will and other areas of consciousness.
Yeah, so I got into it for a few reasons. One of which is a little bit pedestrian, and is just really about the kind of marvel of the anomaly of the parasite host relationship. So to get this out of the way, what I found so fascinating was that there are all kinds of other examples for this kind of host behavior manipulation, but in general, they tend to happen in insects. They tend to happen, so there's a thing, it makes ants go somewhere, it makes crickets, all these things. And they get brought up in the same category. But I think that's a category error. And the reason I think toxoplasma is so interesting is that it gets into mammalian brains. So usually things that get into mammalian brains kill the host immediately. It is the Fort Knox, the blood-brain barrier. The mammalian brain is exquisitely protected. It's immunoprivileged. It has very few cells that can come and go. It is extremely well guarded. The fact that this thing gets in there, to me, just on a just pure, almost engineering level, I wanted to know the engineering of how it does that. And it's so successful. It's in a third of human brains. It's in most livestock. It's incredibly successful. It, like malaria, so it's intimately related to malaria. They're cousins or third cousins or something.
Okay.
So that protozoan, Plasmodium falciparum, and Toxoplasma, also a protozoan, they're the same kind of life form. And they're just so good at what they do over and over. These are kind of unbeatable pathogens. And when a kind of indirect host ends up ingesting it, so it's almost always through, you have to eat it. So even just there, we have a vat of xenomorph level hydrochloric acid sitting in our stomach to kill supposedly everything that we encounter, right? Like, we're supposed to be able to eat raw meat on the African savanna.
Right. And
so this thing avoids the vat of hydrochloric acid that we have, is fine, just probably thrives, does the backstroke, and ends up inside the immune cell that is supposed to actually kill it. So the things that are most damaging, HIV, toxo, broadly speaking, they use the immune system to their advantage. They Trojan horse their way in. And so toxo does, just statistics and Brownian motion, end up in some of these immune cells which have privileged access to the brain. So a few do, just in case something gets in there. And it actually kind of wiggles inside of one of those. Instead of being killed, it actually hides inside, straight Trojan horse style. And then when it's in the brain, just pops out and lives forever and incurably there as a cyst in the host. And what's so remarkable to me about that identity question and the free will question, and what really kind of switched my interest into a passion regarding toxoplasma was that it actually sits inside of neurons. So when these cysts form, the outside of a neuronal cell body is scary, because that's where the immune systems patrol and all those immune cells patrol. But inside of a neuron is safe harbor. And so the fact that this thing goes all the way from just like the outside world, Trojan horses its way into the brain, and then finds itself, how we've kind of domesticated the things that scare us. We took bears and carved them into bearskin coats, and we took wolves and turned them into purse-sized little puppies and all these things. Toxoplasma, it effectively hides itself in a neuronal skin coat, the same way we used to hide ourselves in bearskin coats. And I just found this kind of so pleasant to think about on an evolutionary level that it figured these things out.
No, I get that. Yeah.
And in terms of identity and the free will question, like ignoring all of the process and the way it gets into the brain, let's just, cross that out and just say, okay, it's in a brain, it's in a mammalian brain, it's inside of neurons. Does that animal or human's decision making, do we call it the person? So when a person makes a decision and they have toxoplasma, are they them making the decision? Are they them plus the parasite? You know, like how do you kind of carve out these borders between self and non-self when the thing is inside your damn neuron?
Right.
Like, you know, if you were, I imagine like a coloring book, and you tell someone, okay, here's an MR scan of your brain. We've abstracted it out to some bold lines so you can color the parts. Now here, color the parts that are you and not you. Are they just going to make little? Are they going to make little holes for the thousands of parasites that are in their brain and say, like, oh, well, everything else around it is me, but that little thing is not me?
And even what does me mean in that sentence? What are we even trying to define?
Absolutely. That it skews preferences was another thing that I found so interesting. So there was some talk in the early 2000s about the holy grail of a visual illusion would be if you could make the same stimuli appear black, pure Pantone black and pure Pantone white. And if you could make the same stimuli, just changing the outside context and conditions from black to white, then you have achieved the holy grail of visual illusion. It cannot get better than that because you've gone from both extremes. And when I heard that the parasite toxoplasma for a mouse or for a rat changes a fear, an innate fear, into what might be an attraction, to me, that's the black to white. That's the holy grail of behavioral manipulation. If you can take something that you're supposed to be so afraid of and turn that into the entire opposite behavioral outcome, then everything else is in the middle.
Yeah.
You know, every other emotion, preference, behavior is just in the middle of that. And so
that's really why it's such a great example. Yeah. Did you end up doing research with human subjects as well, or were you, and even if you haven't, the only research I'm aware of is, I think, from, Natalie Angier did some reporting on it in the New York Times, and, maybe a couple of other mainstream science articles. But I'm curious about everything I don't know about studies that were done in humans.
I never did work in humans. Again, I found the purity of the human being the animal model in this situation. The mice are clones of each other and still have individual variation. And then to deal with, the mice are 100 years inbred, clonal as you can get, and yet still there's massive individual variation in their behavior and their response to toxoplasma. So the idea of introducing the human level of effectively like statistical unknown would just be too much to me. I mean, of course, there's incredibly good work on it.
Right. That makes sense. In terms of what you just understand, though, about what it's doing in the brains of mice even, would you assume that it is having some effect on human behavior, just based on what you know in terms of how it's infiltrating the brain and what you've seen in terms of the effect on mouse behavior?
Yeah. So there are some amazing similarities and amazing differences between the human and the mouse brain. So the fundamental thing that is true is that the neurons are mostly similar. There are some great papers out recently, like looking at this question in absolute detail. And you do find differences in, some like feature differences on the ends of human neurons and some genetic profile differences. But in general, they're the same. Like nature reuses the same parts over and over. This is true everywhere we look. And the first thing you might expect is, it changes the mouse relationship to cat stimuli, to cat urine and like the presence of a cat. It switches in some of the animals this fear into an attraction. Maybe this is what predisposes cat ladies or humans that get it. You might take the analog and just map it one to one. But of course, we're not innately afraid of cats the same way that mice are. And so what we find in the mouse work is that there's an innate pathway that goes straight from the nose, skips all the fancy processing of the mammalian cortex, goes straight to like the hypothalamus, and then you get the behavior. But the human brain does not respond to cat urine or cat odors that same way. So the question is, if you have a bug, whatever that bug is, toxoplasma here, and I'm speaking colloquially, And the biggest difference, I think, and the thing that's hard to really truly appreciate is that when you have a chronic toxoplasma infection in a human, even if it's subthreshold, it's not quite at toxoplasmosis levels, it's not medically relevant, that thing is sitting in the brain for decades, right? As opposed to a mouse whose lifespan is a couple years, maybe months or years. Having that same thing stay alive, we're just the ancillary host. We're the dead end. The parasite does not want to be in us. But, I mean, we don't get eaten by cats, right? I mean, so we have no way of passing on the parasite. But what does it mean for this parasite to sit inside of a human neuron for decades? Is that neuron dead? Is that neuron forever altered? That's something that we will never be able to assess or study in a mouse because they just simply don't live long enough. And so there are fascinating questions about the human effects. And I really think, again, with the schizophrenia link, that is where you might imagine some sort of chronic immune response. So these parasites are, the immune system knows they're there. It's just not going to take out one of its own neurons to get to it.
Right.
And so, this is really like wrapping yourself in the bear coat and, sitting in the bear cave. Like they can smell you. They know you're there, but they just might not maul you just in case
launch
you're
an
not
attack. Yeah.
And so we know so little about the immune system.
Yeah.
We know so little about the brain. We are in the Babylonian era of understanding how the central nervous system coordinates and works. And so I do think that it's quite plausible that if there are some molecular effects, if it's basically causing the neuron that it invades to be unhealthy in some redox or stress way, that accumulating this over decades could very well lead to chronic inflammation, changes in behavior, things like that.
Interesting. Is there a way to detect a toxoplasma infection of a neuron besides dissecting the actual brain? I mean, can it be detected through some kind of scan or fMRI, or is there any way for us to see what's happening apart from once someone passes away actually dissecting and truly seeing it?
Most of the ways that people learn they have or have once had a toxoplasma infection is through a blood draw. It's just antibodies. You can do an antibody test, which can tell you had it at one point.
Right.
But there's no way of actually knowing whether or not a person has it in their central nervous system unless it grows so large, basically bursts out of its neuron and replicates, and it can create what's called a ring-enhancing lesion, which can be picked up on MR scans, which is how people with HIV, you could see often because their immune system is compromised. So when the toxoparasite breaks out, it just kind of replicates unfettered. And so as far as I know, nobody's done postmortem for toxoplasma. This actually came up so at Stanford, there's a law and sciences kind of working group where we would just meet for pizza and beer and give presentations and ask questions to each other. And one time I got asked, so the science isn't good enough to be introduced in a normal case. Like you can't just say someone has toxoplasma and link to all these studies or behavioral effects. But in the rare event of a capital punishment case, the evidentiary standard is lowered because they want to give a fair shot to anything. Someone's life is on the line. So they lower the standard. And someone asked me, like, if I were put on stand, what I would say. So let's say someone committed a murder. It was highly violent. And they tested positive for toxoplasma. Could I say that the toxoplasma had any effect on that act? And not at all. Because all we have is the blood draw, and we have no idea what that means about whether or not there's active toxo in the brain when the person had the infection. If it's past 6 months, there's no way to distinguish from the antibodies alone.
Right.
So it's a really, really difficult. This is what makes the science of the toxoplasma infected human linked to all kinds of different behavioral traits so difficult, is that you don't actually have a record of where it is in the brain, which might plausibly give you just kind of connect the dots stepping stones to really like formulate a good hypothesis about why. We just don't have
how it's affecting someone. Yeah. I mean, even with something like SSRIs, I mean, the difference in how each one affects a single brain and how the same drug can affect different brains differently. We just do not know enough about the brain to be able to tease out those types of effects, I think.
There's this old saying, I think I got this from my PhD advisor, Robert Spolsky. He said, a headache is not the absence of Advil. And the same way, being depressed is not the absence of an SSRI. Behaving well towards cats or domesticating them is not the absence of toxoplasma. And what I find so interesting, though, is this kind of narrative that people often give over to these impingements on their free will and consciousness. So when people find out, you should see the emails we get.
Yeah.
Right? When people find out they have toxoplasma, they find out that they had it as a kid, they impart this narrative story and arc to, was it me or was it the parasite?
Right.
And you find this commonly in, is it me or is it my cancer? Is it me or is it my childhood? There's all these narrative imprimatures that kind of come along for the ride when you find out you have something like this. And to me, that's the most interesting part. Like, how and why do people explain their own behavior? And they're often so wrong.
It's so fascinating to consider all the variables that are at play in determining our behavior, which all feel so much like our own, our self, whether it's in the form of a parasite or not.
It's so fascinating, right?
Yeah.
And toxoplasmosis is just one example of this sort of thing. There are really countless examples of parasites affecting animals and insects' behavior. There's a parasite that infects brine shrimp and causes them to be many times more social than they usually are. So they end up collecting in groups, which makes them much easier for birds to spot. It's all just so bizarre. And there are billions of bacteria in your gut right now that are making up your microbiome. And we seem to be discovering all kinds of ways that they are in direct conversation with your brain and affecting your behavior as well. It's something like only 43% of the cells in your body are actually human cells.
Well, like I said, the second half of this chapter was not as lovely as that nature stroll at the beginning.
Sorry. Yeah. I'll also mention that in addition to Patrick House's work on toxoplasmosis, which we'll link to in the show notes, he just recently published a book entitled 19 Ways of Looking at Consciousness, which I've been eager to pick up as well and will also link to.
Okay, well, your conversation with Patrick House was starting to head in the direction of the frequent sticking point in many of these conversations, and the thing which I promised in an earlier chapter to not need too many reminders about, that's the illusory nature of the self.
Yeah, in that conversation with Patrick House, we were using the terms identity and free will in a way that basically is pointing to the same concept as self. I really see free will as part of the illusion of self. It's the self that we feel is this concrete entity that has a precise center or location somewhere in the head, the core of which is stable across time. And it's the feeling of being this solid, unchanging self somehow outside of the physical processes that we think has this freedom of will, that our decision-making somehow also takes place outside of these physical processes. And so I end up talking about the experience of self and the other illusions contained within that experience, like free will, in just about every conversation I have on the topic.
Well, I think we'll just go ahead and devote the next chapter to it entirely. Let's call it the self.
So this idea that the self is a perception and not the thing that does the perceiving, I think is in some sense trivial, but in another sense it's key when you unravel the implications.
That was a bit of my conversation with Anil Seth, where we discuss how the brain generates this illusion of self. So you'll hear much more of that, as well as my conversation with David Eagleman, in the next chapter of Lights On, Chapter 5, The Self. Lights on, Chapter 5, The Self.
Okay, so as we've mentioned before, understanding the illusion of self is the main hurdle for most people, myself very much included, in the process of getting on board with your views of consciousness. And we prepped this subject in the very first chapter of this documentary with the analogy to an ocean wave or a flowing river. But we're going to spend a little more time with it here and really hone in on what you mean, because I think when we can get people to truly dissolve this very stubborn, very natural, very persistent intuition of self, the whole picture shifts and your conception of fundamental consciousness begins to feel a bit easier to grasp.
Yeah, I think so too. But while most people can understand the intellectual explanation of the illusion of self, it's another thing to grasp it on an experiential level, to know what it's like to actually experience the world that way, to be aware of all of the usual things, the sights, the sounds, even the thoughts, without feeling like the subject of all of those things, without feeling like a self experiencing those things. And this is obviously something that's quite difficult to communicate through language. Language kind of fails us when we're trying to describe an experience that someone else hasn't had before.
And you've felt this, right?
Yeah, at this point I experience it regularly. Once you recognize the illusion enough times, it becomes available to notice in any moment, really. So the illusion of self naturally drops away for me when I practice meditation, and it's something I intentionally recognize at many points throughout the day, every day.
Do you remember the first time that you really felt it?
I do. It was actually at a 5-day meditation retreat. I had been thinking deeply about the nature of the self in the weeks leading up to this retreat. I'd worked with enough neuroscientists at that point to at least have a general understanding of how the brain leaves us feeling like an unchanging self. And I knew that many people had had this insight intuitively while meditating, without ever even having thought about it before. So the nature of self and the illusion of self was definitely on my mind. But the reason I was going to this retreat was really to strengthen my practice. More than anything, I was just following my growing curiosity about the mind and a commitment to deepening my meditation practice, which had become really a useful tool for me psychologically. So I wasn't going into the retreat with any specific goals beyond really just strengthening my practice and surrendering to the experience. The retreat took place in the middle of winter, and it was quite cold and rainy many of the days. I had attended several retreats before and was familiar with the routines and rhythms of these setups. You sit and meditate for blocks of 45 minutes at a time, and often that will alternate with a session of walking meditation for 45 minutes. But one of the intentions of being on retreat is really to spend all of your time meditating, which really just means paying careful attention to the present moment and not getting lost in thought, not following the impulse to be caught up in anything pertaining to the past or to the future. So when you're walking from your room to the meditation hall, or eating, or putting your coat on, basically everything you do is part of this concerted effort, the practice of concentrating on what's happening here and now. The feeling of your arm going into the coat sleeve, the weight of your feet as you take each next step, the sounds around you, the feeling of breathing, and then even the thoughts that arise. You might have a thought about an errand you need to run when you get home, and just kind of recognizing that that thought arose, and rather than following it and getting caught up in that story or thinking about all of the other things you need to do when you get home, kind of recognize the thought arise and then just move back to something that's happening in the present moment. Everything in these types of meditation retreats is done in silence and without making eye contact with the other meditators. So when you eat in the dining room, you focus on the scents, the sensations of chewing, the food texture, the swallowing. You practice staying present through all of it. And so in some sense, you're always meditating during these retreats. The meditation isn't at all confined to sitting on a cushion. And I've always had an affinity for the walking sessions on these retreats, especially in the spring and summer when you can walk along the beautiful paths outside. The grounds of these retreat centers are often very beautiful. But on this particular retreat, the freezing temperature forced a change of scenery for us. So the organizers had set up one of their indoor rooms off the main meditation hall for walking meditation when it felt too cold for most of us to be outside. And when you practice walking meditation indoors, you simply follow a straight line from one side of the room to the other. So you walk very slowly, just feeling your feet on the floor. You feel your foot lift and move slowly forward while balancing on the other leg. And then you concentrate on the sensation of placing your foot down. And this very slow process of walking all the way across the room, trying to pay as close attention as you can to each experience and sensation in the present moment. And then when you reach the other side of the room, you slowly turn around and walk back to where you started. This scene would look completely crazy to any outsider who didn't know what they were witnessing, especially when there's a group of people engaged in this activity together. It looks very much like a zombie movie. So anyway, there we were, about 20 of us or so, pacing slowly across this comfortably heated and carpeted room in our socks in these parallel lines, similar to swimmers doing laps in a pool, just silently pacing back and forth. So I was back in the walking meditation room on the second day of this retreat, shuffling along in my socks. I remember that from inside the room you could hear the wind and the occasional downpour on the roof and against the windows. As I walked and paid attention to the sensations and the sounds of the rain, I had this moment of extreme clarity in which I felt my body moving, my legs lifting, my feet taking steps, my heartbeat, the simple scene of the room slowly changing as my body moved through the space. And I suddenly noticed this shift. Everything was just happening. All of these sensations and sights and sounds were just arising, one after the other. There was no sense that I was creating them or even experiencing them. The experiences were just unfolding. And any thoughts that came up, or even the feeling of intention, because I still felt that I, as a system, was still controlling my legs, and not that I had become a marionette of some sort. But even all of the thoughts and feelings of intention to move were part of the unfolding. There was a sense almost of a racing river of moments of experience, but no I to speak of, no me. And I had this feeling, kind of a feeling of a realization that is kind of hard to put into words, but it was almost like thinking, this is what it's like to be Annaka. And I know that sounds crazy and it's not really descriptive of the experience I was having. Language is so inadequate for capturing this type of experience, I think. It was maybe more like a knowledge of Annaka-ness happening in the world. And I wasn't in it or looking at it. I was it. And as this state became more stable over the course of the retreat for me, I was reminded of the thought that we all have from time to time, wondering what it would be like to be someone else. And it suddenly struck me in a more visceral way than it ever had before, why this thought actually doesn't make sense. That it's exactly like asking, what would it be like if that table were a refrigerator? Or why isn't that boulder a tree? Well, if the boulder were a tree, it would be a tree. They're just two different objects in nature, and it would never strike us as a legitimate question to ask, let alone an interesting one. But somehow it seems as if our conscious experience is separate from the physical system, even when we understand intellectually that that's not the case. And so after dropping the feeling of being a self It then intuitively struck me as absurd to talk about switching places with someone else. As absurd as wondering what it would be like for a boulder to switch places with a tree. The experience is fragile and fleeting. As I left the room, I knew that the illusion of self would generate again, and I would re-inhabit the point of view of a self, somehow apart and distinct from nature's river. But I returned to that room many more times during the retreat. I was sometimes even the only one in there when I opted out of a sitting practice in the main hall and chose to walk in there instead. And I've gravitated more towards walking meditation on retreat ever since.
How long ago was that retreat?
It was close to 20 years ago now. But I still remember the moment in that room. I think I've always been curious about the nature of self, and I've always struggled with being very sensitive and an empath. And that's manifested in different ways throughout my life. You know, I remember when I was very young, probably not more than 5 or so, I actually assumed that I was going to be everyone else at some point. That I would be my sister and my mom and dad and each of my friends. And I remember being worried about when it was my turn to be some of the people in my life who had hard lives or, you know, just a life that didn't look appealing to me in one way or another. But I just assumed everyone somehow cycled between being everyone else. And then I mentioned it to my mother one day. I think the people math on this complicated puzzle was starting to confuse me. And I just asked her a question. I think it was something like, when I'm you and you're daddy and Sarah's me, and I don't know how that question ended, but I was just curious about something about how that was all going to play out. And then she, of course, explained to me that it doesn't work like that.
Well, it's a charming thought, though.
Yeah, although I think I was pretty relieved to hear that that wasn't the way things work. But the general instinct isn't uncommon at all. There are so many films and books that tap into this idea of soul swapping. And it's, of course, extremely useful for our morality to try to imagine what someone else's experience is like. But it turns out that the idea of swapping places with someone is not just logistically impossible, but truly incoherent.
Yeah. I mean, your childhood vision of being your friend could have happened for all we know.
That's true. I guess I could be her right now. Yeah. It makes no difference because there is no her or me, really. It's just, this is this.
Yeah, but there does seem to be some vague intuitive objection when you change the tree and boulder to people. Like I think, oh, but would Annaka retain her memories and personality and all that if we did the swap with her friend? And I know that doesn't make any sense. The memories and personality are all tied to the physical system or identical to it. But it does feel immediately different than the tree and the boulder, or maybe a little less so after the previous chapter with Danny Shamovitz.
Yeah, it does seem different, even beyond our intuitions, when the objects in question are people. It might be that the presence of a brain is one of the obstacles here. Imagine if there were some kind of small bundle of physical stuff that was the center of the tree and held all of its information about previous seasons or rainfall or the angles of sunshine, and that if you removed this central organ, the tree would die immediately. Then we might have a more similar intuition about trees. It's just that you're still faced with the same problem. The system you would create if you could successfully relocate the tree's brain somewhere else, that would just be a new system in nature. It's somewhat analogous to procreation or something like cloning, where you're creating a similar system with a few variations and in a different time and place. But I think that one of the main things we're bumping up against here is actually the role of memory and how that creates a sense of a solid thing that moves through time rather than processes unfolding, which is really a more accurate description of what's happening. The truth is that if there's some way to capture a memory and brain processing, in theory, with some future scientific technology, we could add a memory of something you experienced to my stream of memories. And the memories are really at the core of what constitutes my experience of self. There are other elements to it, but at least my autobiographical self is completely made up of memory. And maybe if a memory of yours could be copied in its physical form and transplanted into my brain, maybe I would then have this new memory of being you at some moment in the past. It seems possible in theory. I mean, I have memories of being a child, and the 7-year-old me is drastically different from the 47-year-old me. And a lot of those differences are more extreme than the differences between you and I. So having a memory of being someone else in one moment is not actually so different from having a memory of being my 7-year-old self in another moment in time.
Right. And so this is really where understanding processes in the brain, like memory and binding, and how our felt experiences get generated more generally becomes relevant, and why this chapter on the self features 2 neuroscientists.
Yes.
Yeah.
When I had these conversations we're about to hear, I was trying to conceive of a universe in which consciousness is fundamental and what that might look like. But I was still dissatisfied with the space-time field analogy I had put forward. So I was feeling stuck, but I knew that shaking up intuitions is always helpful, and that maybe together with a deeper understanding of how the brain generates this sense of self might help me with the bigger picture I was trying to understand. And so I called my friend Anil Seth. What's so wonderful about your book, for me personally, is that it's gotten me to shift my views a little bit in terms of where I've been headed in my own thinking about what the physics would look like if consciousness were fundamental. So I was just looking, I have 9 pages of notes in front of me.
Oh my word.
I'll be happy if we get through the first 4. Anil Seth is a neuroscientist and an author. He's written several fantastic books about the brain and illusions and consciousness, and his most recent book is called Being You. It examines how the brain, while it's in reality encased in the darkness of the skull, uses the different sensory inputs to try to map out and make sense of its relationship with the outside world. Just reading his book was already giving me a new perspective and slightly new intuitions. And I had just finished reading his book when we had this conversation. I'm actually just going to read this little snippet from your book to help set us down this path, and then we'll just see where we end up. But you say, it may seem as though the self, yourself, is the thing that does the perceiving, but this is not how things are. The self is another perception, another controlled hallucination, though of a very special kind. You also say, I love this quote, you say, we are becoming different people all the time. Our perceptions of self are continually changing. You are a slightly different person now than when you started reading this chapter. But this does not mean that we perceive these changes. The subjective blindness to the changing self has consequences. For one thing, it fosters the false intuition that the self is an immutable entity rather than a bundle of perceptions. So, can you begin with just giving an explanation of interoception and then just kind of going on from there? Okay.
So this idea that self is a perception and not the thing that does the perceiving, I think is in some sense trivial, but in another sense it's key when you unravel all the implications. It seems to us that the self is the thing that does the perceiving. At least that's a sort of very, not everybody would necessarily think of it that way, but it's a relatively easy frame of mind to slip into.
No, I think most people who I talk to, especially on the subject, think of it that way, and it's very, very difficult for them to break free of thinking it that way. So I think this is incredibly important to understand how the brain creates this perception.
Yeah, and I think that there are many ways to, in the first person, so to speak, break free of that. I mean, meditation, psychedelics, there's all kinds of things where we can change our experience of selfhood in ways that make it immediately apparent in our lived experience that the self is not this immutable inner observer looking out through the windows of the eyes onto the world. But from the perspective of neuroscience and psychology, what this means is that we try to explain what the experience of selfhood is like using exactly the same principles by which we explain what the perception of the world is like. And the way that I prefer to think of how we perceive the world is it's a tradition that goes back to Immanuel Kant, later Hermann von Helmholtz. It's that perceptual content is the brain's best guess of the causes of its sensory signals. Every perception is an act of interpretation. It's an act of construction. That's where the term controlled hallucination comes from. It's something the brain is generating that is reined in by sensory signals from the world. If it wasn't reined in, it would not be very evolutionarily useful. But it's always, it's not identical to the world. We perceive colors. Colors are not objectively existing properties of an external reality. Color is where the brain and the universe meet. It's a useful perceptual construction that's guided by sensory signals from the world, but the sensory signals aren't colored at all. This understanding of perception being an active construction shaped by sensory signals now applies also to the self. But what are the relevant sensory data? For vision, we open our eyes and we have, our retinas get activated by light at various frequencies, so on. So what are the relevant sensory signals that constrain our experiences and perceptions of selfhood? Well, some of them are still visual. I see my body. Some of them are what we would call proprioceptive. So there are lots of sensory signals that report to the brain the position, configuration, and movement of the limbs of the body. This is proprioception and kinesthesia. So predictions about those signals give us a perception of our body in space and how it moves. And we all know that that's a very deeply felt part of what an experience of being a self is like. How our body moves, how we just are in the world as an object. But then a whole separate raft of sensory signals is coming from the body's interior. This is what is meant by interoception. Interoception is in contrast to exteroception. Exteroception is the classic sensory modalities, vision, hearing, smell, things that are sensing the external world. Interoception is to do with sensing the interior milieu, the interior of the body. And these are signals. There are many different kinds of these that all come through distinct neural pathways, through the brainstem into different parts of the cortex. But what they all have in common, these interoceptive signals, is they are telling the brain what the physiological condition of the body is like along some dimension, whether it's heartbeat or blood pressure or oxygen levels or something like that. And so the idea here is that very deep levels of experiences of selfhood are grounded on perceptions of interoceptive signals, but constructed according to the same principles. So these are, again, not direct readouts of the interior state of the body. They are actively constructed best guesses about the causes of those signals, just as my experience of hearing your voice is my brain's best guess of these signals coming to my ear. Part of my experience of self is my brain's best guess of the ongoing causes of signals coming from deep inside my body.
Yeah. Can you just give a couple of examples? I feel like it's interesting. Even for me, when I was reading about this in your book, I eventually came up with many examples, but I had a hard time understanding even the purpose. Like if I think of my heartbeat, if my heart's beating too fast, I can't regulate it on my own. I can't control any of these internal organs. So can you talk a little bit about the feeling we get and then what it causes, how it causes us to actually regulate our state?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's, and so you hit exactly the thing. So what is the content of this perception and what is the purpose of it? This perceiving of the body from within. Well, one way to think of it is simply as emotion and mood at one level. And again, there's a long tradition of thinking this way, that experiences of emotions and moods are interpretations of changes in physiological condition. William James and Carl Anger said this a long, long time ago. What we call fear is perception of changes of bodily state in a situation which is threatening. That's fear. It's the perception of the body in some way. And so this is just taking that view and developing it in the language of perceptual predictions and controlled hallucinations. And the fact that the content of an interoceptive prediction is not like the precise moment my heart beats or the shape of my stomach or the level of blood sugar. I mean, we don't directly perceive that, but that's fine because we don't directly perceive anything. When we experience color, that's not because color is out there in the world. That's a useful construction of the brain to guide behavior. So emotion is a useful format of conscious experience to guide behavior with respect to the physiological condition of the body.
So if we use like hunger as an example, hunger and just desire in general, I find very interesting. When I'm in my meditation practice, I find these feelings to be so hard to pin down and really look at. I mean, when you're in meditation and you're focusing on a feeling maybe of your hands touching, there's something much more concrete about that. There's something very interesting to me always about these experiences of desire, hunger. Like what does hunger actually feel like? It's very hard to say what the feeling is, but it clearly gets us to act, right? Like the hungrier we are, the more all of our behavior starts directing towards food, you know? Exactly. And at a certain point, it becomes all consuming. And so I imagine those are the types of things you're talking about. But I started wondering when I was reading about this, about things like sadness and where these feelings come from and how they evolve. And I imagine that this is part of interoception, all of those types of emotional feelings.
And there'll be combinations. And I mean, one issue, and it's a very slight tangent, is that it's very, very hard to experimentally intervene in these kinds of things. Vision is very easy. We can control what people see. We can control the sensory data very, very precisely, and we can represent visual experiences reasonably well, pictorially and so on. Very difficult to do this when this loop of perception and sensation is entirely within the body. You know, to be able to manipulate and measure interoceptive signals is just difficult.
Can you, though, trigger a feeling of hunger just by stimulating different parts of the brain?
Good question. I don't know. I mean, maybe, but it's not going to be that straightforward. Any given emotional state or motivational state like hunger is not going to be sort of mapping onto a bit of the brain single bit that you might stimulate. In the same way, I can zap your visual cortex with a magnetic pulse and maybe give you the experience of seeing a flash of light, but I'm not going to be able to induce a detailed visual experience of looking out over the ocean.
Yeah.
That's too finessed for the interventions that we have. But what you said about this whole characteristic feature of things like hunger and sadness and fear, they have a valence, right? They feel generally good or bad, and that we're drawn to do things or we are inhibited from doing things when we have these emotions. And that's a very different kind of character to just a basic visual experience. Yes, of course, visual experiences have emotional tone too. I think there's a reason for that. I think nothing is actually completely segregated, or nothing is completely separate from its what you might call interoceptive base. All the predictions, all the perceptions that brains engage in are fundamentally rooted in their relevance to keeping the body alive. At least that's the position I argue for in the book. That we experience the world and the self with, through, and because of our living bodies. But the relationship is much more direct when it comes to something like hunger. The phenomenological character of hunger is go get some food, and it drives us to do something. And that makes sense to me, because the way in which this whole loop of sensation perception acts inside the body is more directly about how good is the brain doing at keeping the body alive. So it has a more direct mapping onto dimensions of valence than opening your eyes and seeing a visual scene, which is much less directly related to valence.
Right. This reminds me of something I saw. I should actually find the footage of it. I just feel like bringing it up because I think it helps relate this back to how this creates a sense of a self, of being a solid center of experience. It was one of those long news programs they were doing a piece on depression, and there was a woman who was severely, severely depressed, treatment-resistant depression. She had tried everything. It was a heartbreaking story. She had 2 young children and was this, when she was not depressed, this incredibly vibrant, brilliant, interesting woman. And she was just so deeply depressed she couldn't function. And I probably saw this 20 years ago, so I'm sure this technology has advanced, but they were trying something new where it was an implant of an electrical stimulation to a part of her brain. And when they inserted the device and turned it on, and she says, "Did you turn the lights on in the room? It seems brighter. The colors seem brighter." And as they were kind of manipulating, I don't know if it was, the level or what they were doing, but it was amazing to see this transformation in real time. And she started saying things. I remember her saying, "I feel hopeful." And it's just, the opposite of depression had been turned on in her brain, but it was affecting things that I hadn't even thought about, like the brightness of colors. And she completely transformed just in that moment. I have no idea if long-term it worked or helped or how that story turned out, but to watch someone's brain being stimulated and to see their experience change so fully in real time was it really gave me a new sense of how much we do not have a self, right? How much this solid thing that we imagine is there, that somehow we are almost responsible for and can kind of take pride in the qualities of and all of this. Something so simple like that, it just made it so clear where that experience is coming from.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. There are all these landmarks of just pretty incontrovertible evidence that you change the brain and you change the person.
Mm-hmm.
And the person is in some sense the same person, but in other senses completely different. And as you say, this can happen in brain stimulation, where it can often be a good thing. That this whole scenario of treatment of severe depression through deep brain stimulation is very exciting. And of course, it was discovered by accident, really. People were already using this technology for relief, mainly of Parkinson's disease, where the videos are equally remarkable. I think, you will see people with horribly shaking hands. You turn the stimulation on, and they smoothly pick up a glass of water and drink it. And it happens. It's on, it's off. It's amazing to see. And you shift the electrode position just a little bit, and these electrodes are implanted quite deep in the brain, where a little bit can make a big difference. And the effect is completely different. People can, as you say, the curtains of depression can open. Can also, of course, go the other way around. So there have been cases where people you turn the stimulation on, and a normally quite happy person suddenly experiences the depths of a depression they did not realize was part of the world of possible experiences. And then indeed there's the whole canon of literature from Oliver Sacks and neurology tells the same story, that you damage part of the brain, whether it's through a stroke or some accident, and you change the person. Yeah, it's very, very good evidence that certainly the self is not this unchangeable, immutable thing. It has components. The fact that we, in normal life, tend to experience the self as unified is no good basis that it, in fact, is indivisible. Yeah, all of these things attest to the precarious and constructed nature of the self.
Yes, and I mean, self and free will, which I see as two sides of the same coin. I don't know if you would describe it the same way, but that really seems like the hardest thing for people to break through. And to me, it's the most important thing to break through when you're talking about consciousness. There's also just a major psychological shift that happens. I mean, if I tell you that I have some device from the future where I now actually can interpret your brain signals faster than they arrive in your consciousness, and I basically over here am just looking at a readout. I'm getting this tape readout of everything you're going to do in the next 10 minutes. I know everything you're going to think and feel and desire in the next 10 minutes. before you do, that really makes a huge shift in our intuitions for the way the world is structured. And I think in many ways it can be incredibly useful to understand that that's a clearer picture of the way things are working. I think it can be psychologically useful. And although it's interesting, one thing I've been talking a lot about in general, or, I would say at least 50% of the time, people find this realization to be incredibly destabilizing and disconcerting. And it's interesting to me that it can have such vastly opposite effects on people. And because I'm talking about it so much, I'm just interested in how to help people see it and frame it in this more positive light and to use it in a more beneficial way, especially because I think as we progress in neuroscience, this fact will become more and more obvious and harder to avoid. And it would be nice to help the culture see the benefit and the positive side of it rather than kind of slip into this, nihilist, hopeless feeling that can come with this realization of how things are in terms of freedom and will and those ideas.
Yeah, how to help people assimilate new intuitions about self, free will, consciousness in a way that enhances rather than undermines or threatens their way of being in the world. It's, I think I can often be a bit naive about this because I found the understanding, the dramatically incomplete and possibly entirely wrong understanding that I've come to always be a positive thing, always be a helpful thing in how I experience my daily life. And I think this does connect with a lot of the fundamental teachings of things like Buddhism, that a lot of our suffering comes from attachment. And one of the lessons of the neuroscience of self and of consciousness is also that, this whole thing about attachment is fundamentally misplaced. There's nothing to attach to.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's good. And if I think of a condition like depression, often that's accentuated by this feeling that the way I perceive things is really the way they are. And of course, if you understand that the way you perceive the world as a construction is not really necessarily the way it is, that can be liberating. And of course, you can reach that realization through in many it's much easier to reach that realization through other means.
Yeah.
You can get it through meditation. You can get it through psychedelics. You can also get it through a deep understanding of the scientific understanding of nature of perception. But of course, there are some people, and I think it's not uncommon, and especially when it comes to free will, that people do feel threatened, as if you're through science, you're trying to drain away something that's absolutely essential to the way they see themselves as being. And I think one helpful perspective on this is always to come back to the analogy of something like color. Just as a great example of something that's important, that is beautiful, that we experience. Even though I understand that color is a construction, I open my eyes, I see red. It's even more beautiful than it was before because I know that it's this beautiful dance between the brain, the body, and the world. And so I still have experiences of volition and free will and frustration, and I still have the full panorama of conscious experiences, but for me they become more meaningful and more deeply connected to the world around me.
That's really important. And that to me relates also to this realization that self is also this controlled hallucination, that it's this perception that in many ways makes us feel separate from the rest of the world. And that is not psychologically useful or healthy. And so every time we are pointed to the truth of the fact that we are a part of nature, where there's not nature in the world and everybody else and then me, we are a part of this thing, whatever it is, I think is very useful and psychologically helpful to people. And it's related to everything that you just said.
It's also part of the big arc of how knowledge is evolving over centuries. And it's the progressive, I think Freud said it, other people have said it, the dethronement of humanity, which can be a very positive thing, but is also a threatening thing. We're not at the center of the universe. This is threatening to people who want to be at the center of the universe. But of course, the universe becomes more beautiful when you realize how big it is. And then the same thing with life. Darwin, we're connected to all other living species. This is threatening if you want to believe that only humans matter and we're somehow, we're God created and other, whatever you believe that relies on there being a completely in kind distinction between humans and other animals can be threatening, but is actually beautiful. And I think the same thing is going to happen with consciousness, that we still are this kind of tipping point of in one sense knowing that our experience of self and of the world is a creation of some as yet incompletely understood way of the brain and the body, but we still cling to this idea that consciousness, maybe it's immaterial, maybe it has causal power over the universe, and maybe it will survive death of the body. All of these things that still carry significant emotional and spiritual meaning for some people. But again, I think the larger picture, when we see that our experiences of self and of will and volition, they are deeply inscribed into nature.
Just a part of nature, yes.
It's the way it is.
Although I said that's where I take a different turn, which is, for me, the natural conclusion is then that our being conscious is not special either. That it is just a part of consciousness is a part of nature, and we don't have this unique hold on it. It is not something that only human beings have. We can realize now that other mammals have it, and we'll keep going down. And my bet, although it's probably only a 60-40 bet at this point, is that we will find it everywhere, and that it is not special or unique to human beings or complex systems even.
Oh yeah, certainly not. I don't want you to get the impression that I think it's special to humans. I think exactly the opposite.
Yes, yes.
I think it's this sort of human exceptionalism that's a faulty intuition path. It's a faulty way of thinking.
No, I just take it one step further in that I put consciousness everywhere.
Yes, exactly. That is one step further.
Yeah.
So just one step further?
Yeah, well, I might be several steps further than Anil wants to take it. Although I'm convinced that if our intuitions have led us astray and consciousness is in fact fundamental, the only place to put it is at the most fundamental level. So in my mind, it really just is one step. But in essence, Anil holds a similar view to Brian Greene and other scientists, that once we learn more about the brain, the hard problem will simply dissolve in the same way the mystery of life did. I think Anil is comfortable with the materialist framework in the strictest sense, which treats consciousness as an emergent property, something that emerges out of the physical arrangement and behavior of the non-conscious ingredients. We just don't yet understand how. But in terms of his interest in consciousness, his work is focused on what are called the neural correlates of consciousness, or NCCs for short, which is correlating the range of experiences we have, the sights and sounds, thoughts and feelings, with their associated brain states and the anatomical areas of activation. So correlating which brain states give rise to which conscious experiences.
Right. And this is where, just to really dumb it down, we poke and prod around in the brain using different tools like fMRI or even direct brain stimulation in some instances to discover what kind of conscious experience is reported for each particular poke, and then try to extrapolate laws and regularities over all brains.
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't want to diminish how important I think that avenue of science is. This is the type of research every neuroscientist I've worked with has been involved in, and it's endlessly fascinating and extremely useful. It sheds light on all of these conversations. And the science is really still in its infancy, so there's so much more to explore and learn about. I'm just of the opinion that this type of research won't ever truly be able to punch through the ultimate hard question of why there is any felt experience at all.
Right. And in your view, all of these NCCs, see, I know the lingo now. All of these NCCs build up this construction of the self.
Sort of. The NCCs point to the brain activity that correlates with a specific experience, but there are many overlapping components and processes that contribute to the illusion of self. So you wouldn't necessarily talk about the neural correlates of the experience of self itself, although there are networks in the brain that seem highly implicated in its construction. So there's something called the default mode network that when activity in that network quiets down through practices like meditation or under the influence of some psychedelic compounds, people often report an experience of no longer feeling like a self, separate from the rest of the world. But again, all of this science is still in its infancy, and there's much we simply don't yet understand. But I think it's clear that it's not one single process and certainly not one single area of the brain that is responsible or that is a neural correlate for the experience of self. I actually think the self is more like a feeling. It's a bit like when Anil talks about colors not really being out there in the world. What's out there in the world are just buzzing, colorless light waves that come into contact with our brain through sensory organs. And then the brain constructs the experience of seeing green or hearing a knock at the door. And I think the self is just like that. And I think Anil agrees here. The self is not something we're really detecting out there or in here as some stable and persistent thing. It's the feeling or experience of the brain mapping the body in space and in time through memory.
Mm-hmm. And this is where Anil uses the controlled hallucination language, right?
Yes, right.
Yeah. It's such a wonderful term that seems to get at the heart of the matter. I looked it up, and I guess it's unclear who coined the term. Anil states in his book that it can be traced back to a lecture by Ramesh Jain in the 1990s. It looks like it was used around the same time by the British psychologist Chris Frith, as well as Gerald Morris Edelman, who was actually a Nobel Prize winner for his discoveries concerning the chemical structure of antibodies. But later in his life, he turned his attention to neuroscience and consciousness. Eventually, the consciousness bug comes for us all, doesn't it?
I hope that's true.
Yeah.
So we can drag in a few more listeners out there.
Yeah.
We really do need all the help we can get from the next generation of philosophers and scientists.
Yeah, I hope so too. Edelman described the controlled hallucination idea in his 1992 book, Bright Air, Brilliant Fire, on the Matter of the Mind. The book had all these great quotes that seemed to dovetail with Seth's perspective. So let me just read a few. There's no single seat of consciousness in the brain. It's a distributed network of activity. Short one. Here's another. The brain is not a passive receiver of information, but an active participant in perceiving and understanding the world. And our experience of the world is not a direct reflection of reality, but a subjective and filtered perception.
Yeah, those are great. I think Anil has really taken the baton from people like Edelman and is doing important work to push this thinking even further.
One of the major tools that Anil uses to do that, and Edelman for that matter, is through using illusions. And earlier you mentioned his recent book, Being You, which is on his theory of consciousness and the mind, but he also actually consulted on 2 kid-friendly books on optical illusions, Brain Twist in 2015 and Eye Benders in 2013, authored by Clive Gifford. They're actually super fun and explain a lot of the science behind perceptions and why certain illusions work. And actually, can I try something here?
Sure. Right now?
Yeah. I want to try something. So I just want to play you something and see what happens.
Okay, sure.
Okay. All right. I'm going to play something and just tell me what you hear.
Just notes rising, I guess.
Like just going up and up?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yep.
Wait, play it again?
Okay.
Yeah, just notes going up, I guess.
So what if I told you that it's actually just a loop of the same 10 seconds over and over. It's actually just repeating the same thing. It's not rising and rising.
Really? Play it again.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's the loop. And again.
Oh, weird. Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. At least for me, when I was playing with it, just to see how long of a break between the loops I could take before the effect wouldn't happen anymore. It was really quite a while. Even if I hit play again right now, I bet some listeners will experience it as a continuation of the rise from before.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. It's called a Shepard tone. It's named after the cognitive scientist Roger Shepard, who discovered it. It's used a lot in movie soundtracks to create a sense of sort of infinitely rising tension. Dunkirk and I think the Batman series. I guess Christopher Nolan is a fan. I'm sure there are others.
Yeah, illusions are a fun way to kind of catch your brain in the act of generating a conscious experience, especially when you logically know that it's not simply a direct experience of what's really out there. That one's good because the notes would start to sound really different at a much higher pitch, and eventually it would get so high you wouldn't hear it at all. But somehow understanding that fact doesn't stop the effect from working. Your brain just keeps producing what seems like the best map of the signals it's receiving. And so you get this sense that the notes just continue to go higher.
Yeah. I think if you played the loop long enough, it might sort of break the illusion, but I don't know how long that is. I've run it for quite a while myself, and it's pretty persistent for me. But I don't want to turn this chapter into a half hour of annoying beeping tones, though. So the listener can feel free to try this on their own time.
Yeah. I think the self is really like this, though. These more obvious illusions are a powerful way to notice that your brain is not simply delivering the raw data of the world. It's like Anil explains, it's constructing and hallucinating your reality as a sort of best guess of what's out there. And the self, of course, is not really out there or in here either. It's a feeling or a sense that your brain generates. And I think there are plenty of ways to see the logical inconsistencies and impossibilities of it as well, just like with the Shepard tone illusion you just played. So we can start to get at this illusion just by understanding and knowing that it doesn't actually make sense as a direct representation of what's happening in the world.
Well, I think the next conversation does that incredibly well. It's a phone call you had with the neuroscientist and author David Eagleman, and he has an even funnier expression than the catching your brain in the act when it comes to the scientific utility of studying illusions.
Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. David Eagleman has conducted so many fascinating experiments that really drive home this point of your brain constructing reality for you. And one of the most disorienting facts about learning how that process works is that the construction of the conscious experiences takes time.
The issue that has always intrigued me is this issue about how do all these signals come in very different channels, and yet everything seems synchronized, even though we know that signals from the eyes and the ears and the fingertips and the toes and all that are arriving at your brain at very different times. And, one of the experiments I set up was this thing about getting off the blocks for a sprinter. And, the question is, why do you use a gun instead of a flash of light? Because everyone knows that light travels faster than sound. But the answer, of course, is that even though light gets to you faster, it takes much longer to get processed by your brain because it has to go through the enormity of the visual cortex, which is about a third of the brain in humans. So by the time it works its way through there and hits the motor cortex, you're already way behind someone who's just responding to a bang. But of course, it's this way with everything. And in my lab, we've done experiments for like 20 years now, actually, on all kinds of amazing things about how this process works. One that you may know about is, let me start with the punchline first, and I'll tell you how we got there. The punchline is, the way that the brain figures out what signals belong with what in time. It's a very difficult problem for the brain to solve. And what I realized is that it does it by interacting with the world. So it puts out an act, as in knock on this, kick this, touch this. And every time it does that, it says, okay, everyone synchronize your watches, because I'm going to get signals coming in through hearing, through vision, through touch. And I know that those should all be synchronized because I'm the one who caused it. So in other words, the best way to predict the future is to create it yourself. Mm-hmm. So we've done a whole series of experiments on that. I mean, the simplest version is, let's say you hit a button and that causes a flash of light. Mm-hmm. I have you keep doing that, but what you as the experimental subject don't know is that I'm actually injecting a little tiny bit of delay. So when you hit the button, the first time it responds essentially instantly. Okay. The light flashes. But then the next time I'm inserting 10 milliseconds of delay, and the next time I insert 10 milliseconds more delay, and so on. So eventually, pretty soon, you're hitting the button and there's, let's say, a 200 millisecond delay between the motor act and the light happening in the world. Okay. But it turns out what we were able to demonstrate pretty easily with this is that your brain readjusts. It adjusts the timeline of, okay, I've put something out, and so I'm getting something visual back. So I'm just going to adapt to this delay. Huh. And then what we do, interesting, after you've gotten used to that, I then remove the delay. So now you hit the button, the light flashes, and you say, oh, I didn't do it. That happened before I pressed the button. There was a mistake. The computer did something wrong. Wow. And obviously it's because your brain has adjusted this new delay, and suddenly it says, on this new timeline, that happened before I got there. So now this is an illusory reversal of cause and effect, which is stunning. And by the way, we've done this with sound and vision. And what we demonstrate is that both these can adjust independently. So if I have, let's say you press the button and it causes a flash and a beep every time you press the button, I can adjust both those timelines independently, and your brain will adapt to that and say, oh, that's the new normal. That's the baseline. Interesting. Yeah. So, and is that affecting everything that you see? So, yes. So, by the way, I gave this talk to a group of colleagues at some university that had just built a new building. And afterwards, one of the guys came up to me and said, this explains something. He said, we have this new telephone system. So on their new desks, they have a new telephone, and he's got his computer right next to it. So what happens is he sits there typing on his computer. Then he goes to make a phone call and he hits the keys. And he said, I always have this impression that the phone starts ringing just before I hit the last key of the telephone. And the reason is, it turns out computer keyboards have a delay of about 200 milliseconds. So when you hit a key on the keyboard, it takes a little time before the thing appears on the screen. But we completely don't notice, and we adapt to it. So then he goes to his telephone right next to it, and that has essentially no delay. It's just super fast. So what happens is he's having this illusory reversal of action and effect there. Wow. One of the things we did is we built the unbeatable rock, paper, scissors, which is you're playing against the computer. Right. And you don't know it, but there's a little bit of a delay. So when you enter your answer, the computer gives its answer and you think it's simultaneously, but then what we do is we actually remove the delay that we had. Right. So now the computer sees what you entered. It gives its answer. Yeah. And that's creepy. That opens all these doors for AI manipulation of us. Right. Mm-hmm. By the way, I don't know if you know, but in 2000, I had a paper in Science that it was a very simple visual illusion called the flash lag effect. And what this is if you see a moving object, imagine you see a ring moving across the screen and then a flash happens right in the middle of the ring. Right. You will think that the flash was behind you won't see the flash as exactly in the middle of the ring, even though that's what hit your retina. Instead, what you see is, the ring was ahead of the flash. And so people had all sorts of hypotheses that they were floating about why this happened. And most of it had to do with motion extrapolation, which is to say, they said, look, your brain sees something moving, and so it guesses ahead where it's going to be. But what I demonstrated was, imagine that I have this ring moving and a flash happens right in the middle, and then what happens next is randomized. Either the ring keeps going the way it was going, or it reverses direction, or it stops.
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing that's different is what happens in the future of the flash. In other words, after the flash is over, but everything up to and including the flash is exactly the same. So if motion extrapolation were happening, you'd expect to see the ring ahead of the flash in the same direction every time. But in fact, that's not what happens. Everything about the illusion depends on what happens just in the future of the flash. In other words, just after the flash occurs. What this very simple experiment demonstrates is that what you believe you see at a moment in time depends on events that happen in a window of time after the event. Why? Because all of that information is flowing into your brain. It takes time for your brain to put together a story of what has happened. And so by the time it puts together its story and you say, now I am consciously aware, the event has already happened a while ago. It's already gone. And what you see is something that has been influenced by things that happened after the time of the event.
Yes, right.
So I coined a term for this, post-diction. And this is related to what we were just saying about what you see, what you experience consciously at any moment is,
even if you could kind of stop time and be very clear about what your experience is in the present moment, the experience you actually have isn't necessarily a good reflection of what happened in the world. Right?
Oh, exactly. Exactly. And so
there
this is
layers of complication.
But a big part of my career has always been in illusions. Why? It's because, so we all know this analogy about if you were a fish in water trying to describe water. What illusions are like is a bubble coming up in the water where you say, whoa, that's weird. What is that thing? That is perhaps the one shot we have at being able to describe the water, being able to understand that something is funny, is illusions, visual illusions, auditory, and temporal illusions.
Yes.
And so,
I mean, it makes sense to me given what your interests are and in the books that I've read, but it's interesting because it's very related to the thing that really drives my interest in consciousness. Are all the ways, as I worked with more and more neuroscientists and was more exposed to the science, and I had this lifelong fascination with consciousness, I started realizing some very clear places where we now know things about the brain that should have shifted the way we think about ourselves, the way we think about our minds, and the way we think about consciousness, and that there are these barriers that are there's such strong illusions. And then there's I've now been in these conversations I've been talking about the typical illusions we talk about and like the ones you just described and these visual illusions. They really do give us the experience we're having is not an accurate representation of what's happening in the world. But there's kind of the bigger illusion where we are actually being given useful information. So we're not experiencing a visual illusion of the height of two different sticks, right? We can see them clearly, our brains are working in our favor. We have these illusions that are only illusions in the sense that they don't give us accurate information about kind of the fundamentals of reality, of what's really going on, even though they're very useful. Like we wouldn't consider them illusions normally because they work in everyday life. And so there are a ton of these with consciousness. I mean, free will is one of them. The experience of being a self is another, where they're not illusions in the sense that we wouldn't want them to be there. They're illusions in the sense that when we actually try to understand what consciousness is, they get in our way because they're useful for being a human being in our day-to-day lives. But they're obstacles to actually understanding the true nature of reality.
Well, this is interesting. I'm just trying to make sure I understand the distinction because all the visual and temporal illusions and stuff like that, they all essentially feed the big illusion of consciousness, and almost entirely they are useful. And, people make arguments that these are evolutionarily carved so that you sort of maximally get what you need to know in the world, and occasionally you find that this stick is bigger than that stick, but it doesn't matter because in general, what that thing is there for helps you. And just as an example, this illusion that I just described with the time where I think, the flash happened before I pressed the button, it's actually an incredibly useful thing. And what I'm doing is, just sort of catching the mechanism with its pants down. But the bigger picture is that there's this incredibly useful thing that's happening, which is going back to the binding problem. you've got all these completely different, channels that feed information into this central processing system. And you need some way to make sure that you know what happened in the outside world simultaneously. And so you're constantly adjusting. Just as an example, when you go from a bright room to a dim room, suddenly your what's called the retinal impulse response function, how fast your retina is speaking to your visual brain, that changes by 80 milliseconds just by walking into a different room. Suddenly your eye and your brain are communicating at a totally different speed. Or on a slower time scale, when you grow from an infant to an adult, the time it takes to send signals down your arm or back up your arm changes by a huge amount. And, by the time you're a really tall person, it's over 100 milliseconds to get a signal from your big toe up to your brain.
Yeah.
So what this demonstrates, all these, let's say, illusions that we can show in the lab, but what they demonstrate is that this system is constantly cranking along, making sure that it is giving you the right thing for your conscious experience. In other words, which goes to this point that consciousness is not, how do I put this? There's a lot of work behind the scenes, what appears to be very purposeful work that has been carved into the system to make certain that you're seeing the right thing. And in this case, the right thing is getting the timing accurate of what happened with what. And the reason this matters, of course, if I'm walking in a forest and I step and I hear the crack of a twig, then I ignore it because I know I'm the one who caused it. But if I'm walking in the forest and I hear the crack just before my foot landed, then I have to know, there's something else around here. So
yes,
these are,
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the vast majority of the so-called illusions that we point to are really mechanisms that most of the time are giving us better information about the world. And as you put it, the illusion happens kind of when we catch it with his pants down. I mean, it's not the setup of what we're calling an illusion usually has the function of giving us better information.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I definitely have more questions about all of that, but I wanted to get at it by asking you about this process you're describing where the brain receives different signals and builds in a little time delay before the signals are delivered in the form of a meaningful conscious experience.
Yeah.
I really want to understand how all of that relates to the work of your company. What's the name of it again?
My company is Neosensory, and we develop stuff mostly for deaf people. And it's, vibratory patterns on the skin that allow deaf people to come to hear the world.
So you've developed wristbands that detect auditory signals in the environment and then vibrate at different frequencies on the user's wrist?
Yep, exactly right, yeah.
So you have all of these incredibly interesting experiments and projects where you're detecting all kinds of data from the world and then translating them into felt experiences. And I'm just so interested in all of it, and in particular, how you think this work relates to the phenomenon of consciousness itself.
Yeah.
Can you just talk a little bit about how you think all of this works?
This is one of the things I love to think about and talk about, because none of us remember learning how to use our ears, of course, but when you first pop out into the world, your ears are just, capturing sound waves at the eardrum, and then it moves through this complicated system in the inner ear, and then it's sending off spikes to the brain.
Yeah.
And this is precisely what happens with the wristband. The wristband is just sending spikes up the arm and up the spinal cord into the brain. And you had to learn how to figure that out when you were a kid. And the way you did that is by clapping your hands and watching your mother's mouth move and hitting blocks together and so on. That's how you learn how to make sense of these signals.
Yeah, it's so fascinating.
So it's exactly the same process. The reason I mention this, though, is because it's very important, this issue about correlations, because I have a suspicion, I don't know this for sure, but I have a strong suspicion that possibly the only way we can learn anything else is by linking it to a sense that we already have.
Interesting.
And so, for example, you may have heard me talk about things like, for example, like, can we pass stock market data into our neosensory technology? Well, the answer is the only way it makes sense, actually, is if you start with let's say you have a tablet and you have a fake stock market on the screen, and you can manipulate the slider. So I pull Google stock up and I pull Apple stock down and whatever. And I feel the consequences because I'm the one acting on it. Because otherwise it is just random noise, right? If I'm just feeling the stock market, all I'm feeling is it doesn't mean anything. I have to have some way to pin it to what's actually happening. Only after I've trained myself can I then feel the stock market.
That's interesting. I never thought about that. So what about, I'm just doing this thought experiment myself now as you're speaking, but what if a brain were born, an infant was born, but it only had one sense, like it only had eyes and didn't have an experience of touch or I'm just trying to picture a brain with only one sense. And what would that experience be? Like if it truly were just sight, if you could only process light waves.
If a child is born only with vision, she's presumably still able to do motor outputs, unless you meant she's paralyzed.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just trying to get a version of what you're saying and see what we think would actually be the case. So yeah, no, I mean, it would have to be just vision. It would have to be, someone who's born with locked-in syndrome and the only thing that is getting into the brain are through the eyes.
Okay, so my guess here, my hypothesis would be that she would not be able to do anything with it. In other words, all the spikes that are coming in through the eyes don't mean anything. They're just a barrage of noise, just like any random input.
So the world wouldn't take any kind of shape for that person.
Presumably, yeah, exactly right. And that's because
it'd be like an acid trip of just colors and
I don't think it would even be colors. I don't think it would be anything. It would just be.
Wow, that's so interesting.
I mean, this is the level that's so interesting. Is if you can get yourself in this position of thinking about it's just spikes in there.
It's like the wristband when you put it on for the first time.
Exactly. It's just, right. It's the wristband if I put something on that has no correlation, like just stock market data. Exactly.
But what would vision be without any correlation, without color, without shape? Like looking at static on a television? I mean, how do you even talk about...
I don't think you would... Here's my...
No, it wouldn't be like that.
Assumption is there wouldn't be any conscious experience at all.
Oh.
Because I think conscious experience only arises from things that are useful to you.
Mm-hmm.
You obtain a conscious experience once signals make sense, and making sense means it has correlations with other things. And by the way, the most important correlation I assert is with our motor actions, is what I do in the world, and that is what causes anything to have meaning.
No, that makes sense. But when you put the wristband on for the first time and you're just getting, random noise signal that doesn't mean anything yet, there's still a conscious experience of the feeling of on the wrist, right?
Yes. But that's because we're well developed in touch.
Mm-hmm.
So we've had a whole lifetime of touching our skin, and so it makes sense to us what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But what is a baby's experience the first time she is touched? It may not be a conscious experience the way we imagine. I have a strong suspicion. It's hard to know how I would prove this, but I have a strong suspicion that consciousness is a cognitive development, which is to say you're not conscious, and yeah.
Oh, it's interesting that you connect it to. Okay, yeah. I mean, we have a very different take on consciousness, and we probably need 4 more hours to go down that path.
So you guys just started to diverge there a bit at the end, and there's much more from that conversation. And the good news is that we're going to continue it in the very next chapter. We won't go 4 more hours, but there's definitely more to explore. But do you think that you and Eagleman are simply using different words for the same phenomenon here? You are using consciousness and he is using self?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I think we mean the same thing by self, but I think he believes that self and consciousness come together and show up at the same moment of information processing. And there are scientists and other thinkers like Eagleman who really do seem to conceive of consciousness as this thing which is entirely a product of evolution, or usefulness, in other words, that it's serving a function or a purpose. I think it's actually similar to the way Adam Frank speaks about it, if you recall from chapter 2. So when Adam talks about a single cell distinguishing itself from its environment, the need for that meaning or information to arise requires a felt experience of it, or would naturally give rise to a felt experience of it. And Eagleman uses the language of it being useful, or like he said, a cognitive development. But yeah, for me, the usefulness comes in connecting the information, not necessarily in feeling the information. As I've said before, we can see how another system, such as a computer, could manage to gather information from different types or sources of input, consolidate that information, and even retain it to put it to use at a later time. The information clearly needs to be processed in a specific way for it to be useful or to carry meaning, but there's no obvious reason it needs to be felt.
Amazing. All right. So in chapter 6, we're going to keep this conversation going with David Eagleman, where he gets into some of the incredibly interesting work of showing just how malleable and adaptive this construction of self can be with things like sense swapping and sensory addition and subtraction. We're going to hear your conversation with Sasha Fink, who actually had a sense added for a study where he tells you about his experience of wearing a vibrating belt continuously for 6 weeks, which tactilely relayed the direction of magnetic north. That's pretty wild stuff. But before we tease that chapter, let's do a quick check-in on the timeline of your intellectual journey. So where were you at this point?
I was still deep in my explorations at this point. I think I just had many more questions than solutions. I just wanted to keep having these conversations and absorbing as much information as I could. I think I felt that I was inching my way toward a better understanding of consciousness, and I was getting more insight into the way the feeling of being a self contaminates almost all of our intuitions about consciousness itself. Because most scientists and philosophers and people in general can't seem to separate the experience of self from what they think consciousness is. And it was becoming even clearer to me that this problem is a perpetual stumbling block to progress. But I didn't yet know exactly what I wanted to say or what points I wanted to focus on. And it was just about this time that my first guest on this whole journey, Philip Goff, sent me an email.
Dear Annaka, I recently won a grant for a 3-year project with a focus on treating consciousness as fundamental. The project's going to have an academic and a public engagement component. We're going to be organizing a conference in New York in September of this year. I would love to have you involved if you're up for it. I was thinking it would be great if you would give a talk telling participants about how the many thinkers you've interviewed have reacted to the possibility that consciousness is fundamental, as well as bringing in your own take on the topic. Cheers, Philip.
Oh, geez.
So I'm guessing you were totally excited and hit accept right away.
Honestly, I kind of dread these things. I'm such an introvert and I really don't like public speaking. I wanted to just politely decline, but Philip had become a friend and somewhat of a mentor by that point. And I found out that Lee Smolin would be speaking at the conference and some other philosophers and scientists whose work I really respect and admire. So there was absolutely no way I was going to pass on this opportunity to spend a weekend talking consciousness with Philip and Don Hoffman and Sean Carroll and all the other brilliant minds. The conference was set for a few months off, and so I realized that a deadline like this might be the best way to push myself to organize my most recent thoughts and to examine how they were evolving. And that maybe there was a part of me that already knew what I wanted to say.
And what was it that you wanted to say?
I think I wasn't sure yet, but I knew that I needed to keep digging. Because the more I explored, the more fascinating and strange the entire subject became.
Well, I was one of the first participants in a study with the field-based belt, and it was 6 weeks. And this meant 6 weeks constantly. Day by day, the only time I could take it off was, or I should take it off, was, well, when I went to bed.
That was Sasha Fink, who picks up where David Eagleman left us, with a first-person account of gaining a completely new sense that no human had ever experienced before. One that had him chasing his newfound pleasure of ascending spiral staircases. Join me for the next chapter of Lights On, Chapter 6, From Signals to Sensations. Lights On, Chapter 6, From Signals to Sensations. I always carry a notebook around with me. I've done this for as long as I can remember, but after I had children, my notebook became even more of a fixed object in my life. I struggled with this transition to a new life where I no longer had hours at a stretch to sit and think and write. So I carried my notebook around with me everywhere, not just to the local park or in the school carpool line, but even in my pocket around the house, for those moments when I was stacking Legos or putting someone down for a nap, and I might be struck with a new thought or what felt like an important question or a useful visualization or analogy. And like many people's notebooks, it became a funny artifact of half-baked ideas and decontextualized pseudo-profundities. It's strange to look through my own old notebooks and feel like I'm trying to decipher alien hieroglyphics rather than sensing a familiarity with my own thoughts. Sometimes the scribbles seem so foreign to me that they land as if for the first time, and my reaction is almost as though they were created by another mind. More often than not, I'm unimpressed with my past self, but sometimes I'll think, hey, that's an interesting idea. So here's one about infotropism from David Eagleman's work. In what way does information relate to the conscious experience of that information? Is there some way in which they're inextricably linked? Oh, and here's one. I know I was spending a lot of time thinking about different spatial dimensions and what they might represent. Can we think of space as a perception rather than the reality out there? That space isn't what we really experience it to be, and we only have access to 3 dimensions of a reality that has many more dimensions to it. And then this one sounds like me, but I don't remember writing it. There is no time. Every experience exists for itself. There is no sequence of things, just experiences. I had been thinking about my recent conversation with David Eagleman a lot. At the beginning of that conversation, he shared a somewhat cynical thought with me that I'm sure many authors must have, that after all these years of carefully crafting a unique message and going through the effort of publishing and promoting the book, that the impact quickly dissolves the moment the reader closes the cover, and that it doesn't end up having the lasting effect you might hope for.
In all of my books, I try to do this thing where it's like we go on a mental journey and we stretch and stretch and stretch and see all these things with fresh eyes. But immediately when you put the book down, you're back to whatever, believing in colors existing in the world and, 3 dimensions and whatever.
That's, I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second because that's partly true, but that has not been the case. And maybe it's because of the work I'm doing and how I'm just tripping myself out all the time right now. Since reading your book, I am experiencing the world very differently. And this is what I'm talking about. And of course we do. I still kind of go back to just, making breakfast and I realize the table's there and I'm not really thinking about how I know the table's there and all of that. But it really has given me a fresh perspective on what's going on with me and also what's out there. I mean, it really makes me wonder.
Oh, great. Well, I'm glad to hear.
Yeah. No, and I think you do that very successfully. And I'm sure other people are having this experience where it kind of permanently changes the way you see things.
Okay. Oh, well, that's great. Maybe, so this book I'm putting out is my 8th one. And I think I'm becoming just slightly more cynical about does it change anybody? But I'm okay. Okay.
Yes. And it really is so true for me. While I sat in my car waiting to pick up the kids from school, I found myself lost in thought again about the built-in time delay of priming processes that Eagleman describes so well. This idea that in a very literal way, our conscious experience trails the actual physics of what's going on in the world, chasing a theoretical present moment that we never really catch up to. I wondered how much delay there was between the moment I nudged the turn signal lever and the sound it made, and then the appearance of the little green blinking arrow appearing at the dashboard. It certainly seems simultaneous, though I know it's not. Intellectually, I know that an electrical charge has to zip through the wiring fastened to the mechanical lever somewhere inside the steering column and travel to the car's computer brain, as it were. And then that signal triggers the zipping of another electrical charge down a different wire and out to the flasher relay mechanism, and down the sequence of events until it eventually reaches a small bulb that absorbs this charge and then causes the filament to glow, creating this blinking effect. And all of that happens within about 100 milliseconds. And then Eagleman's work helps remind me that my brain is going through its own processes of engaging with the world and generating the felt experiences of pushing the lever and seeing the light turn on and all the rest. And that the experience of simultaneity is the controlled hallucination that Anil so often refers to. And I wonder, is my own brain depriving me of the information of the first perception for just a fraction of a second, while it makes sure that no other information coming in ought to be paired with it? Or is it all actually experienced somewhere, but just never enters the stream of memories I call me until they're put in the proper order and synced? And then I wonder what would happen if we were able to cut the delay of the turn signal in half. Would I then experience the strange cause-effect flipping phenomenon and somehow see the light come on before I felt myself move the lever? Could I catch my brain with its pants down, as Eagleman likes to joke? I had been thinking more seriously about where this proposition about consciousness being fundamental might lead. Many of the friends and colleagues I was in dialogue with were expressing skepticism that science could ever really address the kinds of questions I was asking. And I completely understand their skepticism, and I really share it for the most part. But I wanted to create an exercise out of attempting to explore how science just might be able to expand enough in the future to begin to address questions about how deep in nature consciousness runs. I had no idea what it might look like, but I reminded myself of the fact that we could barely conceive of microorganisms before we had tools like microscopes, which opened up these vast worlds that were previously hidden from us and that we could now suddenly see for ourselves, let alone the worlds that have been revealed through telescopes and particle colliders. I do tend to be fairly awestruck and optimistic about the potential of science in general. And I had a hunch that the familiar experimental neuroscience that Anil Seth and others championed would not really be enough to address these types of questions. So I was beginning to wonder if, rather than relying on objective data in the form of physical evidence in the way we're accustomed to, if there could be a space carved out in science for experiencing new things. You know, we have a lot of intuitions for the laws of physics, not just based on our knowledge, but because we feel them at work through our senses. And so I started thinking more about where the sensory addition work, like Eagleman's, might lead. I wrote down the simple phrase, experiential science, with a question mark after it. And then I was suddenly aware that my daughter had been buckled in for some time, and the cars behind me were probably wondering if my turn signal was malfunctioning. My thoughts about experiential science would have to wait.
So after snack time or whatever, did you come back to this idea of unraveling the mystery of consciousness through some sort of experiential science?
Yeah, I mean, it still barely qualifies as an idea, but I've been thinking about this a lot over the past couple of years. You know, we're always faced with this question about whether consciousness is something that can be measured or observed from the outside. And I'm pretty convinced that it can't be. You know, by its very nature, it can only truly be proven or known by the experience itself from the inside. It can never be directly observed in the behavior of a system. But I don't know, maybe there's some future where experiences could be shared through technology. Imagine if Einstein could have shared his intuitions for space-time with other physicists, rather than only having this limited language and mathematics to try to encapsulate and communicate the ideas. I have no idea if something like this will be possible, but it's at least conceivable that we might be able to plug into different feelings, sensations, and intuitions. Nature, of course, has already found ways for us to share experiences. More or less, we see the same sunsets and hear the same sounds and have similar stomach aches. The language works because we understand the feelings and intuitions that we're talking about. We don't think about this side of it very much, but all of the experiences we share really go a long way toward our ability to communicate and towards increasing our communal intelligence as a species. And, of course, help facilitate progress in the sciences and really in all of our human endeavors.
That's where you and Eagleman were definitely on the same page. But you seem to have discovered a departure of your conceptions of the hard problem at the end of the previous chapter.
Yeah, that's right. He seems to be of the opinion, at least in that conversation, that qualia only show up as a way to encode and understand the useful relationship between two different signals, and that the advantage that results provides evidence for the evolution of consciousness. But, my take is that no level of useful information coding or subsequent behavior could ever answer why there needs to be a feeling associated with any of that encoding. But if we can never get direct evidence of consciousness from the outside, then where does that leave the science, which is all about observation and experimentation of observable phenomena, and phenomena that can be communicated through language or the language of math? And it's definitely hard to see how we might ever get clear answers to these questions.
Well, let's see where it could lead. And let's start this chapter by first wrapping up your conversation with Eagleman, where you both start to tiptoe towards this potential scientific dead end due to the ineffability of consciousness.
Okay, perfect.
Consciousness emerges as a way of saying, oh, look, I'm causing this. This is a correlation in the world. In this case, it's a correlation between what I do and the signals that come back. And your system finds a way to summarize this in a tighter and tighter way. And so that's my view on consciousness. But now I'm dying to know tell me the.
I mean, it's clearly right what you're saying in terms of a system being able to operate in a certain way in the world. In terms of there being an experience associated. So when I use the word consciousness, the thing I'm referring to is the very simple fact of experience. And it could be in the most basic form, and we just don't know what collections of atoms in the universe have that and don't have that. And it's obviously very difficult for all the obvious reasons to study, one of which is that we're completely relying on self-report. Everything else we study scientifically can be observed in some way from the outside, and experience, having a felt experience, can only be had firsthand. You can't get that from some other angle. If individual cells have some sort of experience, even if it's the most minimal experience imaginable, it's very likely that we'll never know. It seems at this point impossible for us to ever know, but the assumptions we make are that because, we're having this very complex experience, and because we're so reliant on self-report, we have this assumption that, one, that consciousness arises out of complexity, because we're these incredibly complex things in the universe, and we're conscious, we have a very strong sense that those things are related. And the truth is there's no real evidence that that's the case. It's very likely the case, and I think it probably is the case. I'm more on that side than the other, but it's interesting that when you look at it, the idea that, we're all made of the same ingredients, that the universe has the ingredients it has, and when certain collections of atoms get configured in a certain way, there is suddenly something that it is like to be that collection of atoms. There's an experience present, however minimal that experience is. If we think snails are conscious, that'd be an interesting question for you, actually, how far down you think it goes. But however far you want to take it down. If you don't think snails are conscious, a mouse, or however far down you take it.
So here's what I think. I actually think there's a way to put this all into the realm of the experimental, and that's actually been my project on this, which is what we can do is see how we can build a new qualia in people. And so what you mentioned is you think that maybe we have a very different view on this. I'm not sure. I need to understand better why you think that. But the issue is all the stuff I'm saying about correlations and how you make a new conscious experience, this is now experimental. This isn't philosophical or theoretical. So,
well, yes, but it's about the experience you know about. It's not about the experience you don't know about. So,
no, not exactly. So, new experiences can be built. What I mean is experiences that no human has ever had can be built.
Right.
And that person can experience that, can't communicate it well to anybody else.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood what you meant there.
Mine is just more kind of in the definition of consciousness and the idea that we truly don't know what causes it and whether or not it's related to complex processing at all. But I'm open to the idea that consciousness is actually something much more fundamental in the universe, and that everything entails some level of experience, and that it's not something that arises at some point in processing, but that it's actually something that's fundamental. So my openness to that, I think, is where we differ.
I think, okay, wait, let me just chew on that for a second. I think I understand what you're saying.
I think it's possible electrons have some level of experience.
Got it. Okay, so
I don't believe that necessarily, but I think it's possible. I think there are good reasons we don't have good reasons for thinking that consciousness only exists in brains or only exists in complex processing. And it's possible that it exists kind of throughout the universe and is a much more fundamental feature. Not consciousness in terms of complex thought or intentions or anything human-like, just the pure fact of matter containing an internal experience of being that matter.
So here's what I would say. I don't know about that, but what I can say is we can run very clear experiments on how you gain a new flavor of consciousness. So that, and that part I think is really important in this, which is to say, because unfortunately, I doubt we're ever going to be able to answer. I mean, like you and I could talk for 7 million more hours, which I'd love, but we would never get to a conclusion like, oh yeah,
absolutely. No, and I think we probably will never know. Yes.
Right. So what we can do though is say, look, what would it take to get a new form of quality? Like, what does it mean to stretch this thing around?
Yes.
So anyway, that's the part I can address for what it's worth.
By the way, I think my absolute favorite moment of this entire documentary so far is during that pause when Eagleman was trying to digest what you were saying, and there's this little pause, and you just blurt out, I think it's possible electrons have some level of experience.
I know, it just sounds so crazy. In those moments, I feel like I'm in a science confession booth or something. Like, okay, I admit it, I've had these thoughts. I think consciousness might be fundamental. Take me to rehab or something.
I mean, you did nicely qualify it immediately with, I don't necessarily believe that.
Yeah, and I don't.
Yeah.
But I mean, I kind of do.
It's okay. I'm not a spy agent for the material emergentism police here. You can admit it.
No, I mean, I'd still say I'm 60-40 on the whole question.
Yeah, no, that's great. I'm just teasing you. And you did get to a really nice linguistic summation of the center of the hard problem bullseye there when you called it just the pure fact of matter containing an internal experience of being that matter. I really liked that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
With so many of these conversations, it's a battle to find creative ways to point at that fact linguistically. Sometimes I can't even get on the same page with someone about the reality of the hard problem to begin with. And Eagleman's skepticism was definitely getting close to questioning whether there is, in fact, a hard problem, I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just that he's not that interested in that question in particular.
Right. And that's where he shifts his focus to trying to find the recipe for cooking up new flavors of consciousness as a possible way to inch closer towards your ultimate questions. and he introduced you to someone who actually had one of these efforts done to him, and that was Sasha Fink.
That's right. And Fink is such a wonderful person to talk to because, as I've mentioned, we're stuck with the first-person reporting when it comes to the actual conscious experiences themselves. And so it's a great opportunity to have someone who is well-trained and deeply immersed in consciousness studies to be the person attempting to deliver these reports. Sasha Fink is a professor of neurophilosophy at Otto von Guericke University, where he studies consciousness. He was a participant in a study in which they gave the subjects an experience of magnetic north. Similar to Eagleman's and others' work on sensory substitution and addition, scientists designed a belt that turned the signals of the Earth's magnetic field into a series of vibrations on a belt, which is worn by participants for many weeks. And similar to how something like the brain port works over time, the brain learns to not just interpret these signals, but over time it actually turns them into a new, experiential, intuitive sense. And while language might always fail to fully capture a felt experience, Fink does an excellent job providing some insight into what it's like to participate in an experiment where people perceive a new signal from the environment that has never been felt by humans before.
I was one of the first participants in a study with the field space belt. I did my PhD at the Institute of Cognitive Science. I was working on neurocorrelates of consciousness. So what is a neurocorrelate of consciousness and how can we find it? This was the topic of my PhD. And one of the things that intrigued me was generally the apparent need for first-person methods in sciences, specifically in consciousness studies, right? So we need somebody who actually tries to appreciate what they're experiencing while we scan the neural goings on. And so I was in the first round of people who actually got the second device and was really using it. And I think so I just checked this before we talked, and it was, I think, 6 weeks. 6 weeks constantly.
6 weeks total that were using the device.
Like, yeah, day by day. The only time I should take it off was, well, when I went to bed. So the thing that they were starting from was the sensory motor contingency hypothesis. So Alvin Oe and Kevin O'Regan had this idea that, what gives something a specific phenomenal character is not just the neural stuff that happens, or where in the brain it's activated or where it's processed, but also how you move your body. So the idea is that you get a new sense if you move your body in a certain way, you get a very specific, systematic sensory input. And by moving your body and by getting this very specific sensory input, you're creating new senses.
I'm very interested in how the way we experience the world gives us accurate information about the external world and things we need to look out for that are misleading us, that are giving us kind of a false representation or misleading us about what is actually there. I mean, I often think about what else we're missing that's just not being projected onto our conscious experience at all. But specifically, I'm interested in other dimensions of space, and if they are there, why we're not perceiving them and what it would be like to perceive them. And if there's some path forward in neuroscience to, I don't even know how this would look, but to check for those things. If it becomes more and more clear that, yes, the world is actually playing out in more than 3 dimensions, how can we have some kind of intuitive sense for them or access to an experience of them?
Yeah, I mean, this leads nicely to the field space belt, right? Because what you're talking about is there a way in which we can really experience in a phenomenal way the things that are out there that we otherwise only know in a non-phenomenal way?
Yes.
Either they're invisible to us or they're just by theory. We know about them or we just learned about them, but we don't feel them.
Yes, right.
And this, I think, the genius thing of the field space study. The field space belt tried to take the sensory motor contingency theory I talked before about, and really try to run with it.
because it said, well, what it means basically is that you get a very specific, systematic neural signal if you move your body in a specific way. And if this is different enough, and if the systematicity is strong enough, you will develop a new koala or a new phenomenal character or a new sense. That was the core of the theory. So what they thought was that we could build something that gives you a very specific feedback if you move your body in a certain way, and that is tied to something that you can't perceive. Like, for example, magnetic north, right? I'm not a homing pigeon, and no human has had a magnetic sense. But this is exactly what they tried to do with me, right? They tried to turn me into a human homing pigeon.
Yeah. Before this, did we have an understanding of the neurological mechanism by which homing pigeons sense magnetic north? Was there an understanding of that?
Yeah. So pigeons are very well studied in neuroscience. There's a good understanding of what are the neural underlyings for their magnetic sense.
Okay.
And there are other animals that have magnetic senses. It's very common in certain types of fishes. A broad range of animals have these kind of magnetic senses.
Interesting.
But we don't.
Right. Yes.
And so what they thought is, if the sensory motor contingency theory is right, we could get you a device that, for example, has a compass. That's the thing that I got has these vibrators in a belt shape. So I could put it around my waist.
Okay.
I have this compass in the front, and only the northernmost of these vibrators would vibrate. And so I get a very stable and systematic vibration on my body hooked to magnetic north. And the idea is that, well, you don't get right away this kind of new sensory quality, but, it's just as small infants have to learn their senses, you would have to learn this as well. So not only did they turn me back into a human homing pigeon, but also into an infant again.
Right.
And that was the core of the study. The idea was that for 5 to 6 weeks, you wear this every day. You try to really make sense out of that tickly feeling. And in the end, we want to know, did you get a new sense or not? And I was really intrigued by this, because how do you determine whether somebody had a new sense or not, right? So this was the basic problem that they faced. How can you discern whether the subjects just got better with using a tool, or whether they really got a new sense?
Yeah.
Right? They thought that you actually would need kind of first-person reports, as a support for a specific type of interpretation, because none of the rest is really totally obvious, right? It's not obvious if I just move in a different way, whether I've got a new sense or I learned how to use a device.
Right. Well, and none of it is really relevant if your experience is that you don't feel different at all.
Right. And so this was this kind of specific problem that they faced, that they really tried to tackle with us in a scientific sense, how to use first person methods. That was what really drew me to that studies, and the chance to finally get a new sense. I mean, that's just awesome.
Yeah, right.
I really get excited. I also got very, very frightened, I have to say, because I was sure that in the end they would take the belt away from me again.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure whether that's like being blinded.
Right.
And that just...
No, it seems like a legitimate concern. Yeah.
Yeah. There was something very cool and very cruel about that study as well. Right?
So tell me, what was it like in the very beginning? I mean, how did the belt feel? What type of sensation would you describe you had when you first put it on?
I mean, it was annoying. It was like if you have your phone on vibrate and you have it in your pocket, right? And you try to reach for it, and then the phone just moves around your body. That's pretty much, right. like a phone on vibrate that constantly tries to evade you. That was at the beginning.
So kind of like
sensation.
A traveling because signal.
Yeah, because that's pretty much what it was.
Yes.
Right? So you get this thing, you turn, it just starts to vibrate all around your body.
How strong was the vibration? Like with strong vibration, I mean, you had this belt around your waist.
Yeah.
Could you feel it all the way, down to your ankles and feet, or was it really just how much of your body was it actually affecting, or did you just feel it more in your middle section?
It wasn't that hard.
Yeah.
It wasn't that. What I found interesting is, in the beginning it was just very exciting, and you turned around your axis, and that was cool because the signal wandered around you.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And then what they did was, you wore it every day. They encouraged you to go out and, do like hikes and all these kind of things to really like use it in an interesting way.
Mm-hmm.
I was writing my PhD in philosophy, so I actually did wear it also for full days, just sitting on a computer, just facing one direction.
Although I would imagine even then it's still giving information to the brain. I would still think that's still training you. Yeah.
And what's interesting is it's similar to if there's a smell, if you're getting into a place and it has a certain smell, that after a while it just fades to the background.
Mm-hmm.
I had this very strongly. I was working in a hospital before, and as a nurse, and the first time you open the door to the hospital, there's always this kind of strong smell of all kinds of
hospital smell,
right?
Yeah,
and 10 minutes later, you just don't smell it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's still prominent if you go out and go back in again, but once you're there, you just don't smell it. And the same was true for that signal. So when I was sitting on my desk and writing, it was constantly vibrating. I didn't turn it off. They had an off switch, but I tried to not use it specifically. So I wanted to also know, is there a way where I can notice that it fades away?
Mm-hmm.
I never had this moment.
Okay. Uh-huh.
But it did fade away. I know that there were long stretches where I wasn't bothered by it or I didn't really notice it. So there's a similarity there, I think. So they did all these kind of behavioral studies with us where they blindfolded us and took us by the hand and like made these very strong, weird kind of figures. We had to walk and then we had to get back where we came from, and they measured distance from, where we actually started from how we felt we started. They did all these kind of, orientation things that they wanted to get out.
But so you didn't ever have a sense, because I just want to interrupt for a second because I have these questions, things that are coming up for me. I'm thinking about partly because I have a terrible sense of direction.
Yeah.
I can still, it doesn't happen so much at home, but it's not impossible that I can come out of a room and turn the wrong way down the hallway in my own home. But it makes me, I wonder if it gave you any additional sense of where you were in space, just in your home. Like I did actually, before you spoke of the blindfold, I had the question, could you close your eyes and find your way around your house just using this sense of magnetic north?
So there are three things I want to say to this. The first is, I think I had a good sense of direction beforehand because I had these very strong mental maps of where I am. On the map level, I was pretty good. And I was also good with orienting myself if I've got a map, right? I could locate myself. And I knew if I go this way and that way, then I would get turned there. What this belt did for me is I think it actually made my orientation skills worse because the mental maps I had, this kind of mental image of where I would locate myself and where I am on that map, just faded away over the process of dealing with this belt.
Okay.
And it barely got back afterwards. So I think I actually lost something through this experience.
My goodness.
Something I really liked.
You sacrificed a sense for science.
For science. So this was the first thing I wanted to mention, that this kind of map-like thing, that faded away.
Did it get replaced by, when you were wearing the belt, did it get replaced by an ability to navigate space differently?
So what I did get is a very intuitive way of navigating.
Yeah.
Because what I realized is that, oh my God, all these maps are just terrible, right? So Osnabrück, the city I was in, is really nice, has a nice old city. And old cities in Europe specifically are very cool because they have all these kind of odd angles, right? Everything which you expect to be 90 degrees is not 90 degrees. And so what I sometimes did when going through the old town was I'd close my eyes and I tried to turn to the direction of the new street. And sometimes I would just run into a wall because I turned my body such that it is 90 degrees.
Yeah, you turned too far.
But the corner was 90 degrees.
Right.
On my map, it was 90 degrees. But I realized that my maps were just rubbish, right? And so I think I started to trust more the input from this device. Not just that I paid more attention to it, but with interacting with it, I started to trust it more. The other thing I realized is that when they did the belt, they thought it would be on something cylindrical, but my body's not cylindrical.
Right.
And so I realized I never paid attention to this before, right?
Uh-huh.
And so I just had these kind of weird things where turning my body in a certain way or like facing my body in a certain way was much more pleasant or interesting than a different way. So those were cool things I learned because I realized that I had like false representations and these kind of things made me correct them. The last thing, because you also mentioned this, the sensing thing, this intuitiveness. What I got in the beginning phase was I got really cool associations I never had. So the oddest was I realized that all the important toilets in my life were facing north. Like I'd never thought about this before, but at my workplace, at home, at my mom's, and those are really like distributed all over Germany, right? I realized, oh my God, they're all facing north, right?
Yes.
So I never thought about this.
Couldn't notice.
But it's not, because I didn't notice it. Or even if I did notice it, I didn't really pay attention to it, right? It wouldn't be as obvious as, oh my God, your jacket is the same color as the shoes I have at home, right?
Right.
So there's something, or, oh my God, this sounds so much like Johnny Cash,
it
right?
Has a character. Yeah.
With the characters, it's very easy to get these strong associations, much easier than it is with, I think, with ideas. It's less, you know what I mean?
Yes. Was there a character only for North, or did each direction have its own character?
So that's something I asked myself quite a lot. So I actually don't think that I got a sense of magnetic North. I think what I got was a sense of turning. Magnetic North, it was not a very particularly interesting specific direction. It was just the differences of deviating from north or from deviating from facing in one direction to another direction.
Yes.
That was interesting. So, and I got a much finer sense for this.
And what was the feedback that detailed? So what was the feedback wasn't just, north has this feeling to it. If you were, a few degrees off of north, that felt different from 90 degrees off of north, or was there a certain character to each deviation from north?
You mean like there's a specific character from vermilion to oxblood red? Something like this?
I guess so.
So I always ask myself, is this a new sense, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're getting at, right?
Yeah,
and the usual thing, how we think whether this is a sense or not, is we're trying to compare it to other senses, right? And the primary things we try to compare it to is I would say like the party senses, right? Where a lot of stuff happens and everything's whoa, where we really spend a lot of time if we seek pleasure of dealing with these senses, right? So sight and sound and smells, there's a lot going on, right? You're obviously trying to compare it to a visual thing, right?
Well, or anything. I mean, it's clear to me that seeing is different from hearing, is different from touching,
right.
And I mean, even more amorphous experiences like feeling sad or feeling hungry, or that they're distinct. And if there's a version of one of those that I've never experienced in my life, I'm trying to imagine adding.
Yeah. So when I said I wanted to do this, I thought, I'm getting a really cool new sense, right? Like seeing, right? And I was really getting excited about this. And so that did not happen. But did I gain a new sense?
I would expect it more to be in the family of hunger, or, I mean, hunger is more a desire, but something subtly that.
So here's the thing how I want to compare to it. I think it's a horizontal vestibular system that I got. It's like knowing where up and down is. You feel where up and down is. You feel if you're being turned on your head, right? So, and I think it's this in the horizontal plane. Before doing this, I never really paid a lot of attention to my vestibular system or where up and down is. But I do know if I shift. And I do know that sometimes I do things specifically because they have this kind of nice effect on my vestibular system, like going on a roller coaster, right?
Interesting.
And I do had that with a field space bed as well. I really liked spiral staircases.
Right.
It was because it was great fun, right? It was.
Would you say it involved a kind of feeling of pressure or force? Was there any kind of force involved?
No. So
interesting.
I think the best thing to say is, like, in the beginning, it was like vibration. That faded after a while. It was not like vibration anymore. It was like it was. It's so hard. It's really so hard.
I can imagine. I know. There really aren't words. You can't. Well, there's no way for me to explain to someone who's blind what it's like to see. So I've given you a bit of an impossible task.
No. But it's always hard to say.
Yeah.
Because what happens is I can compare it to other senses. I can tell you what changed. Like, one of the things is I get associations. Like, I get like hit me in the eye associations. Like, oh, this is the same color as that, right? I get this with directions. What I got was, I was seeking out specific setups because they gave me nice stimulations. The same as I do with looking at art, having a nice meal.
Apart from the memory of it, do you feel like you're in any way still affected by having worn it in your day-to-day life? Do you feel like anything has changed?
Yeah, I mean, there are two things. Like, the first thing is, as I mentioned before, like, my mental maps.
Yes.
Away, and I never quite got them back.
That's really interesting.
That I miss. That changed. I think I also got a little bit more attuned to how devices change the way that we perceive the world, because that was a very drastic thing. And there are other ways in which we use devices to interact with the world, like using your phone to navigate. Sometimes I'm more keen on that. Sometimes more worried about this. That's I think two ways in which this has changed me, and a general curiosity of how to distinguish the senses. I really find it hard to say what makes a sensory modality a sensory modality.
Yeah. No, just reading David Eagleman's most recent book and, thinking about these things in general, but I don't think a day goes by that I'm not affected by kind of the shift in my thinking. And there's something about spending a lot of time just contemplating what it would be like to have the experience you just described, or to use a brain port, or, all sensory substitution and sensory addition, to think about these things. It really changes the way you think about the senses we already have, because we're so used to them and we take them for granted, and we kind of just, they're kind of just shelved as this thing we feel that we understand. But when you imagine adding new senses, it makes the senses we have more mysterious. It makes you look at all of the senses we have with fresh eyes.
That whole story of the belt is really amazing. And I should mention there are some absolutely hilarious stories that he tells about trying to get through airport security with the thing and riding his bike around Europe and trying to conceal it with big overcoats and stuff. But I want to go back to the central question of the entire study. Did Sasha Fink get a new sense? And he says he thinks so, but how can one ever be sure that they aren't just using their prior senses to engage with a new tool?
Right.
I mean, what does it even mean to say that something is a new sense anyway?
Yeah, most of our senses feel categorically distinct for the most part. Our experience of seeing is clearly distinct from our experience of hearing or tasting. And we tend to sort of take that for granted, almost as if the way we experience the world is actually a perfect rendition of the things out there that we're perceiving.
And we're talking about way more than, the basic 5 we all learned as kids: vision, audition, smell, taste, and touch, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah. There are actually many more. And some of them are pretty amorphous and hard for us to describe. The internal sensations and perceptions, called interoception, are the senses stimulated from within the body. There's proprioception, which we've mentioned a few times, which is the perception of your body in space. There's also the perception of pain and balance. Even the perception of time is considered a sense. And other animals have other senses we don't have. As Sasha talked about, some birds and sea life already feel the Earth's magnetic field, and that helps them find their way around. And bats use sonar as accurately as we use vision. But it's difficult, if not impossible, to imagine what a sense we've never experienced before might be like. It's just one of those you only know it when you feel it kind of things.
Experiential science, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But the problem is that, especially in the context of science and scientific experiments, it's extremely unsatisfying not to have other points of data beyond the first person. Even Fink wasn't sure if what he experienced could be considered a new sense. But based on some of the things he said in our conversation, I would say that he did acquire a new sense. He really seemed to be describing a distinct category of qualia, one that he found almost impossible to articulate, which I think is a good clue. And I found it interesting that he felt this kinship with the other participants in the study because they were the only other humans in the world who had experienced the same new sensation that he had and that he could communicate with about it.
And how does thinking about consciousness as fundamental change the way that you would answer the question about new senses?
Well, if consciousness is fundamental, then it would precede or lie underneath all of the content that gets created by the forms and structures it takes on. So the fact of felt experience would exist prior to any evolutionary event.
Right. And that's what you were getting at in my favorite part of your conversation with Eagleman when you were talking about our senses as we've come to know them.
Oh, yeah. Before I blurted out that confession.
Yeah, exactly. But is there a way to sort of make contact with this idea of fundamental consciousness outside of sort of the well-known pathways of our senses?
I don't know. But this is exactly the kind of thing that makes meditation such a wonderful tool. It's the only way we currently have of investigating conscious experiences and content directly, to get as close to them as we can, to see them as clearly as possible. And meditation can also trip up the way some of our senses operate. Many people lose their sense of proprioception or it gets tampered with in such a way that they no longer feel their body in space. And people regularly have an experience of a sort of timeless, spaceless existence in meditation. And of course, also under the influence of psychedelics. People can have an entirely contentless experience, almost of nothingness, which seems like it would be impossible and impossible to report about. And people who have these experiences talk about how ineffable they are. But the best way they can think to describe them is that it's a sort of emptiness or nothingness. And this is often referred to as pure consciousness or pure awareness. And I've always been curious about whether this experience is actually a glimpse of a deeper truth, if it's enabling us to see the underlying reality clearly or not. I just don't know. Sometimes our intuitions and experiences give us real information about the world, and often they don't.
We'll just have to know it when we feel it, right?
Yeah, maybe.
For now.
Right, for now. You know, we don't go around asking each other what it's like to see something. We simply all just take for granted that we're receiving information about the world when we see the same things, more or less. We're all so familiar with that experience and don't find much mystery there or need to keep reassuring each other. Like, yes, I see the table too. And so I wonder if everyone was having the same kind of consistent, deep and intuitive experiences of new phenomena we've never been able to perceive before, if that could be part of a new path for scientific inquiry and experiment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think that practicing meditation, spending hours at a time, making the sustained effort to investigate our moment-to-moment experiences, is a sort of science. And I'm lucky to have a wonderful friend and meditation teacher, Joseph Goldstein, who I could reach out to about this sort of thing. I was eager to talk to Joseph, who has spent years of his life in meditation at this point, and knows many other expert meditators and Buddhist monks who have done the same, about whether he thought the experience of pure consciousness is a more accurate window onto the ultimate nature of reality. Is it another clue that consciousness might be fundamental? Is it possible that experiencing each individual quale directly, without immediately binding them up in memory and correlations, or from the perspective of being a self, that my own experiences in meditation and my daily meditation practice might actually carry insights that could help inform my growing interest in a new field of experiential science?
Now, perception, the way it's defined, is that factor of mind arising with consciousness that recognizes the object based on memory. So the sound itself is just a sound. That's just hearing consciousness. But perception will recognize it as being a wave. Or we hear a bird, and so consciousness doesn't know it's a bird. It's just hearing the sound.
We'll hear more of that conversation, as well as my conversation with the psychologist and author Susan Blackmore, in Chapter 7, Memory, Meditation, and Mind. Lights On, Chapter 7, Memory, Meditation, and Mind.
I was sitting there, and then within 20 seconds, everything was disappearing. I fell down into this rabbit hole. All vision ceased, followed by the loss of the rest of the world. No sight, no sound, no smell, no body. My mind was completely cut off from all of its senses. I had this feeling of diving down into a hole, of disappearing into a black tunnel. I knew somehow that I had a complete personal breakdown at a dizzying pace. And my last conscious thought was the need to abandon myself to this experience. And then this I, what you call an illusion, that thought and that knew, that just disappeared, was gone. I really ceased to exist in any recognizable way, shape, or form. There was no more Christoph, no more ego, no more consciousness of self, no more memories, no traits, dreams, desires, hopes, fears. Everything personal was stripped away. And what remained was a non-embodied non-self. It wasn't human, it wasn't man or woman, it wasn't animal, spirit, or anything else. It didn't intend anything, it didn't expect anything, it didn't think anything, remember anything, dread anything. What this thing, this essence, experience, is a blazing point of pure, icy white light of unbearable intensity, without even the conceivability of looking away. There was no away from, there was no space, there was no thing else. There was no other visual, there was no color, no motion, no texture, no depth, there was no sound, no silence, no feeling. It confirmed what I always believed, that self, the sense of self, is not necessary for consciousness.
That was the neuroscientist Christoph Koch, describing an experience he had while in an induced deep meditative state. It sounded a little out there, but that's the kind of characterization that just can't be avoided with this topic. Anyone who has experienced a significantly altered state through a practice like meditation or by ingesting one compound or another knows just how insufficient language is for describing these experiences. It's the same reason Sasha Fink had encountered such difficulty in the last chapter, attempting to talk about the experience of feeling magnetic north. We just don't have language for the feeling of magnetic north, or for any other qualia human beings don't experience widely or with enough regularity. It's also the reason that people who experience disorders such as dyslexia or propopagnosia, otherwise known as face blindness, a disorder where people have difficulty recognizing specific faces. In the past, people who had disorders like these had no idea that they were different from everyone else, at least in those ways. They assumed they were less intelligent or had worse memories. Until we had a better understanding of them through science, it was very difficult for those people to understand the way in which they were different because they didn't have the experiences that everyone else was having of easily being able to recognize faces, of seeing numbers and letters appear in a certain order. And so when we don't share the same felt experience, the language becomes almost useless. And so without the proper language that can point to experiences that we share, many experiences are just unnameable and unshareable. There is no language that would be sufficient for someone to describe an experience they've had to someone who's never had it, as we've discussed before. So once again, we're bumping up against the fact that we're always constrained by report when it comes to consciousness. Conscious experiences, at least so far, can only be shared through names and symbols. And something is always lost in that process by definition, as the language can never deliver the experience itself. And the interest around this conundrum has led countless authors to pen science fiction stories where humans figure out ways to meld or bridge two or more minds together, somehow. The result is a fully integrated system which produces and appears to have a cohesive experience. And some of the most interesting questions are around what the experience is like in the transition from two minds to one. And I wrote about this transition into a mind meld in chapter 7 of my book, Conscious. And it's equally interesting, maybe even more so, to contemplate what happens when the futuristic bridging technology is then unplugged or uninstalled. So trying to conceive of how and by whom the bridged experiences are then remembered after disconnection, and to what depth of fidelity they might be recalled. And Christoph Koch actually wrote a short story with the neuroscientist Patrick House in this genre, where they imagine an illegal underground technology that bridges brains and results in all kinds of fascinating philosophical, moral, and legal quandaries, such as a couple who robs a bank while their minds were bridged and are later both acquitted of the crime. And a case where a bridged mind learns to play virtuoso-level piano but can only do so while bridged. And a married Democrat-Republican couple averting divorce through bridging therapy. These are all fascinating things to contemplate and certainly not out of the realm of possibility. So for now it remains hypothetical, but the arrival of this type of technology would certainly fall into this category of what I've been terming experiential science. But this whole line of thinking can be a bit uncomfortable for science-minded people like myself and Christoph Koch, because it always seems to elude proper, objective, and scientific verification. And that search for verification and truth is at the heart of my motivation in this quest. So this chapter will continue to look at ways that we might be able to peel back the layers of the construction of self, which keeps us in the realm of neuroscience, and to see if we can get a clearer picture of the direct experience of consciousness, and thus a more accurate framework for questions about how far down consciousness might go. We're going to be taking our deepest dive yet into meditation and focusing on the role memory plays in psychological continuity, along with the feeling of being a self or subject of conscious experiences.
We're going to hear a bit more of that conversation that you had with Christoph Koch, and not just because I want to hear more about the emptiness and icy white light, which sounds pretty wild, but because he ends up suggesting a particular book to you, which brought you even deeper into the introspective investigation of qualia. But we should also mention that Koch's expertise and focus has been on a particular effort with consciousness studies called Integrated Information Theory, or IIT for shorthand. I don't want to derail the whole documentary by going too far into it, but I think we'd be remiss if we didn't at least give it some air here. I know you disagree with some of its starting axioms, and so you're not completely on board with it, but do you mind trying to summarize IIT? Because it's going to come up briefly in the second conversation in this chapter as well.
Yeah, so you're right. I'm not completely on board with it, but I do think it's onto something very interesting. So the way information is defined under integrated information theory is different from how the word information is usually used. IIT describes information in terms of the causal information a system has about itself. So how much you can know about a system's immediate past and future by looking at the system now. And it helps to have some examples here. So I've heard the philosopher Hedda Hassel-Mork use the example of the retina, which I think is really helpful. So in the way we usually think about information, the retina has a lot of information about the external world, about its environment, but it has almost no information about itself. So looking at a retina will tell you very little about its own past and future states, and it therefore has very low information as defined by IIT. Whereas if you're looking at a system like a brain, its current state tells you a lot about what state it was previously in, as well as what its next state will be. So under IIT, the information the brain contains is very high. So what IIT does is produce a number that they refer to as phi, which is the level of information as defined by IIT, in addition to the level of integration of that information. And so the higher the phi, the higher the level of consciousness a system has. If the number is 0, then it doesn't contain any consciousness. So I do think that what it's providing is a theory of integrated information, which could turn out to be extremely useful. But I don't see at all how it can tell us where consciousness itself exists throughout the universe. The ultimate problem for me is that we just encounter the hard problem here in the same way we encounter it anywhere else. And so the question is, why would it necessarily have to feel like anything to be integrated information? But interestingly, what I do think integrated information, as defined by IIT, might actually map onto very neatly is an experience of self. So I think there's a good chance IIT is a sort of self-detector. And my best guess is that for any type of complex suffering to take place, the types of suffering humans and other animals endure, you would need some basic experience of self, consisting of a trail of information carried through memory across time. So in that sense, I think IIT might turn out to be very useful.
Yeah, I've heard IIT described as the attempt to sort of build a consciousness detector, almost like a metal detector sweeping the beach looking for metals under the sand. The IIT mathematics would be able to do this sort of thing by applying it to people in comas or undergoing surgery, or even to different systems like frogs or starfish or fungi.
Right. So as a detector of a complex experience of self, which I think it very well might lead to, I'm supportive of it for two reasons. So first and foremost, because I think it might be able to one day lead to produce a tool for determining whether people undergoing surgery or seem to be in a vegetative state are in fact experiencing something close to the type of consciousness we experience in normal waking life. And for understanding which living systems might experience suffering and help guide our ethical intuitions there as well. And second, I really hope for there to be hundreds of diligent, well-trained scientists working on these out-of-the-box theories if we hope to ever be able to understand consciousness better. So Christoph Koch and Giulio Tononi of Integrated Information Theory are two brilliant scientists who have devoted their work to this, which I think is excellent. And I'd love to see more scientists inspired to work on this problem in different ways.
Okay, well, I think that gives enough of an overview of integrated information theory for our listeners. But for anyone who wants to learn more about it, we've provided some links in the notes. So after you and Christoph Koch bat around the promise and possible misconceptions of IIT, you get back to this initial question of experience and reportability. And I think that's where you both find common ground in your thinking, or at least converge on the same fascinating questions. And the language and conception of that question that he prefers is like this: does consciousness overflow?
So there's right now an argument going around and making a lot of press in the small community of scientists who worry about consciousness called the unfolding argument, which is all about that you cannot test theories that are ultimately just based on behavior, reportability. Now, IIT, of course, by design, says consciousness sometimes is reportable, but ultimately the only judge of consciousness is the subject. It's the subject. Is right. That the right. System? If I see I had an experience, I had an experience. You can't doubt that. Unless you have reason to believe that I'm lying or confabulating or drunk or on drugs or something like that.
Right.
Even though I might not be able to report it. I mean, that's one of the empirical questions, does consciousness overflow? When I look out at the world, if I'm just talking about visual consciousness, there's in an amazing, rich visual environment, right? But if you ask people to describe it, it turns out they can describe much less. It seems to be much less rich. So that's the difference between what a net blog calls phenomenal versus access consciousness, right? And so the belief of certainly of IT is, in my some personal assumption, is that my phenomenal consciousness, the one that I actually experience, is vastly bigger than what I can describe. Because there are these gazillion little distinctions. Let's say I'm looking out at the trees here. There's so much vast complexity that I see in a tree, but they just look like, a bunch of trees. What else can I say about that? So it overflows. But so ultimately it's not about the portability, but it's about what the subject experiences.
Yes. Well, and actually that gets me to something I've been thinking a lot about recently, because I did a meditation retreat and I was having an experience that was similar to other experiences I'd had, but I was feeling that, it's almost as if time were being divided more finely than I'd ever been able to concentrate on before. And what it was seeming to me was that, like the vision you just described of the forest and all of these details, that when it comes down to each micro moment, if you can be as concentrated as humanly possible and really be in each moment, that each moment really entails individual qualia, and that the whole sense of seeing the whole forest, in a sense, is an illusion. It's kind of like a memory snapshot. But when you're paying attention and can really follow the present moment and stay, I noticed I kept testing myself. So one thing I was doing was just looking at my hand and trying to find one spot on my hand that I would just zero in on. And I realized that, well, I think it's partly just because of the physiology and the neurology of the fact that my eyes are not staying perfectly still. But I think it's also just a function of how the physical world works, that nothing is static. And so each individual moment is very small, I would say, in terms of qualia. There's very little being perceived. And it started to get me to wonder whether there is actually kind of a set list of qualia, whether there's kind of a menu of qualia, for lack of a better word, where you can break them down into kind of the individual components like you would, in the periodic table, where every conceivable experience exists of some combination of these qualia in a particular order, but that and maybe it's infinite.
It's sheer infinite. It may not be strictly speaking transfinite, but it may as well be sheer infinite. Ultimately, it has to do, I think, with the geometry of cause-effect space, which is trillions of dimensions. So therefore, basically, it's infinite. But the other problem you have, as you shift your attention, so we now know a lot about the physiology of attention, your perception changes, right? For instance, your perception of time changes with attention. We know this. The duration, the perceived duration can become longer or shorter. So even though you're always looking at something that looks more or less that sort of externally, at least it's the same stimulus, depending what you focus on, whether you focus on the sounds or the sight or which particular aspect of the sight or which color. For example, you can look at something and just attend to red items there or just attend to green items, and they look different because your brain physically, when your brain attends to red, will be in a slightly different state when it attends to green. Plus the brain itself is, of course, a highly dynamic process. We know that there's spontaneous physical release, there's spontaneous action potential. So you're never in stasis, although it may look relatively similar from one moment to the next.
Yes. And that was the piece that was most interesting to me, was that it didn't seem to me that more than one qualia were ever being experienced at one time.
Yeah, many people have had this. They claim that at any given point in time, you only experience one thing.
Yes.
And there's some evidence in favor. And so, do you know Susan Blackmore?
Yes,
Have you read the 10 Zen questions?
Yes, yes. And okay. I've met with her a few times, but I haven't seen her in many years now.
Okay. Because she's made similar in that book, which I like. She makes similar, she really pushes the limits of introspection.
I love the image of consciousness overflowing. It shows so clearly how any attempt to report on a conscious experience is like trying to pour gallons of water into a thimble. Take the view of the forest Christoph suggested. Leaves of all shades of greens and yellows, sun-sparkled reflections, twisted, bony branches. How could the infinite richness of that experience be reported on to anyone or anything else with any kind of true fidelity? We can never fit that experience of an inner world into the container of language perfectly. It will always overflow. But I do think there's a way to get clearer about the experience itself. So using meditation practice as the first step in an experiential science, we can begin to view our everyday experiences under a microscope of sorts. And what we find is that there are in fact these micro experiences that we oscillate between and weave together to create the exquisite tapestries we seem to sail through when we're not paying close attention. So experienced meditators regularly report that when their concentration on the present moment is stable, it's impossible to fit more than one qualia into any given micro moment. That the full experience of sitting outside and hearing the birds chirp and feeling the gentle breeze on one's face, watching the clouds drift above, that the underlying reality of that fuller experience is actually one of oscillating very quickly between the different elements of the content appearing in consciousness. And at that time in my investigations and in my meditation practice, around the time I interviewed Christoph, I was beginning to wonder if this had any implications for the universe more globally if consciousness is fundamental. Is it possible that consciousness is fundamental and at bottom the universe simply consists of qualia that can't be broken down any further? That each individual quale would represent the fundamental building blocks of the universe and constitute bits of fundamental consciousness. All of the experiences we have that can't be broken down any further, like seeing a certain shade of blue, along with the countless other experiences far beyond the spectrum of human experience, but still constituting some sort of list or chart, even if it were infinite and new qualia were coming into existence all the time, but that this list or chart of individual fundamental qualia, in theory, would be what makes up the universe. So I decided to take some time to explore this idea in my own thinking and in my reading and conversations, and I took Christoph's suggestion to read Susan Blackmore's 2009 book titled Zen and the Art of Consciousness.
There is no need to fear, for stuff will keep coming. Selves having experiences will keep popping up, or not. Each one provides an opportunity for grasping, for taking it as the experience of a continuing self, but they needn't be taken this way. Perhaps the continuity is that of the timeless, placeless emptiness, or void, or whatever it is, out of which phenomena appear. Then the same applies. There's no need to fear, for stuff will keep coming out of nothing, or not. Indeed, perhaps those two are one and the same. Perhaps the sense of continuity is nothing more than this, the continuity of the whole universe. Funny that letting go of continuity should provide so rich a sense of it.
If it wasn't obvious, that was Susan reading a short passage from her book. Susan Blackmore is a psychologist, author, and philosopher who's written fantastic books about consciousness and free will for both popular and academic publications. But Zen and the Art of Consciousness is a bit different from many of her other books. It's her most personal book in many ways. She brings the reader into her own meditation practice by transcribing and editing a journal she kept while on meditation retreat, and in her own words, seeks to understand whether personal experience can help penetrate the scientific mystery of consciousness. And of course, that perfectly describes my efforts as well.
Okay. I just want to pin a comment here for the non-experienced meditators in the room. I'm raising my own hand right now, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Before we get to your conversation with Susan Blackmore, I just want to clarify what the target of this kind of meditation is, because the word meditation is certainly overused and definitely understood at the moment. There's an entire industry of mindfulness for productivity and anxiety reduction, and there's a multitude of Eastern traditions with wide-ranging spiritual and religious roots, and they've all developed their own vocabulary and differ on matters both detailed and broad about things like the nature of consciousness and the persistence of consciousness during or even after death or in dreamless sleep. For a novice, such as myself, it can all be a bit confusing.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I can just say that the type of meditation I practice is quite simple on paper, and most of them are kind of working toward the same goal through different methods. And the aim and purpose is to have as direct an experience as possible. That is, to notice and observe the flow of present moment experiences as they are without judgment and without getting lost in thought. So even being aware of the thoughts themselves as thoughts and noticing how they arise and pass away is part of the practice. And as soon as you stop the sustained effort of focused attention on the present moment, you can easily get carried away by a thought and forget to pay attention to what's happening here and now. And this happens regularly, even for experienced meditators. So the moment you notice that that has happened, you've gotten carried away and now you're in some version of the future where you're planning what you're packing for your next trip or whatever it might be. The moment you notice you've been caught in a thought, you're back in the meditation practice and no longer carried away by the thought, but back in the continuous flow of the present moment experience. And generally, the more practice you have, the less and less you get lost in thought, both in your meditation practice and in your daily life, I would say. So when Sue speaks of things coming from the void, that could be something like traffic sounds. When you've developed strong concentration in your meditation practice, you notice that each quality, each sound, sensation, even each thought just appears from nothing. The language fails us once again, but there's really no better word for it.
Okay, so let's get to your conversation with Susan Blackmore, where you're both sort of comparing notes from the classrooms of your own minds in a mutual search of decoding the nature of consciousness.
So I was kind of using this experience, this deeper sense of when you really look, there is absolutely nothing to hold on to, and everything is dynamic, and even the experience of looking at a single point on a hardwood floor, it changes. It's not one thing that stays. And so this was kind of informing my thinking about Christoph Koch's views with IIT and all of these ideas in panpsychism that I've been exploring. And he recommended that I read Zen and the Art of Consciousness.
Ah, that's nice of him.
So I picked it up and read it, and I have all these incredible quotes from you. I think you describe it so much better than I just have or have done in any attempts I've made. And I'd love for you to just read it if you don't mind, and then we can just carry on from there about these experiences.
Could it be, as these ideas suggest, that the richness and stability of your visual field is an illusion? Could your own private experience actually be so different from what you've always assumed? Could you doubt what seems so obviously true? This is why I wanted to look so hard into the nature of my own experience. If vision cannot be the way I think it feels, then I want to be quite sure just how it does feel.
So I guess first, does your experience kind of reveal to you the same thing that I've been describing, that, well, let's start with just sight and sound, that let's say, you're sitting on a hardwood floor looking at a single spot on the hardwood floor, and there's a bird chirping in the background. Do you feel that there's any single moment where you're both seeing and hearing, or does it alternate for you?
I would say when I'm sitting around at my desk or when I first sit down in meditation, it's my attention is flipping from one thing to another. There's an outside world and there's me, and it has to calm down. And as it calms down, things change quite substantially.
Yes.
My practice in Zen meditation is being equally with everything. So you're particularly asking about sight and sound. I would say that at first they seem like different modalities and I can pay more attention to one or the other, but with really settling in, then they don't seem so much like separate modalities. There's just stuff happening. It's not really clear when or where it is, but it's still going on. Certainly conscious in the sense of someone, taps on my shoulder or open the door, I notice that I haven't gone anywhere peculiar. And yet the experience of the world has changed. But also I think that goes along with two other things, one to do with self and one to do with time. To do with self, now after 40 years of meditation, 45 years of meditation, whatever it is, it's a very common experience, even in my 15-minute morning daily meditation that I do every day, to stop being me in here and the world out there and just whatever's coming, sight, sound, touch, the whole lot. Once it's sort of settled in, that's all I am. But it's kind of like I fall out of my own head. As soon as I would ask a question like you're asking me, then I'd have to pin something down and that sense would be lost. But there's also the time thing. You describe in your book some interesting thoughts on time. But I think that one of the things I find most interesting about the sort of familiar meditation experience is the now. You can't grasp it now. You can't grasp it at all.
Yeah.
And yet things are happening, but they're not really happening in time and space unless you make them be in time and space, and you can let go of that. And that's something to play with. I'm not terribly good at that, but I'm sort of exploring how that works with time as well. I just reject the kind of standard ideas of, there is a now moving along and there's the pre and the post experience and all of that stuff. It just doesn't apply in those states, I would say, and probably doesn't apply ever. It's just that we set up a big illusion of time and space and think we're in it.
These are the types of questions I was interested in, and I agree with you, and that is largely my experience in meditation as well. But because I'm trying to find ways that these experiences in meditation inform or can help inform our understanding of what the universe is and what is happening.
Well, what you probably gathered is in my book, Zen and the Art of Consciousness, that's precisely what I was trying to do.
Yes.
I was trying to use the way experience changes of meditation to reflect on some of the common assumptions that people make. So I made this kind of list of the assumptions that people make and then have a look into them through meditation. What interests me about this is this interaction between practicing by myself, which no one else can have my practice, and the interaction between that and all the academic stuff and all the ideas and theories and so on. I think a lot of people could misunderstand that what we're trying to do with this. How obviously you can't say, because I experienced this in my meditation, this is true, or this tells me about some theory.
Yeah.
And that's why I use this negative way of going about it, which is it shows how some things probably aren't true. And then you've got to go and do the science and find out why and how that works.
Well, and what's interesting is so many of the insights that we have in meditation and things that seem fairly obvious and clear after you spend enough time in that state is actually in line with many of the discoveries of neuroscience. And they're discoveries that even the scientists themselves, but certainly the culture at large, has a very hard time grappling with. And so I think it hinders our advancement and our better understanding of the brain because we're so stuck and attached to these ideas of self and so unable to kind of shake that intuition or that illusion that it makes it hard.
You sound as though that's rather a bad thing, but I think this is kind of an inevitable part of what we're trying to do.
Yes. No, I agree.
I think if you start with the idea that what is this perplexity? Well, you probably know in my big textbook, the Consciousness and Introduction, the first one starts with more perplexity. You've got to be perplexed.
Yeah.
And the very end, a cartoon at the end is, what is this? And it's more perplexity is better. That's how we get there. So perplexity is also induced by meditation or many techniques of meditation, certainly not all. Those that are kind of medically, it's all about relaxation, not. but any kind, well, the Zen inquiry particularly is, but many others, you just face this mystery. And it wouldn't be a mystery. It wouldn't be a big question if most people in the world just went, yeah, of course the self's not what we think it is. I mean, it wouldn't be. I mean, this is what the mystery is about.
Yes.
And that's why for me it's so important that and so nice that there are lots of us now meditating and grappling with both the theory and the practice.
Yes. So all of my curiosity really began in the study of physics and my curiosity just about, you know, what this universe is made of and what is going on exactly. And then consciousness very quickly became a part of that curiosity. And now at this point in my life that I didn't actually ever think I would be as open as I now am to a type of panpsychic theory and I really hate that term, but the idea that in our understanding of what the fundamental reality of the universe is, obviously that's not something we can ever know, but to the extent to which we can better understand what's going on, I think it's very likely that consciousness is something that is much more fundamental than we have intuited or been willing to contemplate. The issue is that in my mind, some of the people who are thinking most creatively and most interestingly on these subjects are the people who have the least experience in meditation and understanding of all of these illusions that you so wonderfully expose in Zen and the Art of Consciousness. The one thing I can do to help, the one contribution I can make is to, at least in these theories that are making this attempt at placing consciousness in a fundamental role, steer them away from the areas where the illusion of self is deep in their theory, because there's no theory that can work if it is that confused about the nature just of human consciousness.
Yes, I would agree. I would agree with that sort of theory can't work. But again, if you go back to the very basics, which I like to try to do at many junctures, you see I'm sitting here looking at 3 screens with all stuff on them, and behind that a great huge plant and some books and a whole lot of other things. And all I can know about them has come to me through my experience, having read the books and been to university and all the other things. I mean, this is obvious to many, many people. It's obvious that that there's a problem there, because I can't know whether there really is matter, and what does it mean to say it's all made of atoms? I mean, that is quite clear that that's a problem. But I would say that the current theories of panpsychism are fairly hopeless. I think there are lots of reasons for going towards panpsychism. My version of it is different from yours and different from any others. And I wouldn't say, I don't claim to have a panpsychist theory. I don't claim to have a theory of consciousness at all. Yeah. I really don't. Yeah. I claim to be better at rejecting other people.
Yeah, no, same. I would absolutely say the same of myself. Yes.
So the way that I have come to panpsychism is thinking about the nature of the illusory self, the benign user illusion, whatever you want to call it, and why there should be something it's like to be that, if there's not something it's like to be other things going on in a complex organism like a human body.
Yes.
And my thinking there is, well, that's what it says it's like. That is a representation, that self, that false self, that me inside, who feels in control, who feels as if they have consciousness and wields free will. That is a representation or a model that says, I am a little person sitting inside my head and in control of all these things. And so that leads me to the thought, well, what if it's actually representations or models that are what it's like? Because that's what they say. I mean, let's go back to McCarthy and the thermostat. I mean, I love his, my thermostat has 3 beliefs. It's too hot in here. It's too cold in here. It's just right in here. And I would say, my view is that is the beginning of experience, because it's not just processing information. That's another panpsychic theory, that all information, I'm not taking that one. I'm taking only information that represents something as being like something. Well, that's what it is. It's like something. So it's not like anything very interesting. But, you take a fish in the river by my house, and that is representing a world. But if it's representing the water and the quality of the water and what it's next going to eat and all of those things, and its own body. It's got to represent its muscles. It's got to have a body schema like any moving animal does. And all of those things entail what it's like. So if we then come back to the human body, well, all throughout it, throughout the brain, throughout the other systems of the body, the other neural systems, there are representations and models. And all of them describe something what it's like. So throughout the visual system, you've got these different representations of lines and edges and so on very early on, and then more complex ones, and then color, and then going into the temporal lobes, getting object recognition. All of those are representations of a world. And I would say, if they say it's like this, that's what it feels like. That's what it is to be like. Yeah. Now, this is a very dramatic form of panpsychism, and I don't know whether it can work. And I abandoned it. I started it. In 1986, I did a conference presentation in a parapsychology conference in which I said, what is it like to be a bat is wrong. It's not what it's like to be the bat. It's what it's like to be the bat's view of what it's like to be a bat.
Yes.
So it's the bat's representation that is conscious, not the bat. And that changes everything. So you stop saying that this lump of matter is conscious or this human being is conscious. You say, it's the representation that's conscious. And I abandoned that in the 1980s because I didn't understand what a representation is. And I still don't understand what a representation is.
That sounds very similar to integrated information theory. Do you see those as how would you see that as different from what you're saying? It sounds like integrated information theory is actually just pointing to the physical representation of the thing that you're describing, that they believe that is the type of thing they are detecting in the universe, is when a physical system is set up in such a way that it gives rise to that thing you just described.
Yes, I think there are two reasons why I can't give you a satisfactory answer. Mm-hmm. One is I don't understand the maths. The basic principle of IIT, I'm very happy with this idea about complexity and integration and so on. But I can't follow the maths. But I also think that it tends to be a one thing in the human sort of approach mostly. If this whole brain has this much integrated information, then this will happen. I could certainly try to apply it if I could do the maths and if I understood it better. I could try to apply it to every different level of bits and pieces going on throughout the visual system and throughout the auditory system and throughout the motor system and everything else. Because I would say that you'd have to look at the integrated information in multiple interacting levels. I don't know whether that theory would apply there. So, and I'm not the person who could try to do it. So I don't say they're incompatible, but I don't think they're at all the same.
Right. My issue with it is more of a logical starting point. I see there being problems with that way of thinking about things, only because I see consciousness as being separate from any experience of self or something that is self-referential or even perhaps memory. And when I say memory, I mean, very basic forms of memory. So in a Venus flytrap, the information that is being held by the fact that one hair has been touched, and I forget what the time frame is, but if the other hair is touched within a certain time frame, it snaps shut. So I'm talking about that simple a form of memory, of there being kind of a system to talk about at all. But my guess is that we don't need that for consciousness. And so the thing that you're pointing to, and the thing that I think IIT is pointing to, is a certain type of experience or a certain type of shape of consciousness, which includes memory, so that there's a sense of holding on to past experience, however simple. We could be talking about a worm, moving away from danger, moving toward food. It's just very, very, very simple processing, but there's still a sense in which it's communicating information within itself, so that something in the past, even if the past is 10 seconds ago, is still operating.
What you're doing here sounds like you're sticking to the organism, and what I'm trying to do is take a different view where the whole organism, whether it's a Venus flytrap or a mouse or a human being, is not the level at which we need to be thinking, but it is at the level of representations. So this Venus flytrap holds a little bit of information very, very briefly and then doesn't need it anymore and throws it away. But at the time of doing that, there is some kind of representation there. I think a Venus flytrap is a pretty difficult one, but if we took a worm or something like that, it's going to have to represent its own body because it's got to coordinate the wriggling through the earth. It's going to be representing, I like this or I don't like this in terms of the chemicals it comes across and so on. Now, all of those things, to my mind, would be what it's like to be them, would be whatever that organism is saying it's like. And there'll be multiple, even in a worm, there'll be multiple things like that going on. The difference, the important difference in us is that our very complex and clever brains override all that by making, I don't mean they destroy it, but they overshadow it is a better way of putting it, because there's this massive great model which is integrating, a whole lot of things in the default mode network, the body schema, the body image, with memory, classification, control systems in the frontal cortex. All these things are integrated together into a model that says, I'm in charge here, this is my body and my head and whatever. And from that perspective, that viewpoint, what that model is saying doesn't include all those other things, upon which it depends, of course. It doesn't include them.
So I guess I'm going one step further, I think, in saying that maybe representations at all aren't even necessary for consciousness, and that so we go kind of from the human level down to just the level of representations, but I'm questioning whether these illusions that can come with the human mind give us this sense, even that, what it's like to be is a little too complicated a way of describing consciousness, and that there could be consciousness without representation. And I guess one question for you is, do you think it's possible that there is something like pure consciousness, where there's consciousness without any content, without any specific character, flavor, any appearance in any form, where there's just a pure consciousness?
I could just tell that that's where we're going. I could tell in myself that I kind of lured myself into this trap, by the way I was talking about it. Yes, so good for you. You've caught me out there. Yes. I can remember on one retreat, see, I should tell you something about my history of meditation. My first Zen teacher, John Crook, was endlessly telling me, as so many Western people are told, you're all in your head. What about your heart? You're thinking too much, blah, blah, blah. Always on like that. And then I remember in one retreat with a different teacher that I suddenly said in my interview, I guess, oh, consciousness is wider than the things in it. And he laughed and laughed and laughed, and he said, yes. It's like, and I kind of, it was a very peculiar thing to say, because in a way that should be obvious, but it does get to your question, because it's a question about whether consciousness is a kind of a container which has contents in it. And now I've long ago rejected that. I've written lots of stuff on why it's not a container, and I still think that. But then I'm thinking, so what is that experience? And it's easy to say, well, it's a representation of a broad possibility or potentiality, and rather little of very specific represented things. But that's not the end of the road at all. In fact, it's probably the beginning, because a lot of meditation practice, well, certainly in Zen, I don't want to speak for lots of other traditions I don't know about, but there's a constant push towards letting go. It's all about letting go. So it's very easy when you have an experience like that, when there's this broad, amazing vastness, and then there's really not much in it, just the sitting and whatever noise is going on or whatever. It's very easy to lapse then into, oh, I'm experiencing this, and get back into all those problems. So that's got to be let go as well. While there is still sitting, there are still sounds and sights and touches and so on, and yet they are not, they're not telling you what consciousness is. But nor does the idea that there's this vast realm and then you kind of put contents into it. Now, I suspect, but my practice doesn't go that far, and maybe that's not where it would go anyway, that also will disappear while we're still, in another sense, still conscious, still sitting up and so on. But that kind of distinction between contents and the consciousness will disappear. I don't know whether that's the same thing or different from experiences I've had in which everything's gone.
Yeah.
It really isn't anything.
Yeah.
And yet I can say something about that now, not very much. It's kind of ineffable. And yet I have enough of a memory to think, that the letting go can go a long way. These are tricky things to talk about theoretically, but it's really nice that there are people like yourself who also have these experiences and want to talk about them, because I think that's really helpful for our theories of consciousness.
By the way, I'm going to add my name to the list of people who don't fully understand the math of IIT.
Oh yeah, add me too. Yeah. I haven't even attempted to understand the math. If any listener takes the dive into IIT, be forewarned. But as Sue and I both mentioned, that really shouldn't scare anyone off from contemplating and appreciating the overall effort. The book about IIT called Phi, written by Giulio Tononi himself, and the many articles and interviews about it can give you a pretty good grasp of the theory. And we've linked to some of those in the notes.
Now we're going to plunge as deeply as we likely will get into the intricacies of meditation. And I know you reached out to Joseph Goldstein around this time.
Yeah, I had recently attended a meditation retreat where a lot of related questions about meditation and consciousness kept coming up for me, and I was eager to talk to Joseph. Joseph Goldstein is a meditation teacher based in Barre, Massachusetts, at a retreat center called Insight Meditation Society, or IMS. His formal training comes from a Buddhist context, specifically in the style of what's called vipassana. And as you'll hear, he makes frequent reference to Buddhist texts. And it's not crucial for the listener to know these terms or to be able to follow along with all of those details, but we'll provide some resources for those who want to dive deep. It really is remarkable how detailed the language is within these old disciplines and how they attempted to parse experience with such precise linguistic instruments. And one of the reasons they were able to do this is because they had a community of people who were spending hours and days and weeks and months and years practicing this form of concentration, of investigating the first-person experience of one's mind, and then attempting to make a map out of all the terrain that they investigated. So Joseph has become a good friend of mine over the last 20 years, and I also go to him for meditation instruction. I've attended silent meditation retreats that he has led, and I often go to him for guidance and clarification on my experiences in meditation.
Yeah, I'm raising my hand again over here as someone who definitely gets lost in the flurry of the Buddhist words. But I can also attest that they can be really helpful when you're trying to tease out things like subject from self or perception from knowing and things like that. But in any case, at this point in your journey, what question did you really want to take to Joseph?
Well, I always have several for him. But I think even during this chapter, the careful listener will have already noticed the elephant in the room. And that is the question of time. I was still very much focused on the idea of the experience of individual quantized quale, and if that was something that the Buddhist teachings might prop up or reject. But that question already smuggles in the mystery of time, because if I'm suggesting that consciousness is fundamental, and that maybe there's this set menu of quale, which are arranged in some structure or form, or get arranged and then rearranged, it seems that that structure must have something to do with time. And I was wondering if any of the Buddhist teachings or insights people have had in meditation might offer a clue about whether it would be more likely that time is fundamental or emergent.
So the easy questions.
Yeah. I always go to Joseph with the easy questions. I don't know if you remember, we were kind of talk. Okay. We were talking about kind of my, I hate to pathologize it, but almost my OCD level interest in what our present moment experience actually entails, depending on whether we're very focused in on, one thing like looking at the pen on my desk or hearing the sound of birds or whatever it is, and what type of information does that give us about how we're normally perceiving things differently than we think we are? And one of those is that it seems very clear that there's really one at a time, and they're happening in such quick succession that we're kind of left with this experience of seeing it all at once when it's not, in fact.
That is classic Abhidhamma.
Yes.
So the basic model is that in every moment there's consciousness and its object. There's just knowing an object, right? So in that case, okay, there's the sound of the waves and the knowing of it. But consciousness doesn't exist independently of a whole array of what are called in Buddhism mental factors. Now, some of these factors arise in every moment of consciousness, so they're called common factors. Some arise occasionally. So one of the common factors is perception. Now, perception, the way it's defined, in Abhidhamma, is that factor of mind arising with consciousness that recognizes the object based on memory. So the sound itself, that's just hearing consciousness. But perception will recognize it as being a wave. Or we hear a bird, and so consciousness doesn't know it's a bird. It's just hearing the sound.
Well, I guess, but there's even a way in which the sound continues after the sound is gone. It's almost like...
Yeah, so then it just becomes, it's consciousness of a mental event rather than...
Yes.
But that's all. It's just arising from like a thought or, or an image.
Right, of course.
Yeah, so it's perception which is connected to memory, because it's through the memory that we recognize, oh, that's a wave, that's a bird, but that's all the functioning of perception.
And yes, okay, so that's actually much clearer. That's helpful. And that it's related to a similar question that I've just been asking myself and kind of playing with in my practice too, is I'm curious about what is actually changing when we have a more open stance. So if I kind of just let in the full view, that feels like a very different quality than if I'm paying attention to every micro moment. And I'm curious whether you think they are totally different experiences, or if you are just not, when in the open awareness, you're just not noticing the micro moments.
Right. I think that's. I think it's the latter. But there is a different distinction.
Okay.
That I thought you were going to.
Okay.
I think the different possibilities are an open awareness or a directed awareness. And this is the whole function of samadhi or concentration, where you're narrowing the focus and excluding a lot. But that's different in the open choiceless awareness. And I think the reason you're feeling it is different is simply that you're giving emphasis to the awareness side rather than the object side. And so because of that, you're not seeing that actually in that open awareness, it is a progression moment after moment.
Well, that is actually my experience. That is my experience is that it is still one at a time, and that actually I have a related question here, which is, are there different schools of thought within Buddhism on whether time is an illusion or whether it's kind of a fundamental fact of reality or the universe or consciousness?
I've never come across an explicit discussion of that.
In your own experience, does one description resonate more with you than another? I mean, does it feel right to you just based on your life experiences that time is in some sense or in a total sense an illusion?
Yes. I mean, I talk about it probably in quite a simplistic way, but a way that was profound for me.
Mm.
So this has to do with our experience of time rather than the ontological status of time. So in our experience of time, I really see it only as being a thought in the present moment.
Mm.
We have certain thoughts which we call past, but they're happening now. We have certain thoughts we call future, but they're happening now.
Yeah.
So we could, in that sense, time is illusory, or I call it a concept.
Yeah.
It's a concept arising out of a present moment experience.
Mm-hmm. And have you had experiences of it not being there, whether, under the influence of psychedelics or in some meditative state where it doesn't actually, time no longer seems to be passing in the way it normally does? Or that there is no real concept of time? I mean, that's my most powerful experiences of there really being no concept of time.
Yeah, because well, we have to just drill down. There's a difference between a concept of time and an experience of time.
Yes.
And so clearly we have many times when there's no concept of time if we're not thinking about it. So then it's a question of, and this would get quite interesting. Okay, well, what would be the experience of time? And I don't know if that's been well defined. But we certainly have experiences of time not being consistent.
Mm-hmm.
For example, we could be sitting, and if with really strong samadhi, we might be sitting for a couple of hours, and it feels like 20 minutes.
Yes, well, and that's one level of it, but I'm kind of talking about the next level deeper, where even the sense of change,
any passage,
yeah.
No, I think there are some states where one would not be aware of that.
So felt experience clearly exists in the world. As I've said before, it's really the only thing we can be completely sure of. And there are scientific concepts and ways to reach out and touch the structure of the universe. Through our actions and through experiment and shared observations, we can communicate through language, however limited those might be. But how do these two realms of felt experience and scientific inquiry relate to and inform each other? The science of the brain really still has to always work in close conjunction with reports. If we discovered an area of the brain that we believed to be related to seeing color, but in a patient where this area had been removed, they were still able to see color and accurately distinguish between different colors, the reporting of a conscious experience of color would prove the scientific theory wrong, of course. But it becomes less clear when we drift away from neuroscience and biology and enter the realm of the inanimate, let alone the quantum. And so I was left wondering if there could possibly be a legitimate space to be carved out for experiential science. Could we discover true insights and make progress in the domain of physics by making use of felt experiences? And what would that even look like? So I was ready to take some of my ideas and new questions back to the physicists. I was hoping the continued dance between physics and philosophy might help illuminate any potential connections between direct investigations of felt experience and the physics of space and time.
And I believe that we are at a moment of time, which is one of a succession of moments, but at every instant we are in a moment of time, and the only things that exist in this moment are the processes related to its creation. And these things will cease to exist, these moments now, and there will be other moments, and then they cease to exist. Then there are other moments, and that world, to me, is beautiful and elegant because it doesn't have, the past is a dead weight. The past can't affect the present. So why do we need it?
That was the theoretical physicist Lee Smolin. discussing where time might fit into my evolving view of a universe in which consciousness is fundamental. The conference in which I was going to be presenting soon and was preparing a talk for was fast approaching, so I really wanted to get as clear as possible on my thoughts about time as it relates to consciousness. And specifically, I was interested in talking to physicists who have strong opinions about whether time is fundamental or emergent. In my own work, I was spending a lot of time trying to think through which conclusion, time being fundamental or time being emergent, would make more sense in a universe in which consciousness is fundamental. I knew I wanted to talk to Lee Smolin, who had changed his view on time throughout the course of his career. He once believed time was emergent and not part of the fundamental story, but he had been convinced later in his career of the opposite view, and I was eager to hear him explain to me why he now believes that time must be fundamental. I also knew I wanted to talk to the physicist Carlo Rovelli, whose work concludes that both space and time are emergent and not fundamental. I was definitely more inclined to align with Rovelli's perspective, but I was pretty open-minded on the subject and just wanted to learn more. So lastly, I thought it would be helpful to check in with the science journalist George Musser, who has been covering these topics for decades and really does a brilliant job of helping to make these impossible subjects more digestible to someone like me. So you'll hear more of the conversation I had with Lee Smolin, as well as my conversations with George Musser and Carlo Rovelli in Chapter 8 of Lights On, Space and Time. Lights On, Chapter 8, Space and Time. When I first began to wonder if my and others' experiences in meditation were providing any hints of deeper truths about the nature of reality, the fact that I was even contemplating this question came as a complete surprise to me. I had always considered any type of personal, subjective experience to be more or less useless as a tool for probing scientific truths. Maybe not for psychology and neuroscience, but certainly for fundamental physics. Through my work with neuroscientists over the years, I had learned just how indirectly we're in contact with the outside world. In fact, many of the things that seem like the most direct channels to reality, as we've seen, turn out to be what Anil Seth rightly refers to as controlled hallucinations. But there's a hitch. Strangely, when you place careful attention on your moment-to-moment experience in a very disciplined way, some of our perceptions, including those of space, time, and self, actually begin to shift or drop out altogether. And surprisingly, our window onto reality can be transformed into a more accurate one, at least in some cases. So as I followed the advancements in quantum physics, reading about newer theories that suggest space and time are emergent rather than fundamental, I was reminded of some of my and others' meditative experiences of a timeless, spaceless experience of consciousness. And much like the experience of self, the suggestion that space-time is not fundamental, though mind-blowing on one level, actually made some intuitive sense to me. And this was the beginning of a sort of merging of two areas of interest of mine that I had never dreamed would intersect. I had already witnessed the convergence of my interest in meditation with neuroscience earlier in my career, even developing into some fascinating scientific studies in which they scanned experienced meditators' brains in fMRI machines. But experiences in meditation more naturally lend themselves to neuroscientific interest as a phenomenon for obvious reasons. And I was still fairly skeptical that there was any useful connection to be made between meditative insights and fundamental physics.
Okay, so where to start? I just want to say that I've been immersed in this conversation with you for quite a while now, and I'm never really sure how jarring some of these arguments are for newcomers. But this is chapter 8, so hopefully by now the listener hearing a casual suggestion that space and time might not be fundamental is not that crazy anymore.
I know. Sometimes I have to remind myself of what it's like to come across these topics for the first time.
Yeah. And it's also surely clear by now that language really does fail us here. Language, it's naturally bound up in the assumptions of time and space. In fact, the most commonly used noun in the English language is time. Year and day also rank in the top 5, I'm pretty sure. But I think it would be helpful before we jump into the conversation to just have you quickly lay out a distinction in your own words. What's the difference between something being fundamental versus something being real? Or do you not see a difference there?
Yeah, this is an important distinction. And these are terms that people use in different ways, so there's a linguistic element as well. But when I say fundamental, I'm trying to get at the deepest understanding of reality, the place where explanation essentially stops. So there are plenty of things that are real that aren't fundamental. We can have the experience of seeing the sunrise, for example. And that's not only a real experience, but it's connected to something real that's happening outside my brain as well. And just with that sight of the sun rising, with that limited window onto reality, we're definitely getting some information about the underlying reality. But there's a deeper explanation there, a more complete picture of our solar system and the Earth's rotation, etc. So it's possible to grasp something more fundamental beyond our immediate perception, and then we can go a step beyond that through an understanding of the force of gravity and so on. And when we're including the human brain, it gets even more layered than that. For example, I can dream about the sun rising or hallucinate that I'm seeing it. Then, in order to explain the experience, we need to get into not just the mechanics of the solar system, but the understanding of what's going on at the level of the brain to produce an experience in the absence of the usual circumstance. So when we're talking about the brain and the experiences it generates, there are the external inputs and the activity of the brain itself. And the sciences have really helped us shed light on where the inputs end and the brain processing begins. And of course, science has also shed a ton of light on our understanding of what those inputs are, of what the outside world consists of. We still have a long way to go in terms of a complete understanding of any of these things, but generally, the more we understand, the more fundamental a layer or explanation we've exposed. In the case of space and time, we're talking about needing to understand both the inputs and the universe outside the brain, as well as the brain processing itself. So let's start with space, because physicists are basically in agreement about space being emergent and not fundamental. Time is in a different category because we don't yet have scientific consensus one way or the other. So when talking about space, is it possible that just like the color green doesn't exist out there in the universe, but it's how our brains represent a light wavelength in our experience, is it possible there isn't space, at least in the form that we perceive it to be, out there either? That the three-dimensional space we experience is yet another way our brains create a map of something out there we're perceiving. And that's on the side of the experience of space, how it's generated by the brain. And the question for physics is, if space isn't a fundamental aspect of the universe, what is it that's giving rise to this domain we call space in the first place? And there, the holographic principle is one promising way to explain it. We won't get into those details now, but if space can be explained through physics as emerging out of some other process, space is not fundamental. It's not part of the fabric of reality as we had always assumed. So to go back to your question about my use of the word fundamental, at the very least, we know we've been able to probe deeper and deeper into the nature of reality through scientific investigation. And we arrive at a fuller, more complete picture every time we reach a more fundamental level. And wherever that explanation stops is where we'll find the true fabric of reality, the true fundamentals. Now, whether or not that's possible even in theory, we don't know, but that's the idea, that at least we can keep moving in that direction. And so that's a very long answer to how I and physicists in this domain are using the word fundamental, something that's not dependent on the presence or activity of anything else, where explanation stops.
Okay, got it. And that was just about space. Just wait until we start asking those questions about time.
Right. And that's where I get completely stuck and start spinning in circles, trying to understand what it could possibly mean for time to be emergent out of something more fundamental. The statement itself sounds paradoxical because for something even to emerge, you need time, or at least it seems that way. I don't know. But luckily, I knew the perfect person to help me think through these questions about space and time. George Musser.
Hi.
Hi.
Tell me about your project, though. It's so exciting. I mean, it's
been really wonderful, and I've learned a lot, and I still have so many questions. And I'm also just excited to find out how many physicists are interested in consciousness and interested in having this conversation. Each of them, however, is kind of wedded to their own theory and very invested in the work they're doing. And there's still kind of a limit on how much we can brainstorm together or just play around with ideas. And so while I was reading your book, I just thought, oh, George has come along at the perfect time because he understands so much more than I do. You can help me understand all of this, but also there's an openness because you're not attached to any theory that you're working on.
That sounds great. I mean, I also, when I read your book, I felt a certain kinship with the craft there as well. That I think both of us are very synthetic writers, that we take vast quantities of information and knowledge and try to distill what is the most essential from it.
George Musser is a science journalist and the author of two of my favorite books for a general audience. One is titled Spooky Action at a Distance, about quantum mechanics, and the second is called Putting Ourselves Back in the Equation, which addresses the very question I'm most interested in: how does consciousness relate to fundamental physics? When I spoke to him, I started our conversation by reading a passage from his book, Spooky Action at a Distance. So I wanted to start with space and non-locality. I am going to read an excerpt from your book on page 135. You write, "The velocity and position of a particle are not independent quantities. If you know the spread of possible velocities, you can calculate the spread of possible positions using the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and vice versa. Relativity theory spoils this conversion by requiring that the uncertainty principle be observer independent. Now when you translate velocity to position, you find that the different positions are no longer mutually exclusive. You might find the same particle in two different places at once, or the particle in one place and its energy somewhere else. The combination of quantum mechanics with relativity violates locality in what was, for Einstein, its most basic sense, the stipulation that all things have a location." Okay. It seems that there's now a consensus among physicists that space is not part of the fundamental story, that space emerges, and perhaps space and time. But it seems like that there's really a consensus at this point that space must emerge out of something more fundamental. So I should first just say that my intuition that this is in line with my intuition. It has always seemed to me that space is not fundamental, and that kind of the fundamental nature of things. So one thing I just want to make clear at the outset is that because I have a lot of questions about string theory and higher dimensions of space, more dimensions beyond the three that we experience, and to just be clear that when we're speaking about those other dimensions of space, possible dimensions of space, that I am always assuming those are reflecting or representing something at a deeper level that is not space. Does that make sense?
Right. Okay. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems that whatever space is representing at a more fundamental level, it can still be a good map for us of the underlying reality, especially because we can't seem to think in any other terms. It's almost everything we experience, we kind of put into these three spatial categories.
Yes. Science always progresses. Physics is no different in a stair-step kind of way. So we go from yes, we see 3 dimensions of space. In string theory, there seem to be additional spatial dimensions that are associated. We can't see them directly, but they're associated with the properties of different particles. And then, the next climbing up the stairs or descending the stairs, whichever you want to think of it, would be, let's dissolve the space altogether and think about space as coming from these more fundamental ingredients physicists call degrees of freedom, to kind of avoid prejudicing whether they're particles or something else. Degrees of freedom is the kind of abstract word for that.
Actually, that's one question I do have is whether most physicists working on string theory at this point believe that these other dimensions of space are still pointing to something more fundamental, that space is not the ultimate story. Or do they really have some picture of a universe that has 9 or 10 or more dimensions of space, and that space is kind of the fundamental reality rather than it being a sign or signal of a deeper structure?
Yeah, well, I think physicists and string theorists in this case in general think on a different kind of layers of description, levels of description. So for some problems, they'll think in terms of 3D space plus time. I'm going to put time on the side for now. In some cases, they may think of 9 dimensions of space, 6 on top of the ones that we know. In some cases, even they go to 10. And in some cases, they go back down to 0 again. It just depends on kind of what they're trying to do at that particular moment, what they're trying to accomplish at that level of description. And that's what's fun about physics, is that you can kind of plumb these different depths.
Yeah. But do you think most of them are kind of on board with assuming that however many dimensions space has, ultimately space is not really the story, is not really the underlying reality?
I've never done a proper opinion poll, but that is certainly my reading, and individuals will come to that from different arguments and directions. But one thing that's interesting about string theory is to the extent to which it's actually not about strings anymore. String theory is kind of a historical term that describes a general direction in fundamental physics, but that doesn't mean that day in, day out, they're actually thinking of literally, there's little strings. So right now, the predominant direction is indeed to think of spatial dimensions as being emergent, that you can have, again, these degrees of freedom, these fundamental ingredients that organize and behave in certain ways, out of which space pops, like a figure in a pop-up book. And that goes under the rubric of what's known as dualities, or the holographic principle. And these dualities relate space, times, or universes of different spatial temporal dimensionalities. So you might have a 4-dimensional universe that is equivalent to a 5-dimensional one or a 3-dimensional one. And as soon as you start kind of doing this crossover, you're saying that 4 dimensions is really no different from 5. That's tantamount to saying that at least that 5th dimension isn't fundamental. So they at least get 1, just straight off the math. 1 dimension is this pop-up dimension.
Interesting.
That it's there in a sense, but it reflects this deeper physics. And then they'll usually then go to say, well, 1 can pop up. I guess they all do. So that's kind of usually how the thinking might go.
Interesting. Okay. So one thing that just always resonated with me and has been part of my thinking since I was probably 9 or 10 years old is this the story of Flatland and this analogy. And my father had explained this to me, and I've just never stopped thinking about it. This idea, imagining what it would be like to be in a 2-dimensional plane, in this 3-dimensional world, and how much information you don't have access to, and how mysterious certain things would seem. Whereas if you could jump out into 3 dimensions, they're not mysterious at all. You see the whole picture. And so when I started learning about string theory, however many 20 or so years ago, I really gravitated towards it because the first time I heard an explanation of quantum mechanics that fit with the way I had been thinking about it all those years, that having more dimensions of space could potentially really help explain these things that seem so mysterious to us. So the idea that the types of things we witness, like non-locality and entanglement, could, if we were perceiving 4 dimensions or 5 dimensions, the structure of that would make perfect sense. But we're missing so much of the information that, you know, we're in our little 3D plane or 3D sphere without access to the fuller picture, to the larger reality. And I just wonder, does that analogy hold at all? I mean, does anyone actually think in those terms?
You mean in the terms of by elevating to a higher dimensionality, you see the world as it truly is?
Yes. Well, and that it could potentially explain the types of things we see in 3 dimensions, where if they're explained in 4 or 5 dimensions, there is much more logic to them.
Yeah. So yes. Well, the answer is basically yes. And it's a great question, in fact. And this is why dimensions even come up in these foundational discussions of physics, why they play such a role in string theory and certain other theories as well. People see, and remember what physicists are trying to do here is they're trying to unify. So they see there are nuclear forces, there are electromagnetic forces, and already electromagnetic is a unification of electrical and magnetic. They see gravitational forces, all these forces that seem quite different, and they ask, are they unified or are they really the same, but seen from different sides in a way?
Yeah.
And the dimensionality of space helps with that. And there's a whole program going back to Kaluza-Klein and to mathematicians in the early 20th century that basically takes gravity and imagines just the ordinary force of gravity operating not just in 3 dimensions, but in 4 and 5 and so forth. And they find that when you start piling on these dimensions, what is gravitational in, say, the 5th dimension looks to us unable to see that 5th dimension directly as electromagnetic force. So they take 2 forces in that case and unify them into one by saying that there's this hidden to us. It's not hidden to the universe, of course. We're trapped on this 3-dimensional space and we can't even put our arm or can't look out of it. But if we could, in a flatland kind of way, like you could see that, this electrical force, which seems so different from gravity, is gravity.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, this reminds me of another train of thought I often get on, which is, you know, wondering what the difference is between actually physically being confined to a 3-dimensional space and whether it has more to do with the human mind and the human brain and what we're perceiving, so that it's only possible for us to perceive in 3 dimensions, but there are, you know, right there in front of us, if only we could perceive them, we would have access. It seems to me that whatever the number of dimensions are that exist in the universe, that those are always there. And we exist within that. You know, it's all part of the same thing. It's just, you know, we're limited in terms of what we have access to through our perceptions. But there's obviously the other way to look at it, and I assume it's the way most physicists look at it, is that there are actually different structures that can physically be described as 3-dimensional, and they're not in a 4-dimensional or 5 or 6-dimensional space. Is that right?
Yeah. So the way the physicist who works on this would think of it is they basically would do what you've just done. They would pose the question, if space were multidimensional beyond our 3 dimensions, and if there were, it could explain aspects of physics that perplex us today. But then why don't we see those other dimensions? It's something about us. It's something about the universe, about both. And there's a range of thinking on that. And there does seem to be a connection to us in the sense that it might in fact be impossible for us not to be for us to be higher dimensional. There's certain aspects of three-dimensional space mathematically that are special. It isn't just an arbitrary number 3. We can do more than 2. If, for instance, in 2, any line divides the plane. And so a body couldn't have cavities in it because that would actually create then 2 bodies always. There couldn't be a unified body. The kind of complexity of our body is not really possible in 2 dimensions. The complexity of some of the gravitational effects we see are not possible in 2 dimensions. Gravity still operates in 2 and even 1 dimension, but it's just not the same as the kind of rich fabric of gravity we have in 3. And then if you start going up, if you ask 4 dimensions, 5, 6, also problems start to occur there that seem to, in other words, we sit at a kind of sweet spot in the complexity, ability of complex structures to form. So there's probably no accident that if there were more dimensions, that we would still be 3-dimensional creatures.
Interesting. So when I started learning about string theory about 20 years ago, it always kind of bumped me and just I couldn't ever get my mind around the idea that these larger dimensions would be smaller. And I've now, read so much on the topic that I realize this isn't a consensus, but at some point early on, it seemed like that's where it was all headed, was that it was these tiny wrapped up dimensions and small in scale in some sense, which is the opposite of this flatland analogy, right? Where it's just bigger and we have this small view on it. And then in your book, you quote Fontini Marco. She says, if quantum gravity is as fundamental as we think it is, if it's something that's about the very structure of space-time, it's just not obvious to me that the signature of that thing has to be something very small. And I wasn't sure if that related to this other issue I was having or not, but I kind of held on to that as something that was interesting. I just wondered if you could elaborate on what she meant by that.
Yeah, so a couple of things here. First, regarding the extra dimensions and then about quantum gravity. Again, string theory has gone through a lot of evolution. So the early thinking, which is still around today, but modulated, is that those dimensions have to be small. And there's a few reasons for that. One is if they were large, we could see them. So we could move in them. Our arm could stretch out and accidentally go into one. So to eliminate that kind of eventuality, which would be bad, A, and B, we don't see. It was postulated, or string theory was postulated, that the dimensions must be extremely small. And the other thing is that the kinds of forces they're trying to explain with this, electromagnetic forces, nuclear forces, seem to require, beyond microscopic, minuscule dimensions. And it's not just, by the way, that they're small. It's that they're finite.
Right.
And that they are circular. They kind of have a closed topology to them. So if you could walk into one, you would come back to where you started. Whereas our dimensions are not only big, but they're infinite probably, at least to our knowledge. And they're not circles. They're lines, essentially. So if you start walking out into the universe, you will never come back. And there's some debate about that, but the kind of default view is that they're the topology of a line, and you start going and you'll never come back to where you were. Now, things are a lot more flexible, even starting 15, 20 years ago. Around actually the time Brian Greene came out with his book, it was already starting to turn then. And you can see the evolution in Brian's books, actually. He starts off with the small dimensions idea, but in the Elegant Universe, but his subsequent books really flesh out that the dimensions could actually be quite big, and that we don't see them for some other reason, that we're stuck on our dimensions, or the dimensions are highly curved. So there's strong gravity in them, basically. And so we're kind of trapped in them. And one of the hopes for the Large Hadron Collider was maybe those dimensions would manifest, or somehow we would basically lose particles. It'd be like, where did the particle go? And you would say, the particle must have gone to the other dimension. But that didn't happen. So probably the dimensions aren't accessible to us. Anyway, so that's point number one, is these dimensions could in fact be large, infinite even, and restricted in some other way besides size. Then there's Fotini's point, which I think is really, really important. And I'm glad you picked up on it, that quantum gravity is conventionally thought to be an extremely, extremely tiny, as in physical size, effect. So if you'd have to take your microscope and dial it up and go through atoms, through protons, all the way down to what's known as the Planck scale, and then you'd see space-time kind of foamy or some other weird thing would happen to our ideas of space at that level. And the other physicists think in terms of scales, not just of size, but of energy. So the small, tiny distance also corresponds to a very high energy. So you'd have to dial up your particle accelerator or your X-ray gun or whatever in order to access those very fine scale effects, this kind of deep effects. And there's a lot of thinking to support that as well. But as she points out, you can't really, physics is interconnected, the nature is interconnected. You can't just change one part of it and not expect some other part of it to remain the same. So if you're going to this deep level and you are saying, for example, that new forces could materialize, then you need to ask, maybe we can see them. In addition, if you start, and this is something closer to my heart with my book, if you start mucking around with the nature of space and time, then you might ask whether, if space and time breaks down at that fine scale, whether there could be a residue of those effects at our scale.
Yeah.
And this is something Lee Smolin has argued as well. I was really, when I talked about this in my book, I was really responding to him a bit, that maybe these non-local effects that are seen in quantum physics, quantum field theory, general relativity, other areas could be somehow a residue of this space-time emergence or this deep could break down.
Yeah, no, and that makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah.
There's also just kind of part B of that is there's kind of this misconception that physicists themselves have promulgated since the early days of quantum physics, that quantum physics is a theory of the small. So quantum physics was developed for atoms, electrons, particles, small things. And the experiments are usually done on atoms, electrons, photons, small things, because they're easy to control. But there is no limit in quantum physics. Quantum physics is a theory of everything, period.
Yeah.
Big, small, the universe is quantum. You and I, everything is quantum. We may not notice it. We don't notice a lot of things. I mean, the vast majority, we can't see radio waves, for example, directly.
Right.
We don't see a lot of things in the world. I think this table is solid, but I know it's mostly empty space. So it is with quantum physics. It's there if we know how to look.
It is just in line with this very strong intuition that drives a lot of my interest, and that seems to be confirmed as I've worked in the sciences, that there is so much kind of right here with us. It's all right here. We just are very limited in our ability to perceive it and access it, just, based on the limits of the human brain and what we evolved to be able to perceive.
Exactly. But we also have a brain, which is, a step up right there. So we can translate. This is what science does. It gives these microscopes of the mind, whether they're laser microscopes or other techniques, that kind of bend the world into a place we can see it. So we take radio waves, translate it into sound waves or into light, a visible light. And so it is with these gravitational effects. We take things that are so impossibly distant from us, and we can find situations like black holes. This is why black holes come up so much in these discussions, is that they're a kind of canary in a coal mine for our current physics. They're the place where our current physics dies, and we have to figure out why.
Yeah.
And I'm very much in the program of I love exotic physics, don't get me wrong, but I'm also in the idea of take the simple things and ask yourself, do you really know what's going on? How many people can explain how a toilet works, for example, or why the table is solid, or why the universe doesn't implode? I mean, these little things around us that seem so basic. Why is the night sky dark is something I talk about in my book. It's a very, very deep idea that no one or very few people stop to think about. And yet, if they did, they would be like, whoa, I can't believe this. This is amazing.
That's great. This is all where I wanted to go. So I think you can now probably understand why I would recommend George Musser to anyone who is looking for a quantum physics tour guide. He and I ended up talking for almost 2 hours, and I loved every minute of it. And I want to play a bit more from another part of our conversation, where George describes what is known as the holographic principle, which helps illustrate how space as we perceive it and how we usually think of it may be distorting the true picture of fundamental reality. The first time I truly felt like I could begin to grasp what the holographic principle describes was when I was watching a lecture at Harvard given by Nima Arkani Hamed, a theoretical physicist at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton. And we'll link to the video of his lecture in the notes.
The title of the course is Space-Time and Quantum Mechanics, Total Positivity and Motives. As you can see, the first part of the title is all about physics. The second part of the title...
In the lecture, Nima explains something called ADS-CFT correspondence, which is an example of the holographic principle. And to describe anti-de Sitter space, the ADS of ADS-CFT correspondence, he draws a picture of a hypothetical universe on the blackboard.
But it's the sort of simplest example of a world in a box. You can think of the geometry as like the inside of a tin can. There's a warping, a negative curvature inside the space, which means that the distance from a point on the inside to the boundary is indeed infinity. So
it has some resemblance to our universe, but with one very important difference. It has an outside boundary. So the blackboard sketch looks like a tin can, and the interior is filled with stars and other matter, but it is enveloped in a cylindrical two-dimensional surface, like the metal of a can. All those stars and matter represent a vast amount of information, where the atoms are placed, how they are moving, and so on. And here's what's amazing. The math shows that the very same information exists on the interior surface of the can, which is strange because inside the can is a three-dimensional volume, but the cylindrical surface is only two-dimensional. So how can a two-dimensional surface hold as much information as the three-dimensional volume? How can two very different geometries be mathematically equivalent? And what ensures that information is replicated in both places? These puzzles have haunted Nima and his fellow theoretical physicists ever since they realized this correspondence in the 90s. And many have come to think that it's the surface of the interior of the can that's actually fundamental, and the volume is a kind of mirage or illusion.
So this is an example of something, and people have been exploring it actively for 20 years, and they'll, I'm sure, explore it for another 20, 30 years. It's a vast, rich, deep, every superlative you want subject, but it's an example of quantum mechanics is king, and space emerges from quantum mechanics. Space and gravity...
I know all of this is still very hard to fathom, but hopefully it will be a little clearer after you hear the wonderful analogy to music that George comes up with. Let's listen to the second part of our conversation now. Let me just read this one excerpt of yours. This is page 165. On the downside, what the heck does the holographic principle actually mean? How could the universe around us be a holographic projection? What's the projector? The key, I think, is not to get caught up in the minutiae of the metaphor. The point is just that the space we observe could be a product of some underlying structure. When we walk across a room, we are not gliding passively through a pre-existing expanse. Something is happening. There is a machinery at work, a grinding of gears deep within nature to produce the experience of being here and being there. When you stretch an arm to grasp a pencil, and it's just outside your reach, something is acting to thwart you, creating what you perceive as distance. And when we ask what that machinery could be, we have arrived at the outermost frontier of modern physics. I'm very interested in this idea, and it matches my intuitions very well, and so there's a lot more I want to understand about it.
Oh, wow. So this is basically all of modern string theory now.
I know.
When I was finishing, actually, I think I had just finished the book. This is 2015. I thought to myself, the holographic principle. What does it have to do with holograms, the holograms you can buy or have in the back of your credit card? or whatever. And I've always loved holograms.
Yeah.
When I was a student, I did a spring break in San Francisco, and I went to the Haight and bought a hologram that was nails. This would be a white light hologram. You'd show the hologram under just a lamp, and the nails would pop out at you, and it's just creepy.
Right.
And it was always stuck in my mind how incredible it is that a two-dimensional sheet of film could conjure up a third dimension of space, a sense of depth. And the holographic principle is very similar to that, but at a deeper level of science. So anyway, basically, the physicist normally thinks of it as you have a ball, a big sphere, and inside of that is the universe. And so they think of the universe basically as an enclosed space.
Right.
And inside of it are galaxies, stars, and everything else. But there's this outer surface.
It's interesting to think of what that actually means if it isn't space. Like what that means to have any kind of boundary at all.
Yeah, you brought up a very, very important question here, which I think we can bracket, but let's acknowledge, and so we know to come back to it. What does it mean to have a bounded space? Because in these theories of holography, space does have to have a boundary to it. And that already seems to be a bit of a regression in our cosmology, because we're taught to think of, well, Copernicus dethroned the bounded space, the universe in a nutshell kind of idea. And now we seem to be thrown back into that picture, which is important, but let's come back to that because it's kind of cool story in its own right. But just for now, accept that the universe could be a big ball with a boundary to it.
Right.
In fact, it's an infinite ball with a boundary to it, but that's neither here nor there. It's a ball with a boundary to it. The boundary, it's, if you think of it as a three-dimensional ball with a two-dimensional sphere as its bounding surface, the boundary space is two-dimensional space, but it's as good a space as any. It's like a map as a representation of the Earth. It's a world in its own right. So you can talk about physics on the boundary, ignoring the fact that it is a boundary. Just think of it as any old two-dimensional plane, let's say, or sphere in this case. And it has particles, fields, quantum processes going on it. So the first thing the holographic principle tells you, and this idea of duality, which is kind of they're paired, those two ideas are paired, is that the two are equivalent. So the interior and the exterior don't look the same, but they actually, in a deeper sense, are the same.
Right.
So, for example, if you have something in the middle, like a planet, there is something acting as a planet, even if it doesn't look like one. There's something acting as a planet on the boundary.
Right.
If you have a hand on the boundary, there's something with the same properties somehow in the middle. Now, that's kind of weird to think of it that way, but this is where the hologram now starts to come in. So something similar happens with the hologram. You've got something that looks like nails appearing before you if you illuminate the hologram, but you know that it's equivalent to, in fact, is generated by what's on the sheet of film. So there's kind of a matching of the two sides, that in the space above the hologram or nails on the film is, if you look at it, after you see a wave pattern and the waves interfere in a way, they kind of combine in a way that leads to the appearance of nails. So the quantum fields combine and interfere in a way that leads to a planet. And this is the essence of the holographic principle. And actually, it's a very, very deep, more than just a metaphor. It's kind of really kind of a good way to think of it.
In my view, it does kind of lend itself to losing this notion of space also. Exactly what it does. And actually, I have a quote here under this. You say, locations that seem far apart can lie right on top of each other. What appears to be spatial distance is in fact a difference in energy.
Exactly. So, for example, suppose you're moving along the radius of that sphere. Suppose you and I are standing, 100 feet apart, but along that radius. So our avatars, our kind of corresponding entities on the boundary, let's call them avatars, are co-located on the boundary. So if you imagine drawing a line that starts at the center of the sphere, goes out, keeps going out, hits the edge of the sphere. So it's like a radius line. You are maybe in the middle and I'm a little bit further out.
Okay.
Where that radius line hits the boundary at the outer perimeter, both of us are actually both there. We're actually, even though we look 100 feet apart, we are actually 0 feet apart on the boundary. And what is accounting for our distance is something else. So what does distance mean? This is why we have to kind of dissect concepts of space and of physics. Distance means that I can't reach you.
Right.
You're 100 feet away. I can only reach a couple of feet away.
Yeah.
It takes a certain amount of time, whatever number, 300 nanoseconds for light to get from one to the other. There's a delay. So all these kinds of features of our spatial position and location have to be translated into something not spatial. So for instance, that you and I can't touch each other, that means, okay, what does that mean? It means we can't interact.
Yeah.
And indeed, there's a way of structures of different energy don't interact. And examples of this we just know from music. So if you play a chord, let's say, or just two people are singing in a room, and one sings C, one sings C sharp, that would be terrible with dissonance. But if they sing a third apart, then it's more harmonious. Those waves of your voice you're hearing as a listener both notes because both waves are passing through the room. Sound waves just pass through one another. And that can be thought of as it's something similar in this holographic principle, that different effects can pass through each other.
Yeah.
But you and I, 100 feet apart to our eye, what's really happening is that our energy is just passing through each other in a way. I'm a bit vague here, but there's a different effect. And then when we do touch, suppose we were to walk to each other, and then we just be outstretched or at arm's length, and finally we can touch our fingertips. That would be like the energies converging. So it would be like the two singers bringing their harmony down to their singing in unison. That would be like touching. That would be like touching.
The discoveries of entanglement and non-locality in physics are both good clues that space is not fundamental. And the very last phrase George landed on of it being like touching when energies interact is so interesting to contemplate. I often wonder, when we consider space to be a kind of projection or translation of the fundamental physics, if our conscious experience reveals anything even comparable to it. Or does the conscious experience of, say, a lamp being on the other side of the room represent something entirely unlike the picture at a deeper level? As George masterfully points out, something is clearly obstructing my ability to interact with the lamp on the other side of the room, even if it's totally unlike the space we experience. In the case of the lamp, we're still close enough to interact with it at some level by perceiving it through sight. But there are, of course, countless objects we can't have any interaction with at all, like a pebble on a moon on the other side of the universe, or a million other things. But if space is not fundamental, it seems like there's a sense in which everything, at least the stuff that we can potentially interact with, is actually right here, in a sense. Because there is no space, and the space we perceive between everything is just a hint of some more fundamental structure or force or laws of nature. The space could even theoretically be bridged if we only understood what it represents, with the use of some future technology that was built on that understanding. If you're having trouble picturing how everything could be right here, I don't blame you, but it's fun to think about. And strangely, it's actually another type of experience that's regularly described by people in meditation and on psychedelics. I'm the first to be quite skeptical that any human experience could be a true window onto the ultimate nature of reality. But I think it's incredibly interesting that when scientists probe the physical world deeper and deeper, we're left without space. And when we interrogate our conscious experience with greater and greater concentration and skill, many people arrive at the same conclusion. So first, through our investigations in neuroscience, we understand that there really is nowhere for a self to dwell in the brain. And when we look directly at our own conscious experience, we find no self there either. And then through physics, we've discovered that space is not fundamental, and perhaps time isn't either. And when we interrogate our first-person experience deeply, all sense of space and time can slip away as well, even though conscious awareness remains perfectly intact and as present as ever. Here's where I continue to find myself stuck, because I've had these experiences myself, both in meditation and under the influence of psychedelics, and I'm of course not alone here. The philosopher Thomas Metzinger is very interested in these states, and he refers to them as minimal phenomenal experiences, or MPEs. He has studied this phenomenon and published his results in scientific journals. We'll link to a talk he gave presenting his research in the notes, and I'll play some readings now of anonymous first-hand accounts from his research.
The body felt like it dissolved. What was left was my awareness being aware of itself. I felt like I just was, and my awareness just observed. It was just experience happening. I didn't feel a contracted version of a self, but rather an openness, boundless space.
The perception of space, infinite, unseparated, without inside and outside. Weightless in the space of infinite possibilities.
On a few occasions, I have entered the state of deep, dreamless sleep consciously. It is in this state where my experiences have occurred, whereby I am a simple, unified awareness, seemingly without the daytime qualities of ego. I have experienced vast, non-centered, timeless space, and sometimes light and sometimes pure black or color, but can really only put inadequate
words to the
words.
experiences in retrospect. I was everywhere at the same time. Attention floated freely in space between the different mind objects. I felt completely.
It was a clear awareness, but with no thoughts. I was not quite sure about, or did not feel time or space or thought or body. But I knew that something, I take it as me, exists. It's that background awareness behind any thoughts and perceptions, and it knows itself.
Even though these experiences pique my curiosity tremendously, when it comes to the subject of time, my skepticism really prevents me from taking these experiences as real data. For one, the idea that time is not fundamental is a complete roadblock to any further reflections about anything really, at least for me. I don't know how to attempt to make sense of anything, even consciousness, without time, even though I have a vague recollection of having had an experience of it myself, which is somewhat comical. But most importantly, when I turn to the scientists, there aren't any conclusive answers about the status of time either. There are some physicists, such as Nima Arkani Hamed and Carlo Rovelli, who are convinced that time isn't fundamental. But there are many more who believe it is, and even more who just don't yet come down on one side or the other. So in an effort to get a little more clarity, I decided to reach out to two physicists, one who is convinced time is fundamental, Lee Smolin, and one who believes it's emergent, Carlo Rovelli.
Okay. But before we listen to those conversations, there's an important distinction emerging here between consciousness and perception that often trips me up and that I think is important to spell out. So let me see if I can get this right. The perception of space is our way of mapping whatever is really out there onto some kind of familiar, understandable world in order to navigate it. Something that's distinct from a true illusion or mere hallucination, right? But consciousness is not necessarily perception, even though it includes our perceptions as content. Consciousness, in the way you're using the term, is just the fact of felt experience, no matter what content is being experienced, whether it's perceptions, thoughts, hallucinations, or even sort of timeless, spaceless awareness. Am I splitting perception and consciousness correctly there?
Yes, that's such a necessary distinction. And you reference the phenomenon of an illusion, which I think is also important to clarify a bit further here. So when I suppose that space is a perception of a deeper fundamental reality, or just a small window onto it, I'm not at all saying that our experience of space is an illusion in the way we typically think of illusions. And I often make a distinction between illusion with a capital I and illusion with a lowercase I as I see them. So a typical visual illusion, which falls into the category of what I'm calling illusion with a lowercase I, a typical visual illusion takes place when our visual system, which works well at mapping the world for us in most circumstances, fails us under an unusual condition. So we've all been exposed to the fact that we can be tricked into seeing two arcs of identical length as having different lengths. I'm sure everyone listening to this audio documentary has seen this illusion and knows that when we're presented with the illusion, no matter how hard we look or how well we understand why it's happening, we will still always see these two identical arcs as having different lengths in this particular setup. And there's a whole world of fun examples like this, where we can essentially trick our brains into hallucinating an inaccurate map of the outside world rather than an accurate one. So again, I call this more commonplace type of illusion an illusion with a lowercase I. But an illusion with an uppercase I is an experience that gives us a more or less accurate map of the world and does its job of helping us to navigate it very well. But it tricks us into believing we have a perfectly clear window onto exactly what the world is, rather than a map or an interface, as Donald Hoffman likes to call it. I also want to make one last point and be very clear that I'm not saying the concept of space has no meaning in physics either, nor are any physicists saying that. Every physicist I know would say that space is certainly real, even though it's not fundamental. So a phenomenon can be emergent and as real as anything else, yet still not be a clear view of the underlying reality.
Okay. So let's move on to your conversations with Smolin and Rovelli. I'm hoping they're not only informative for the listener, of course, but that they might also shake up intuitions about space and time like they did for me. In addition to resources about the relevant physics, we've put some links in the notes to different meditation traditions and techniques for those who are interested in engaging in their own experiential science here.
When I spoke to Lee Smolin, he had begun to develop symptoms of Parkinson's disease, so you'll hear his voice is a bit shaky in our recording. But he was, of course, still as brilliant, sharp, and fascinating as ever. At the time of our conversation, Lee was working on a theory of quantum gravity in which time is fundamental. And at that time, I had been leaning towards the assumption that time is emergent along with space, as I had been heavily influenced by the work of both Nima Arkani Hamed and Carlo Rovelli and others. But I knew that I was extremely limited in my understanding of the physics and had no business taking sides. I had just finished reading Lee's brilliant book, Einstein's Unfinished Revolution, and I was beyond honored and a bit overwhelmed at this opportunity to interview such a renowned scientist. I jumped into the conversation by reading a passage from his book in which he paints a compelling image of causality and what he terms views. This is from your chapter 15. Okay. Your view of the world is like a film projected on a two-dimensional sphere, which we call the sky. The view of an event in a model with three emergent dimensions of space will then be represented as a two-dimensional sphere that we call the event sky. What an event sees on its sky is the events directly in its causal past. More precisely, it sees the energy and momentum coming from each of its parent events. And then you go on to say, the next step is simple. Hypothesize that all the universe consists of is these skies, each one the view from some event. Rather than construct the views from the causal relations, reverse things and derive the causal relations and everything else from the views. So I think this is so interesting and fantastic, and it's the closest thing I have seen on those of, the scientists I know who are working on these types of things that leave room in a way that makes sense to me for consciousness at a fundamental level. But the thing I really am interested in discussing today, I'm interested in what your theory is telling us if it turns out that time is emergent and not part of the fundamental story. I want to talk about all the ways in which I see your theory completely holding together, without time. So to me, it's about how we look at causality and also about how we look at space. It seems to me that there's a way in which we can still talk about or preserve causality even if time isn't fundamental. But what we would mean by causality is more like connections in what are represented as more than 3 dimensions of space, but not causality as an act of bringing something fundamentally new into being. And so if causal relations and causal structure are actually a deeper structure that's more fundamental than time and is actually expressed fully in more than 3 dimensions of space, like time is the perception, but the causal structure itself could be the fabric of which these larger spatial dimensions are made, and our experience of the fundamental is through 3 dimensions of space and then this perception of time.
Let me first read something to you.
Okay.
And you have to guess who the author is.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
If you've never heard this.
Okay.
It's also a paragraph. It's not me.
Okay.
Just as the same city, viewed from different directions, appears entirely different, and, as it were, multiplied perspectively. In just the same way, it happens that, because of the infinite multitude of simple substances, there are, as it were, just as many universes which are, nevertheless, only perspectives on a single one.
Interesting. I have no idea. Yeah.
Leibniz.
Oh,
The fundamental methodology. This is the founding document of relationalism. And the difference is striking. People who don't take this kind of thing seriously end up interpreting the evidence as if we were in a large number of different universes, and it's exactly the opposite.
Right.
There are many different partial views which stitched together give you a view of one universe, one city, and it requires complexity and variety to work. Now, let me respond in 2 stages. Something like the causal theory of views, it could be part of a timeless picture. It could be part of what we say a black universe picture, and all I have to do is erase where it says the world consists of the present events and their views. And I just have to say all past, future, and present. And the views are just different perspectives.
Okay.
And there are perspectives from the past, the present, and the future. So you get to be both a person who appreciates the centrality of time and not to believe in it.
Okay, great. I'm so happy to hear that.
So you can, it's unfortunately apparently coherent to believe that. I think it's much deeper to believe the version that I've been talking about,
forth,
thinking about, which is, we can call it, it's something like the presentist or a stripped down presentist. And the little manuscript with Carlo Rovelli is the furthest I've got towards, kind of lyrically at least, saying what we're trying to do. Because we're trying to get rid of the past and the future and just have the present. And the idea, which was Clelia's idea, which has gotten me, it's just changed how I think of this recently, is that what an event is, what a moment is a transition from indefiniteness to definiteness.
I actually just had a question, which is, when you say views, is there any sense of conscious experience being part of these views, or is it just kind of an unknown at this point? Or I guess I have a hard time understanding what a view or perspective would refer to without a conscious experience. Are you talking about the possibility of affecting, or Well, how is it how is a view even a single thing that you can talk about?
Well, there's this funny thing in which you don't have to find your most fundamental quantities.
Right, yes.
So the image that I'm trying to evoke is the sphere of directions around an event, and there might be photons or other particles coming at you from the past, crossing that sphere, and you make a little purple dot when it crosses that sphere. I don't know why. Purple. And that is a physical quantity. I am just going to assert that those are the fundamental beables, if I can use John Bell's term, things that are real. And I'm going to assert that the universe knows how to measure the difference between two views, the semantic notion of difference. And I can write a mathematical formula for that, and I do in the work. But I just have to assume that that's fundamental. So what I'm looking for is the answer to the following question. First of all, I don't want to believe in a cheap version of panpsychism where it has no cause, where things being, quote, conscious or having sensations or qualia has no causal consequences.
Oh, no, I think it obviously does. I mean, the causal consequences are throughout the universe. And so if consciousness is part of the fundamental story, it's part of the causal story as well. My question is just, is the causal story how it appears to us? Are we anthropomorphizing what causation actually is? And my deep sense is that causation is about a kind of fundamental structure by which different things in the universe are connected and come to be. And therefore, I mean, so if consciousness is at a fundamental level, it's not a separate thing that's causing things to happen. It's just part of the causal story. It's part of the structure. It's part of...
Good. So now I have a few proposals which are very tentative. One of them is that the consciousness is an aspect of these views. That gives me a vocabulary. Second, not most views, but some special views. And I want to say, or hypothesize, it could be wrong, it's a scientific hypothesis, that it's important for the laws that I've been playing with at this level, that we can distinguish new views from precedented views. A precedented view is one that there are the same views in the past. It's a view that has precedence. And sometimes there are views, most of the time views have precedence. And that's why they know how to evolve. And every once in a while there's a view without precedent. And those are the ones that somehow consciousness is associated with. That is, the view has not existed in the history of the universe. Yes, that I think a lot about that.
Even though I have no way of assessing the science myself, of course, I still have a hard time getting on board with the idea that the future does not exist by definition, as Lee describes. But I love this image of the universe being made up of views, and much of what he described was more or less something I could grasp and accept. And what I really appreciate is the emphasis he places on what he calls relationalism. And this is a theme I see popping up in so many theories at the cutting edge of fundamental physics, both in theories in which time plays a fundamental role and those in which it doesn't. I often try to imagine analogies for an innately relational universe, like a web or a loom. I described a version of my web analogy in an article I wrote for Nautilus in 2022, titled, "What is Time?" And I'll read an excerpt from it here. In my efforts to understand what it would mean for the flow of time to be an illusion, The closest visualization I've been able to create is that of a web of nodes in which we experience only one node at a time. At each locus, all the other nodes become inaccessible to us, as if a spotlight were continually traveling across this web of time, inch by inch, painting our reality. If you were to experience a structure on this web, such as node A, node A, node F, you might interpret the experience as two node A's cause a node F, when in fact the whole web of nodes already exists in its entirety. The implicit causality would not apply at a deeper level. Causality through time would still illuminate connections. It's just that the underlying reality of these connections will reveal a structure vastly different from the one we intuit. That is, a universe with a flow of time where the past is set in stone, the future is undetermined, and the present is the only true reality. But this analogy is certainly far from perfect and not always appreciated, and that's completely fair, because it can never really be accurate to talk about a web that somehow exists outside of space and time. But the picture I'm always attempting to paint is essentially a modern version of what has been referred to as the block universe view in physics, where the past, present, and future all exist in some complete way. Though not static in the way the image of a block universe implies, but dynamic, whatever dynamic means without time. We're clearly going to need new language as the science progresses here. Anyway, Carlo Rovelli is a physicist who believes the flow of time is an illusion and should be challenged. So I began by asking him to distinguish his view of time from that of Lee Smolin's.
When I think about space and time, we get confused because we make a mistake. We have an intuition about time or about space, and we ask, is it like that or not? And the answer is, of course, it's not like that.
Right.
I mean, we know for sure it's not like that, right? Just, for instance, we know for sure that space is curved. If you take a triangle and you make a right angle, it's not true that is 3, 4, 5. It doesn't work because in reality, space is curved. So space is definitely not the way it looks. The point is that when we say space, we pile into the notion of space all sorts of aspects of it, which in our language, in our intuition, in our perceptions, in our culture, go together with that idea. Now, some of them are wrong, are just approximation. Some of them are useful to some extent. Some of them are useful to a more extent. So there is a complexity in the notion of space, and even more the notion of time. I work in a theory of quantum gravity where there is no time variable. There's no t in which things evolve. So is this dramatic? Well, not so much. I mean, things happen. We describe things happen. There's just no clock ticking the entire world, and the interval between two events can be a quantum superposition of two different values, so on and so forth. So time as a different feature. Does this mean that time is emerging? Yeah, but of course it's emerging. I mean, what we call time in our experience, it's emerging from all sorts of levels. For instance, for me, time is my memory, my expectation, the sense of flowing, the sense of urgency, all this. This, of course, has to do with physics. It's just neuroscience. It's just psychology.
Right.
What happened in my brain. Okay? But from that to say, okay, so time is just created by my brain. No, wait a moment. It's not true. Because I can understand my brain as a structure that changes in time. So there is a clock time, which has nothing to do with my brain. I can describe my clock using a notion of time, and my clock has no expectation, no memory, no distinction between past and future, and so on. So it's less tiny than my perception, but it's still some time. But the description of my clock is not relativistic, disregard relativity. So if I fold in relativity, I lose another piece. And if I fold in quantum gravity, I lose another piece. So I think that space and time are layers of concepts which are born in different approximations. And if we want to understand them, we have to open them up and say, aha, this comes from that, this comes from that, this comes from that. At the bottom level, as far as we know, there is a quantum theory of gravity, of which we have hypotheses, tentative theories, where there is no time in the Newtonian sense. There's no direct time.
Yeah.
But there are events that happen.
Yeah. Okay. So we're very much on the same page there. And the way I sometimes think about it is that our experience of time is kind of this very limited window onto a structure for which we have very little understanding. But there is a structure there, and time gives us a sense of that structure, but it is a very, very small window onto it. So in my work, I'm always kind of trying to play both games at once, which sometimes doesn't make sense. But to wrap my mind around what we understand about as much as we can understand about the fundamental nature of reality, and then what that means in terms of our experience and what parts of our experience are useful and are, telling us something about the structure, because the innate curiosity that you and I both have, the answers that we want to arrive at, whether or not, human beings can actually arrive at them.
Yeah. Okay. So I think in my work that often we make the mistake, even scientists make the mistake of being aware that reality is different from what it looks at first sight. But nevertheless, sort of using introspection, of using intuition, and being very attached and say, okay, that has to be like that because I feel it is like that. I perceive it like that.
Yes.
And that, I think, is a mistake. And I think it's very common. I think at least Morning is making this mistake about time. And when I talk with some colleagues, there are technical discussion, there are mathematical discussion, there are discussion about experiments, but often there are conceptual discussion in which I find exactly this difficulty. I wish to say, come on, how do you know things are like that? Why do you trust your intuition so much? Allow the possibility that things are not the way you think they are.
That's basically where I spend all of my time. my thought time is in that place. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So I think this is important to be able to recognize the things we give for obvious and question them, because that's what blocks us in going ahead in understanding.
Yeah. Okay. So I've spent some time just thinking about what it means that time has the character that we now understand, and that what does that mean about our experience? And so the only way I could I'm always trying to visualize things. And so I started visualizing like this web or loom, because one of the interesting things to me about losing time as we generally think of it is that we also lose causality in the way we think of it. And so I imagine causality and time being about connections between things and not about the way we experience them moving in one direction, where this thing happens and then the next thing happens. One big disagreement I had with Lee is the way he describes, reality kind of unfolding through time, so that there is all of this potential future, and it is not part of the description of reality until it happens, and time somehow is magically bringing things into being. And I just don't think that's the right way to think about it. But I was trying to imagine what this structure is. I know you don't like that phrasing, but what this structure is, what our experience of time and causality are telling us about the structure, and how different is it from our experience. And so I started imagining this web or loom that is kind of the structure of reality, and our experience being very limited to, one location isn't quite the right word, but one location at a time, and kind of wherever we are, the rest disappears for us. It doesn't exist for us, even though that structure is clearly there and is the reason why things are the way they are. But I was thinking about causality and thinking that if I were on some sort of web that had a structure, and I make it very simple, it's like a sort of weaving on a loom where there's a right stitch, left stitch, and there's this pattern. Mm-hmm. But the only thing that exists for me is each individual moment that I have access to. And so it makes sense that it would seem to me that, right stitch causes left stitch, right? That those things don't come into being, that one thing being makes the other thing come into being, and that's kind of a false way of seeing things, but that the structure itself is always there.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the key to this puzzle here is traces. So we happen to live in a corner of the universe, right? We happen to be here in a corner of the universe. This is just because we're here. I mean, we could be elsewhere. I mean, that's the contingency of it's specific of reality around us that there is a difference between the set of events that we call the past and the set of events called the future. And the difference is that in the present, there are many traces of the past events and little traces of future events. It's a contingent fact, I think, of nature. So in your mental game, if you were on this web and you happen to have next to you a lot of pictures, photographs of things far away from you, but on the same side, and nothing at all of the other side, you would naturally consider one side of fixed and the other side of open. And I think that's what happened to us.
I think so too. Yeah.
So it's the abundance of traces of the past. And the abundance of traces of the past by itself is not a mental phenomenon. It's a thermodynamical phenomenon. So it is a fact that we only connect with macroscopic variables and not microscopic variables. So we describe things in terms of macroscopic variables thermodynamically. And macroscopically, because we're in an entropy gradient, because entropy was lower in the past and higher in the future, this implies that there are traces of the past, namely that looking around us, we know the past easily, and the future more difficult, in a more difficult way. So the future looks more mysterious to us because we don't have information about it, while nature is arranged so that we have a lot of information about the past, and therefore we consider the past. That's what we mean by the past being fixed and the future be open. That's a meaning of that. So we shouldn't, in my opinion, think of this mysteriously potentially becoming reality. That's confusing because that doesn't mean anything, in my opinion. We should think that there are events. I think we should think about nature as events. But these events are connected. They're connected to one another probabilistically in such a way that macroscopically we have information about the past. Microscopically, we have equal information about the past and the future, right? If we know the microscopic picture state of the world today, the past and the future are exactly the same. There's no difference, both classically and quantum mechanically. Classically, it's uniquely determinate. The quantum mechanics is equally undeterminate, the past and the future. So in this sense, I think this flowing of time ahead is illusory.
Yeah, I do too. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
So let's see. I was going to have you read this beautiful section from your book.
Which one?
Page 182. If the world consists of relations.
If the world consists of relations, then no description is from outside it. The descriptions of the world are, in ultimate analysis, all from the inside. They are all in the first person. Our perspective on the world, our point of view, being situated inside the world, our situated self, as Jelani Ismail Beautiful puts it, is not special. It rests on the same logic on which quantum physics, hence all of physics, is based. If we imagine the totality of things, we are imagining being outside the universe, looking at it from out there. But there is no outside to the totality of things. The external point of view is a point of view that does not exist. Every description of the world is from inside it. The externally observable world does not exist. What exists are only internal perspectives on the world, which are partial and reflect one another. The world is this reciprocal reflection of perspectives.
So this is so wonderful. And this is something I'm going to spend hours and days and weeks and months thinking about, because it's a way of describing something that I already had read about and understood. I don't know. It somehow opens my mind to thinking in new ways.
I think that we used to think the world in the following way, that we can make sense of the world. That's what we used to think. By thinking that there are objects. We can sort of break the world apart in objects, right? There's this object, this pen, this computer, this lamp, or this tree, all these things. And each one has properties. Okay, so this plane is black, is here, it's not moving or whatever. And I think what quantum mechanics is ultimately telling us that this doesn't work. This doesn't work well. It worked to some approximation. It worked to our microscopic classical picture, but it doesn't work in the details. What the properties of a thing are is the way in which the things affect other things. Mm-hmm. So therefore, they're not things by themselves.
Do you have a sense of what that means without time and without causality? I mean, it almost seems impossible to talk about, but...
Well, because if we think about time and causality, we should not talk about things. We should talk about processes. So I think what a thing is, it's a long sequence of processes, right? Goodman said an object is a monotonous process. The process repeats itself. So something that happens in some location of space or in some time, some other time, that's a process. Or this pen during 1 second is a process. And the way this process affects other processes is everything there is to say about this process.
But how can we think about process without time? You think it's just impossible for us to...
No, time is just what is time? Time is our way when there is a set of processes.
But isn't a process kind of defined by time? Like a process seems to me one thing happening and then another thing happens and another thing happens. No?
No.
Okay.
Time is the counting of processes.
Yeah,
1,
okay.
2, 3, 4, 5. Processes come before time, not the other way around.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's just so hard for me to get my mind around to understand what that means.
It's not because look, it's well, you like experience. Our experience is day, night, day, night, day, night, and then we give a name to that. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, and then say, let's give a name to this sequence. Let's call it time. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Time is a name we give to set of processes that are next to one another. So there is no time, but that's processes.
Do you see? I don't want to use the word fixed, but do you see the universe as a stable structure, which kind of just is what it is?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Because we use stable.
Yeah, I know it's the wrong word. It's not quite what I mean.
So what is something stable? This house is stable, meaning last year it was like that. This year is still like that. Next year
we're talking about
like
something
that.
Outside of time. It's a structure of processes outside of time. Is that right?
I think. Yeah.
I don't even know how to think about structure without space and time. I mean, I completely agree with you, and I do think this is right. I'm completely convinced by your arguments and other people's arguments like you. Strangely, it also matches the experience. I wasn't going to talk much about this, but it's kind of just coming up for me naturally. But there's something very interesting to me about the way all of this matches the insights one tends to have in meditation. I've spent many, many hours and I've sat silent meditation retreats. I don't know if you've had any experience in meditation. And I don't think it necessarily would have to match. I wouldn't be surprised if all my experiences in meditation give me no insight into the way things are at all. I don't think it necessarily should match, but it's very interesting to me that it does, and that it's so close to, when you pay close attention to your moment-to-moment experience, in these micro moments for hours and days at a time, it just becomes so obvious that our experience is just dynamic to the core, that it is these processes in this way, and that there's truly nothing to hold on to. It's hard to even pinpoint what the present moment means when you start paying close attention to it. So some Buddhist teachers talk about it as the passing moment, which is a better way to describe what it is. But there's this really kind of strong insight that nothing is stable or static or isolated. It's such a stark difference from the way we normally go about our daily lives and feel that the world is.
Okay, so no self, no space, and no time. You're really taking a whole lot away from my world over here, Annaka.
Yeah, sorry. But I think that shifting our experience of these things that we tend to take at face value and that we think of as the canvas on which everything else plays out, that we tend to look right past, and viewing them with fresh eyes gives us a new, exciting dimension to the deeply mysterious nature of reality and to the mystery of consciousness.
And you aren't going to take that away.
No,
right?
I promise.
Okay.
Consciousness is the one thing I won't take away.
Okay. Okay, so let's check in with your timeline as you were preparing your presentation for Philip Goff's Consciousness Conference. Had you figured out what you wanted to say at this point?
Yeah, my thoughts were finally starting to take shape through all these conversations. And I was getting clear about which scientists' and philosophers' efforts I thought held the most promise, as well as the questions that seem most important to address regarding consciousness being fundamental. I was also beginning to take note of which theories in the field strongly stem from and rely on the assumption of self, and a lack of understanding of its illusory nature in one way or another, making them likely hopeless paths forward for that reason, in my mind. But there were two more people I wanted to have conversations with before I finalized my talk. The first was Donald Hoffman, a scientist working on a theory of consciousness who I had actually been meeting regularly with for years, ever since I reached out to him after seeing his TED Talk in 2015 called Do We See Reality as It Is? He was the first person who introduced me to ADS-CFT duality and how it relates to the holographic principle, and the work being done by the physicists Juan Maldacena and Nima Arkhani Hamed, who I've mentioned, at the Institute for Advanced Study, which concludes, as Nima often puts it, that space-time is doomed.
In space and time, we've had this useful notion of causality, but it's apparently just a useful fiction and not a deep insight into reality. There is a reality beyond, and it may just be consciousness, and interaction with that reality leads to certain experiences. They are triggered by a much more complicated realm that I'm interacting with.
You'll hear more of my conversation with Donald Hoffman, as well as my exchange with the physicist and astrobiologist Sarah Imari Walker about her collaborative effort with the chemist Lee Cronin and what is called assembly theory in Chapter 9 of Lights On, Consciousness as Fundamental. Lights On, Chapter 9, Consciousness as Fundamental. My first love was physics, and I really view my interest in consciousness as part of a larger desire to understand the physics of reality, to get a better grasp of what the universe is and what we are as part of it. As George Musser reminded us in the previous chapter, what physics is always really seeking to do is to unify. And if consciousness does in fact go much deeper in the structure of the universe than the sciences have previously assumed, that discovery will be part of a new level of unification and will likely play a role in the next scientific revolution. Each major scientific discovery produces a new piece of the puzzle in unforeseen ways, where questions, some of which we didn't even know we had, are answered, and new ones are raised. After a period of time, we begin to take these paradigm-shifting breakthroughs, like mathematics, algebra, Newtonian physics, and general and special relativity and all the rest, for granted. But before these ideas surfaced for the first time, they simply didn't exist in the minds and imaginations of human beings. The picture we now have of the universe was completely inaccessible to us in the not-so-distant past. It's almost as if we're looking at and living in a different world than the one people inhabited 100 years ago, or 200 years ago. And we eventually lose touch with how impossible it is to imagine what fundamentally new knowledge could possibly look like and reveal about our reality, shifting our perspective yet again, unveiling another corner of reality that had been invisible to us prior to that point. In the second conversation in this chapter, I speak with the physicist Sarah Amari Walker, who portrays these monumental shifts beautifully in her book called Life as No One Knows It, in a chapter which is cleverly written to Albert Einstein embodied as the reader. So Sarah is explaining to us, the reader as Albert Einstein, how we managed to transform the field of physics with an intuition. She writes,
"It takes you nearly a decade to formalize your intuition. The idea was there all along. However, translating it so others among you could readily see it, and more importantly test it, was far more challenging than having the intuition itself. And it would take decades after your death for us to later prove other predictions your theory made."
And as transformative as the leap was that Einstein made for us, we are now on the hunt for even better theories that will unify gravity and quantum mechanics, ones that will likely even upend Einstein's spacetime. The task of science is to keep digging endlessly for deeper and deeper truths. And the big question that has occupied and motivated so many minds along the way is, what is the physics actually describing? And in my own pursuit of this question in all its forms, I found myself settling in a surprising place. So from the perspective of neuroscience, we've learned that the world out there is not a direct perception, and our perceptions may have even evolved to hide the truth from us, as Donald Hoffman argues, and we'll hear about that in my conversation with him. From the perspective of physics, the fundamental stuff of the universe still eludes us, especially if we try to fit the findings of quantum mechanics into a traditional, everyday conception of matter. And then from the perspective of the philosophy of mind, my own research and reading and further thinking leads me to believe consciousness is more likely fundamental than an emergent property. And so I began leaning ever more confidently in the direction that what the language of physics and math is ultimately revealing and describing is the structure of consciousness itself, along with the shapes or qualities of all the specific felt experiences that arise in the universe, rather than the behavior of inert matter. But I kept wondering how science could ever possibly move forward with this hypothesis. How might we conceivably acquire evidence that consciousness is fundamental, or ever validate it experimentally? In the next chapter, we'll continue to explore the idea of experiential science I've been playing around with. But first, we'll review two emerging scientific theories that give me hope. Donald Hoffman's conscious realism, which places consciousness at a fundamental level, and Sarah Walker and Lee Cronin's assembly theory, which is a theory about life, not consciousness, but which I think has implications for consciousness being fundamental, as you'll hear in my conversation with Sarah. I think these new creative and out-of-the-box theories, in addition to integrated information theory, which we touched on in Chapter 7, all stand a good chance of leading us into a new era of scientific exploration.
So in the last conversation, we got rid of space and time.
Well, space for sure. Time, maybe.
Right. So what does physics even look like without space and time?
Yeah, that's the challenging part conceptually. And I'm not sure what it looks like. I spend a lot of time trying to imagine it. But if consciousness is fundamental, I think the ultimate presentation will be a combination of math and verified experience of some sort, with an understanding that the math is always describing felt experiences at bottom.
Because we can't feel or see math directly, can we?
Well, it depends on what you mean by that, I guess. If consciousness is fundamental, all of our experiences have a mathematical structure. So in a way, the math and conscious experiences are kind of like two sides of the same thing. And everything is felt. But another way of looking at it is that it's clear that people have varying degrees of intuition for the math itself, for the structure. And some physicists have a feel for it, of course, that is well beyond that of most other humans. There are so many famous physicists and mathematicians who clearly have a talent for those types of intuitions that most of us just don't have. And the first conversation in this chapter actually touches on some of this.
And that conversation is with Donald Hoffman.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's a cognitive scientist whose work has focused on consciousness for many years now, and he's become a friend over the course of our many meetings. He references a lot of mathematical concepts that are not necessary to follow in depth, but they do provide some really useful insight into the promise of these types of theories.
Yeah. We'll provide some links to some of those mathematics in the notes, as always, for those adventurous and advanced listeners. So in the previous chapter, you mentioned that you first reached out to Don after seeing his 2015 TED Talk entitled, "Do We See Reality as It Is?" Let me just play a little bit of the opening of that talk, which I think will give the listener an idea of what it was that excited you so much.
In 1868, Thomas Huxley wrote, "How it is that anything so remarkable as a state of consciousness comes about as the result of irritating nervous tissue is just as unaccountable as the appearance of the genie when Aladdin rubbed his lamp." Now, Huxley knew that brain activity and conscious experiences are correlated, but he didn't know why. To the science of his day, it was a mystery. In the years since Huxley, science has learned a lot about brain activity, but the relationship between brain activity and conscious experiences is still a mystery. Why? Why have we made so little progress? Well, some experts think that we can't solve this problem because we lack the necessary concepts and intelligence. We don't expect monkeys to solve problems in quantum mechanics, and as it happens, we can't expect our species to solve this problem either. Well, I disagree. I'm more optimistic. I think we've simply made a false assumption. Once we fix it, we just might solve this problem. Today, I'd like to tell you what that assumption is, why it's false, and how to fix it.
So yeah, I saw that talk in 2015 when I was just starting to put down some ideas for what would later become my book about consciousness. In his talk, Don focuses on the assumption the sciences have made that our perceptions of the world have been sculpted by evolution to present a more and more accurate representation, and he argues that that's false. He claims that instead, the objects in our conscious experience are actually more like symbols that guide evolutionary pressures of fitness, and that the symbols that provide the best guidance are actually the least transparent to the underlying reality. And in the simulations he and his team have run, the creatures who actually perceive reality as it is lose out and die off in favor of the creatures with perceptions that are narrowly focused on fitness and hide the truth. So Don often uses the analogy of a virtual reality headset. He describes our everyday perception to be something like that of a VR headset, which acts as a filter for the raw fundamental world and presents us with these icons that appear within a space-time interface. So just like the small blue rectangles on your computer desktop are merely representations of files and information, which ultimately reveal nothing about the computing mechanisms underlying them. And he uses this analogy to apply to everything we're seeing and feeling. And so his claim is that it's a mistake to assume that our experience is a direct snapshot of true reality. He also likes to make fun of our lowly human VR headset. You'll hear him complain that we got a cheap model in our conversation.
Bummer. Is there any way to get an upgrade?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That's a good question. And it actually might be a good question for the realm of experiential science. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so before we jump into your conversation with Don, I just want to mention that he uses a lot of complicated terminology, most of which is unnecessary to fully grasp for the purposes of your conversation with him. But there's one term, scattering amplitudes, that I think would be helpful for you to explain before we listen to that conversation.
Yeah, I often have Wikipedia open while I'm looking over my Hoffman notes. But the bit about scattering amplitudes is an important one that I think I can explain in a fairly simple way. When Don mentions scattering amplitudes, he's talking about what happens when particles collide and interact. For instance, at the Large Hadron Collider, scientists can study what happens with certain high-energy particle collisions as things fly off in all directions and at different speeds and trajectories, like tiny chaotic fireworks. And these kinds of collisions aren't just happening in a giant apparatus like the LHC, but billions of times every day when cosmic ray protons hit atoms in our atmosphere. You can imagine how difficult it is to try to predict and calculate the possibilities of what will happen when these collisions occur. As Hoffman mentioned, this can take pages and pages of algebra to even simulate. But the theoretical physicist we've mentioned a few times, Nima Arkani Hamed, introduced an object that condenses all of the possible outcomes into a neat geometric object. He calls it an amplituhedron. And this geometric object has many more dimensions to it than the three we're familiar with, possibly even trillions of dimensions. But these aren't dimensions in space-time, they're dimensions of a more fundamental reality we don't yet understand. So visualizing all of this is not easy, to say the least. You might picture something like a diamond with several angles and reflective facets. Imagine hanging this intricately cut diamond in the middle of a dark room and shining a laser beam at it. The light would refract and scatter in all kinds of ways and cast little dots of light on different walls in the room, like a disco ball dictating the way light reflects onto the dance floor. Just knowing the shape of the diamond or disco ball, you could, in theory, predict those outcomes before you shine the laser. Of course, these visual analogies get nearly impossible to maintain when we start to build these geometries outside of our familiar three-dimensional world, but that's what the amplituhedron represents. It's a kind of multi-dimensional geometric shape that predicts and dictates the way scattering amplitudes show up in our three-dimensional perception when these tiny particles crash. So when you hear Don mention positive geometries, Grassmannians, polytopes, and the rest, it's this realm that he's talking about. And as Don mentioned, it's very curious that we would be able to discover geometries that seem to probe and predict the universe in a much more direct and efficient way than the physics that starts with an assumption of fundamental space-time.
Okay. Well, as you mentioned, you've had several conversations with Hoffman at this point, but the one that we're going to listen in on has another caller on the line as well. You tapped Philip Goff to join the conversation to offer some of his own critique and fresh challenges.
Yeah, because Philip is a proponent of panpsychism, I thought it would be useful to have him present some of his own challenges to Don as well. You'll hear Philip begins with a question about the role of physicists and philosophers and whether science as a discipline is even suited to tackling the hard problem of consciousness, which I think is an interesting question and was a great place to start.
I've been thinking a lot about reading Don's stuff, and, well, maybe I could start sort of responding to a worry he raised about panpsychism. So I've read and heard Don worrying that nobody's come up with a mathematical formulation of it, and he worries that this is important for to get the theory moving. And I was thinking about this, and I think actually there's a good reason why a panpsychist doesn't need to come up with any mathematical formulation of it, or at least doesn't need to come up with as much. And that's because, if you ask a panpsychist, what's the fundamental mathematical story of the universe, they're going to say, ask a physicist, right? Because we think, it's the job of physics to give the causal structure of the universe, the fundamental causal structure of the universe, in mathematics. Of course, that's not complete yet. There's lots of problems in physics with getting, quantum mechanics to meet with general relativity and so on. But, the thought is, if we one day get the perfect physics, with all the kind of I's dotted and T's crossed, that will be the fundamental causal structure of the universe. And of course, for a panpsychist, that's not the full story of reality. We think that causal structure is kind of filled out or realized by consciousness. But nonetheless, the causal structure itself is correctly given by physics. So it's sort of like a kind of metaphor that the physics gives the sort of the skeleton, the causal skeleton of reality, and then consciousness is the sort of flesh on the bone, as it were. Whereas if I'm understanding Don's view correctly, he takes it that there is a more fundamental causal mathematical story beneath physics. You can correct me if I'm wrong. And so then it seems, okay, you do need to come up with some mathematics to fill that out. Then I was thinking, how are we going to confirm such a theory? It seems to me that, what you'd ultimately have to do to justify such a theory is to come up with mathematics that has all the same predictions physics has. And that seems like a kind of Herculean task. It's taken, hundreds of years to get the kind of equations we have with the predictive power we have. It seems quite a task if we have to come up with some, a deeper story that has all the same predictive power. And I suppose I'm not yet persuaded that is something we have to do, as opposed to what the panpsychist does is say, we just take physics, job done, and then we add something to the story of reality, but not something mathematical. That's what I've been thinking about.
So if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that physics will come up with at some point a correct causal structure of objective reality, and then we'll plug consciousness into the heart of it, right? Where they only describe functional aspects, but they don't describe what it's about. And that's where we're going to stick consciousness and experience in. And there's, as you know, from my point of view, physicists themselves are saying that quantum fields and space-time cannot be fundamental. That it's only a fiction of causality in the intuitive sense of, one ball hitting another ball and causing it to move. That we only have a fiction of causality in space-time. There's, of course, a technical notion of causal structure in terms of light cones in Minkowski space and so forth. But in terms of the intuitive notion of causality, it's only a fiction because space-time itself is not a fundamental concept. And the reason it's not is because it's not well defined. When you bring gravity and quantum theory together, the very notion of space-time ceases to make sense in the following strict sense that, for example, Nima Arkhani Hamed at Princeton talks about. When just the notion of quantum theory with gravity, with our space-time, entails that there are no local observables at all in space-time. None. The only observables that are known for our kind of space-time, which is an asymptotically flat space-time, are scattering amplitudes. And that's only because these can be thought of as not local in space-time, that they can be thought of as taking place coming in from infinity and going out to infinity. And so there's only one observable that's known to coexist with our current two best theories of gravity and quantum theory. And Nima will go on to say that quantum fields themselves are terrible formalism, that the gauge symmetries of quantum fields have no interesting relationship to symmetries in nature. Those symmetries are merely artifacts of an unnecessarily redundant and kludgy formalism. And when you compute with that formalism to try to even just measure some elementary scattering event, you can get hundreds of pages of algebra that you have to compute just for one single scattering event. But they've discovered that that's an artifact of the unnecessarily kludgy formalism. And once you get rid of that formalism, you get rid of space-time and fields on space-time, and you go to these deeper structures, all of a sudden you get the right answer in 2 or 3 terms that you compute by hand. And also you see symmetries that simply is not perceivable in space-time. And so we've had, at least since Newton, the idea that physics will get a causal structure in space-time, and that they will tell us what that deep causal structure is. And what they've discovered instead is that space-time itself is only an emergent concept. Quantum fields are a kludge, and there's a deeper structure in which literally the notion of locality in space-time does not exist. Mm-hmm. And quantum theory does not exist. There are no Hilbert spaces. So there are no quantum fields, there are no Hilbert spaces, and there is no notion of locality in space-time in these spaces. But they have symmetries that you can't see in space-time that are in the data, and they collapse the hundreds of pages of algebra into 2 or 3 terms that get the right answer. So all these clues are pointing to the idea that there is something beyond space-time mm-hmm. that is going to be the deep insight. And even in this deeper realm, they don't have a notion of causality. Mm-hmm. These positive geometries, the positive Grassmannian, the associohedron, the amplituhedron, these are the exciting structures that they can show how you get locality in space-time, you get what looks like interactions of particles from something that has no notion of space-time, no notion of locality at all in it. So space-time is merely a information-losing sort of trivial projection of a much deeper and richer realm. But even that deeper realm, they don't have a notion of causality. So if we're hoping to have, a panpsychist theory just plug into the causal structure that physics is showing, it's that we may be waiting longer than mm-hmm. if we mm-hmm. go after our own mathematical theory of consciousness.
Right. And still wouldn't be giving a complete picture. Would it be accurate to say, Don, that, to really make what you're saying overly concise, that the science of physics is still searching for the more fundamental element from which space-time emerges, and that your interest is in investigating whether consciousness is that fundamental reality or is somehow part of that fundamental structure, or I don't know what the word is you would use. And therefore it is still a job for physics, because it is the place where they have hit a wall is a place where consciousness might be able to be inserted or help us along with the physics.
Right. I think that they're hitting a very interesting wall, because they now know pretty much. Nima says basically all the real physicists understand it's over for space-time. It had a good run for several centuries, but it's over. The only flashlight that they have to peer in the darkness behind space-time to try to figure out what's deeper is mathematics.
Yeah.
Right. So they're following the symmetries. They're following the logic of the theories that they've got right now. So, quantum field theory and general relativity, they're taking whatever cues they can get from those and guessing. So they literally take these leaps of imagination, and they're guessing these positive structures and so forth. And it's working. But what they'll tell you is they have no idea what this realm is about, right? So they have these geometries. So it's not about particles moving in space and time. Particles, as they appear in space and time, are merely, projections of this deeper realm. But the fundamental thing is not particle, scattering. It's these geometries. But what are these? What is this realm, this geometry about? They have no idea. See, I think that consciousness is what everything is about fundamentally. Mm-hmm. That space-time is merely a data structure. that certain consciousnesses use as they interact with other consciousnesses. And so if that's the case, then it's no surprise that space-time isn't fundamental and physics has finally figured that out, because the fundamental thing is consciousness, and space-time is merely a data structure that some, probably vanishingly few, conscious entities are using, and they interact with each other. Mm-hmm. So that's another reason why I'm a little concerned about the panpsychist view of trying to take the structure of physics and causal structure and tie consciousness to that. I'm turning it the other way around. I'm saying everything that physics could possibly describe may be only one of an infinite variety of interfaces that consciousness has used. So why should we restrict our imagination about consciousness to what physics happens to find out about our own particular and perhaps not terribly interesting interface compared to the others?
Could you say how consciousness is manifest rather than what they use? I lost exactly your terms, but a couple of times you said something about that you're talking about different interfaces, how consciousnesses use these interfaces to interact. But could you say it's how consciousness manifests or takes different shapes? Or
yeah, I would say it's more like a visualization tool. So imagine a vast network of interacting consciousnesses, like the Twitterverse, right? So it's a huge social network of consciousnesses, and we can talk about whether there are selves or not. I don't think we need to have selves at all there, but we can talk about that.
No, but you can tell it's my problems with free will that's trying to get you to explain this slightly differently so that I can get on board because there's something about the term using that is inserting a type of free will in the way that you and I would use tools to build something or to see something or to that they're kind of conscious beings that are using interfaces the way we think of using things with our free will.
I could drop the word using and just say that's the way certain consciousnesses see others, is through a veil, through an interface, right? So we can talk about the free will aspect, but I can leave the free will aspect alone and just say this is the particular VR headset that certain consciousnesses use as a way to interact with others. And the reason for it is if there is an endless variety of other consciousnesses out there that we're interacting with, we need some simplifying format through which to interact with it. So there's nothing ever going to be fundamental about anything physics sees from this point of view.
Right.
It will only be a description of a particular headset out of an infinite variety of headsets that could possibly be used. And there's no reason for our imagination to be stuck that way. There's an infinite variety of headsets. They'll have different physics. So this is more like the multiverse kind of idea, if you will, if you were going to think of it in physics terms, where there's an infinite variety of laws of physics.
Right.
So if we can show how our particular interface arises, and therefore the particular simple laws of physics and our simplified dumbed down space-time and quantum field kind of thing as just one of an infinite variety, not particularly special, it's just the one that we happen to use. If we can show how consciousness gives rise to that, now we're onto something, because the physicists themselves are coming to the end of their flashlight. They're seeing these positive geometries. They have no idea what they're about. If we can show that the end of what they're seeing in their flashlight of these positive geometries is in fact only the asymptotic behavior of all these consciousnesses. In other words, so the idea is that there's this vast network of consciousnesses interacting outside of space-time, outside of any causal structure that physics could ever hope to see. So they have their own interactions, and only the asymptotic behavior of that, which is, what that means, technically is, like if you have a dynamical system, you can look at it step by step, like a Markov chain, each step of the chain, see what's happening. Or you can say what happens is I let the time parameter, the step parameter, go for a very, very long time, off to infinity. You will see different patterns. That sort of, it's like if you look at the traffic on a freeway from a helicopter, you could model it with just fluid dynamics. There's just particles going down arteries. Fluid dynamics is well enough because you're so high up. You're only seeing, in some sense, the asymptotic behavior of what's going on there. You're not seeing the each individual pushing on the gas, pushing on the brake, looking left, looking right, putting on their signal. All that detail, you just ignore it, and that's why you only see what looks like fluid dynamics. So that's the idea, is that the reason why physics never sees consciousness is because they couldn't. Just like the helicopter can't see the individuals driving the cars. It can't. It's just you're looking at asymptotically. You're not seeing consciousness as it step by step is happening. And so if we can show, and this is a mathematical challenge, and I'm spending my time trying to get to this. I think I will. You're right. It's a tough Herculean challenge, but I think we have to take it on. If we can show precisely a dynamics of consciousness whose asymptotics gives precisely these positive geometries that the physicists are finding. They have no idea where they arise and what they're about. If we can show that they have this model of consciousness, how it interacts, and asymptotically it looks like these positive geometries, then we would have a very interesting non-reductive kind of relationship, because we would not be saying that consciousness has to be stuck into the causal structure that physics finds. To the contrary, we would say that physics, it couldn't possibly capture the causal structure of what's going on in consciousness, because it can only see the asymptotic behavior. And it's only one of an infinite variety of kinds of ways of representing that asymptotic behavior. But from our point of view, we're trying to think of consciousness as, in some sense, fundamental. Suppose that we take the view that consciousness is the only thing that's fundamental, right? And that, therefore, consciousness is the only thing that, in some sense, exists at all.
Right.
And therefore, to the extent that mathematical structure represents anything, it could only represent various varieties and kinds and dynamics of consciousness.
Yeah. No, it's like it's all holography.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
In which case,
which is very close to my view at this point. But
your view, okay.
Yeah.
Well, my view is that why not? I mean, Gödel's incompleteness theorem says that there's essentially endless exploration of possible varieties of mathematical structure.
Right.
And for me, that might be the best clue we've got about what consciousness is about. It's the endless exploration of the unending varieties of conscious structures and experiences. If there's a why for consciousness, that might be it. That in principle, the exploration can never be done. I like to call this Gödel's candy store theory of consciousness, right? There's an infinite variety of consciousnesses to be explored, and that's what consciousness is up to, exploring this infinite Gödel's candy store of varieties. And any causal structure that physicists might have for our particular headset is just literally one candy in an infinite store. So we shouldn't get stuck on that one candy.
I rather like that analogy of being addicted to the candy of a three-dimensional space-time flavor.
Yeah. I should also mention that Philip is not entirely sold on the argument concluding that space-time is doomed. And later in that conversation, he pushed back on just how quickly we can really toss away space-time.
Yeah, and we did warn the listener about a flurry of mathematical terms from Hoffman, and that you don't need to follow entirely, but that was a lot.
Yeah.
And I also want to briefly address the fact that you seem to have some squabbles with some of Hoffman's language. In many of your conversations, you point out how you aren't a fan of the term conscious agents, which he uses, and it's kind of the building blocks of his theory.
Oh, yeah. This is one of the reasons Don and I have had so many conversations. We've gone back and forth about the term conscious agents a lot, and I do hope to one day convince him to change that term to conscious units, which I think better represents what his theory is really talking about. The listener must expect by now that I'm always on the lookout for theories that assume or smuggle in the illusion of self into their frameworks. And the word agent always raises red flags in that regard for me. Although Don is actually using the term agent in a mathematical context, because in his theory, he's using what are termed agent-based models in mathematics. But I think it's actually unnecessary for him to use that term in his theory, and it ends up being highly misleading, especially because the twin illusions of self and conscious will are so powerful. And I think the term conscious agents unfortunately sounds like the perfect description of a self with a conscious will. So it just compounds the confusion.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, in this particular back and forth, I'm taking issue with the way he uses the word consciousness as something that uses different interfaces in order to communicate, which almost just sounds like consciousness is broken up into these individual beings of some sort. But even though I don't agree with a lot of the language he uses to describe his theory, his was the first scientific theory I had come across, proposed by a well-respected and experienced scientist, that was in line with my thinking about how the universe could be structured if consciousness is fundamental. And there's clearly something very interesting and promising going on in this area of physics. What all of this has to do with consciousness is still an open question, but Don is charging forward with this work and taking these mathematical insights as hints that, at the very least, our common perception of space-time is not a direct window onto fundamental reality. He calls the concept of space-time and the theories we have about it a kludge, which is a machine or a program that has been badly put together, but still works as an effective temporary solution to a problem. It's like having a leak in your sink and repairing it with something that kind of works out of bubblegum and duct tape and the limited understanding of plumbing you might have. The fix is holding it together well enough for the time being until we can solve the actual problem. And Lee Smolin expresses this same point when he laments, as he often does, that we seem to be only doing a facsimile of real physics. Physicists aren't satisfied with theories that cease to carry operational meaning at certain scales or inside of black holes. And those of us who are interested in consciousness aren't satisfied with the seemingly inherent limit of science to account for felt experiences. So more and more thinkers in this space are very motivated to find better solutions.
Okay, so Donald Hoffman is making this connection between theories at the forefront of physics that predict space-time is doomed, and his work revealing that the process of selection and evolution actually make it impossible for us to perceive reality as it is. In a way, it's casting our entire perception of the world as the capital I illusion you mentioned in your conversation with David Eagleman in chapter 5, right?
Yes, exactly. The capital I illusions are the ones that I define as containing useful information about the world, but don't give an accurate picture of the underlying reality. It's the reason we don't normally call them illusions, because they're not the sort that deliver us unhelpful information for navigating and predicting the world around us. And it's why physicists, understandably, aren't comfortable calling space-time an illusion, even if it's not fundamental. But Don takes the illusion literally, which I think is really important for some scientists to begin doing, especially if consciousness is fundamental. I think seeing all of our perceptions as capital I illusions is probably needed to rattle our intuitions enough to make real progress here. And I should mention two other scientists at this point, Stuart Hameroff and Sir Roger Penrose, who are also constructing a theory in which consciousness plays a fundamental role. They have produced a model of consciousness based on quantum computing in microtubules in the brain. Microtubules are protein lattices that organize activities within the cells. I also find their work absolutely fascinating, but it's a body of work I haven't paid much attention to because it still describes consciousness as an emergent phenomenon, just much deeper in nature than where most scientists place it. So it hasn't captured my interest as much as Hoffman's work or IIT, both of which can conceivably place consciousness at the very bottom. But I'm very grateful for Hameroff's contributions to the field of consciousness studies for all the same reasons that I support these other scientific endeavors. There are really only a handful that take this question about consciousness running at the fundamental level seriously. So we've supplied links to information about Hameroff and Penrose's work in the notes for anyone interested in learning more about that.
Okay, great. So now, why don't you introduce your final conversation in this collection with Sarah Walker, who is trying to rethink a lot of taken-for-granted assumptions as well.
Yeah. So Sarah Walker, along with Lee Cronin and other collaborators, are working on what they call assembly theory, and I'm really excited about it. It's not about consciousness as a phenomenon, but a related one. It's attempting to address another unexplained mystery, the origin of life.
So the mystery of how life came to be?
Yeah. She explains the goal as an understanding of the transition from non-living things to living things.
And that's not a solved mystery?
No, it's surprising, but it turns out it's really difficult to distinguish life from non-life other than classifying different types of observable behavior and calling some arbitrary line in that behavior to be living. In her book, she actually talks about it more being based on an intuition that you kind of know it when you see it, which I find interesting because most people feel that way about consciousness as well. They can tell when a system is conscious just by looking at it. And it may be hard to explain, but we know it when we see it. So with the phenomenon of life, we always run into trouble because often we can name objects and phenomena that we all agree are not alive, but that squeeze in within that arbitrary line wherever we place it. In a way, all the attempts to define life simply kick the question down to a different fundamental level. And that led Sarah and her collaborators to this new theory, which ultimately, surprisingly, in the end, categorizes everything as life of one variety or another. It just turns out to be a different way to define life than we're used to, as you'll hear. In fact, in our conversations, there's so much crossover between the way she talks about life and the way I talk about consciousness, we often wonder if we're ultimately trying to describe the same phenomenon. What I'm calling consciousness, she's calling life.
So let's listen in on this exchange where you and Sarah start to get into her explanation of assembly theory. And this clip is also great because it ends with Sarah sort of turning the microphone around on you and asking you about your thoughts on the idea of the concept of fundamental consciousness in general, which will bring us full circle. And it's the perfect send-off for you to head off to Philip Goff's Consciousness Conference.
So I think that the motivation is really to be able to solve the origin of life and like what kind of theory would help you understand the transition from non-living things to living things. And I think that that's actually, as fundamental as any question you can ask. And then you can ask questions about, well, what is it that life does that other physics can't explain or describe? And the thing that life seems to do is build complex stuff. And some of the features of building that complex stuff involve properties we associate with information. Like you need a long history in order to evolve something like an E. coli, or human minds can imagine and invent all kinds of technologies. And so the process of how things come into existence and the way that they're historically contingent seems to be one of the most prominent features of what life is doing. So I think about it as like there's this huge possibility space of things that could exist. And what you want to be able to describe is why some of them exist and why when you have a configuration of things that exist, certain other things are possible and others are not. And so what assembly theory is trying to do is basically say we can formulate the properties of this space of objects that exist by talking about how hard it is to build them, how many steps would you have to take. And you can think of those as informational steps, because in order to build something, you have to have a mechanism that constrains the possibility space to implement one of those steps. So it's kind of like the concept of reducing uncertainty in information theory, although it's much more physical. When you think about building up these objects, things that are complex require a lot more steps. And when there's more steps, there's more possible things you could build. So the space of possibilities, as you're increasing the complexity of an object, is exponentially expanding.
And when you say object, that includes life forms.
It includes everything.
Everything
okay. The universe builds. Mm-hmm. And it's actually super interesting because in standard physics, we don't actually really take the time to define an object. We define objects as the things that we can't measure any substructure of. So like elementary particles and things. And even in gravitational theories, we don't usually consider objects as, having features. They're just, defined in terms of their mass and their position, for example. So assembly theory is it's almost like an emergent theory of physics, because basically it says the things that are fundamental are all the things the universe builds. And if it's not something that you can take apart, it's not a fundamental object. And so it's kind of an inversion. And then the idea is like how much evolution and selection or how much information is necessary for these specific things to exist. And that's sort of how we quantify how much evolutionary history is necessary. But that becomes a physical feature of the objects, which I think is really unusual about the theory, is that it actually, my favorite way to think about it is like objects have a size and time, which is like the size of the history for the universe to build them.
Yeah, this is something I really want to talk to you about because there's crossover here with my thoughts about consciousness.
I think consciousness
is fundamental.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what consciousness is like a depth in time. If it's
that's so
fundamental
interesting.
feature, yeah.
One specific question I just wanted to ask is assembly theory then a theory about life, or is it a theory that applies to the entire universe as a whole?
So it is a theory that was developed to describe what life is, but it's a fundamental theory of physics. So it describes something fundamental about the structure of reality.
Right.
And I always kind of felt like a theory that would describe life should have that feature. It's like if you're describing gravity, only certain objects are gravitational, but we assume those theories are fundamental. So I think it's telling us something about the structure of reality. And in particular, it's telling us something about how things that are physical exist within a space of possibilities and how they actually construct other physical objects.
Oh, I want to hear you say that again. Wait, say that again.
It's actually really difficult because we can imagine a space of things that could exist.
Right.
And we have some sense that not all the things that we can imagine do exist. So then there's this question, why do these things exist and not others? And I think that's actually one of the most interesting and most fundamental questions you could possibly ask.
Yeah, I agree.
The physics of what life is taking what exists now and figuring out how does it build what gets to exist next. And I'm not even sure the things that we can imagine are actually like they exist outside our imagination. And we have some people think that they do. Like there's some Platonic world that exists out there of all mathematical objects we can imagine.
That's something I wanted to get to also. Yeah, and that was one question I had for you is which side do you tend to fall on in terms of whether those things are actualized or not, I guess. In some way that we don't yet understand, every possibility is realized.
I struggle with that, actually, because I don't think, and I think this relates to problems of consciousness, right? Like, I don't think things exist like they look in our head. I can imagine a set of possibilities, right? But what is that really? Like, those possibilities exist in a physical substrate in my mind. They just don't exist as what I'm imagining.
Yes.
They exist as something else. And I think something really interesting that humans do is you can imagine things like rockets. And they might be, at first a spoken idea and then some drawing on a piece of paper and then an engine somebody builds across, the other side of the world. And then eventually they become the physical object that we think they are. And they're actually a tangible thing you can hold.
Yes.
And so that process to me is a lot of what life is doing, is taking these sort of patterns and constructing these physical objects out of them. But whether those patterns and ideas we have exist outside of that substrate, I'm not convinced that's the case. I'm an extreme physicalist. I think everything is physical. I think it's just information is physical. It's just we don't, one of the reasons it doesn't look physical is because we don't see objects as having a size and time.
In time. Yeah, I totally agree. And I feel the same way about being a physicalist. And yeah, trying to understand what consciousness is and not being able to see the full picture across time, I think, is a really integral question and topic in terms of what conscious experience is as well, because we're stuck in each present moment, even though they're moving by very quickly. We don't get to experience more than one moment at a time.
Yes.
So one of the things that I get stuck on when I come back to reading about your work is, I guess, if you could just make clear for me the difference between assembly space, assembly index, and assembly number, what those three terms.
Yeah, so the index and the number are actually the same thing. I'll explain what they are, and they're related to this idea of an assembly space. So the theory came out of thinking about molecules and whether molecules are only explained in terms of having to have been produced by life, some evolutionary or information processing system. And so we had this actual conjecture that life is the only thing that can build complex molecules. So there's no possibility, because the space of molecules is so big. If you imagine taking, the atoms of the periodic table and building molecules, the size of that space is huge. Huge is an understatement. Right. I used to think the universe was physically big, But then after thinking about combinatorial spaces and how much stuff could be built on this planet, the possibility space is so much larger than the actual physical space. It's kind of crazy. And I think consciousness is also a manifestation of that largeness that we just can't observe in the physical objects. So the idea was that if you have a way that you could formalize the physics of how molecules can get assembled, then we would maybe be able to say there was a boundary where there's no possibility of this object being assembled by a random process. It would require something that had undergone selection and evolution for information specific to the formation of that object. And then the way we talk about it is with this assembly index.
Yeah. I mostly just want to make sure I'm clear about the difference between the assembly space and then the number.
So the number is the number of steps. So if you're building an object, you take parts and you join them together, and then you can use any parts that you've built in the past. So it's recursive.
Right.
And so the minimal number of steps you need to take is what we call the assembly index. So that's basically, if you want to think about time and assembly steps, it's the minimal amount of time or minimal amount of construction necessary for the universe to undergo to build that object. So that's the number of steps.
Okay. Wait, don't lose your thought. But there's a question that always comes up for me here as well, which is, if I'm understanding correctly, the actual history and the assembly number are different, right?
They're totally different. Yeah, the assembly index is independent of the history of formation. Part of the reason for that is, well, there's several reasons for that I think are philosophically interesting, but also interesting scientifically. One is if you make it independent of how the object is formed, then there's arguments it's actually an intrinsic property of the object because it's the same anywhere you find it in the universe, any way that the object formed. So it becomes more a property like electric charge or something.
So it's like footprint in time would be different, even though it's identical.
But time is so that's the second feature. Time, the past is reconstructed. We predict the past as much as we predict the future. We don't I am not necessarily convinced there's an exact linear past. So it's more like assembly space exists in a complex time. And basically what you're doing is kind of rooting the object by this minimal construction pathway as where it exists in this complex time. So obviously there's a lot of other ways you can make it.
Yeah.
But this way is a way of standardizing every object and talking about their minimal possibility space of how they can come into existence. And so this gets the idea of an assembly space, because the assembly space is actually the structure of the recursively built objects on this minimal path. And one way I think about it is all of these steps are rolled up in the present and they actually exist in the object, but the object is just this sort of compression of its history. Okay, so the assembly pathways are they're about the molecule. They're not about the reactions. They're about what's the minimal set of constraints for this molecule to exist. What I want to do is be able to describe where do we exist locally in the space of all things that can exist, and what is coming into existence next, and what is the most likely history you can reconstruct from the things that exist now. And that's where, if you looked at a configuration of objects, we might say there was a history over 3.8 billion years that led to you and I that looks consistent with the observations we have now, because that's the most consistent causal structure that built everything in the biosphere. But you could uniquely exist in this biosphere in this context, but you could also exist in another context. And actually what assembly theory does is it tells you something about the local context in which an object like you could exist.
Yeah. Okay. That's really interesting. It's interesting. I think very similarly about time and space as it relates to consciousness.
Yeah.
And then there's so many things that when you say them, I have many notes here where at the end of your quote, I just have in big capital letters, yes. But it's yes for me in what I'm talking about. And I want to know if we're actually talking about the same thing or not. And also I'm just fascinated by what you're talking about. Basically, my interest in consciousness brought me back to my interest in physics. And, I'm still agnostic about whether consciousness is fundamental, but the fact that I have an excuse to go there and ask these questions means I'm mostly interested in the fundamental.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to ask you a question on that point about fundamental, because
it's a tricky word.
Yeah, it is a super tricky word. And it comes up in my work. So like I talk about life being fundamental, but I actually kind of moved away from that, because I think what I actually mean is we're missing some fundamental understanding of how reality works. And if we understood that part of that would be the phenomena we call life, and life would be kind of the manifestation of that physics. And I guess this is kind of related to my questions on panpsychism, because some people say consciousness is fundamental, rather than looking for an explanation for consciousness that would, isolate the phenomenon of consciousness, explain why it exists, but give us some new fundamental understanding. And I think those two things are different. And I'm wondering your perspective on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm clear on exactly what you're asking. And I think also we have to get clear on how we're using the word fundamental. But I should also say panpsychism is something I discovered after I had these thoughts and questions.
Oh,
and
interesting.
I don't like it as a framework. I have one toe now in the philosophy world, which is actually fun and interesting, where I'm kind of pointing out the places where panpsychism has clear issues. But in general, it doesn't work for me.
No,
it's hard for me to answer specifics about panpsychism itself. But what I can say is that I think if consciousness does not arise out of the complexity that we think it does, if it's actually a much more simple phenomenon and very, very basic, and, part of what I'm using fundamental to describe, what has occurred to me every time I go down these different paths of where it might make sense to fit into the fundamental picture, the only way it makes sense to me is to go all the way down. So it's either the thing that the universe is about. It is literally what the universe is. At bottom is felt experience. And I mean that in the most basic sense, like not consciousness the way we think of human consciousness, but that felt experience is what everything is describing. It's what our perceptions are telling us about. It's what the math and the physics is describing the structure of.
Yeah.
I mean, the question that I'm left with at the end of all this is, if consciousness is fundamental, why does it have a structure, and why does it have the structure that it does? And that's something that's really fascinating to me. And also, is it infinite in the sense that every conscious experience plays out in some way?
Yeah.
I tend to not believe that's the case, and I tend to fall more into a view that is in line with the way you describe the space of possibilities than becoming what it becomes, and that, the conscious experiences that are realized and they're finite, and for some reason consciousness has this structure. But I think an answer to your question is that, that if consciousness is fundamental, it's not a property of matter. It's not a field. It's not, it is at the bottom. And there's no bottom, but it is what everything is felt experience. Yeah.
Yeah. I understand what you mean. I think the reason I love physics is I don't believe in a theory of everything, but I think that there are fundamental theories of things, like sets of properties that we see in the universe, and they reveal something really deep. And it tends to be the case that the things that are really deep, we end up relating to space and time in some capacity.
Yes.
Right. But because that's the structure of the world, which I think is what we're talking about.
It's the way we perceive the structure of the world. So I'm trying to get, and I'm able to do this now that I've been working on this for years at this point, but I'm trying to think outside of space and time in the traditional sense, in the way that we perceive them. And so I'm constantly asking myself, what does the thing we perceive as space represent at a more fundamental level?
A size in time. A size in time. It's so good.
I know, I love that. And what she's ultimately describing with assembly theory are structures in time, which I love even more and has really influenced my thinking.
Yeah, it does echo your ideas of a structure of consciousness in each felt experience, or qualia, being a result of that point in the structure.
Yeah.
Remember our conversation where you landed on the metaphor for consciousness and its content of water and the bubbles being the underlying structure of the universe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're finally there. I think we finally made it back there. This is really the moment when I start to see what you've been getting at. If consciousness is the fundamental stuff, then It's the water. It's just is. And the bubbles that form within it or of it are the structures. And their existence is why there is any kind of character to experience at all. And time then is the structure itself, or the shape and linking of those bubbles.
Yeah, and then the shape and time would determine the character of the content in each moment. I do hope that here at the end of chapter 9, even though it still sounds crazy, that sentence might land better than it did at the opening of this documentary. But yes, I think it would be something like that. More recently, though, I keep returning to another analogy that I mentioned to you a while back in one of our very first meetings. The analogy of a block of stone or block of ice that can be carved into any shape. The way Michelangelo famously described his artistic process as a matter of seeing the form within the marble and then removing everything that didn't belong. The sculpture was there all along and just needed to be exposed or revealed. And so the idea is that there are an almost infinite number of shapes, objects, and figures that could be revealed in that block of stone. In a lot of ways, I still prefer the boiling water analogy because it depicts something more dynamic, but the sculpture analogy gives me more of the visceral sense of oneness that can give rise to an infinite array of experiences. And I like how this way of thinking about things potentially dovetails with many worlds, which is the interpretation of quantum mechanics I think most closely fits with my view if consciousness is fundamental. Every time a quantum event happens, that world splits and an alternate outcome can be realized, giving rise to an infinite or near infinite exploration or manifestation of all possible experiences. Like forms within a block of stone, in which every conceivable structure that can be revealed, in fact, already exists, where there's an experience associated with every possible structure. That the structure is how the experience is perceived or measured from the outside.
Yeah, I love that one too.
In Sarah's new book that I mentioned, Life as No One Knows It, she gets into the details of assembly theory and explains how she and her team arrive at what they call an assembly number for any given object. The theory is still young and still being worked out in its details, but I think it holds a lot of promise for changing the way we think about life and the search for life, and it leaves room for the possibility that consciousness is fundamental. The life forms under assembly theory are described as structures in time, which is not the typical way we think about matter and structures. And Sarah agrees with my suggestion that it's possible these structures in time all contain an intrinsic experience from the inside, as Sarah describes it. That structures of life are ultimately structures of being, of experience.
Well, okay. And so that was it, right? After months of conversations and note-taking and reading and deep thinking, you were ready to take off to the conference on consciousness and compress all of that into a neat half-hour talk.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure if ready is the right word. But the calendar said what it said, and it was almost time to deliver my talk. And as usual, I was compiling slides and rehearsing different versions right up until the end. As I boarded the flight, my mind was spinning with all of the conversations I'd had over the previous months and years. From Philip Goff's suggestion that I should write a paper on the combination problem.
You should write an article on dissolving the sense of self.
To Adam Frank helping me shift my analogy away from a field to space-time itself.
Well, you could say, rather than talk about gravity, I guess you could say space-time is the stage on which all of the events in the universe occur.
To the physics philosophy dance with Sean Carroll and his defense of the many worlds interpretation, and his dismissal of the suggestion that consciousness might not be emergent.
Well, I think maybe we disagree here, because I think that consciousness is fully supervenient on the physical stuff going on.
To Brian Greene and Jan Levin, both hesitantly entertaining my arguments.
We have to recognize
that it may be different from the life question. I suspect that it's not.
I would disagree. I would say you need the complexity to have the illusion.
To my conversations with Daniel Shamovitz and Patrick House about the intuition-shattering research on plants and parasites.
But if you can accept the fact that a plant might be conscious or has experience and can have memories, it starts making you question then what defines you as you.
It's in a mammalian brain. It's inside of neurons. Does that animal or human's decision-making, do we call it the person?
To Anil Seth, exploring the illusion of self and explaining perception as controlled hallucination.
What they all have in common, these interoceptive signals, is they are telling the brain what the physiological condition of the body is like.
To David Eagleman's fascinating work from binding processes to sensory addition.
The way that the brain figures out what signals belong with what in time, it does it by interacting with the world.
And Sasha Fink's developing a new sense of magnetic north.
The differences of deviating from north or from deviating from facing in one direction to another direction, that was interesting.
To Susan Blackmore and Joseph Goldstein's deep meditative insights and wondering if they might shed any light on the mysteries of physics, in addition to the mystery of consciousness.
Things are happening, but they're not really happening in time and space unless you make them be in time and space.
It can get to a point where the body completely disappears.
To Donald Hoffman and Christoph Koch presenting scientific theories of consciousness.
And that is what consciousness is. There's no vessel, and that's waiting to be filled with content.
That's the kind of thing we want. We want a mathematical tool that we can use. Otherwise, it's really not science.
To Lee Smolin and Carlo Rovelli exploring the status of space and time.
And every once in a while there's a view without precedent. And those are the ones that consciousness is associated with.
There is no time in the Newtonian sense. There's no direct time, but there are events that happen.
To George Musser's masterful tour of the frontiers of physics.
What is gravitational in, say, the fifth dimension looks to us, unable to see that fifth dimension directly, as electromagnetic.
I was excited to see some of them face-to-face at the upcoming conference, and I was just thrilled to be playing any part in this meeting on the topic of treating consciousness as fundamental, as the conference was titled. A gathering I never dreamed would take place when I started writing about this topic almost 20 years ago. As the plane took off, I looked over my presentation notes one last time before closing my laptop. And still editing the talk in my mind, I eventually drifted off to sleep. Next, you'll hear some of my conference presentation, as well as my closing thoughts in the final chapter of Lights On, The Future of Science. Lights On, Chapter 10. The Future of Science. The academic conference I was headed to in New York, organized by Philip Goff, was titled Treating Consciousness as Fundamental, and he invited both scientists and philosophers to take part and to give presentations on their work related to this topic. There's always a buzz of excitement at these types of gatherings. Every once in a while, a new framework or groundbreaking theory is presented, causing a talk to achieve landmark status. These kinds of gems are certainly rare at conferences, but they do happen. Every gathering of philosophers and scientists has the potential to spark a new wave of intellectual advancement. Of course, most don't. Most academic conferences come and go and continue to push the boulder of knowledge just ever so slightly up the mountain of progress and understanding. But the promise is always there. When ideas are shared, they might clash and compete, or they could resonate and become the catalyst for new collaborations. One never knows what might happen.
Thank you all for coming.
Really excited about this. The first session this morning is going to be about philosophy of mind. Our first presenter is going to be Annaka Harris.
There's an old Greek word that was often used by Plato and Socrates that doesn't quite have a modern equivalent in the English language. Aporia. Aporia is often translated as puzzlement or confusion, but those don't quite capture it. It's more like the feeling of the ground dropping out from under you when you uncover knowledge that feels like an impasse or something that seems paradoxical, challenging your understanding of the world. It's that visceral experience of intellectual destabilization. And as you probably know well by now, I thrive on that feeling. There's a tendency to try to grasp onto something in those moments, to find something familiar in an attempt to understand. But sometimes you just have to surrender to not knowing and embrace the fall. The next handhold usually presents itself with time, but it's in those moments of intellectual free fall when I feel most inspired, when I feel in awe. Everyone at this conference is sitting with unsolved mysteries, trying to discover or create new stepping stones in this uncharted territory. There are plenty of disagreements, of course, as is the case in science in general, especially at the theoretical level, and debate is welcomed. It's a necessary and healthy part of the process because it forces everyone to make the most solid case for their theory, and to make changes when their arguments don't hold up under scrutiny, or to abandon an avenue of investigation altogether. In fact, Sean Carroll, who is attending, is scheduled to debate Philip Goff at a public event one night at the conference, which turns out to sound a lot like my conversation with him back in Chapter 3. Sean and I also enjoy spending some time arguing about the hard problem between talks and coffee breaks, and I will surely continue my futile attempts to convince him that emergence does not and really cannot ever explain consciousness.
Okay, so I want to start with a modest question. How do we find out about reality?
Philip's presentation makes the case for panpsychism and lays out the argument from his book, Galileo's Error, that science, at least in its current form, is incapable of helping us understand consciousness.
So write down a probability space, and then I use.
And Don Hoffman gives a tour of more of the complex mathematics that he and his team are using to describe the scattering amplitudes of mysterious geometries outside of space-time and how they might relate to consciousness.
97% of the papers by my friends, they are my friends.
Lee Smolin speaks about the ontological status of time and how placing consciousness at a fundamental level might help us reveal that picture, as well as help us develop a theory of quantum gravity. And there are others at the conference, Hedda Hassel-Mork, whose work I mentioned in Chapter 7, and other philosophers and scientists interested in the hypothesis that consciousness goes much deeper in nature than the sciences have previously assumed. Philip had invited me to present my philosophical journey as a way to introduce the topic of the conference and to share my process of creating this very documentary. I was scheduled to be the first presenter at the conference, which is always a blessing and a curse. I would be taking on the responsibility of getting the conference going, and there are always the nerves that come with public speaking. But after my presentation, I would get to sit back and take in all the talks over the next couple of days without any distractions and with a clear mind.
We'll get things going then with Annaka. Thank you.
Thank you. So first I'll begin by just getting as clear as possible about terminology and how I'm using the word consciousness in this context. It's probably unnecessary with this audience, but I still just think it's important to make sure that semantics aren't getting in the way of clear communication. What I mean when I use the word consciousness in this context as something that I think is deeply mysterious and something that could potentially be fundamental is simply the fact of felt experience. So not complex thought or self-awareness.
You'll recognize this part. Definitions of consciousness are always at least half the battle. Some language will work for certain people, but then not for others. Perhaps you've taken note over the course of this documentary of a few phrases that most resonate and help illuminate the hard problem for you in an especially powerful way. In the talk, I offer the term felt experience, of course, and Nagel's "what is it like" question.
I like Thomas Nagel's description If organism is conscious, there's something that it's like to be that organism. So an example of a...
I suggest pondering the definition of sentience as susceptibility to sensation. I usually find that if this beginning part of the talk doesn't land, not much else will either, unfortunately. If you weren't struck by the mysterious nature of consciousness after Chapter 1, you've likely fought me all the way since. And it's pretty impressive if you did, actually. And it's frustrating to never know for sure if it's that the language I'm choosing doesn't trigger that aporia experience for someone, or if the hard problem just doesn't baffle everyone in the same way.
And it's this inherent difficulty in studying consciousness that has led to what I call the strong assumption. I'm using this term because I think...
I move on to the heart of my presentation with what I call the strong assumption, where I criticize the starting point that complex processing is required for consciousness to arise, which leads to what I believe is the false conclusion that consciousness is emergent.
A strong assumption is the assumption that the sciences have made, and I include myself in this until somewhat recently, that consciousness arises out of complex processing, namely in brains. But as I hope I can show, we're not at all on solid footing when we make this assumption, and that it's actually a completely blind assumption.
And then you'll be familiar with where all this leads. I discuss the two questions I always raise regarding external evidence of consciousness and the causality of consciousness. I stress the importance of challenging intuitions and review the research on plants you heard earlier in the documentary. And in this particular talk, I take a swipe at panpsychism.
I think it's problematic that panpsychism is an antiquated term that was coined in the 16th century, and so I think it naturally doesn't inspire confidence among scientists. It carries the further complication of being an ism, which implies a fully formed set of beliefs that someone could subscribe to, which I don't think we have yet. And unfortunately, I think it just sounds like a New Age word, and so it's aesthetically problematic. To many people, it just sounds pseudoscientific. And so I offer this as a suggestion to philosophers to use as needed.
I actually have a slide with the word panpsychism crossed out, so this gets a laugh, as the conference is attended by some very well-known proponents of panpsychism. And I conclude with my thoughts about the future of science and the potential for what I refer to as experiential science to make progress. Not just in consciousness studies, but potentially in every area of science.
I think this is a path that will inevitably lead to new and interesting and creative ways of thinking about consciousness, despite whatever its limitations might be. So thank you. Thanks for your time.
With my talk out of the way, I was able to immerse myself in the rest of the conference. Watching presentations and sharing ideas over the course of days always feels like such a privilege, and this gathering on my favorite subject was especially inspiring. Since then, my ideas have continued to evolve. Most importantly, I've become convinced that the answer to the question I was left with after writing my book, does placing consciousness at a fundamental level help us make sense of the findings in quantum mechanics, is actually yes. That doesn't mean I'm convinced consciousness is fundamental, but I do believe that assigning it a fundamental role actually helps us make sense of some of the conclusions physicists are drawing in their attempts to form a theory of quantum gravity. And I truly didn't expect to come to a conclusion one way or the other through the course of working on this documentary. So it really came as an exciting surprise. And so I decided to write another article explaining my argument, which I'll read a short excerpt from. The paradoxes we find in quantum mechanics and those we face in the observed phenomena of non-locality, superposition, and entanglement suggest to some scientists that the fundamental nature of the universe is at bottom relational. It may be impossible to talk about any aspect of the universe objectively, because the universe is ultimately defined by different perspectives on itself. The science journalist George Musser investigates some of the most basic paradoxes that arise in quantum mechanics in his book, Putting Ourselves Back in the Equation. He writes, "Quantum particles have so little individual identity that you can swap two of them and absolutely nothing changes. Even to call them particles puts a picture in your head that isn't entirely justified. Two or more of them can also bind together in such a way that they lose whatever innate properties they had and exist only in relation to one another. And in his new theory of quantum gravity, the theoretical physicist Lee Smolin paints a similar picture. He writes, "The universe consists of nothing but views of itself, each from an event in its history." The conclusions of physicists such as Lee Smolin and Carlo Rovelli are very hard to parse if we're trying to understand the universe in terms of non-conscious objects and events. But if consciousness goes all the way down, and felt experience is the intrinsic nature of everything in the universe, then conscious experiences are the only things that are real, that exist. And everything we perceive out there is a representation of other conscious experiences arising in the universe, which are in turn shaping our own experiences. One example is hearing the sound of a bird when I'm in close enough proximity to it. If felt experience underlies everything we encounter, then obtaining a truly outside or objective view of anything in the universe should be impossible. The only thing that can exist in its own right, that can be known in and of itself from the inside, is a felt experience, is consciousness. And rather than being a confusing sticking point for all of our current attempts to understand quantum mechanics, this intrinsically relational quality of everything would be the natural outcome of a universe in which consciousness describes the most fundamental element of reality, what everything essentially is. If consciousness is fundamental, the view of every object or phenomenon in the universe is by definition perspective dependent, because no conscious experience can ever be described or experienced from another perspective. That other perspective would always be a different experience. That's how consciousness works. Our perceptions, the sights, sounds, and so forth that give the impression of matter out there in the world, would in reality be the accessible bits of other conscious experiences in the world from one conscious experience's perspective, rather than the concrete objects and phenomena we perceive them to be out there. Furthermore, if consciousness goes all the way down, we will never be able to reach a consensus on an objective bird's-eye view, not just for the entirety of the universe, but for anything within it, as everything we describe will be a felt experience at bottom, and can ultimately only be known from the inside. Yet this is precisely what quantum mechanics reveals about the fundamental nature of reality that we find so impossible to digest. So yeah, after all these years of reading, researching, and writing, after all the interviews I've conducted as a result of this project, at this point, my ultimate conclusion is that it actually does make more sense to start with the assumption that consciousness is fundamental rather than emergent, even though I still can't quite believe these words are coming out of my mouth. But if we want to try to find a way to get experimental verification for this new starting point, I think it's going to have to be in the realm of what I've been referring to as experiential science. Human beings are notoriously bad at imagining how future scientific breakthroughs and technologies will manifest and shape our lives for some reason. It's a very specific lack of creativity that most of us have, and I definitely include myself as someone who is severely limited in this area. But I've done my best to let my imagination run wild, thinking about what an experiential science of the future might look like. And one possibility I envision is a future neuroscientific technique that would somehow allow us to share experiences from person to person, in the form of intuitions or even as specific memories. You know, one of the main ways the feeling of being a self is generated is through the memories we carry across the ever-changing stages of life. I feel a continuity with my 3-year-old self who was living in a completely different time and place through the trail of memories that have linked us across time. I'm also clearly a very different brain and living system now than I was at age 3. The truth is that my experiences of being a 48-year-old woman are probably much more similar to the ones you're having right now than to any I had as a 3-year-old. So it's not that hard to imagine that in some future world, neuroscientists will be able to map out the state of your brain when you recall, say, making an omelet yesterday, And if that configuration of neuronal firing could somehow be shared with me, we would essentially be copying and pasting a memory of yours into my stream of memories. So then, in the same way that I can have a memory of tripping over my shoelaces on the school playground when I was a kid, when I was a very different person in a very different time and place, I would also be able to have a memory of being Jay yesterday at 2 p.m. making an omelet. And then when it comes to applying our intuitions to the scientific process, imagine if Albert Einstein had been able to share his initial intuitions for space-time with other scientists. As we talked about, it took him a decade to formalize his insights on paper through the language of mathematics and scientific concepts and explanation. But if information in the form of a visceral experience could be shared directly from scientist to scientist, I wonder how much more quickly and efficiently we might be able to make progress. And another way I imagine experiential science might help us move forward is related to the sensory addition work by David Eagleman and others. We saw in Chapter 6 that Sasha Fink was able to perceive the Earth's magnetic field and the subsequent intuitions that come along with that through a relatively simple scientific tool. And I think there are really interesting implications there for expanding the human Umwelt. The idea is that with future scientific methods, we might be able to gain a tremendous amount of ground by experiencing other systems and forces we don't naturally perceive, along with gaining new intuitions about them that might be useful, including even perhaps an intuition for whether or not they're conscious. There might be a range of different systems we could kind of plug ourselves into or copy memories from in order to gain a deeper intuitive sense of how they work, sensing the needs of a sycamore tree or of more complex information about the way an entire forest is interconnected. Rather than conducting experiments the way we typically do now, perhaps we could gain a tremendous amount of information about a system we want to study by feeling the system directly. I can also envision a future in which we might even be able to find ways to communicate directly with other living systems like plants in a way that might even convince us of their sentience, in the same way that we're now convinced of the sentience of mice. But the truth is that even if a pilot could gain an intuitive feel for the plane they're flying, as Eagleman has talked about, or if thousands of scientists could tap into a redwood forest for that matter, that wouldn't necessarily tell us whether there's a conscious experience associated with those things when they're not being processed by a brain. We may always be left with a mystery. But in the end, whatever is possible, or simply impossible given the limits of science or the limits of the intellectual capacity of human beings, I believe we would still make a lot of scientific progress moving forward with the assumption that consciousness is fundamental. In the same way that we've made tremendous progress in neuroscience, assuming consciousness arises out of brain activity, without having a conclusive answer. I think it's possible, maybe even inevitable, that a new starting assumption would lead to new questions and new creative ways of thinking about the world, leading to scientific experiments and methods we can't even envision at this point. And if we are actually able to get some type of experimental verification that causes us to become confident that consciousness is fundamental, we'll be headed toward the next momentous paradigm shift in the sciences, leading to an entirely new way of thinking about the universe and our place in it. Comparable to the transformation from our flat Earth with the gods calling the shots from the clouds above to the vast universe we now find ourselves in, where we launch satellites into orbit around other planets. The discovery that consciousness is fundamental holds the promise of being the most dramatic scientific revolution yet, in terms of both our understanding of the universe and how we feel ourselves to be situated within it. Even though the hard problem of consciousness might never be resolved and could simply turn out to be impossible for us to even wrap our minds around well enough to ask the right questions or to acquire the necessary perspective, perhaps you're becoming convinced along with me that there might not be a hard problem after all, that we don't face the puzzle of how non-conscious matter gives rise to consciousness because it didn't arise at all. That consciousness has always been here, and in some sense is all there is. The universe as a sea of sentience, taking endless forms, giving rise to one experience after another. What if all our perceptions in reality are windows onto other conscious experiences in the universe? The concrete beneath my feet would represent just the faintest hint of or connection to other conscious content arising. And all of the sights and sounds and sensations we experience would be mere glimpses of the structure of consciousness, clues pointing to how individual experiences are intertwined and relate to one another. A few chapters back, I gave a nod to everyone who was once one of those kids who couldn't stop wondering about existence itself. The trippy kids, as my friend called them. And I want to dedicate this documentary to them. To us. To all of the deep thinkers throughout history, and to those who have yet to be born. May these mysteries that unite us in awe continue to reveal our interconnected nature and inspire collaboration, creativity, and progress. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Lights On, How Understanding Consciousness Helps Us Understand the Universe.